Chapter 1 Betrayal. Ha 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 Fenghua, there's no escape for ya. To hear. That sharp voice he chode through tonight. Casting Ginrup over with a tranquil leavening. Chihua. Please stop. I am saintess. If I continue down this pathy, I will lead to direct consequences, Fenghua said, propping herself against stool to support their trembling form that the momentia bel du Chihua. Her countenance said drained off color that she had believed that would hint the entirety of purple sea domain. Heron like infidentity was his sister. This for a sister suffed a plung dagger into her back. Wish olden tip beam? Yueki where toward it, a mocking smile gracing her lips as he looked down upon the fallen Fenghua. My esteemed saintess, you could never fathom that the entire purple sea domain has betrayed ya. For you. A warrior incapable of wielding magic, a run worthy of being a saintess. I decide her rightfully deserves a methodical. So, it was for this coveted position of saintess. Fenghua gazed at her and questioned. How can Onuho cannot touch the divine light claim to be a saintess? Up in hearing those words, Yueki was in triumphant smile twisted grotesquely, she glared at Fenghua malevolent intensity. Hero ready distorted reinwidning, what fit if I canna touch divine light? A rethoranut at their saintesses from different domains swore alike was unable to do so. Had considered sparing your life. Beauty a reminder has materialized a thoughty hour continued existences amenas. Alt hosuola within the sea domain the tani woman capable of touching divine light. Even if used a fleeting moment, ways endowed with a sacred mission be the heavens. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and whitey among the Nini sea domains, only other saintess, besides Fenghua, could touch divine light, and that was saintess off blue sea domain. At a Kadigo, when Fenghua wastestedan found capable of accessing divine light, she was designate das the next saintess off purple sea domain at the Tenderigia 5. However, as she matured, her magicality to D failed to manifest, igniting ambition among certain factions within the purple sea domain, including Chihua. In the current landscape of sea domain, often in saintesses wo ascended to their position Sathiaga 15, only Fenghua was wary or their main injatorial magicians, while magicians are not particularly Rarintha's realm, warriors could be formed from many who had not suffered the crippling of their meridians. Though Fenghua's ability to touch the divine light was envied, Heron ability to cultivate was a source of profound anguish within your heart. Suddenly, a sphere of white light materialized in the palm of Huishand, and on Harry out full visage, an expression of malice belit her tender Gia 15. From this day forth, the saintess of Tepperpul sea domain no longer be Fenghua. Fury corset thruff Fenghua shid on the health tight leaf saintess for a flating month, and nowhere trusted friend had betrayed her, seeking her for life. This sister, whom she had once held in wavering faith. By divine light, Fenghua heraby invoketh blood domain. With wide resolute eyes, she enunciate the H-word with chilling clarity. Yueki Wei's expression shifted drastically at his declaration. Her elemental light sudden lit erect toward Fenghua. Expecting Fenghua to betor nascender be her light element, she was taken abequen a transparent barrier materialized before her, fording assault, the sphere of light dissipate upon contact with white barrier, slowly consumed until it vanished entirely. Chapter 2 Chihua instinctively took a step back, gazing at her with a hint of trepidation. The blood-soaked realm, opened by the sacred light, was dominated by this woman. She was clearly not a revered one. How could she possibly unlock the blood realm? She was merely a 4th-tier 6-star overlord. In an instant, the star-like pupils of Fenghua transformed into a crimson hue. Her beautiful visage appeared somewhat terrifying at that moment. The pain coursing through her body seemed to vanish in an instant. She slowly rose to her feet, her surroundings drenched in blood red, yet she could discern Chihua's position through the aura alone. Chihua, now locked in her gaze, trembled uncontrollably, fearful of her approach. Had she known that the situation would escalate to this point, she would never have come tonight. Wouldn't it be better to let her die here slowly? As the final word fell, a twisted space mingled with black and red materialized beside Fenghua. Without hesitation, she stepped inside. Before departing, she turned slightly, her crimson eyes glancing at Chihua, and then ventured deeper into this space. The blood realm, opened by the sacred light, was a rift in space in this world. Unless one had attained the rank of a revered master, it was impossible to tear through the fabric of space. Yet, at the tender age of 15, Fenghua had already become a 4th-tier 6-star overlord. Such talent was unparalleled across the entire oceanic continent. Perhaps only the saintess from the blue sea domain, who could also access the sacred light, could rival her. Everyone had no doubt that given another year, she would ascend to the revered level, becoming yet another young prodigy within the oceanic continent. However, the fact that she was not a sorceress remained a source of pain for several elders within the Purple Sea domain. The only saintess in the oceanic continent who was not a sorceress. What a shameful revelation. As she traversed through the Crimson Rift, Yu Fenghua felt her strength waning, her power gradually diminishing, yet, she was oblivious to the length of the rift she had opened, unsure if she would emerge alive from it. I cannot die. She managed to utter these words with great difficulty before pressing onward. Before long, her complexion paled once more, her legs growing weak, as if she were about to collapse. The strength within her was nearly depleted. And the blood realm, devoid of the sacred light, began to warp ominously. The surrounding space fluctuated, expanding and contracting erratically. Each time it constricted, Yu Fenghua felt as though her body was on the verge of being crushed. I do not wish to die. How could she resign herself to such a fate? She had utilized the last remnants of her sacred light to open the blood realm, yet she could not find her way out. If this continued, she would perish here. She fought to persist, to rise and escape, but her eyes could no longer open, and her legs had lost all strength. She lay there, motionless. It seemed she had already succumbed. With the sacred light no longer present, the blood realm distorted violently, the red hue gradually fading into darkness, until it was pitch black within the secret chamber of the Purple Sea Domain's temple. A life-testing stone radiating red light lost its former brilliance. The elder guarding the chamber erupted into manic laughter upon witnessing this. Ha ha ha, my saintess of the Purple Sea Domain has finally become a sorceress. Ha ha ha. The heat enveloping her body gradually coaxed Yu Fenghua's tightly shut eyes to open. Compared to the burning sensation on her skin, the slight sting on her forehead felt trivial. Where am I? It is so hot. Yu Fenghua merely opened her eyes slightly. The intense heat surrounding her created the illusion that she was engulfed in flames. Once her head cleared, she struggled to sit up. Scanning her surroundings, vast expanses of fire blazed around her, the flames roaring with increasing ferocity, showing no sign of abating. In an instant, her mind sharpened, yet she remained perplexed as to why she found herself amidst such inferno. The 7 Ancient Texts, page 1, Elemental Fire. An ancient voice resonated, seemingly emanating from all directions, making it impossible to discern its source. The 7 Ancient Texts? Elemental Fire? What are these? As Yu Fenghua grappled with confusion, the flames surged toward her body. In an instant, she gasped, looking around in panic. Flames surrounded her on all sides. There was no escape. The fire seared her skin, yet she felt only agonizing pain. With no signs of burns, time passed, and she collapsed to the ground, her mind clouded. The ancient voice echoed once more. The 7 Ancient Texts, page 6, Elemental Light. Shall we do this again? Yu Fenghua was unable to voice her thoughts, only able to ponder this question internally. In the next moment, she felt a chill coursing through her body, swiftly alleviating the pain from the flames. Huh? As she sensed this, Yu Fenghua attempted to open her eyes, but was blinded by a blinding light before her. The 7 Ancient Texts, page 8, Concealment Magic. After a while, she raised a delicate hand to shield her eyes. Bowing her head slightly, slowly, she reopened one eye, relieved to find the blinding light had vanished. Just as Yu Fenghua endeavored to rise, she noticed a thick book beside her. On its cover, 3 characters were inscribed in traditional script. Wasn't this what the voice had just mentioned? Yu Fenghua opened the book's cover. The first page read, Elemental Fire. The second page was blank. The third page was blank. The 6th page, Elemental Light. The 7th page was blank. The 8th page, Concealment Magic. Aside from the 3 pages she had just heard, all other pages were devoid of text. Oh no. Miss. The door swung open violently. The next moment, Yu Fenghua turned to see a plain-looking girl standing breathlessly at the entrance. Upon spotting her, the girl gulped and exclaimed, "The second prince has come to annul the engagement." After a long pause, the girl delivering the message noticed Yu Fenghua still standing there in a daze and urged anxiously, "Miss, hurry to the hall. The second prince is here to annul the engagement. If you don't appear soon, it will surely cause chaos." In the hall, the second prince of Yun Kingdom, Yun Etian, sat in the first position to the left of the main seat, elegantly sipping tea offered by a servant. He then turned his gaze to Yu Zhenqian, the head of the Yu family, seated in the main position. Has the Yu family not yet reached a decision? Given Yu Fenghua's aptitude, it is utterly impossible for her to enter the Magic Academy. Though I am here to annul the engagement, I have already offered compensation with a royal recommendation letter. It would be a breeze for her to gain admission to the Magic Academy. Yu Zhenqian's face turned ashen, his heart seething with anger. He had always known that this engagement would ultimately falter. He just never anticipated that the second prince would so brazenly come to annul it. The so-called compensation was merely a recommendation letter to the Magic Academy. Was it truly impossible for the Yu family to open a backdoor for admission? Did they require the second prince's unnecessary interference? Yun Yiqian maintained his smile, yet the flicker of disdain in his eyes only fueled Yu Zhenqian's ire. The Yu family was the foremost among the 4 great families of the Kaya Empire. When had they ever been treated with such contempt? A mere prince dared to come and annul the engagement. Did he truly believe the Yu family was without merit? Just as Yu Zhenqian was about to explode in anger, he caught sight of a swiftly approaching figure at the entrance, his brow arched, and he stood up in alarm. Seeing this, Yun Yiqian could surmise the identity of the approaching individual. He too rose and turned to face the one walking toward them. Clad in a simple yet elegant white dress, with hair tied back by a simple ribbon, her skin was as smooth as cream, her lips a delicate pink, and her eyes sparkled with an almost playful light. Indeed, it was none other than Yu Fenghua. The moment Yun Yiqian laid eyes on her, he was first captivated by her beauty, only to furrow his brow in distaste upon recalling her identity. No matter how beautiful she appeared, she was ultimately just a waste, unworthy of his princely status. Father. Upon entering, Yu Fenghua directed her gaze toward Yu Zhenqian. She recalled the memories of the original owner of this body. Realizing that the man before her was her father, the current head of the Yu family, Yu Zhenqian. No, I understand why the second prince is here. Yu Fenghua's brows knitted slightly as she turned to face Yun Yiqian. Although the second prince brought a recommendation letter from the Magic Academy, the Yu family had no need for it. Yun Yiqian frowned, thinking, this woman, is she attempting to cling to me? How infuriating, this stubborn gum. A waste is a waste. With her aptitude, she would likely be the type to latch onto any man, lest she risk remaining unmarried. Miss Yu, I believe we are not suited for one another. The smile that had graced Yun Yiqian's face vanished in an instant. Faced with a waste of a 7th-tier spiritual root, utterly incapable of cultivation, he could scarcely muster even a hint of a smile. It is well known that Miss Yu, possessing a 7th-tier spiritual root, is indeed a waste and cannot cultivate. As for me, Yun Yiqian, the second prince of the Kaya Empire, a 17-year-old second-level great magician, my talents have already placed me among the ranks of geniuses within the Kaya Empire. And my wife. Could never possibly be a waste. Even if the head of the Yu family is a level 7 general, it cannot alter the undeniable fact that his daughter is a 7th-tier spiritual root failure. I, Yun Yiqian, the second prince of the Kaya Empire, resolutely refused to wed Yu Fenghua. I shall not marry this waste. Father. Yu Fenghua softly called out, then said, although I do not intend to accept the recommendation letter brought by the second prince, I find that he is quite right. Let us cancel this engagement. In an instant, silence enveloped the hall. Yu Zhenqian, Yun Yiqian, Yu Fenghua, and several servants fell into a contemplative hush. Apart from Yu Fenghua, everyone else wore expressions of astonishment. She agreed to the annulment? Yun Yiqian could hardly believe it. He had expected this waste to be a difficult opponent. Yet, with just those few words, she had acquiesced. Perhaps she possessed some self-awareness, recognizing that a waste could never match a genius. A promising 17-year-old second-level great magician such as myself could never be paired with a 7th-tier spiritual root failure. Yu Fenghua praised Yun Yiqian with a dismissive smile, saying, a 17-year-old second-level great magician. And the second prince dares to claim he has entered the realm of geniuses? A waste like the second prince is not worthy of my regard. Waste? Not worthy. Those words caused Yun Yiqian's expression to darken in an instant. What did this 7th-tier spiritual root failure just say? She, who could not cultivate, had the audacity to label him a waste, and to claim she looked down on him. Very well. Truly remarkable. The eldest daughter of the Yu family is indeed extraordinary. Since she deems herself above me, then this engagement shall be rendered null and void. Yun Yiqian glared fiercely at Yu Fenghua, contemplating how this woman would inevitably come to regret her decision. What man would she find worthy of her being such a waste? This was merely a ploy to draw his attention. Indeed, he would wait for this woman to seek him out. Yu Fenghua nodded, stating, initially, I intended to provide the second prince with a letter of divorce, but considering our engagement was merely a verbal agreement, I shall refrain from writing it. Second prince, please. Yun Yiqian's face flushed with anger as he tossed his sleeves and strode out. Fenghua, Yu Zhenqian looked at Yu Fenghua in astonishment. In that moment, he realized just how little he understood his daughter. The meek girl who had always shunned conversation due to her 7th-tier spiritual root failure had just exhibited such boldness. Is this truly his daughter? Father, Fenghua wishes to attend the Magic Academy. Yu Fenghua gazed at him, continuing, remaining in the Yu family will only bring you shame. That I desire to attend the Magic Academy, and become an exceptional magician. I shall wash away the stigma of being a waste? Dual element magician. At that moment, Yu Zhentian recognized that his daughter had indeed matured. Very well, he nodded, adding, the Yu family has its own recommendation letters for the Magic Academy. In a month's time, the admissions will commence. Fenghua, you should prepare diligently. Once you enter the Magic Academy, you must work twice as hard. Upon hearing this, Yu Fenghua nodded. She had anticipated that the Yu family, as the foremost of the four great families of the Kaya Empire, would possess recommendation letters for the Magic Academy. The second Prince Yu Niqian's attempt to leverage this for an annulment was utterly insincere. Fenghua, do not dwell on the second prince's earlier remarks. Your engagement was merely a verbal agreement and does not affect your future, Yu Zhentian concluded before departing. Left alone in the main hall, Yu Fenghua continued to process the memories of this body. Upon entering this body, she had heard of the so-called Great Magic, one of the 7 ancient texts, specifically crafted for magicians. This tome, emerging billions of years ago, had drawn the attention of many powerful magicians seeking to seize it. However, it eventually vanished without a trace. Yu Fenghua was uncertain of the authenticity of the great magic in her possession. But one thing was certain. Her body could now sense the elements of fire and light. In her past life, where she could not cultivate magical elements, she was unfamiliar with the intricacies of magical practice. Yet she understood it was not commonplace. After organizing her thoughts, she realized that she was no longer on the original continent. She now inhabited the oceanic continent, a parallel realm to the one she had known as the Central Continent. Within the Central Continent there exist 3 nations, Kaya, Desai, and Anji. Currently, the 4 great families of the Kaya Empire are the Yu family, the Shangguan family, the Qin family, and the Shi family. With the Yu family at the helm, the head of the Yu family is none other than Yu Fenghua's father. Yu Fenghua also has an elder brother and several cousins. However, due to her inability to cultivate magic since childhood, she has long been the target of ridicule from her cousins. Apart from her father and elder brother, it seemed that no one within the Yu family was willing to befriend her. Her elder brother, Yu Zishuan, had once shared her fate as a waste, but 2 years prior, he discovered his talent for alchemy, and was diligently crafting potions in the Yu family's alchemy chamber. As for the original owner of this body, her demise was linked to an event from a few days ago. While on the streets, Yu Fenghua had pitted an elderly book vendor who had no customers and no food to eat. Purchasing a copy of the Great Magic for a single gold coin, regardless of the continent, the 7 ancient texts are invaluable, and it is improbable for one to be acquired for merely a gold coin. Last night, her cousin Yu Qingsheng, who was preparing to attend the Magic Academy, had humiliated her thoroughly. Unable to bear the insult any longer, Yu Fenghua vowed to cultivate magical elements. At that moment, she recalled the great magic she had purchased for a gold coin. Though the odds seemed almost non-existent, what harm was there in trying for one who could not cultivate magical elements? However, Yu Fenghua had not anticipated the immense power of the great magic. The moment she opened the first page, the surge of mental energy coursed through her body, and she succumbed to the pain, dying in the process, only to awaken as Yu Fenghua, the saintess of the oceanic continent. Regardless of the circumstances, she was now on the path to mastering control over this body, and her primary focus would be to diligently cultivate fire and light magic. Upon returning to her room, Yu Fenghua closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. 3 days later, as dawn broke, Yu Fenghua opened her eyes, initially perceiving the surroundings as somewhat blurred before clarity returned, and her vision sharpened beyond previous limits. A small smile crept onto her lips as she sensed the flow of spiritual energy within her body. 8th page of the Great Magic, Concealment Magic, Activate. The ancient voice resonated in her mind once more. Subsequently, she noticed that the fire and light elements surrounding her had become imperceptible to the naked eye. Only by closing her eyes and attuning her senses could she perceive the 2 elements enveloping her. This must be concealment magic. Yu Fenghua found it rather intriguing. This way, even if higher-level cultivators sought to probe her abilities in the future, they would likely be unable to discern her true prowess. This was indeed a formidable tool for deception. Miss. A resonant voice broke the moment, belonging to her maid, Ame. Ame entered, carrying a black tray upon which rested a small wooden box. The box appeared somewhat worn, suggesting it bore some age. However, the small lock atop it gleamed with gold, rather incongruent with the box itself. What is it? Yu Fenghua sighed at Ame's loud voice, yet she could do little about it. Ame was the maid she had grown up with, and thus she found her presence somewhat comforting. This is something the master instructed me to deliver, said to be a box left by the madam. My mother? Yu Fenghua raised an eyebrow, recalling that her mother had disappeared when she was quite young, leaving no trace behind. Amei set the tray down and quietly exited, closing the door behind her. Approaching the wooden box, Yu Fenghua gently touched the golden lock, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Even if this were indeed a relic from her mother, she found herself unable to open it. The box, though aged, bore a new lock, and without a key, how could she gain access? As her delicate fingers brushed against the golden lock, a sudden sharp pain shot through her fingertip. She paused for a moment, then realized she had nicked her finger. A magician's body. Truly delicate. Yu Fenghua chuckled at herself. In her previous life as the saintess of the oceanic continent, she was a warrior who could not cultivate magic. Having attained the 4th tier 6-star overlord status at the age of 15, the resilience of her body was certainly unmatched by an average warrior, let alone a magician. Previously, she could never have imagined that her finger would be cut by a mere lock. However, the occurrence of such an event now served as a poignant reminder that she was no longer the saintess Yu Fenghua of the oceanic continent. She was Yu Fenghua, the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, the foremost among the 4 great families of the central continent. How did it open? Yu Fenghua pondered in confusion. Subsequently, she recalled the concept of blood recognition, realizing that this box was far from ordinary. She removed the lock and opened the somewhat weathered wooden box. This was a legacy from her mother. What could possibly lie within? As she opened the box, a glimmer of surprise filled her heart upon seeing a bracelet adorned with a multitude of gemstones. A bracelet? Merely a common accessory? She slipped the bracelet onto her left wrist. Although it was beautiful, it lacked any remarkable features. In her past life as a saintess, she had encountered numerous treasures, including many exquisite ornaments suitable for young ladies. Yet, to her at that time as a martial artist, they were merely burdens. What she truly needed were practical weapons, not mere embellishments. Her other hand brushed against the gemstone necklace on her left wrist, and as her fingertip glided over the gem, a faint glow shimmered. In an instant, the blood that flowed from her pricked fingertip was absorbed by the largest gemstone on the bracelet. The gem, which had initially gleamed softly, burst into a dazzling radiance, only to revert to its original state 3 seconds later. Gazing at the necklace, Yu Fenghua fell into contemplation. However, in the next moment, she sensed something amiss. As her mental energy swept over the bracelet, her previously composed expression shifted dramatically. This was a spatial artifact. What she thought were mere gemstones were, in fact, the coveted spatial realm sought after by magicians. It was well known that magicians could form contracts with phantom beasts, yet those beasts, upon reaching a certain level, could transform their physical forms, but none possessed their own space. In contrast, the beast's space allowed magical creatures to train within it, enhancing their cultivation speed based on the spatial attributes. The multitude of gemstones on the bracelet, each varying in color, indicated that as long as she possessed sufficient mental energy to contract with magical beasts, they could enter this beast space to cultivate, thereby increasing their training efficiency. A smile of excitement spread across Yu Fenghua's face as her mental energy once again delved into the bracelet. Surveying all that lay within, she then retrieved a book titled Supreme Elixirs. Yu Fenghua's eyes widened as she opened the first few pages. The initial 15 pages detailed basic knowledge of potion making, along with some simple recipes for first-grade elixirs. Her hands trembled slightly. Could it truly be the legendary Supreme Elixirs? An ancient tome that ranks alongside Grand Magic among the 7 great ancient texts. Fiercely coveted by alchemists, what manner of identity did her mother possess? Yu Fenghua furrowed her brow, pondering this question, yet, she knew that no matter how much she contemplated, answers would elude her. The memories of this body concerning her mother were scant. Likely, what she knew was merely what family members had conveyed to her. With over 20 days remaining until the Magic Academy's enrollment, she had ample time. Amei, Yu Fenghua called, and Amei, who had been waiting at the door, stepped inside. Mississippi. Yu Fenghua moved aside to grab a piece of paper and a pen, jotting down the ingredients for the first-grade elixir she had just seen, and handed it to Amei. Help me gather these ingredients. The more, the better. I need to set out shortly, so please inform father that I am departing now. Amei took the paper, nodded and replied, I will go immediately. After Amei departed, Yu Fenghua glanced at the small wound on her finger. A tiny orb of white light enveloped her finger, and the wound vanished in an instant. Being a magician truly has its conveniences. A sardonic smile graced her lips. In her past life, she had been ridiculed for not being a magician for 10 years. In her youthful arrogance, she had trained diligently to prove herself equal to magicians. Now, having truly become a magician, she felt an ironic sense of fulfillment. This body was no longer her former self. The saintess Yu Fenghua of the Purple Sea domain was dead, and surely her lifestone had lost its luster. She must be reveling in her triumph. She would take her place as the saintess of the Purple Sea domain. As Yu Fenghua contemplated this, she couldn't help but clench her fists, waiting for the moment she could exact her vengeance. Yu Qihua. Exiting through the back door of the Yu residence, Fenghua made her way alone along the path leading out of Kaya City. "Hey, you there, little girl!" A gruff voice called from behind. Fenghua did not falter but continued onward. "Hey!" Just 3 steps forward, and a burly man appeared a few paces ahead. "Did I mean you? Little girl, this is no place for you to wander." "Why?" Fenghua raised her head and inquired, "Don't you know? Today is the monthly team registration for entering the Magic Night Forest. You, a mere child, cannot go in." The man scrutinized Fenghua from head to toe. Concluding that she was simply a spoiled little girl from a wealthy family, if she entered the Magic Night Forest, it would be tantamount to seeking death. "Team registration? So you intend to enter?" Fenghua raised an eyebrow. "Of course. During the day, the Magic Night Forest is mostly devoid of magical beasts, but once night falls, the beasts stir restlessly. To venture in alone is a fool's errand. I is a place where a commanding magical beast could appear at any moment." As he spoke, the man waved his hand dismissively. "Little girl, I see you're dressed quite nicely. That if you wish to enter, you'd better bring some attendants." Fenghua stroked her chin thoughtfully. "A forest where commanding magical beasts could appear at any moment. If she didn't go in, how could she justify her current identity as a magician? She needed to contract a magical beast first. Otherwise, opportunities like this would be rare once she entered the Magic Academy. I am a cultivator entering the Magic Night Forest, not someone of any particular standing," Fenghua declared. "I am a first-grade fire magician." "First-grade fire magician?" The man was taken aback and scrutinized Fenghua once more. Yet he failed to discern her extraordinary traits. Just as he was about to retort with skepticism, Fenghua dispelled her concealment magic, and her aura radiated outward. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed the mental energy emanating from her. The girl before him appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old. How could she be a first-grade fire magician? Such talent would classify her among the prodigies. Yet, he had never heard of such an individual. Good heavens, the man rubbed his eyes, and only after confirming that he was indeed witnessing a genius did he excitedly say, "So you wish to hunt magical beasts in the outskirts of the Magic Night Forest? If you haven't formed a team yet, you can join ours. We are 1 person short." "A water magician?" Fenghua raised an eyebrow. "I intend to enter the Magic Night Forest and need to remain in the outskirts for about 5 days. That's splendid." The man's eyes lit up. "Might I ask if you could join our team? We are a small squad dispatched from the Weiyan 3-star mercenary group, currently consisting of 9 members, 1 commanding level warrior, 2 great magicians and 1 9th-level magician, along with 4 9th-level warriors among the magicians. Having 1 more with us would provide a buffer in case of unforeseen circumstances once we enter the Magic Night Forest." "A water magician?" Fenghua mused. Most adventurers entering the outskirts of the Magic Night Forest were of average ability. The area primarily served as training grounds for newcomers of the mercenary guild. In such circumstances, having an extra companion was certainly beneficial. It appeared that this small team was quite capable. Moreover, despite the man's brusque tone when he first called out to her, his subsequent words revealed his concern for her safety as a young girl venturing into the forest. Fenghua nodded. "Then I shall trouble this elder brother. My name is Fenghua. I am Zhao Shua, the vice-captain of this Weiyan squad. A soil-type 9th-level great magician, though I am already 23 years old." Zhao Shua scratched his head awkwardly. Given his talent, he was considered quite good, yet in Fenghua's presence, he felt somewhat overshadowed at her age. He had likely only been a 3rd or 4th level magician. "Zhao Gu, then I shall trouble you." Fenghua nodded. Following Zhao Shua, they arrived at the Weiyun small team, just as Zhao had described. 4 magicians and 5 warriors. "Little girl, I didn't expect you to be a first-grade great magician at such a young age," said Zhao Feng, the commanding level warrior and Zhao Shua's brother, upon seeing Fenghua. Although it was not uncommon for the Weiyun team to have a first-grade great magician, considering Fenghua's age and potential for future growth, this far-sighted captain understood the value of maintaining a good relationship with her. "Humph. So what if she is a first-grade great magician? Let me tell you, if it weren't for one of our warriors encountering issues on the way here, it wouldn't be your turn to join our Weiyun." A stunningly beautiful woman glared at Fenghua unfriendly. She was the only other girl in the team besides Fenghua and was also the water magician. From an outward appearance, she seemed to be around 15 or 16 years of age, and achieving the rank of a level 9 mage at such a young age could certainly be deemed as a remarkable talent. However, in the presence of Fenghua, she felt somewhat overshadowed. Accustomed to receiving compliments, the woman, upon witnessing Fenghua's striking beauty, harbored considerable animosity towards her, not to mention that Fenghua's innate gifts far surpassed her own. In this world where strength reigns supreme, exceptionally gifted female mages are indeed highly coveted. Xiaolan, Zhao Feng frowned, casting a disapproving glance at the enchanting woman. Shui Xinlan scoffed, retorting, I never claimed otherwise. As being a level 1 fire mage truly impressive? Once we enter the Demon Night Forest, you will undoubtedly be injured. Relying solely on my water magic, she gazed at Fenghua with a sense of pride, as if waiting for her to curry favor. Although water magic lacks offensive power, its healing capabilities are commendable, especially in situations where light mages are scarce. Many adventurers form alliances with water mages, for they can be lifesavers in critical moments. The fire-type ferocious tiger and the water-type healing magic are such that mages below the Grandmaster level can only heal minor wounds. Upon entering the Demon Night Forest, if they encounter formidable beasts, the injuries sustained would likely be beyond the healing capabilities of a mere level 9 mage. Fenghua raised an eyebrow, her expression calm. Upon hearing this, Shui Xinlan's smug demeanor faltered, her voice sharp. What did you say? You little girl, don't think that just because you're a level 1 grand mage, you can belittle me. Judging by your looks, you're merely a prodigy nurtured by a wealthy family, lacking any real combat experience compared to us seasoned mercenaries. Fenghua innocently inquired, so, does that mean Miss Shui possesses considerable combat experience? You. Shui Xinlan's face flushed crimson. What combat experience could she possibly have? As a water mage, her focus had always been on healing. She had spent her time honing her spiritual power to enhance her water magic, never engaging in real battles. Fenghua smiled and said, Miss Shui need not be modest, I can see that you possess the grace of a heroine. In the days ahead within the Demon Night Forest, I hope to receive your guidance. Humph. Shui Xinlan coldly turned away, ignoring Fenghua. Alright, Xiaolan, don't be like that. Fenghua's abilities are quite impressive, her presence is indeed a boon. Interjected another earth mage from the team, Qinyu. Humph. Who's to say whether it's her strength or merely her looks that earns her favor? Shui Xinlan scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. Enough. Xiaolan, if you wish to remain in our team, keep quiet. Zhao Feng sternly admonished Shui Xinlan, then turned to Fenghua. My apologies, young lady. Xiaolan has a rather brash personality, we should be preparing to set off. Fenghua nodded, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mirth as they swept over Shui Xinlan. Noticing the flicker of reluctance in her gaze, Fenghua revealed a knowing smile. It would be best for this woman to behave. Should she dare to act out, she would face the consequences. As they stepped into the outskirts of the Demon Night Forest, everyone heightened their vigilance. The hour was late, and when darkness fully enveloped the land, it would signal the emergence of the beasts that roamed within. Be cautious. Night is falling, Zhao Feng warned. The moment darkness descended, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The air became saturated with the presence of beasts, their roars echoing through the night sky. Why has it turned so dark all of a sudden? Shui Xinlan felt a chill sweep through her as the temperature dropped. A resounding roar jolted the hearts of those already on high alert. It's coming, Zhao Feng growled, as a massive tiger, towering at the height of 2 men, appeared ahead. It's a leader-level beast. Zhao Feng was taken aback for a moment, then cautioned, everyone be careful. This creature is no trivial if to encounter a leader-level beast right off the bat meant they were in for a challenging night. Zhao Feng's expression grew serious. Among their group, only their captain was a leader-level fighter, which placed them at a distinct disadvantage. After all, the defensive capabilities of beasts far surpass those of humans at the same level, granting them a significant advantage in combat. In such circumstances, if they failed to provide adequate support, a grim fate awaited them. The fire-type ferocious tiger roared once more, then charged forward with incredible speed as a warrior who had reached the leader level. Zhao Feng was familiar with some basic combat techniques, yet he knew that using them would deplete his energy reserves, severely diminishing his fighting capacity afterward, should his techniques fail to land a decisive blow on the tiger. Or if it were wounded but not mortally so, the outcome for their party could be tragic. Upon witnessing the raging fire elements surrounding the ferocious tiger, Fenghua's eyes lit up. This was indeed a fire-type beast. Moreover, it was a leader-level creature. If she could forge a contract with it, it would be a splendid opportunity. She pondered whether her spiritual power was sufficient to surpass that of the beast. Zhao Feng shouted, slamming one hand against the ground, causing the earth elements to surge upward, creating a barrier for the others behind him. Captain, strike when the opportunity arises. Indeed, ambush was their best strategy in this situation. Facing such a formidable beast head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Zhao Feng circled cautiously around the tiger, maintaining a steady flow of battle energy without employing any techniques. Seizing the right moment, Zhao Feng ensnared the tiger's hind legs with earth elements, rendering it immobile. At that instant, Zhao Feng concentrated his energy, aiming for the tiger's head, unleashing a surge of white energy as he shouted, "Pierce the void!" The condensed white energy sliced through the air like a curved blade, hurtling towards the tiger. The fire-type ferocious tiger widened its eyes, realizing it was too late to escape. It opened its massive jaws, gathering fire elements at its mouth to form a fireball, hurling it towards Zhao Feng's energy attack. When the two forces collided, they clashed for a brief moment before erupting in a violent explosion, sending dust and debris swirling through the air. Zhao Yu strained to maintain the earthen barrier with his mental energy, shouting, "Quick! Attack it!" In the microcloud team, the only mages were Qin Yu and Shui Xinlan. And with Shui Xinlan's water elements being non-combative, only Qin Yu remained capable of offense. Yet, Feng Hua wielded the same fire elements as the tiger, and her power level was lower than its leader class, which meant that using fire magic now could risk being entirely absorbed by the beast. Fortunately, although Qin Yu primarily focused on defense as an earth mage, he possessed some offensive capabilities. "Sandstorm!" he bellowed. As countless earth elements surged into a chaotic whirlwind, the fire-type ferocious tiger, momentarily blinded by the storm, let out an enraged roar, and its surging fire elements detonated in a furious display. Upon contact with the sandstorm, the leader-level fire elements effortlessly devoured the chaos, turning their wrath towards Qin Yu. "Be careful!" Feng Hua sprang into action to shield against the fire elements, but as a level 1 Grand Mage, her speed paled in comparison to that of a leader-level warrior. She watched helplessly as Zhao Feng dashed in front of Qin Yu, absorbing most of the fire elements aimed at him. Captain Shui Xinlan screamed, her eyes wide with fear. At that moment, Feng Hua reached Qin Yu's side, swiftly merging a portion of the surrounding fire elements into her palm, then launching a fireball toward the frenzied fire-type ferocious tiger. Roar! 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 The beast's cries echoed with an intense ferocity, its eyes ablaze with rage. Each roar imbued with the terrifying might characteristic of magical beasts, seeking to express its fury. Before its massive jaws, a fireball began to coalesce. Feng Hua had no doubt that in mere moments, the fireball would be unleashed upon them. Suddenly, a forceful shove from behind propelled her toward the tiger. The fire-type ferocious tiger, perceiving Feng Hua's advance, felt belittled by this diminutive human, glaring at her with fierce eyes as the fireball hurtled toward her. This arrogant creature sought to teach her a lesson for underestimating it. Time seemed to slow as everyone braced for the worst, anticipating Feng Hua's impending demise beneath the fireball. In that critical moment, a strong hand wrapped around her, while another swiftly conjured an even larger fireball, sending it hurtling forward. The instant the two fireballs collided, the smaller one was absorbed into the larger, which then hurtled toward the fire-type ferocious tiger, striking it violently to the side. The beast's anguished roars echoed, as it writhed in pain, unable to escape the tormenting fire elements. To overpower a fire-type beast of the same element with fire magic alone was a testament to an insurmountable disparity in strength. Who on earth could possess such extraordinary might? Feng Hua gazed at the man who held her, a strikingly handsome figure whose skin was even more flawless than that of a woman. His expressionless face exuded warmth rather than coldness, and his tranquil eyes were presently fixed intently on the side. Upon catching sight of this dashing young man, Shui Xinlan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly upon realizing he was staring at her. "You Feng Hua?" the man inquired softly. Feng Hua was taken aback. Did he know who she was? Although puzzled, she nodded affirmatively, confirming her identity. Clad in white, he effortlessly vanquished beasts of the commander rank with each graceful movement, igniting a thrill in Shui Xinlan, who had always admired strength, especially when she noticed he was focused on her. "I never expected someone would push their companion to serve as a shield within Wei Yun," the man remarked, sizing up Shui Xinlan before turning his gaze back to Feng Hua. "I also did not anticipate that you would become a magician." Did they know each other? Feng Hua wondered, yet realized that the pressing matter was not this, but rather that it was Shui Xinlan who had just pushed her. She turned to look at Shui Xinlan, whose face was now crimson, seemingly embarrassed that the man had witnessed her actions. This implied that the handsome man's attention was drawn to her not out of interest, but due to her having thrust Feng Hua forward as a shield. Xiao Lan, you have gone too far. Zhao Feng, though injured and weak, understood that as the captain, it was her responsibility to speak up. After all, Xiao Lan was a member of their Wei Yun mercenary group. "What did I do wrong?" "That was a fiery tiger. Isn't Feng Hua a fire magician?" she retorted, her face flushed. "If any of us had gone, we would have likely been burned by the fire element, but she, as a fire magician, can communicate with it. It's entirely different." Shui Xinlan began to argue back with so many people present, and a handsome man among them. How could she be punished? After all, she was a prodigy who had attained the rank of 9th-level magician at such a young age. Shui Xinlan, Zhao bellowed. Someone like you has no right to be in Wei Yun. No right? Shui Xinlan laughed. Then how about Feng Hua? Is she deserving? Very well, if that is the case, then you may leave your injuries unattended. I shall not treat you, Shui Xinlan declared as she turned to leave. Shui Xinlan looked at Feng Hua with an air of arrogance, seemingly waiting for her to say something to appease her. After all, she was the only water magician present, and only she could heal Zhao Feng's wounds. If she chose not to assist now, it would be impossible for the Wei Yun team to linger at the periphery of the Demon Night Forest, where Zhao Shua had already mentioned they needed to remain for 5 days. With her status as a first-level fire magician, it would be tantamount to courting disaster for them to enter the Demon Night Forest without the Wei Yun team. The warriors within the Wei Yun team, upon hearing Shui Xinlan's words, were stirred with anger. Shui Xinlan, do not forget who fought valiantly against the fiery tiger. Were it not for the captain, would you still be alive? Qin Yu glared at Shui Xinlan. What gives you the right to be in Wei Yun? What gives me the right to be in Wei Yun is none of your concern. Shui Xinlan snapped back, angered by Qin Yu's words that if it weren't for my being a water magician, would I even have been brought here? I have stated. Feng Hua raised her voice, capturing their attention, and continued, water magic below the level of great magician can only heal minor external injuries. For someone like Captain Zhao, with such severe wounds, no mere 9th-level water magician can cure them. Upon hearing this, Shui Xinlan became even more infuriated, retorting, as if you could heal him. Humph. Even if I am not at my best, I can still heal him multiple times to improve his condition. There is no time for you to regain your spiritual power to heal multiple times in the Demon Night Forest. After saying this, Feng Hua turned to Zhao Feng and stated, if Captain Zhao trusts me and follows me to a certain place, I can heal all of your external wounds. As for your internal injuries, I can only mend a small portion. Zhao Feng was about to agree when Shui Xinlan's sharp voice interrupted. Trust you? Why should I trust you? Just because you are a first-level fire magician? Even if I were a first-level water magician, it would not suffice, let alone you, a fire magician. Feng Hua ignored Shui Xinlan and awaited Zhao Feng's response. Zhao Feng nodded. I trust you. Upon hearing his agreement, Shui Xinlan felt her dignity as a water magician was being challenged. Her face, which had only just cooled down, flushed red with anger once more. Very well, since you choose to trust her, if she fails to heal you, do not expect me to come to your aid. The gazes of those around them made Shui Xinlan feel humiliated, and she blamed Feng Hua for it. She exclaimed loudly, fine, if that is how you feel. Then go ahead and let her treat you. But I warn you, someone who does not even understand her own identity is clearly trying to harm you. If you wish to report this to the president, let us see if you can leave the Demon Night Forest safely without my water magic. After throwing down her harsh words, Shui Xinlan stormed off, entirely oblivious to the error of her previous actions. I thought light magicians were rare, Zhao Shua seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration at her audacity. Initially, his brother's words were meant to scare her, as long as she acknowledged her mistake and promised not to repeat it. Wei Yun would be forgiving toward those who could admit their faults. However, Shui Xinlan's pride had reached such heights. This was her fault, yet she continued to flaunt her airs. Feng Hua turned to the man in white and requested, please help me carry Captain Zhao. Let us find a quiet place. The man in white, surprised by her request, said nothing further. Instead, he took Zhao Feng from Zhao Shua's arms and carried him, following Feng Hua's lead. Why do you trust me? After a lengthy silence, the man in white finally broke the quiet. You saved me, so you would not harm me, Feng Hua replied. Are you not aware that those saved often become the most vulnerable to harm? The words hung on the man's lips, but he refrained from voicing them. He had no intentions of harming her, yet he had not contemplated a commitment to assist her indefinitely. Saving her was merely due to her identity as Yu Feng Hua. This place will suffice, Feng Hua announced as she halted, and the man in white gently laid Zhao Feng down. Zhao Feng had already fallen unconscious. After such a long time and given his severe injuries, it was impossible for him to remain awake. Thank you. After nodding slightly towards the man in white, Feng Hua continued, what I am about to show you, I ask that you keep it confidential. The man in white raised an eyebrow, curious about what could be so secretive. Did she carry some precious healing elixir? Was she reluctant to let others know, adhering to the principle of not revealing her wealth? However, Feng Hua did not possess the precious healing potions he imagined. Instead, she placed her delicate, fair hands above Zhao Feng's chest and closed her eyes. Seeing her soft hands positioned so, the man in white frowned disapprovingly, seemingly discontent with her actions. Meanwhile, Feng Hua, with her eyes shut, remained oblivious to his discomfort. A white halo emanated from her small hands, lingering momentarily before encircling Zhao Feng's wounds. Wherever the halo passed, Zhao Feng's injuries swiftly vanished, once the wounds on his body had completely disappeared. The white halo gradually entered his body, commencing the repair of his internal injuries. The man in white observed this scene, initially astonished, but soon regained his composure. A light magician was indeed a rarity. And coupled with her fire magic, how could such a person be labeled as a waste of a 7-element spiritual root? What motives did the rumor mongers within the Kaya Empire possess? Were the Yu family secretly nurturing such a talent? The man in white did not understand but chose not to delve deeper. The fact that she was a light magician must remain known to as few as possible. Dual-element magicians were uncommon, and light magicians were rare. Thus, the combination of both was exceedingly rare. If her existence became widely known, various factions would undoubtedly strive to recruit her. Once she aligned with one faction, she would be pursued by many. And given her current strength, she could not stand alone against them. After healing most of Zhao Feng's injuries, Feng Hua finally opened her eyes, only to find the man in white gazing at her with an air of calm. Devoid of any astonishment, at least in the GC region of the ocean domain, there are no more than 3 light magicians, and Qi Hua is one of them. If I were absent, Qi Hua would undoubtedly be the rightful saint. Precious healing potions? Light magicians are indeed rare. With your talent, entering a magic academy should not pose a challenge, at which point you will encounter more powerful individuals. With your current level, once you enter Kaya's magic academy, you will discover many fellow prodigies. Even those ranking among the top 3 in personal competitions are quite exceptional. Quite exceptional? Feng Hua raised an eyebrow, inquiring, how do you know so much? And how do you know I am Yu Feng Hua? The memories of this body's original owner do not seem to recall such a notable figure. The few individuals waiting in place were quite anxious. Fortunately, after the appearance of the fire-type ferocious tiger, no other magical beasts approached. Otherwise, without Zhao Feng, the microcloud team would likely find themselves embroiled in a fierce battle at this moment. He is fine now. He simply needs to rest for a while, Feng Hua remarked with a nod. The man clad in white entrusted Zhao Feng to Zhao Shua and then softly said to Feng Hua, I will await you at the Magic Academy. As she watched him depart, Feng Hua couldn't help but speculate about his identity. Could he possibly be associated with the Magic Academy? Feng Hua, thank you. Zhao Shua expressed his gratitude, gazing appreciatively at her. If it weren't for you, my elder brother might have no need for such formality, Feng Hua interjected, shaking her head. Had Zhao Shua not invited her in the first place, venturing into the nightmarish forest could have been a perilous gamble, especially if they encountered a commander-level magical beast. Given her current strength, survival would have been impossible. Moreover, the nightmarish forest certainly lived up to its reputation. Even at the periphery, commander-level magical beasts were present, indicating the complexities within. If they were to venture into the inner region, Feng Hua abruptly shook her head. No. If they entered the inner region, commander-level magical beasts would be as common as cabbages. If she proceeded in, it would be tantamount to seeking death. She must wait until her strength improved before daring to enter. After resting until the morning of the 3rd day, Zhao Feng's internal injuries had fully healed, and their group set off once more. While Feng Hua treated Zhao Feng, he remained unconscious and was unaware of how she accomplished it. However, he speculated that Feng Hua must possess some healing potion, perhaps a highly valuable elixir. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to take him to such a remote place. It was precisely this thought that led him to regard Feng Hua as a remarkable individual. Precious elixirs are scarce in the market. Even at auction houses where stock is relatively abundant, they are often monopolized by the wealthy. As merely the captain of a small microcloud team, he would likely never have the opportunity to consume such valuable elixirs in his lifetime. Lacking the means to repay Feng Hua, he could only assure her that within the nightmarish forest, should she encounter any danger, he would strive to protect her. If Feng Hua were aware of Zhao Feng's current thoughts, she would undoubtedly feel quite helpless. She had yet to begin her studies in alchemy, so where would she procure any precious elixirs? It was merely the use of light elements to assist him. During the day, the nightmarish forest bore little difference from an ordinary forest, with only the occasional appearance of low-level magical beasts, and they encountered nothing significant. These low-level magical beasts either feared humans or lacked combat capabilities. Fleeing at the sight of the 9 of them. As night approached, Qin Yu glanced at the sky, noting that the sun was about to set. Approximately a stick of incense later, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the nightmarish forest was swiftly engulfed in darkness, plunging them into the night. The group heightened their vigilance, and in the next moment, they heard a wolf's howl. A massive shadow darted past them, and then quickly shifted from another side, moving with such speed that they struggled to keep up so fast. Zhao Feng and Zhao Shua's expressions grew somber. With such velocity, could it be that it is a wind-type magical beast? Feng Hua stated calmly, given the speed of this beast, it would not be an easy opponent. The wolf howled again, and as Feng Hua surveyed the surrounding darkness, she thought to herself that tonight would likely bring another arduous battle. Wind-type magical beasts excel in speed, often unmatched in swiftness, and when coupled with the obscurity of the nightmarish forest, they become nearly invisible. The constitution of mages is relatively weak, unable to confront magical beasts directly. They can only rely on spells, and if those spells fail to strike the beast, it would be a complete waste of mental energy. Everyone be cautious. Zhao Feng's warning barely left his lips when a 9th-level warrior let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed. Unconscious. It appeared he had just been struck by the magical beast. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of its attack. They didn't even know what type of magical beast it was. Could it be yet another commander-level beast? Surely, they weren't that unfortunate to encounter 2 commander-level magical beasts in succession. The shadow darted around them, the 9th-level warriors continually assaulted by the shadow, one by one falling until only 4 remained. Zhao Feng, Zhao Shua, Qin Yu, and Feng Hua. It should not be a commander-level magical beast, Feng Hua remarked. The 9th-level warriors were incapacitated with a single attack, indicating it was at least a 7th-level beast, and its failure to target anyone other than Zhao Feng suggested it could not defeat them in one blow. It must be above 7th level but below commander level. The wolf's howl echoed once more as the shadow came to a halt, quietly observing the group of humans before it. Once it ceased its movements, they finally caught a glimpse of its appearance. A colossal wolf, its legs adorned with a pair of white wings, its green eyes emanating a sinister glow, quite a frightening sight in the darkness. This is a 9th-level magical beast, Qin Yu exclaimed. This is bad. Its speed far exceeds that of typical commander-level beasts. Victory will not come easily. As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, Feng Hua sensed a shift in their surroundings. The nightmarish forest, now shrouded in darkness, became eerie, and a chilling wind began to blow. She felt that this wind, rather than merely brushing against her skin, penetrated deep into her bones, causing excruciating pain. A 9th-level wind-type magical beast. Even before launching a formal attack, its might was already formidable. The difference between a commander-level beast and this creature was indeed not to be trifled with. This beast is incredibly fast. Everyone must remain vigilant. Zhao Feng warned, his gaze fixed, wary of its sudden pounce. Their luck had truly taken a turn for the worse. First, they encountered the notoriously irascible fire-type ferocious tiger, and now a 9th-level wind-type magical beast. Renowned for its speed, this was certainly not an easy predicament to resolve. The wind wolf's emerald eyes scanned the group, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Feng Hua. Among them, she was the lowest in rank and a mere mage. Given its speed, eliminating Feng Hua would not pose a challenge. Once magical beasts exceed the 7th level, they acquire the ability to think. The higher the level, the greater their intelligence. Of course, this does not rule out the existence of inherently less intelligent species. In a flash, the wind wolf appeared before Feng Hua, who was already prepared. A fire magic sphere shot towards the charging wind wolf, and the two began to engage in combat. Surprised by Feng Hua's ability to keep pace with its speed, the wind wolf thought, what kind of mage is this? How can she match my velocity? This is unnatural. Unbeknownst to it, Feng Hua had been a warrior in her previous life, a formidable 4th-rank dominator far surpassing commander-level strength. Although her mastery of this body was not as proficient as before, having once been a waste with the 7 elemental roots, she had frequently trained to become a martial artist, ensuring her fundamental physical condition was not abysmal. Thus, matching the speed of the wind wolf was not an insurmountable task. The wind wolf found itself in a tragic predicament. It realized something astonishing. Initially, this human could not fully match its speed. But as time passed, not only did she not tire, but she seemed to grow faster, almost surpassing it. Is it that I am outdated, or have mages become this formidable in the present? The wind wolf felt a sense of frustration. This human is a fire mage, not a wind mage. As the battle progressed, the other 3 joined in, turning the tide to 4 against 1, including a commander-level warrior and an unusually swift mage. The wolf brother lamented that it had chosen the wrong target today. Instead of these humans facing misfortune, it was itself that had encountered a stroke of bad luck, successfully restraining the wind wolf. Feng Hua directed the fire elements in her palm towards its hind legs. As the flames made contact with its wings, the wind wolf let out a pitiful howl. A dignified 9th-level magical beast had been bested by a mere 1st-level mage. This was utterly humiliating. It was unwilling to accept this fate. Yet, despite its capacity for thought, it could not articulate its grievances, resorting instead to howls of agony to express the pain of its scorched wings. This time Zhao Feng refrained from employing combat skills, instead carefully supporting Feng Hua. After all, he had initially come to assist the younger 9th-level warriors of the microcloud team. It was just unfortunate that they had encountered a commander-level beast right from the start. Otherwise, he would have been observing the training of others with lesser abilities. The Wind Wolf felt a sense of grievance. What was its purpose here? Under the final assault of Feng Hua's fire element sphere, the Wind Wolf finally lost its combat capability. Feng Hua, my young friend, you are truly remarkable. This Wind Wolf is your spoils of war. Zhao Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Feng Hua returned the gesture, stating, I owe much to all of you in Microcloud. She stored the Wind Wolf within the space designated for wind-type magical beasts, considering that her maid Xiaomei was a wind mage. Although her strength was not high, if she could tame the Wind Wolf, it would enable a contract with Xiaomei. Just as the group relaxed their guard, a familiar piercing scream echoed from behind. Ah, help me! Quickly! Someone save me! Turning around, they beheld Shui Xinlan disheveled and frantically fleeing, crying, Ah! Don't bite me! Ah! Hot on her heels was a swarm of flying birds. Zhao Feng's expression soured upon seeing the flock of flying beasts. This was disastrous. The flying beasts were not of high rank, mostly ranging from 4th to 5th level. Yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming and impossible to estimate. Although there is a commanding level warrior and 3 grand sorcerers in their midst, the bodies sprawled on the ground are none other than the 5 9th level warriors previously attacked by the Gale Wolves. Hurry! Someone please save me! Shui Xinlan cried out desperately as she fled towards them. At last, she had found this group. If it weren't for her getting lost in the Nightmare Forest, she would never have encountered this swarm of avian magical beasts. It was all the fault of Captain Zhao Feng and that Windhua for selecting her to enter the Nightmare Forest. They have an obligation to help her deal with this horde of magical beasts. Zhao Feng gritted his teeth, declaring, I cannot abandon my comrades. Windhua, you must go on ahead. This matter does not concern you. Windhua frowned slightly, questioning, are you really going to assist that woman? While it is indeed wrong to ignore a plea for help, I have no desire to rescue Shui Xinlan, the very woman who had previously thrust me into the path of the fire elemental tiger. However, she had once been a member of our team, and moreover, it was I who chose her to accompany us into the Nightmare Forest. As Zhao Feng spoke, the commanding aura emanating from him began to radiate, causing the nearby avian magical beasts to halt, seemingly contemplating whether to attack. Meanwhile, Shui Xinlan hurriedly sought refuge behind Zhao Feng, exclaiming quickly, eliminate them all. Windhua furrowed her brow, inquiring, what have you done to provoke their wrath? Upon hearing this, Windua's expression darkened, while Qin Yu remarked, if it were merely an ordinary egg, it should not have incited the fury of the magical beasts. What you have obtained must be the offspring of their leader. Even unhatched, high-level magical beasts possess the ability to discern information within the egg. Upon hatching and seeing you, a human, they would naturally react with alarm. Captain Zhao's commanding aura may momentarily deter the avian swarm, but it cannot resolve the multitude of magical beasts before us. And we still have to rescue the 5 fallen warriors. It seems we may not endure until dawn. Windhua cast a glance at the 5 warriors lying on the ground. They all exhibited signs of life. Simply unconscious. Unfortunately, they were all human. Had they been magical beasts, she could have stowed them away in the magical beast space. But this predicament proved far more challenging. We must slowly retreat, Zhao Feng stated, prompting everyone to take a step back. In response, the avian magical beasts edged slightly closer. It appeared that our only option now was to buy time until morning. Qin Yu frowned, acknowledging, though that may be the case, it is no simple task. This is the Nightmare Forest. Even though we briefly battled the Gale Wolves, it will take at least 5 hours until dawn. Moments later, a piercing eagle cry shattered the silence. The avian magical beasts began to stir restlessly, charging towards them with ferocity. Zhao Feng's battle aura surged forward towards the flock, while Windhua conjured a barrage of small fire elemental spheres to unleash upon the surrounding beasts. Zhao Shua and Qin Yu employed earth elements to transport the 5 9th level warriors closer and erected an earthen barrier to shield them. In mere seconds, the magical beasts had arrived, launching their assault from all directions. Windhua and Zhao Feng enveloped themselves in mental and battle energy shields. However, as time ticked away, both began to falter, their strength waning. The sharp eagle cry rang out once more, followed by the eerie voice of a female magical beast. Humans, surrender the one who dared to target my offspring, and I shall spare you. Encased within the earthen barrier, Shui Xinlan trembled in fear, shaking her head in desperation. Oh, not hand me over to them. She had been pursued by the avian magical beasts for so long. Had it not been for her employment of water magic to leverage the impact against the surrounding branches to escape, she would have long since fallen prey to the horde. This was not a solitary beast, but a multitude. If she were to be surrendered, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Death, she could not perish. She had to survive. Qin Yu regarded Shui Xinlan for a moment before stating, "The strength of the magical beasts is unfathomable. We have run out of options if we do not hand you over. We all shall perish alongside you." Upon hearing this, Shui Xinlan frantically shook her head, exclaiming, "No, you cannot do this. It was the captain who chose me to enter the nightmare forest. If it weren't for him, I would never have come here. He has the duty to ensure my safe departure. You foolish woman. If not for your pride and arrogance, we would not be in this predicament." Zhao Shua glared at her. His expression graved, "We just encountered the 9th level Gale Wolf, and our combat power has diminished significantly. We no longer possess the strength to defeat the avian horde." "You are lying. There was no Gale Wolf," Shui Xinlan accused, believing he was merely trying to cast her aside. Faced with such a vast horde of magical beasts, what could she, a 9th level water mage, possibly do? There was no escape. She absolutely could not leave Zhao Feng's side. Qin Yu and Zhao Shua exchanged glances. Though Zhao Shua felt that abandoning Shui Xinlan was exceedingly cruel, in their current situation, if they did not surrender her, they would all meet their demise. The others might be expendable, but Wenhua had been invited into their ranks. How unjust! Together, they lowered the earth elemental barrier, and upon witnessing this, Shui Xinlan felt a chill envelop her. Was she truly destined to die here? No. She refused to accept her fate. "You go instead." Qin Yu averted his gaze, speaking coldly. Shui Xinlan remained seated for a moment, then stood and slowly began to walk towards the direction from which she had fled. Her steps were slow, as if she were grappling with her decision. The Gale Wolves, they had indeed encountered them earlier. Thus, they lacked the strength to confront the magical horde that if she wished to leave the nightmare forest safely, she would need a shield against the beasts. That shield was Wenhua. The human woman, with all her mental energy, Shui Xinlan unleashed a powerful jet of water towards Wenhua. In her moment of vulnerability, Wenhua had lowered her mental defenses, and after such prolonged usage of fire elements, her mental energy had diminished significantly. Caught off guard, she was struck forcefully by the jet of water unleashed by the now revived Shui Xinlan, propelling her away from the clearing. "Shui Xinlan, what are you doing? You wretched woman." Zhao Feng's voice diminished to a whisper, fading into silence. Wenhua felt her body crash to the ground, and then heard the piercing eagle cry as the avian magical beasts began to retreat from the area. Shui Xinlan watched the magical beasts withdraw, realizing she had successfully escaped, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She was still alive. Thank heavens, however, her moment of joy was short-lived, as Qin Yu seized her by the collar. His eyes blazing with anger. "What is wrong with you? You are the one who attracted this horde, and you had the audacity to push Wenhua aside. She is innocent." Shui Xinlan had expended all her mental energy on the water jet that had propelled Wenhua away, leaving her utterly drained and unable to evade Qin Yu's grasp. All she could manage was a disdainful smile as she replied weakly, "What of it? I was merely preserving my life. If it weren't for your need to train, would I be here? Innocent? Had it not been for her joining us, would I have entered? Would I have drawn the attention of that horde? This is entirely her fault." Qin Yu, oh Qin Yu, no amount of righteous indignation can mask your true feelings. Admit it, you have feelings for that woman you have known for only 3 days. Qin Yu was taken aback. Had he developed feelings for Wenhua? The girl he had only known for 3 days? As Wenhua's body hit the ground, a ferocious gust of wind swirled around her, effortlessly lifting her and drawing her deeper into the nightmare forest. Noticing the absence of others, she summoned the remnants of her mental energy to activate her light element healing. In the darkness, her light element was feeble, yet it steadily mended her mental energy, yielding satisfactory results. "Human, how dare you lay hands on my offspring? Today you shall meet your end." The sinister voice of the female magical beast echoed. Grating and unpleasant to the ears, Wenhua sensed that she had regained much of her strength, yet she was surrounded solely by magical beasts, with herself as the lone human. With a flick of her palm, a small fire elemental sphere appeared, and she propelled it downward, dissipating the wind element that had been supporting her and allowing her to descend to the ground safely. Without hesitation, she began to run with all her might. "Human, you cannot escape." The discordant voice rang out once more. Wenhua continued to flee, channeling her light element to heal as she ran. She had no idea whether she was heading towards the forest's edge or deeper within. But she knew that if she stopped, it would only lead to her demise. As she sprinted, she noticed that the avian magical beasts, once surrounding her, were gradually vanishing. This realization filled her with dread. The absence of lesser beasts indicated that she was still within the nightmare forest, which meant she had entered the inner circle. Beasts of both light and darkness. Windhua slowed her pace, cautiously surveying her surroundings, fearful that some formidable magical beast might emerge from the shadows. As she walked, an odd tingling sensation suddenly enveloped her toes. The moment she became aware of it, she felt as though her feet had lost all sensation. Soon after, her legs stiffened, and then her body became immobile. Her head could not turn, leaving Fenghua to scrutinize her surroundings as far as her vision allowed. After a prolonged silence, she saw no sign of any magical beasts. Only plants. Yet, in the next moment, a thought struck her. She had encountered a plant-based magical beast. Generally, plant-based magical beasts are of lower rank, as they root themselves in the earth, standing still to absorb a limited amount of soil elements. If the number of such beasts in a space becomes excessive, it leads to a depletion of soil elements, thus causing their overall low rank. However, exceptions do exist among plant-based magical beasts, particularly those that possess other elemental mutations alongside soil elements. And Fenghua certainly did not believe that any magical beast appearing in the mystic night forest would be of low rank. If it were that simple, they would have long been devoured by other animal magical beasts. It was inconceivable that they could have survived until now. If she were to encounter a plant-based magical beast, then its rank would undoubtedly be high. Struggling against her immobilization, Fenghua attempted to channel the fire elements within her body. But the moment she initiated the process, they vanished entirely. After several attempts, she found the results to be consistently the same. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to utilize the light elements instead. Closing her eyes, she summoned the light elements, and in the next instant something peculiar occurred. The light elements began to flow, yet as they swirled, she sensed that they were forcibly redirected to her toes, traversing through the ground to an unknown destination. Fenghua halted her movements, obediently standing still. The light elements had ventured to an unknown place, suggesting two possibilities regarding the magical beast she encountered. The first possibility was that it was a very high-ranking light magical beast, capable of absorbing her power to transform it into its own. However, a light magical beast would not possess the ability to extinguish her fire elements the moment she activated them. Thus, this possibility was ruled out. The second possibility was that it was an equally high-ranking dark magical beast, capable of obliterating the 5 fundamental elements. Yet, dark magical beasts do not absorb light elements. Therefore, the fact that her previously summoned light elements were drawn away to an unknown location indicated that this dark magical beast was injured and utilizing its own light elements for healing. Upon reaching this conclusion, Fenghua felt her thoughts were somewhat naive. How could that be? If a dark magical beast could so effortlessly manipulate light elements, it could only be a creature embodying both light and darkness. A creature embodying both light and darkness. Such a notion was impossible, for light and darkness are fundamentally incompatible. As Fenghua wrestled with the identity of her current foe, the numbness in her body abruptly dissipated. She moved her limbs, feeling slightly sore, but after a bit of movement, she regained her ease. Cautiously, Fenghua surveyed her surroundings, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Just then, from the patch of earth before her, a small tender sprout suddenly burst through the soil. Upon witnessing this, Fenghua instinctively leapt back, landing a considerable distance away, her gaze fixed intently on the emerging sprout. As it breathed in the fresh air, it grew rapidly, and in mere seconds transformed into a strange plant resembling a tree but not quite. What on earth is this? Fenghua murmured softly. As soon as her words left her lips, the scene before her shifted once more. To the top of the bizarre plant bloomed 2 resplendent flowers. Fenghua felt as though these 2 flowers had been copied and pasted from a computer. The size of the petals and the buds were identical. It was as if they had merely been recolored with a paint bucket in Photoshop, one white, the other black. Could this be a twin flower? Fenghua's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh dear! What kind of luck is this, to stumble upon a twin flower? Before she could fully ponder her fortune, the white flower atop the bizarre plant vanished, leaving only the black flower. Are you a light magic user? A youthful voice rang out at that moment. Fenghua suddenly realized she was face to face with a talking magical beast. This meant it was at least a 7th level leader or above. Fenghua swallowed hard and replied, I am. Her previously restless heart calmed upon hearing the words of the dark moon. Such a generous reward was merely for healing. Surely, nothing in this world comes so easily. The high price you offer indicates that your injuries are not trivial. I do not fear telling you that I escaped here from the outskirts, lacking the mental strength necessary to heal you. Moreover, I am merely at the level of a 1st-level grand magician, Feng Hua understood the importance of being realistic. Although the reward offered by the dark moon was indeed tempting, it also implied that she would have to exert a tremendous effort. In her current state, it was likely she would exhaust her mental strength without being able to heal the injuries of the dark moon. A day's time. That is something I could consider. Very well, then I shall cultivate beside you with that. Feng Hua moved closer to it, sitting cross-legged, closing her eyes, and beginning to channel the surrounding light elements. Unlike her previous training at the Yu family, where she practiced both fire and light elements simultaneously, this time she focused solely on the light elements. After closing her eyes, she found that the light elements she sensed were over 3 times more abundant than those at the Yu family. Feng Hua's heart soared with joy. She had initially feared that a portion of the light elements would be absorbed by the dark moon, slowing her progress, but the results were unexpectedly excellent. Time slipped away unnoticed until dawn broke. Feng Hua continued her cultivation, saying nothing, until the mystic night forest was once again shrouded in darkness. A piercing and familiar eagle cry resonated. Upon hearing this sound, Feng Hua's closed eyes shot open, and the light elements she had been channeling came to an abrupt halt. The dark moon sensed the surrounding light elements gradually dissipating and intensified its efforts to draw all the impending light elements back to itself, flowing them over its wounds. What is wrong? It inquired. Feng Hua responded, I heard the cry of a familiar magical beast. This doesn't bode well. How fast can you move? The opponent is a wind-based magical beast. A wind-based beast. What rank? Given my current recovery state, a 4th level leader or lower should pose no issue, but anything above that could be troublesome. My own strength is too low. I can only ascertain that it is a leader-level magical beast, but I do not know its exact rank. It should take some time for it to arrive. You continue cultivating the light elements. I will confront the wind-based magical beast. If it is of a high rank and I sustain injuries, it will be troublesome for you. Feng Hua nodded and once more closed her eyes, beginning to channel the light elements. The dark moon again started directing the flow of the light elements, after a fragrant stick of incense's worth of time had passed. A piercing eagle cry echoed through the skies, this time louder, indicating that it had truly arrived. The bizarre plant's form transformed in an instant, the petals of the black flower retracting while the lower part of the plant suddenly opened up. Enveloping the petals within 0.3 seconds later, the plant gradually dispersed, revealing a striking woman clad in black, her gaze icy. Feng Hua opened her eyes, astonishment filling her as she beheld the scene. Dark Moon's identity was utterly beyond her comprehension. To be capable of speech, one must be at least a 7th level leader, and to assume a human form, one would need to be at least a grand leader. What kind of injuries could have reduced her to only facing off against 4th level leaders? Upon seeing the enormous Eagle Queen before her, the Dark Moon furrowed its brow slightly before saying, This is the Eagle Queen at a 6th level. Feng Hua felt her heart sink. Anything above 4th level was already precarious. And now a 6th level beast loomed before her. Do not worry. Continue your cultivation and channel light elements to me. If we can delay a bit longer, help will arrive. With that, the Dark Moon waved its hand, sending forth a surge of dark, eerie energy towards the massive Eagle Queen. The Eagle Queen's sharp cry rang out once more, but this time she spoke, Who are you? I wish only to eliminate the despicable human woman who harmed my child. Depart at once. Harmed your child? The Dark Moon appeared puzzled while Feng Hua thought, She does not seem like that kind of person at all. That I did not harm your child. It was another human woman who did so. She merely pushed me out to take the blame to save herself. Quickly, she sought to clarify, buying time was paramount. Such nonsense. If that were true, why did you not explain earlier? Why attempt to flee? The Eagle Queen's shrill voice resounded once more, followed by a fierce gust of wind hurtling towards Feng Hua. The dark elements in the Dark Moon's hand surged to meet the Eagle Queen's gale. A mere wisp of dark energy utterly extinguishing that tempest. The Eagle Queen roared in fury, her rank's power unabashedly radiating forth, the wind elements erupting rapidly. The strange dark magical beast. The dark elements in the Dark Moon's grasp spread instantaneously, mingling with the surrounding air as dark elements consumed part of the wind elements. Yet a portion still surged toward Feng Hua, prompting her to summon fire elements that surged dramatically, forming a wall to shield her. However, the 6th level commanding wind elemental energy far exceeded her capabilities. Even a mere fragment caused her to stagger several steps back. Nu closed her eyes, and the black mist swiftly melded into the air around her, moving toward the body of the Wind Eagle Queen. The moment the Wind Eagle Queen came into contact with the dark element, she felt an unsettling itch beginning to spread across her body. The dark element momentarily stained the surface of her skin before infiltrating her epidermis. How infuriating to the dark beast. Its already unpleasant voice became even more hoarse at this moment, as it flapped its wings desperately. Attempting to disperse the dark elements that had yet to enter its body, however, the wind elements it unleashed were corroded by the dark elements within before they could fully escape its wings. The remnants, though released, were swiftly devoured by the dark elements in the air, leaving only a meager resistance of wind elements to fend off the encroaching darkness. Who are you? How dare you lay a hand on me? I seek the life of a human woman. Leave at once! The Wind Eagle Queen screeched sharply, her piercing voice carrying far and wide. Fenghua clutched her ears in pain. The roar of a high-level beast could damage a human's eardrums. Had it not been for the surrounding dark elements absorbing some of the sound, she feared she might have lost her hearing from that single cry. This Wind Eagle Queen was indeed formidable. And Yu leaped forward, positioning herself about 5 steps in front of Fenghua. Fenghua felt the dark elements around her growing denser. Yet, despite the increasing intensity of the dark elements, she sensed no discomfort in her own body. In contrast, the Wind Eagle Queen's wind elements, though initially potent, had suffered significant losses to the dark elements' consumption. Some dark elements had even penetrated her fur, infiltrating her body, twisting her expression into one of agony. However, Yu had previously mentioned that beasts above the 4th level were somewhat troublesome, indicating that the dark elements at her disposal could not slay the Wind Eagle Queen, but could only serve to delay her. The Wind Eagle Queen realized that the dark elements within her were devouring the power of her wind elements, yet they bore no intent to kill her. She sensed something was amiss with this dark elemental beast before her. The Wind Eagle Queen's shrill cry rang out once more. I am aware of your severe injuries. As long as you depart, I shall not pursue you. And Yu remained silent, still radiating dark elements. However, Fenghua noticed something was off. And Yu's body had begun to stiffen. Fenghua summoned the light elements in her hands and hurriedly began to heal her. Upon witnessing this, the Wind Eagle Queen understood that her initial thoughts were correct. Yet, the fact that Fenghua was a light mage truly took her by surprise. Moreover, it was astonishing that Yu could accept the healing of light elements. Logically, dark elemental beasts, even when wounded, could not be treated with light elements, as contact with light would bring them excruciating pain, compelling them to opt for water magic instead. What a peculiar dark elemental beast. What does it mean to be both light and dark? Such a phenomenon has not been recorded in history. Light and dark are inherently opposing elements, more so than the conflict between water and fire. Dark elemental beasts are typically left in agony upon touching light elements. And the same holds true for light elemental beasts when they encounter darkness. Among the 7 elemental types, these 2 rare and mutually repellent elements should never coexist. I apologize, but I am merely dark elemental. And Yu released another wave of dark elements. The Wind Eagle Queen was enraged. Could this beast truly prevent her from slaying Fenghua? No, she distinctly sensed that Fenghua was merely a 1st-level great mage. Her light elements were limited. As long as she could exhaust Fenghua's light elements and Yu's injuries recurred, eliminating Fenghua would be a trivial matter. With this thought, the Wind Eagle Queen unleashed her wind elements with reckless abandon, the speed of which was so swift that the dark elements were caught off guard. Yu waved her hand, sending wave after wave of dark elements toward the wind elements. The outer layers of the wind elements were gradually consumed by the dark elements. Yet the core wind elements continued to surge forward. It was not until they were near Yu that she struck, her palm, thick with dark energy, crashing down upon the mass of wind elements. The wind elemental mass erupted instantly, creating a considerable storm. The Wind Eagle Queen sensed something was amiss with Yu's expression as successive gusts of wind elements surged forth. Fenghua hurriedly utilized light elements behind Yu. Are you alright? Leave now. If this continues, you will be in danger because of me. Yu unleashed another wave of intense darkness, yet blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Fenghua gasped, do not move. As long as you refrain from attacking, she will not harm you. Yu glanced at her and smiled. You are the most foolish human I have ever encountered. Indeed, the most foolish human. Should one call her overly kind-hearted? She had thought this way ever since Yu agreed to let her cultivate by her side. What sane individual would practice in the depths of the nightshade forest, especially beside a beast they had only just met? Beasts generally despise humans. Under normal circumstances, they would strive to eliminate any human they encountered in the nightshade forest. Conversely, humans would hunt beasts to obtain magic cores upon entering the forest. For centuries, this unspoken rule had persisted. Though Yu did not harbor hatred for humans and would not indiscriminately kill, she was still a member of the beast realm. Had she not been injured and discovered Fenghua was a light mage, she likely would not have deemed it worthy to converse with her. Yet Fenghua, who had merely learned her name and just met her, was so trusting as to remain by her side for cultivation. Such a character was indeed somewhat foolish. I believe in you, Fenghua said with a smile. Even though she had been betrayed and met her demise at the hands of Qi Hua in her previous life, she remained willing to trust others, for in this life she was not a saint. She bore no divine light within her, and apart from a mere trace of light elements, she had nothing for Enyu to covet. Upon hearing this, Enyu was taken aback for a moment before breaking into laughter. "You are the most intriguing human I have ever encountered." The ferocious tornado, the Wind Eagle Queen's wind elements were all repelled by the dark elements. Yet she was not furious, for the blood trickling from Enyu's mouth was now flowing more rapidly. Fenghua closed her eyes, channeling all the light elements within her to heal Enyu. The concentrated dark elements reached their zenith at that moment. Dark elements inherently carried a destructive and perilous aura, yet the dark elements Enyu had previously employed bore none of this essence. This indicated that the injuries Enyu had sustained had altered her dark elements, rendering them impure. This was likely the reason she had mentioned that beasts above the 4th level could be somewhat challenging. Fenghua's face gradually paled as she kept her eyes closed. What could be the cause of Enyu's severe injuries? She could feel her light elements continuously mending the wounds, yet the injuries seemed to absorb them like an insatiable void. Who had inflicted such harm upon her? As time ticked by, both Enyu and Fenghua clearly found themselves at a disadvantage. Their pale faces seemed to signal to the Wind Eagle Queen that if this continued, the duel before her would soon collapse. "I shall grant you one last chance. Will you leave or not?" The Wind Eagle Queen's keen eyes were fixed intently upon Enyu. She did not wish to make an enemy of Enyu. A dark elemental beast capable of healing with light elements was certainly no ordinary beast. Although she could not discern the bloodline energy within Enyu, that did not mean Enyu was definitively of impure lineage. If she were to encounter a troublesome race, slaying Enyu today could bring about significant trouble. "I will not leave," Enyu declared, startling even herself with the unwavering tone in her voice. She did not quite understand why she felt compelled to remain for Fenghua, yet she knew she must stay. Leaving was not an option. The Wind Eagle Queen would not be able to slay Fenghua, whom she had previously healed with light elements. The Wind Eagle Queen roared in fury, "You know not what you speak." In the next moment, the Wind Eagle Queen's wings rose high, her massive form soaring into the sky until Enyu looked up to see the moon behind her. At that moment, Enyu's eyes widened in horror. "This is bad." Having uttered those 2 words, Enyu immediately ceased her release of dark elements, turning to embrace Fenghua, disregarding the need to stay put, and swiftly moved toward the heart of the Nightshade Forest. There is no escape. That the Wind Eagle Queen's enraged roar echoed through the skies, a swift and lethal intent rapidly closing in on Enyu and Fenghua's location. Fenghua utilized light elements to transition, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her as she glanced back at the approaching tornado. Gritting her teeth, she pushed Enyu aside and sprinted toward the vortex. Enyu sensed Fenghua's determination and instinctively tightened her grip. "I am not one to abandon my companion." She was unaware why she referred to Fenghua as her companion, yet Enyu was resolute that she would not forsake the one who had aided her. The massive tornado drew nearer, 10 meters, 0.5 meters, 0.3 meters, 0.1 meter. Impact! The tornado swept the bodies of 2 individuals into its swirling embrace, accompanied by the piercing laughter of the Eagle Queen. "Ha ha ha." Perish! With another fierce flap of her wings, the tornado accelerated, tightening its grip mercilessly within the tempest. Fenghua felt her body being brutally constricted. The sensation was somewhat reminiscent of the spatial rift she had once opened, albeit still more intense. Yet her current form was that of a delicate sorceress, and under such pressure, she could not help but spurt a mouthful of fresh blood. Spurt! The Eagle Queen's wings flapped once more, and strange sounds emanated from within the tornado. "Die!" The unpleasant voice of the Eagle Queen rang out again, just as one might expect to see 2 bodies shatter. A blinding white light streaked through the darkened magic night forest, aimed directly at the Eagle Queen hovering in midair. "You shall pay with your life, Eagle Queen." When did the beasts from the periphery gain the audacity to invade the inner realm? You have violated the rules of the magic night forest. Are you prepared to face the consequences? A melodious female voice resonated amidst the chaos of the night, and the next moment, the once dim magic night forest seemed to bask in daylight, as the radiance surged. The shrill screams of the Eagle Queen became exceptionally grating as the prior white light struck her wings with tremendous force. At that very moment, the tornado that had ensnared Fenghua and Enyu vanished. Without the support of the tornado's winds, both the human and beast plummeted rapidly. A gentle white light brushed over their bodies, mitigating the impact just as they were about to crash to the ground. Subsequently, the owner of the earlier voice turned her gaze towards the bloodstains at the corner of Enyu's mouth, and the one soft light element suddenly turned turbulent. "Eagle Queen, you have entered the inner realm of the magic night forest, and you have breached the regulations today." The furious light elements surged towards the Eagle Queen's essence, the sixth-tier leader, the Eagle Queen, was expected to be formidable. However, upon encountering this so-called healing light, her strength was marred by deep, grotesque wounds with blood cascading from the sky, casting a terrifying sight in the eerie interplay of black and white illuminating the magic night forest. The Eagle Queen's shrill cries persisted. Who are you? It was indeed true that beasts from the periphery could not enter the inner realm, yet she never anticipated that her brief incursion into the magic night forest would lead her to such a significant figure. Typically, prominent beings would turn a blind eye. Why was she so enraged? Feng Hua opened her eyes, gazing at the figure above clad in white, wielding the lethal light elements aimed at the Eagle Queen. This woman bore an identical visage to Nyu that it dawned on her. This woman must be the other half of the twin flowers born from Nyu. The twin flowers are known to coexist in harmony and conflict. Much like the beasts themselves, legends say that when a sorcerer encounters a twin flower and contracts one, the elemental energy of the other is wholly transferred to the contracted one, leaving only the life force of the contracted flower. However, there are exceptions, namely the twin flowers of differing attributes, in the case of Nyu and her sister. Should they meet a sorcerer possessing both light and dark elemental powers, they could be contracted. Yet, such sorcerers who embody both elements do not exist in this world, for those born with both would perish from the strain of the opposing elements, the light elements in the white-clad woman's hands, renowned as the healing light, were lethal in her grasp. The Eagle Queen, once tough and resilient, quickly found herself in a pitiful state under the assault of the light elements. She roared in fury, yet felt utterly powerless. She sensed that this woman before her was not someone she could contend with. I did not offend you. In that moment, she realized her only option was to bow her head. Did you not attack my twin sister? The white-clad woman thundered, and in an instant, the light elements in her hands surged. The Eagle Queen widened her fierce eyes, shaking her head in disbelief. No, it cannot be. The twin flowers of light and dark. This is absolutely impossible. What if we form a contract? The twin flowers were, after all, a variant breed among the twin flowers. Their distinct attributes were akin to dual-element sorcerers among humans. There should not be a sorcerer with both light and dark elements, and similarly, the twin flower should not exist in such a manner. Ignorant, the white-clad woman retorted coldly, as the light elements she had gathered surged toward the Eagle Queen's form. The Eagle Queen, upon witnessing this, attempted to flee, yet the light element had already reached her, piercing through her head. The massive body of the Eagle Queen plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash. The white-clad woman descended gracefully from the air, clad in white, with a visage of unparalleled beauty. She was breathtaking. Feng Hua, upon seeing the light elements she had just wielded, could not help but think of Yu Qi Hua. Though Qi Hua could also wield light elements, her attacks were ultimately not as formidable as those of this beastly sorceress. Feng Hua, she managed to utter, introducing herself with great difficulty. The white-clad woman paused. As if just then noticing Feng Hua's presence, Feng Hua felt somewhat exasperated by her expression. It seemed her sole focus was on saving Nyu, with her own rescue being merely incidental. I am Guang Yu at Nu's situation is better than yours. She can speak in full sentences, said Guang Yu. Did I not instruct you to wait for me? Thankfully, the Eagle Queen flew high, allowing me to find you. Otherwise, you would have met your end in vain. Guang Yu squinted her beautiful eyes, glaring at Nyu in displeasure. Nyu pointed at Feng Hua and said, she has helped me immensely, so I cannot abandon her. But honestly, she truly is a peculiar one. You have no idea, when we first met, she dared to practice beside me, so she is indeed peculiar. Feng Hua chuckled. You should focus on healing first. With that, she crossed her legs and began to absorb the lingering light elements that Guang Yu had emitted. Upon witnessing this, Guang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. A light element sorceress. Then, as if discovering a new continent, she circled around Feng Hua, marveling at how this young human girl was indeed a peculiar one. At such a young age, she had already become a first-tier light sorceress. Feng Hua was initially focused on absorbing the light elements, but with Guang Yu circling around her, she found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. She opened her eyes, hesitantly running her fingers through her hair. Seeing her like this, Guang Yu clasped her hands, and the scattered light elements in the air swiftly converged into her palms. Once she condensed the light elements into a sphere, she crouched down and gently pushed the sphere of light elements into Feng Hua's abdomen. The gentle healing abilities of the light elements rapidly mended Feng Hua's wounds. Once all her injuries were fully healed, Guang Yu gently directed the excess light elemental energy toward Nyu. Nyu opened her mouth wide and directly consumed the light elements. Feng Hua, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard and remarked, you both truly are a pair of peculiar sisters. Nyu, after swallowing the light elements, replied, if you are peculiar, then so are we. We are quite the match, shall we form a contract? Element of darkness 1. Feng Hua was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she pointed at herself, unable to fathom that a beast would actively seek to form a contract with her. Was it not said that beasts despised humans the most? And Yu's initial approach had been quite strange. Even Guang Yu upon her arrival seemed to harbor no animosity towards her, upon hearing in Yu's words. Guang Yu did not stop her but instead scrutinized Feng Hua once more. This young human woman, having become a first-tier sorceress at such a tender age, certainly had a bright future ahead. However, she cannot form a contract with us. Guang Yu frowned. While Feng Hua indeed possessed light elements, she lacked dark elements. Thus, even if she contracted one of them, she would ultimately perish from the overwhelming dark elemental force. The sorcerer contracting the twin flowers of differing attributes means that upon contracting one, the sorcerer would automatically be deemed to have contracted both, and if that sorcerer lacked the attribute of the other flower, their body would suffer the consequences of that flower's attributes. In the case of water, fire, earth, wind or lightning elements, a sorcerer with particularly strong mental fortitude might manage to suppress the effects. However, with dark elements, death would be the only outcome. Hearing this, Yu lowered her head in disappointment. I had hoped to find someone to lead us out of this wretched forest. Little did she know how excited she had been upon discovering Feng Hua's light elements. Feng Hua, upon hearing this, realized why Yu had approached her earlier. It seemed she had regarded her as the sorceress who could guide her out of the magic night forest. Within the magic night forest, the phantom beasts were bound by rules, one of which stated that unless contracted by a sorcerer or hunted, they could not leave the forest, though unaware of their reasons for wanting to depart. Feng Hua understood that they must have their own objectives. Yu settled down, her hands gently resting against the back of Yu, as soft beams of light elements continuously flowed between them. Yu blinked at Feng Hu, extending her hands with fingers together, reaching out towards her. Feng Hu paused for a moment, then reciprocated by extending her own hand, initiating the transmission of light elements. The two streams of light elements worked to mend Yu's body from within. This time, as Feng Hu's light elements entered Yu's body, she found herself acutely aware of the internal structure. Every magical beast possesses a magic core, yet the location of this core varies. Yu's magic core resided in her right chest. To Feng Hu's astonishment, she discovered a crack in Yu's core. The fact that Yu could transform into a human form indicated a rank above that of a commander. What kind of power could have caused such a fissure in her core? Even more concerning was the realization that Yu, despite the crack in her core, could still contend with the Eagle Queen. She must possess an extraordinarily high rank. Who then was capable of leaving such a mark on her core? What level of beast or human could achieve that? No, it couldn't possibly be a human. That if it were, Yu would surely harbor a deep animosity towards them. As Feng Hu pondered, the light elements had already completed 3 circuits around Yu's body. Her complexion had markedly improved, though her lips still bore a pallid hue, just as Feng Hu was about to proceed to the next cycle. A familiar yet aged voice echoed in her mind, the 7th page of the 7 ancient texts, Great Magic, the Dark of Elements. Suddenly, Feng Hu's eyes widened in realization, about to speak when a torrent of chaotic dark elements surged violently into her body. Both Kanjur and Yu opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing in astonishment at the collapsed Feng Hu. Their surprise quickly turned to alarm as they observed her pale complexion, the cold sweat trickling down her face, and her tightly shut eyes, contorted in agony. Feng Hu let out a pained groan, feeling countless black elements coursing through her body, devouring her original fire elements and clashing against the light elements. The fire and light elements seemed to unite, striving to combat the oppressive dark elements, but the latter proved to be overwhelmingly dominant, forcefully pushing aside the 2 opposing elements. Kanju reached out, but before her fingers could touch the black elements, she sensed a wave of danger. Yu attempted to absorb a small portion of the dark elements, discovering that they were peculiar, almost volatile. Yet after a few seconds, they settled down and began to merge with her own dark elements and the realm of magical elements. Even elements of the same type can clash due to the differences in their wielders. The fact that the dark elements did not engage in combat with Yu's own dark elements indicated a remarkable similarity in their nature. Closing her eyes, Yu began to slowly absorb the dark elements flowing from Feng Hu's skin. Gradually increasing her pace, she commenced the absorption of the dark elements within Feng Hu. Feng Hu's previously ashen visage began to regain some color after Yu had absorbed a portion of the dark elements. Meanwhile, Kanjur watched the scene with growing anxiety. She could not touch Feng Hu's dark elements and felt powerless to assist. Her concern was not solely for Feng Hu. Rather, she feared for Yu's well-being. After waiting for a considerable time, Kanjur finally rolled her eyes at Enyu. What a troublesome temperament. It seemed she was genuinely intent on forming a contract with this human girl. Initially, Kanjur had thought her earlier statement was merely a jest as time passed, and the darkness in the magic night forest began to dissipate, effing whose complexion finally returned to normal. Enyu opened her eyes, exclaiming with delight, I have finally absorbed enough dark elements. My injuries are mostly healed. Now I just need to undergo some repairs. Kanju supported effing who upright, positioning herself behind her to begin examining her body with light elements. However, upon probing into effing whose internal structure, she uncovered something astonishing. The human girl harbored dark elements within her body. At a level comparable to that of a first-tier grand magician in both light and fire magic, Kanjur was astounded. The world had become truly fantastical. Just last night, effing who was merely a dual-element magician. And now she had transformed into a tri-element magician by morning. What an extraordinary anomaly. Hey, now she can form a contract with us, right? And you observed Kanjur's peculiar expression and recognized that she had discovered the terrifying truth about effing who. Revealing a wicked smile. Kanjur's mouth twitched in exasperation, responding, but she's currently unconscious. What of it? We can force a contract. And you declared, closing her eyes, pressing her right index finger against her forehead. After 3 seconds. Her finger withdrew, revealing a tiny droplet of black liquid slowly rolling at the tip of her beautiful finger. She pointed at effing who, and the black droplet began to glide toward her, eventually entering through her forehead. In that moment, a colossal black mystical array manifested on the ground, exuding an eerie black aura that spread outward, frightening curious magical beasts into fleeing in all directions. Contract array activate. Upon uttering these words, a droplet of white liquid erupted from Kanju's forehead, mirroring the black droplet as it entered effing whose forehead. Instantly, the black contract array transformed into white. As a surge of formidable light element power followed closely behind the earlier dark elements, startling the slower magical beasts, first the dark elements invaded her body, followed by a wave of light elements. In her unconscious state, effing who instinctively sensed something peculiar stirring within her, as if something were striving to emerge without a clear exit. She entered her mental realm, only to find the light and dark elements clashing incessantly, each claiming its own territory, while the poor fire element was left bewildered, seeking refuge in a small corner, unable to compete with the other two. Could this be the remarkable anomaly among humans? Surely I am not mistaken. It appears she has already attained the level of a 7th-tier grand magician in both light and dark. Enyu crouched down, scrutinizing the still unconscious effing who. Kanju again rolled her eyes at her. I said you could form the contract, but why drag me into this? Am I to blame? Who instructed the contract array to default to our simultaneous binding? Upon saying this, Enyu observed effing whose eyelashes fluttering slightly. The moment effing who opened her eyes, she was greeted by 2 identical faces staring at her with expressions of astonishment. What are you doing? Effing who felt utterly innocent. She hadn't done anything wrong. Surely these 2 didn't suddenly realize their species' differences and intend to harm her. That would be too brutal, wouldn't it? It's dawn, we must hurry and leave the forest. Enyu urged, helping effing who to her feet, turning to Kanjur and saying quickly, what is going on here? Aren't double blue magical beasts of the plant type? How can they move so swiftly? Effing whose eyes widened in disbelief as, despite the blinding white light radiating from Kanju obscuring her surroundings, she could sense their rapid forward momentum. In a mere incense stick's worth of time, the white light enveloped her completely, entering her light element magical beast space. With a mischievous giggle, Enyu transformed into a swirling mass of black mist. Entering her dark element magical beast space. A familiar voice echoed in her mind. Are we entering the magical beast space to cultivate? Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention while you were unconscious we formed a contract with you. You formed a contract with me? Effing who felt a surge of panic. Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? Regardless who contracts whom, it's essentially the same, and you replied that my injuries are not yet fully healed. I cannot emerge for the time being. If you find yourself in any peril, just summon Kanjur to assist you. Effing who felt somewhat helpless. Her intent in entering the magic night forest had indeed been to form a contract with magical beasts. Yet she had not anticipated that she would become the one contracted. By the way, what level are you both? Effing who inquired. It is well known that a magician must possess a higher mental strength than the magical beast to establish a contract. Conversely, the same principle applies if a magical beast seeks to contract with a human. Kanju and Enyu, being a pair of double blooms, must possess identical levels of strength. Kanju had effortlessly defeated the 6th-tier commander. The Eagle Queen, yet her ease had made it difficult to gauge their true power. Tenyu replied, 7th tier, cough, cough, cough. Kainju coughed forcefully a few times, 7th tier. Effing who exclaimed, perplexed. 7th tier what? 7th tier commander, 7th tier lord? Or perhaps an even higher rank? We cannot stop at such a pivotal moment. Wait, there is something quite odd. The magical beasts typically surrounding the Magic Night Forest are generally at the commander to lord level. However, Kainju's display of strength when defeating the Eagle Queen made her believe they must be at least at the Grand Lord level. Could it be they had transitioned from the inner region to the mid-region of magical beasts? Effing who pondered earnestly, only to hear Kainju interject, do not dwell on this now. Once your strength reaches 7th tier overlord, we will disclose everything to you that I in her previous life. It had taken her 8 years to reach the 6th tier with such high innate talent. How many years would it take her this time to achieve 7th tier overlord status? Do not be overly disheartened. I observe that the elements within you appear rather peculiar, seemingly not of normal human composition. Guangyue continued. Indeed, they are far from ordinary human elements. They have been transformed by the ancient tome of great magic. I recall that in your region, there exists a magical academy. Are you a student there? No, I am, Fenghua replied with a smile. Precisely, a student on the verge of gaining clandestine access to the magical academy, although it would be a trivial matter for Fenghua to enter the academy now. She had no intention of revealing her true capabilities. Guangyue fell silent for a moment before stating, concealing one's strength is acceptable. By the way, do you possess the skill of alchemy, the continent of abilities? After Fenghua had just stepped through the threshold of her home, Amei received the news and hurriedly examined Fenghua's room once more, ensuring it was clean before waiting at the door. Upon catching sight of a corner of Fenghua's white attire, Amei's eyes brightened, and she eagerly took a few steps forward to stand before Fenghua. Miss, I have prepared all the medicinal ingredients. Fenghua nodded, intending to inform Amei that she had captured a wind wolf to form a contract with her, when suddenly Guangyue's voice echoed in her mind. She cannot contract the wind wolf due to her spiritual capacity. With her qualifications, she must attain at least the rank of a level 7 Grand Mage in the wind element to contract a level 9 wind wolf. Fenghua was taken aback, then replied, please wait for me at the door. I shall be in seclusion for the next few days. You may leave the meals at my doorstep. Upon saying this, she stepped into her room, seeing Fenghua retreat into her chamber once more. Amei lowered her head in disappointment. She felt that her mistress had changed somewhat and had grown rather distant. Were it not for their identical appearances, she would have begun to suspect that her mistress had been swapped with another. Amei, standing dazed at the entrance after processing the words, resolutely declared, Miss, do not worry. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. She refrained from mentioning how arduous it would be for her, given her own qualifications, to reach the rank of a level 7 Grand Mage. Whatever her mistress commanded, she was determined to accomplish. Even if it might consume a considerable amount of her time, Fenghua entered her room, retrieving the supreme elixir from her bracelet. The moment the book emerged, a white light surged forth from the space of the light element beast. Dressed in white, Guangyue inquired, why is the supreme elixir in your possession? What is your connection to Saintess Yunwei? Saintess Yunwei. I do not know her. However, this tome has always been within the bracelet my mother gifted me. Fenghua replied innocently, do you know anything about it? Guangyue fixed her gaze upon the bracelet on Fenghua's wrist, her expression somewhat peculiar. Previously, when she first encountered Fenghua, her hand had been concealed within her voluminous sleeve. Only now did she notice the necklace adorning her wrist. After a moment, Guangyue remarked, this supreme elixir is one of the ancient tomes belonging to the daughter of the president of the Alchemy Guild in the Continent of Abilities, Saintess Yunwei. It contains the most comprehensive information regarding alchemy. However, 15 years ago, when Saintess Yunwei's only son ventured out to train, this tome vanished along with her. What does that saintess look like? Fenghua gazed at Guangyue with anticipation. Does she bear any resemblance to me? If there were any similarities in appearance, it would suggest that the esteemed Saintess Yunwei might very well be the mother of the original owner of this body. Having traversed into this realm, Fenghua had already merged with this body, emotions included. Guangyue shook her head and replied, I have not seen Saintess Yunwei. Fenghua felt a twinge of disappointment, then sensed something amiss. You just mentioned the continent of abilities? How does Guangyue know about matters pertaining to the continent of abilities? Aren't you an Anyue beast from the magical night forest in the central continent? Could it be? Crafting elixirs, you are quite astute. Indeed, Anyue and I hail from the continent of abilities. Now I must inquire, Fenghua, how much do you know about the continent of abilities? Guangyue regarded her, seemingly observing an ordinary person. Correct, It is Anyue who seeks to form a contract with you, not me. Though I do hold a certain admiration for this young human girl, that I only know that the magic practice there is somewhat different. Fenghua frowned. If one were to question her understanding of the continent of abilities, it would be exceedingly limited. She was originally from the Sea Domain continent and now resided in the Central continent. Only aware that the magic there diverged from conventional magic, Guangyue nodded, affirming that the magic of the continent of abilities was indeed distinct. The reason it is referred to as the continent of abilities is because the magic practice there is known as ability magic. It involves the amalgamation of various elements to create diverse magical effects, rather than being confined solely to elemental attacks. In the continent of abilities, multi-elemental mages abound. However, most of their elemental attributes are derived from absorbing the elemental powers contained within elemental crystals. A multi-elemental mage like you, who does not draw from elemental crystals, remains a rare occurrence. Diverse magical effects crafted through the fusion of various elements. What exactly does that entail? Once you enter the Magical Academy, you should glean some insights. Guangyue glanced at the supreme elixir in Fenghua's grasp and continued. Regardless of its origins or your relationship with Saintess Bai Wei, it is now in your possession. Therefore, make good use of it. Becoming an alchemist would be beneficial for Anyue's injuries. Fenghua nodded that as she opened the first page of the supreme elixir, she found the recipe for the most basic introductory elixir. Devoid of any grade, only by successfully concocting this recipe could one be deemed an alchemist. Otherwise, one would merely be an alchemical apprentice. The fundamental prerequisite for becoming an alchemist is the ability to wield fire elements. Following the instructions in the tome, Fenghua gathered several medicinal ingredients, meticulously selecting their quantities as specified. After multiple confirmations to ensure accuracy, she commenced enveloping all the ingredients within the fire element. Crafting elixirs of the second tier or below does not necessitate an alchemical furnace, let alone one of no grade. Given her current standing as a level 1 grand mage in the fire element, theoretically, as long as she possessed a modicum of talent in alchemy, she could successfully concoct a second-tier elixir. However, one must not be overly eager. It is essential to commence with the most elementary elixirs. The fire element enveloped all the materials, gradually flowing between the various herbs, seemingly probing their essence. After a brief incense's passage, the fire element began to scorch the surface of the herbs, gradually melting them, as their essences coalesced together. Fenghua's concentration peaked. She was on the verge of success when suddenly, one of the herbs stubbornly refused to melt. The other components, having been excessively heated, began to diminish in essence, as though a portion had evaporated away. Fenghua broke into a cold sweat, her anxiety mounting, and at that moment charred black smoke began to waft up from above the flames. Bang! The ingredients encased in the fire element emitted a resounding noise as Fenghua's fire element dissipated entirely in that instant. Do not idolize your sister. She is merely a legend. 3 slightly charred elixirs plummeted from the air. Fenghua picked one up, scrutinizing it closely. Why does this elixir appear so off? It seems somewhat blackened, yet it has formed. Does this count as success or failure? It has indeed succeeded, albeit of mere ordinary quality. Only elixirs of perfect quality manifest in a crystalline clarity. Strive diligently, came Guangyue's voice once more. Fenghua inquired. What elixir can heal Anyue's wounds? Guangyue paused for a moment before responding. A perfect quality level 5 restoration elixir. Alongside 10 level 4 dark element crystals. However, if your cultivation progresses swiftly, you could utilize your dark elements to mend Anyue's injuries, thus negating the need for dark element crystals. After all, such items are exceedingly rare. A level 5 restoration elixir of perfect quality. According to elixir rankings, she must reach at least a level 5 standard to concoct it. Level 5 signifies the esteemed rank, surpassing that of a sovereign. Thus, prior to this, must she solely seek out dark elements to absorb? Fenghua frowned. If that were the case, Anyue's injuries would surely be prolonged. Indeed, however, practitioners of dark elements are exceedingly few. Moreover, we are reluctant to engage in heinous acts that would harm innocence, which is why Anyue's injuries have remained unaddressed. Fenghua gazed at the supreme elixir in her hand and then asked, what level of dark element magic does the dark element within a level 4 crystal equate to? The peak level dark element magic unleashed in full force by a sovereign level magician. Fenghua inhaled sharply. Thus, 10 level 4 dark element crystals equate to the combined power of 10 sovereign level dark element magicians unleashing their full might. She never anticipated that mending a magical core would be such a laborious task. The required materials were far beyond her current capabilities. Guangyue remarked. In truth, this is our own matter. Although we have formed a contract with you, you need not concern yourself with these elixirs. We merely wish for your assistance in one matter, to take us to the continent of abilities. Of course, considering your present strength, it would be premature for you to venture there. No, since a contract has been established, you and Onyue are now my companions, though my current strength may be feeble, grant me time, and I shall undoubtedly rise to become a supreme powerhouse. I am unaware of the tribulations you and you have endured. Yet from the moment our pact was forged, your foes have become my foes. Guangyue remained silent, and after a prolonged pause she sighed, indeed a peculiar individual. Allow me to inform you that both you and I are 7th-level sovereigns. However, upon encountering a peak sovereign on the continent of extraordinary abilities, you was injured, and in a moment of dire urgency, I opened a spatial rift, transporting us from the continent of extraordinary abilities to this dark night forest. You and I are intrinsically linked. With her injuries, her power has been suppressed to 4th-level commander. As for myself, it seems I have also been constrained to the 1st-level Grand Lord since our arrival here. 7th-level sovereign. A true sovereign. Fenghua was utterly petrified. The 5th-level sovereign classification is divided into 4 titles: sovereign, sovereign king, sovereign emperor, and sovereign deity, each of which spans levels 1 through 9. This is a sovereign. Above the overlords. Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend. Anu's proud voice resonated. The 1st-grade beauty elixir. Fenghua chose to disregard Anu's words and resumed her alchemy, although it was merely a novice elixir devoid of rank. Fenghua was nonetheless earnest in her practice. That very evening, she successfully concocted a perfect quality novice elixir. After partaking in dinner, she seated herself cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to absorb the 3 elemental energies present in the air. The following morning, she resumed her alchemical endeavors, and by nightfall, she commenced her cultivation. After 20 days had elapsed, Fenghua successfully refined a 1st-grade beauty elixir, observing the 10 elixirs neatly arranged within a box. Fenghua exhaled in relief. Women enhance their beauty for those they cherish. In this land, there are numerous formidable female cultivators, many of whom hail from affluent families and invest heavily to maintain their appearance. Although the beauty elixir is merely a 1st-grade elixir, its price surpasses that of typical 3rd-grade elixirs. Today marks the monthly auction day at the grandest royal auction house of the Kaya Empire, and Fenghua intends to auction these beauty elixirs there at a total of 10. Surely, the appearance of these 10 elixirs will drive the women present into a frenzy. Fenghua concealed the 10 beauty elixirs, donned a black robe, and stealthily departed from the Yu family. At the entrance of the Kaya Royal Auction House, several stern guards stood vigilantly, scrutinizing the invitations of all affluent attendees entering the auction. Each individual here possesses an astonishing net worth. Any unforeseen incident would far exceed their capacity to bear. Fenghua stood 20 meters away from the auction entrance, contemplating for a moment before changing direction and heading toward the seller's entrance. Upon entering, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in alluring garments approached gracefully. Are you here to auction some items? Despite her black robe, Fenghua's face unmistakably revealed her gender. I come to auction elixirs, a total of 10. The welcoming woman initially paused, then looked at Fenghua with excitement. Those who auction elixirs must have them appraised by an alchemist. Please follow me. Fenghua, though still young, possesses immense potential if she is indeed a first-grade alchemist. Even if she were not, a young individual capable of acquiring 10 elixirs is precisely the kind of person the auction house seeks to cultivate. Addressing Fenghua as Your Excellency is entirely warranted. Fenghua was escorted into a VIP room. Not long after she took her seat, the door to the VIP room opened once more. The beautiful woman who had greeted her entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. The moment the elder laid eyes on Fenghua's youthful visage, he appeared slightly taken aback. Yet he smiled and said, "Little one, it is our auction house's custom to conduct an appraisal before the auction. Let me see your elixirs." Fenghua retrieved a wooden box, opening it to reveal 10 elixirs of commendable hue. Given her status as a first-level grand mage, it is improbable that she could refine a first-grade elixir to perfect quality. Achieving a superior quality is already commendable. The elder examined the 10 elixirs meticulously, then nodded in satisfaction, stating, 10 elixirs of superior quality. Young one, do you intend to auction all 10 at once? Fenghua nodded affirmatively. Yes, and I wish for them to be included in today's auction. That if I were to wait until next month, my effort in coming here today would be in vain. The elder nodded. That is certainly feasible. As night descended, the royal auction commenced. The audience area dimmed slightly, retaining just enough light for visibility, while the auction stage was illuminated brilliantly. A woman in a red slit skirt gracefully walked to the center of the stage. Welcome everyone to the Royal Auction House. I am your host for this auction, Hong Lian. Today I shall introduce a variety of items for your bidding. Her melodious voice resonated throughout the auction house, so soft yet unmistakably clear to all present. It is the wind element. Fenghua sat in the VIP room, observing the woman in red, marveling at the royal auction house's sophistication. This host must be at least a commander-level wind mage. Indeed, as Fenghua contemplated. Murmurs arose from the crowd that it is the 4th-level commander Hong Lian. It seems this auction will feature many exceptional items. Has there ever been an auction at the royal auction house that was lacking in quality? Hong Lian smiled. First up for auction today is a treasure known as the Blade of the Void, a 2nd-grade medium weapon. The craftsman, in creating this weapon, specifically invited a commander-level wind mage to infuse it with wind elements, enabling swift utilization of battle energy, enhancing speed by 80%. The starting bid is 3,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 300 gold coins. 3, 500 gold coins. As soon as the words left her lips, bidding commenced. Fenghua glanced at the weapon, calmly sipping her tea, feeling no interest. The 2nd-grade Blade of the Void is indeed commendable, especially with the enhancement of a commander-level wind mage, but given her current capabilities, she has no use for such a weapon. Once she begins her training as a warrior, coupled with her past experience as a 6th-level overlord warrior, she would find the 2nd-grade Blade of the Void beneath her. 4th grade would suffice. 8,000 gold coins. 8,500 gold coins. The price escalated, ultimately concluding at 8,500 gold coins. The 2nd-grade Blade of the Void was successfully sold for 8,500 gold coins. Subsequently, the second item was presented. Fenghua observed, nearly succumbing to slumber, as the preceding items were of little utility and failed to capture her interest. Awaken. It is time for your beauty elixirs. Guang Yue's voice echoed in her mind, instantly revitalizing Fenghua. Next, we shall auction a rare elixir, the 1st-grade beauty elixir. Hong Lian's voice resonated, instantly captivating the audience, as all present widened their eyes in anticipation upon hearing about the elixir. Alchemists are a rare breed. Becoming one necessitates being a fire mage. In the central region, mages constitute a considerable population, accounting for about 50%. Among this 50%, fire mages comprise merely 15%, yet even within this subset, less than 3% can attain the status of alchemist. Even upon becoming an alchemist, the simultaneous pursuit of both magic and alchemy leads to a severe shortage of high-level alchemists. The requirements for crafting a 1st-grade elixir are not particularly stringent. However, the demand still far exceeds the supply, especially for beauty elixirs. Inferior beauty elixirs can delay aging by 3 months, medium ones by 6 months, superior ones by 9 months, and perfect ones by 1 year. The 10 superior beauty elixirs Fenghua intends to sell can postpone aging for an astonishing 90 months, equating to 7.5 years in a world where maintaining bodily function is only achievable for those above sovereign deity status. Attaining sovereign deity is exceedingly challenging. Those women who fail to reach sovereign deity status must rely on beauty elixirs to preserve their appearance. The 10 beauty elixirs have a starting price of 30,000 gold coins, with each subsequent bid no less than 3,000 gold coins. 40,000 gold coins. A female voice rang out, instantly raising the bid by 10,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins. Another voice joined in, belonging to someone seated in the VIP room alongside Fenghua. Those who occupy the VIP room at the Kaya Royal Auction House are either sellers of extraordinary items or buyers of notable status. 100,000 gold coins. Suddenly, a male voice pierced through the air. Upon hearing this voice, Fenghua's brows involuntarily twitched. That voice, Second Prince Yun Yiqian. What purpose does he have in purchasing beauty elixirs? Is it for his beloved? Or perhaps for his mother? 150,000 gold coins. Another familiar male voice chimed in. Fenghua furrowed her brow, recalling having heard it before yet failing to place it. 18,000 gold coins. Yun Yiqian gritted his teeth as he raised the bid. 20,000 gold coins. Yun Yiqian's face darkened, uncertain whether to continue bidding. Meanwhile, Yun Sai beside him quickly grasped his sleeve, exclaiming, "Second brother, this beauty elixir is crucial. After we acquire it, both mother and I will benefit. I've long harbored disdain for that wretched Feng Fei. I refuse to let her overshadow me in everything. Raise the bid and secure it." Yun Yiqian ground his teeth, declaring 25,000 gold coins. Moments later, a calm voice resounded once more. 30,000 gold coins. Cursed! What fortune does that fellow truly possess? Yun Yiqian's countenance darkened, filled with discontent. How infuriating! Yun Sai, in a fit of rage, hurled a nearby teacup to the ground, which shattered with a crisp sound. Fenghua, astonished by the exorbitant price of 300,000 for her 10 youth-preserving pills, found it hard to believe. The price of youth-preserving pills could rival that of third-grade elixirs. Yet the quality of her concoctions was not flawless. To command such a price was indeed unexpected. Nevertheless, since someone was willing to procure her medicine, she harbored no objections after the youth-preserving pills were dispatched. A small box was presented, representing the final item of today's auction. The dark system plant. Hong Lian's voice fell. A wave of excitement rippled through the audience. A dark system plant? Is it not solely for absorption by dark system mages? How narrow-minded. It can also be utilized by formidable warriors to absorb their opponent's elemental energy. As long as one is of commander level or above, they can harness it to siphon others' elemental energy. This is indeed a powerful weapon in combat. The starting price was 30,000 gold coins, with each subsequent bid to be no less than 3,000 gold coins. 260,000 gold coins, announced Guangyue, her gaze fixated on the black plant emanating a dense aura of darkness. The level of dark element was exceedingly high, surpassing even her proficiency as a 7th-level dark mage. Guangyue's voice trembled with excitement. The dark element contained within the black demon grass was equivalent to that of a peak-level dark mage. It could withstand a strike from a peak lord or multiple strikes from those below that level. I wish to inquire if the dark moon can absorb its dark elements for healing, Fenghua asked. Guangyue paused, initially believing Fenghua sought the black demon grass as a life-saving talisman. Once she reached commander level, she could utilize the black demon grass, an essential item for survival in critical moments. Guangyue? Not hearing Guangyue's response, Fenghua felt a twinge of confusion. Certainly, however, you must consider this carefully. This item is not inexpensive. Guangyue's tone softened somewhat. 110,000 gold coins. The voice of the second prince, Yuniqian, rose again. 120,000 gold coins. Fenghua continued to raise her bid with a sneer. Yuniqian replied, 250,000 gold coins, raising the stakes by more than double. Fenghua was taken aback. While the black demon grass was of immense value, its price should not exceed that of her 10 youth-preserving pills. Considering the difference in quantity, Yuniqian had previously bid 250,000, and it seemed that was his limit. Once more Fenghua spoke, and the entire venue fell silent. For an ordinary family of 3, their annual expenditure might only amount to 2 or 3 gold coins. Those born into nobility typically did not exceed 500 gold coins in personal expenses annually. Only individuals of royal lineage or those in lucrative professions, such as alchemists, could bid more than 100,000 gold coins at once. After Fenghua made her bid, only Hong Lian's voice echoed. Once, twice, thrice sold. Although Guangyue remained in the beast space, she could not articulate her feelings upon hearing the sound of the transaction. To be honest, while she initially admired Fenghua, she had not intended to form a contract with her. If it were not for the urgency of Dark Moon leaving the Demon Night Forest, bringing her along to contract with Fenghua, she might still be in the forest, having spent 20 consecutive days refining pills to earn 300,000 gold coins. She had now expended 26,000 solely to acquire the black demon grass, which might slightly alleviate Dark Moon's injuries. It would be impossible for Guangyue not to feel moved. She and Dark Moon were twin flowers. If Dark Moon were injured, she too would suffer. But should Dark Moon perish, she would undoubtedly follow suit. Fenghua's act of saving Dark Moon was akin to saving herself. The black demon grass was the final treasure of this auction. Shortly after the auction concluded, someone delivered the black demon grass along with the golden card, which represented the cash remaining after deducting the fees for the 10 youth-preserving pills and the price of the black demon grass. Please accept this, and we look forward to your next visit to the Royal Auction House for alchemical items. Fenghua nodded. The Royal Auction House charged a 1 fee, and after subtracting the 26,000 for the black demon grass, she was left with 37,000 gold coins, deeming her a somewhat wealthy lady. Upon exiting the auction house, Dark Moon's voice resounded. Fenghua, you truly need not spend so much money. I can absorb a considerable amount of dark elements while cultivating in your beast space. If your injuries were so trivial, even under the pressure of the central continent, your strength would not remain at the 4th level of commander. Dark Moon, you are my companion. Whenever I encounter something that can save your life, I will undoubtedly procure it. Furthermore, this amount is not excessive should I find myself in need of funds in the future. I shall refine youth-preserving pills for auction. There will always be wealthy young ladies seeking them. Fenghua replied, her tone light and carefree. In truth, this was a statement of fact. The actual cost of those 10 youth-preserving pills was likely less than 500 gold coins, yet she had profited immensely. In the future, should she encounter any wealthy noble's daughter, selling just 1 youth-preserving pill could secure her livelihood. Why should she concern herself with such trivial sums? Dark Moon fell silent before saying, "Thank you. What need is there for thanks?" Feng Hua chuckled. Upon returning to the Yu family residence, Feng Hua entered her room and opened her wardrobe, selecting several outfits she favored and stowing them in her spatial bracelet. She then packed some of the leftover medicinal materials from her refining endeavors. "Ame," Feng Hua called out, and Ame hurriedly approached. "Miss, the materials I asked you to prepare earlier, could you please gather some more for me? I will need them the day after tomorrow." Ame promptly set to work. After relaying this message, she departed. In the following 2 days, Feng Hua diligently cultivated it. By the afternoon of the second day, Ame returned with an abundance of materials. After Feng Hua stored all the materials in her spatial bracelet, she took a small bundle and exited her room. Only she and Guangyue, as well as Dark Moon, knew of the existence of the spatial bracelet. It was still necessary to carry a bundle for appearances. As she reached the doorway of the courtyard, she found Ame standing there, her eyes slightly red. "Miss, are you truly not taking Ame with you? The Magic Academy allows for companions. Please let Ame accompany you to the Magic Academy to take care of you, alright?" Ame's pleading gaze met Feng Hua's. Feng Hua felt a pang of reluctance but shook her head, replying, "I do not need a companion. Ame, stay at home. I have already prepared a gift for you. Once you reach my requirements, seek out my father. He will provide you with it. Remember, you must strive diligently in your cultivation." As Feng Hua approached the main gate, she spotted her father, Yu Zhentian, waiting there. "Feng Hua, this is your first time leaving home for such an extended period, and I cannot help but feel a sense of unease." Yu Zhentian gazed at Feng Hua, the reluctance in his eyes softening her heart. "Father, do not worry, I will take good care of myself." Yu Zhentian nodded, saying, "The carriage is ready for you. Hurry aboard, and do not delay your arrival at the academy." Feng Hua nodded, then declared, "This time I will ensure that those people know. Feng Hua is no longer a waste." With a casual wave of her hand, a green figure leapt forth from her wind system beast space. "I have purchased the room you wanted at double the price." The wind wolf had long since recovered from its injuries. However, Feng Hua's previous speed in the Demon Night Forest had instilled fear in it, causing it to now hide behind Yu Zhentian, whom it had never met before, too frightened to face Feng Hua. Yu Zhentian was taken aback by this scene. Feng Hua explained, "Father, this is a gift for Ame. When Ame reaches the 7th level Great Mage, please give her the Wind Wolf." "Father, I am departing." She entered the carriage, and the coachman urged the horses onward. Yu Zhentian stared incredulously at the Wind Wolf. This was a 9th level magical beast. Could it be that Feng Hua had subdued it? In that instant, Yu Zhentian recalled what Ame had said previously regarding Feng Hua's request for materials. It seemed his daughter had truly grown up, and like her mother, had blossomed into her own. Feng Hua, why ride in a carriage? This carriage crawls along. If you wish to reach the Magic Academy in 5 days, you shall need to travel day and night. Dark Moon's voice echoed in her mind. Currently, I am but the Yu family's 7th system root waste. What ability do I have to reach the Magic Academy swiftly? Besides, is it not pleasant to sit in a carriage? I can cultivate while seated, eat at mealtimes, and absorb a bit more elemental energy. And so, Feng Hua entered a state of cultivation when dinner time arrived. Just as she ceased her practice, the coachman announced, "Miss, ahead lies an inn. Shall we rest for a while?" "All right," Feng Hua replied. The carriage halted at the inn's entrance, and as she disembarked, the coachman followed her inside after handing the carriage over to a servant. The inn was bustling. The hall nearly filled to capacity. The coachman approached the innkeeper. "Do you have any rooms available?" Yes. "What type of room do you require?" "One top-tier room," the coachman requested. Upon hearing this, Feng Hua frowned. 2 rooms. The coachman was momentarily taken aback. Then said, "Miss, there is no need for that. I shall wait for you at your door. If you do not rest, how will you manage the journey tomorrow?" 2 rooms. My father will not blame you for it," Feng Hua replied. Ultimately, the coachman acquiesced to Feng Hua's wishes and secured 2 upper rooms. Feng Hua glanced at the small wooden signs hanging within the inn, each inscribed with the various dishes available. She ordered several dishes before following the young servant upstairs. Halfway up the stairs, a shrill female voice pierced the air. "What did you say? There are no superior rooms left. You expect me to make do with an inferior one?" "Absolutely not." The innkeeper, trembling at the sight of the elegantly dressed woman of notable beauty and her 2 seemingly formidable attendants, stammered, "My lady, I assure you, there are truly no superior rooms available. Just moments ago, the last 2 were taken by that lady over there." The haughty woman followed the innkeeper's gaze, spotting Feng Hua and the coachman preparing to ascend. With a contemptuous laugh, she declared, "Stop right there. I shall purchase the room you desire at double the price." Feng Hua continued her ascent, unperturbed and showing no intention of pausing. "Hey! I am speaking to you." the woman called out again, her voice demanding attention. The diners in the hall ceased their activities, eager to witness the unfolding drama. With both young ladies dressed in fineries, it was evident their status was not to be trifled with. Feng Hua pressed on, undaunted, the arrogant woman's striking eyes narrowed as she waved her pale hand, conjuring a bolt of purple lightning aimed directly at Feng Hua. The coachman raised his hand, summoning a protective earthen shield that intercepted the lightning with ease. Feng Hua arched an eyebrow. Her suspicions had proven correct. This coachman had indeed been dispatched by her father to safeguard her on her journey. It was implausible for her to be accompanied solely by a coachman from the Yu family to the Magic Academy. Observing his adeptness, it was clear he was at least a commander-level earth mage. The haughty woman, witnessing the coachman's intervention, turned to Feng Hua, her displeasure evident on her exquisite features. "You two incapacitate that coachman, then throw that woman out." The attendants, hearing her command, were stricken with cold sweat. "Mississippi, perhaps we should reconsider. Then I is not someone we can provoke." One of the attendants whispered apprehensively. "What do you mean? Not provoke? Is there anyone I cannot handle?" The woman retorted, her voice laced with arrogance. "Act quickly." The attendants, steeling themselves, lunged towards Feng Hua. However, before they could close the distance, a torrent of earth elements enveloped them, forcefully ejecting them from the inn. The coachman then turned his gaze towards the spoiled woman. His voice cold and resolute, "Take your companions and leave. Do not provoke my lady." Fuming with indignation, the haughty woman felt her face flush with embarrassment. Having boasted so loudly moments ago, she now faced the humiliation of retreating like a scorned dog. Taking a deep breath, she spat, "You wretched creature. I shall remember you." Feng Hua, maintaining her composure, followed the young servant to her room, while the coachman took the one adjacent. Before long, the servant returned with the meals. Guangyue and Inyue emerged from the magical beast space. Although their usual sustenance differed, they sampled a few bites of human food. Inyue observed as Feng Hua picked up a piece of meat and curiously decided to try it as well. Yet, upon tasting the greasy morsel, she felt an overwhelming urge to vomit and promptly used dark elements to consume it. "This meat is dreadful. Are the twin flowers herbivorous beasts?" Feng Hua inquired, puzzled. Guangyue shook her head. "No, we simply do not consume such oily fare. Typically, we devour our enemies." The casual manner in which this was stated left Feng Hua feeling conflicted. As the content was undeniably brutal. After finishing dinner, she summoned the young servant to tidy the table and bring hot water. Feng Hua removed her clothing, hanging it on a screen, and as she stepped past, an enchanting woman emerged from the water. The splash resonated clearly. Feng Hua shrieked, startled, only to realize it was Inyue. Sighing in relief, Inyue smiled. "This warm water is quite pleasant." Feng Hua, resigned, entered the wooden tub. Though it felt a bit cramped with the three of them, upon closer inspection, she remarked, "How strange, I recognized you as Inyue the moment I saw you." "Why is that?" Despite their identical appearances and Inyue not wearing black attire, she discerned the difference. The window opened, and Guangyue climbed in. "Perhaps it is due to our differing personalities that I would never engage in such antics," she said, a hint of disdain in her tone. Inyue chuckled. "The one who entered through the window is not in a position to critique me." Feng Hua pondered, suggesting, "Shall we have the servant bring a larger tub for us to share?" Guangyue replied, "No need." Disappointment washed over Feng Hua. Guangyue seemed somewhat distant. Yet the next moment, Guangyue's actions truly dazzled her. The earth elements flowed like sand, swiftly forming a massive bathtub that hardened into an unyielding structure. Subsequently, a layer of light elements enveloped the interior surface, seemingly isolating the earth elements from the air within. A continuous influx of water elements filled the tub until it reached 3/4 full. Guangyue instructed Feng Hua use fire elements to heat the water. Feng Hua quickly complied, employing fire elements to warm the water. Fortunately, the room was spacious enough to accommodate such a large bathtub. Feng Hua and Inyue moved from the original tub into this new one, and Guangyue shed her clothing and joined them. Feng Hua inquired, "Guangyue, do you not possess only light and earth elements? How is it you wield water elements as well?" Listening to her, Feng Hua marveled at the wonders of magic on the continent of abilities. The way Guangyue manipulated magical elements had nearly left her in awe. Magic could indeed have such applications. Back in the oceanic continent, she had only witnessed mages attacking from a distance or healing others' wounds. Although the bath felt delightful, being surrounded by two identical women left Feng Hua feeling somewhat perplexed. When Guangyue and Inyue fell silent, she struggled to distinguish one from the other. "Guess who we are?" They both chimed in unison. Their tone and expressions bore not a shred of difference. Feng Hua was left speechless. With identical appearances and voices, she thought, how on earth am I supposed to tell them apart? In that moment, she completely forgot she could sense the elements of light and dark emanating from each of them. Observing closely, they appeared indistinguishable from any angle. You are in Yue. Fenghua finally pointed at the one on the left. The left one shook her head, declaring, incorrect, I am Guangyue. The coolness in her tone left Fenghua momentarily stunned. Turning to the one on the right, she asked, then you must be in Yue. Not at all, I am Guangyue. Came the identical calm reply once more, leaving Fenghua utterly baffled. What is going on? She felt as though she had been duped. After a prolonged silence, Fenghua raised both hands and feet in surrender. Exclaiming, I concede, I cannot figure it out. Actually, your first guess was correct, Anyue replied with a grin. Guangyue and Anyue then entered the magical beast space. Anyue had absorbed most of the previously encountered black magical herb, and she expected to finish the process tonight. Fenghua settled onto her bed, crossing her legs to meditate. Engaging in such elemental energy cultivation also allowed her body to relax, akin to slumber. Thus, even while continuously cultivating, she felt no fatigue. Surrounding fire elements were rapidly absorbed by Fenghua. Halfway through the night, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. She was on the brink of a breakthrough, advancing to a second-tier great mage. This unexpected sensation took Fenghua by surprise. The fire elements within her seemed to become restless, swirling chaotically throughout her body. Her already fair skin appeared pale, and beads of cold sweat began to dot her forehead. This was Fenghua's first self-initiated breakthrough. Previously, she had relied on ancient texts and the contracts with Guangyue and Anyue for her advancements, which had proven far simpler than elevating her elemental level independently. The higher one's power level, the greater the peril during a breakthrough. Fortunately, her transition from a first-tier great mage to a second-tier great mage was relatively low in risk, albeit the naturally volatile nature of fire elements made the situation appear dire. The light and dark elements within Fenghua remained still in their respective corners, observing the tumultuous fire element at the center. The fire element danced around her body like a slender flame serpent, leaving a faint crimson trail in its wake. On the following morning, shortly after the sun had risen, the room was illuminated by sunlight. In an instant, the fire elements surrounding Fenghua surged toward her. Rapidly entering her skin, the petite figure abruptly opened her eyes, her aura expanding dramatically. A fire-red formation, a meter in diameter, materialized beneath her feet, signifying her successful upgrade to a second-tier fire mage. Her presence subtly shifted as well. Fenghua let out a sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, only to realize that she had perspired quite a bit. Just over 20 days ago, the fire element awakened within her through the great magic, marking her as merely a first-level grand magician. Yet in this short span, she had ascended to the rank of a second-level grand magician. Such a pace of cultivation would undoubtedly incite envy and resentment among others. Moreover, due to her contracts with both Light Moon and Dark Moon, her proficiency in light and dark magic had already reached the standard of a 7th-level grand magician. However, these two elements could not be easily revealed, especially the fact that they coexisted within her. If this secret were to be divulged, it would likely attract a multitude of pursuers. Her current strength remained insufficient. After partaking in breakfast, Fenghua and the coachman resumed their journey for the day. The days passed swiftly, and on the eve of the Magic Academy's enrollment, the carriage Fenghua occupied arrived at the city gate. Not far from the academy, the carriage ambled forward, and she noticed numerous young individuals milling about. Lifting a corner of the carriage curtain, she assessed the magical prowess of the passing youths. Most appeared to be between the 7th and 9th levels of magician, with very few having attained the status of a grand magician, and even fewer below the 7th level. The academy's enrollment age was restricted to those aged 10 to 15, and only students who were 7th-level magicians or above could gain admission. Once enrolled, they would be considered students of the academy. New students would participate in a ranking competition, and based on their victories, the top 10 would be determined. Each cohort's top 10 would receive a first-level elemental crystal corresponding to their attributes, ensuring they received special privileges in their future training. The division of classes for new students would be arranged according to their magical attributes and levels. The academy's enrollment requirements were not particularly stringent, as 7th-level magicians were plentiful, leading to a considerable number of students. This also provided an opportunity for those whose talents did not shine as brightly. Naturally, exceptionally gifted magicians would receive special treatment. However, there were also unexpected individuals who gained entry into the academy, such as Fenghua, who, armed with a letter of recommendation, was exempt from the assessment of magical prowess and could directly enter the academy, albeit placed in the lowest tier potential class, a gathering of those who did not meet the admission criteria. I'll be your companion. Mississippi. We have arrived at the main city. Let us first find an inn to rest. The coachman suggested, wait here while I inquire about available rooms. I will inform you once I have news. But until then, please do not disembark from the carriage. Feng Hua replied, all right. Although the coachman was present at the entrance of the Yu family, he had not noticed the events surrounding Feng Hua when she summoned the Wind Wolf, and coupled with her use of concealment magic to hide her true abilities, he continued to perceive her as an ordinary person devoid of magical powers. After a brief pause, the carriage halted, and the coachman entered an inn to ask a few questions. He emerged and resumed driving the carriage, stopping again after a while, repeating this cycle several times without finding a suitable inn. Are there truly no available rooms? Feng Hua inquired. There are, but they are all of inferior quality. I shall keep searching to see if I can find an inn with better accommodations, the coachman replied, bringing the carriage to a stop once more before disembarking. This time, however, Feng Hua also stepped down. It matters not. A subpar room for just one night is acceptable. The inn they arrived at only offered inferior rooms. Following the attendant, Feng Hua entered the room and sat at the table, pouring herself some tea and taking a few sips. Guangyue emerged from the magical beast space, taking a seat beside her. Feng Hua poured her a cup as well. Once we enter the Magic Academy, unless circumstances are exceptional, Dark Moon will not emerge, Guangyue stated. You wish to be my companion? Feng Hua exclaimed, surprised. Is that unwelcome? Guangyue raised an eyebrow. Feng Hua shook her head, saying, it's not that. However, you must understand, I cannot allow anyone to discover my magical abilities in the near term. To others, I am merely a 7th-tier spiritual root failure. Are you certain you want to be my companion? You cannot reveal your power and may be looked down upon. Guangyue, possessing actual strength at the 7th-tier sovereign level, would surely be diminished by accompanying Feng Hua, evoking a sense of injustice within her. Not a concern. I usually remain hidden, and besides, I have a fondness for humans, Guangyue replied calmly, completely oblivious to the fact that her words nearly sent Feng Hua into a state of shock. You like humans? My goodness, this is the first time I've heard of a magical beast having affection for humans. Guangyue regarded her with an expression akin to that of a fool, stating, it's more accurate to say I don't dislike them. If they have a pleasant disposition, I might even take a liking to them, much like you. The latter half of her statement went unspoken that evening. Feng Hua closed her eyes to meditate, fervently absorbing the surrounding elements. However, she understood that if she were to rapidly advance the fire element in a short time, it would likely destabilize her foundation. Thus, she focused on absorbing the energies of 3 elements simultaneously. Though the progress was slow, the results over the course of the night proved satisfactory. On the following morning before dawn, a few knocks sounded at the door. Excuse me, are you one of the students reporting to the Magic Academy? If so, it is time to prepare for departure. Feng Hua opened her eyes, reflecting on how considerate this inn was to wake its guests. Yes, thank you, she expressed her gratitude, rising to freshen up. No need for thanks. I wish you a successful ranking competition and hope you are placed in a good class. This time Feng Hua remained silent, holding her letter of recommendation. She was ineligible to participate in the ranking competition and could only join the lowest class. The morning crowd was significantly larger than the previous night as each enrollment at the Magic Academy drew a multitude of magicians, leading to a specific regulation prohibiting any form of transportation on enrollment day. All must rely on their own abilities to walk or fly there. Naturally, flying was virtually negligible, as only those who had achieved the 4th-tier overlord status could soar through the skies. It was rare for anyone to reach this level before the age of 15 in the central region. Only Feng Hua, having once resided in the Sea Domain, and another holy maiden from the Blue Sea Domain possessed such exceptional gifts, and even then, their exposure to divine light placed them on an entirely different level. Upon arriving at the Magic Academy's entrance, the sight of long lines nearly blinded Feng Hua. Were there truly so many magicians in the central continent? This was utterly staggering. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 20 lines, each dense with students, raising the question of how long the wait would be. As Feng Hua pondered this, the coachman interjected, Miss, with our letter of recommendation, we need not queue here. We can proceed directly to the side entrance for the chief administration teacher. Feng Hua nodded in agreement. Approaching within 30 steps of the administration office, the coachman handed her prepared bundle to her and cautioned, Miss Feng Hua, please exercise caution within the academy, particularly remember if you encounter Miss Ching Chung. It is best to avoid engaging with her. With that, he walked away, leaving her to navigate on her own. The students in the adjacent line observed Feng Hua as she entered that pathway, sparking a flurry of whispers. You wouldn't understand. This is what it means to have connections. Look at her, she's walking right beside the main entrance. So she hails from a prominent family? Heavens, how enviable. Envy? Who among us is capable? Just because she has connections does not mean she possesses any talent. The scornful remarks pierced the heart of the coachman, who watched Fenghua's retreating figure. He had sensed her uniqueness when she showed no concern for staying in a superior room, and even settled for an inferior one when none were available. Even without being a powerhouse, she possessed a generous heart. He believed that in the future, Fenghua would surely achieve great things. Fenghua approached the teacher at the administration office and presented her letter of recommendation. Saying, "Greetings, teacher, I am Yu Fenghua." Yu Fenghua? The middle-aged teacher raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her closely, and felt an incredulous sensation within. This was indeed the legendary seven-element spiritual root failure. The tale of Fenghua being a seven-element spiritual root failure was well known throughout the Kaya Empire. Typically, even ordinary warriors could sense a hint of elemental power, but in such scant measure that they could not become magicians. However, someone like Fenghua, unable to perceive even the slightest trace of magical elements, was a rarity in itself. Fenghua nodded and inquired, "May I enter?" The teacher nodded in response, stating, "Yes, once you enter, continue straight ahead. There is a viewing area where you can find a seat and await further instructions. The new student ranking competition will commence once over 100 students have completed the level test." Fenghua nodded and made her way inside. The new student ranking competition was a highly anticipated event following enrollment. Each participant would receive a magical wooden token engraved with their magical imprint, engaging in contests against 10 randomly selected students. Those who lost all 10 matches would not proceed further. Those who did not lose all 10 would continue competing until they had lost 10 matches, ensuring that no two students would face each other again. Ultimately, the strongest 10 new students would be selected, marking the conclusion of the ranking competition. After walking for quite some time, Fenghua finally found the venue for the new student trials. Where a portion of students had already taken their seats in the audience and the vicinity, there were individuals who appeared to be of a similar age, as well as those slightly older. Graduation from the Magic Academy occurs when candidates reach the age of 20-5. At that point, anyone who has attained a rank above commander can opt to become a teacher at the academy. Given the overwhelming number of students enrolled once admitted, even the oldest freshman, who may be 15 years of age, must remain at the academy for no less than a decade, unless they decide to drop out or encounter unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the role of teachers is of paramount importance. The fewer students a teacher has, the more attentively they can attend to each one. Given the sheer volume of students, a substantial teaching staff is inevitably required. Fenghua searched for quite some time before settling into a seat positioned centrally. The seating was tiered, and this particular spot offered a commendable vantage point. Before long, the stands began to fill. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in white, with a somewhat pale complexion, took a seat beside Fenghua in a soft voice. She introduced herself, "I am Huyanlian, pleased to meet you." Fenghua turned to her, noting her pallor, and replied gently, "Greetings, I am Yu Fenghua." Huyanlian offered a faint smile, her delicate features evoking a sense of sympathy. "Which department do you belong to? I don't believe I've seen you before." With a smile, Fenghua replied, "I am a freshman and have yet to be assigned to a department." Huyanlian appeared taken aback. "Freshman? Shouldn't the new recruits be preparing for the ranking competition below? If you're here, that implies. Would you mind if we became friends?" Huyanlian inquired. Fenghua expressed her eagerness but hesitated, aware that revealing her magical abilities could lead to prejudice against her newfound friend. Huyanlian extended her hand, stating, "You are my first friend." Fenghua was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that her first acquaintance at the Magic Academy would be someone so remarkable. She shook Huyanlian's hand, saying, "Yu Fenghua, however, that I entered through less conventional means, that's of no consequence. Friendship transcends such matters. Cough, cough, cough." Huyanlian quickly clarified that she bore no ill will, though she was suddenly seized by a fit of coughs. "Are you all right?" Fenghua asked, patting her back. In her mind, the voice of Guangyue echoed, "This girl possesses a remarkable constitution. The light elements within her should be at the level of a ninth-order overlord. Yet she appears no older than 15. A ninth-order overlord in light magic. Merely a step away from master-level prowess." Fenghua was utterly astonished. In her past life, she had only reached 6th order at the age of 15 by harnessing the holy light. But as a warrior, her advancement had always been swifter than that of a mage. Who was this girl, possessing such a rare form of magic and such formidable power? Could it be that her abilities had been artificially enhanced, leaving behind some residual effects? Guangyue responded, "No, enhancing one's power through drugs yields only temporary results or unstable foundations. It would not cause physical harm. I am certain that the level of light elements within her is genuine. Such a condition could only arise from forbidden techniques, however, considering that light elements can evolve all dark entities, Forbidden practices should have little effect on light element enhancement. Her constitution is indeed perplexing. A light element mage's constitution should not be this compromised. Seeing Huanlian's pallid visage, Fenghua felt a surge of concern. Huanlian finally ceased coughing and apologized. I'm sorry that I tend to cough when I speak too quickly. Fenghua, puzzled, remarked, a light element mage should be capable of self-healing. Shouldn't you? Huanlian managed a rueful smile. Perhaps I am rather peculiar, I can heal others. Yet I cannot mend my own body. In that moment, Fenghua felt the universe was remarkably just. In her past life, she had achieved 6th order at 15 but had perished at the hands of her closest companion Huanlian, so young yet already a rare 9th order overlord light mage, bore an unfortunate constitution. In that case, let us observe the competition. Take your time to speak, there's no rush. Huanlian nodded in agreement. Soon after, the freshman competition commenced. Students were continuously eliminated after losing 10 matches. Their performances assessed by observing teachers for future class placements. The atmosphere was charged as the elements of fire, water, earth, and wind dazzled the audience. These 4 elements were quite common, while lightning was somewhat rarer. Light and darkness, however, were nearly extinct. Look, that girl is. Exclaimed a boy. Rising in excitement following his gaze, Fenghua beheld a proud girl in the midst of a match. Her chin held high as she wielded crackling lightning elements in her palm. Fenghua felt an inkling of familiarity but couldn't quite place her. The lightning surged forth, ensnaring her opponent in an instant. The restless lightning launched an assault, crackling ominously. The boy trapped within cried out in distress before collapsing on the stage. His skin darkening ominously, Fenghua frowned. She recognized this girl. She was the one who had demanded her to vacate her room at the inn, only to be thrown out by the coachman. She must be a 2nd order lightning mage. However, to exert such force in the freshman ranking competition seemed excessive. Huanlian shook her head and said to Fenghua, I shall descend to heal that boy with that. She stood and began to descend. Fenghua, noticing her unsteady gait, stood up as well. I'll accompany you. After all, you are my first friend at the Magic Academy, and your health is of utmost concern. Huanlian nodded, and together they descended from the stands. Do you dare threaten me? The arrogant 2nd order lightning mage, having won, cast a disdainful glance at the other competitors. Unperturbed, they continued their matches, too occupied to pay her any mind. Yet she remained defiantly proud. As if that alone could underscore her superiority, the referee announced her victory and prepared to call for assistance to carry the injured boy away for rest. A familiar voice interjected. Teacher, allow me to heal him. Oh, it's Xiao Lian. And who might this be beside you? The referee, a water mage overseeing medical assistance, recognized the rare light element mage Huanlian and was taken aback by the presence of Fenghua. A girl so charming that she had never encountered before. Is she a student from your water department? She is my newly acquainted friend, Huanlian replied with a smile. You little wretch. How dare you? You are also a new student at the Magic Academy? In that case, I demand a match with you in my next bout. The haughty girl, previously dismissive of the two, turned her attention to Fenghua upon hearing the referee's warm demeanor towards Huanlian. Wait, are you from the Shangguan family of the 4 great clans? Fenghua raised an eyebrow. I recall the 2 legitimate daughters of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Qingqing and Shangguan Qi. Are you a concubine's offspring? You little wretch? Shangguan Qingyue's shrill voice pierced the air as she unleashed her lightning elements towards Fenghua. Fenghua furrowed her brow. It was rather easy for this girl to lose her temper. After all, her current identity was that of a waste with a 7 elemental root. She couldn't afford to act recklessly. Just as she was caught in a dilemma, a brilliant white barrier materialized before her. Halting the advance of the lightning elements, Shangguan Qingyue stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. A light element mage. She had thought her lightning magic was rare, only to discover the existence of something even more extraordinary. However, after the initial shock, she deemed it not unexpected. The Magic Academy's annual enrollment was vast, and it was not uncommon for students with decent talent to reach 7th order by the age of 15. Among so many, the emergence of a light element mage was hardly surprising. Yet, while light element mages were not unusual, lightning mages were indeed a rarity. Shangguan Qingyue frowned, realizing that her own rarity might not confer any special privileges. She would still have to earn the admiration of the teachers through her abilities. Huanlian gently withdrew the light element barrier, subsequently sending a wisp of light element towards the injured male student. Enveloping him softly. In but a moment, his darkened skin returned to its former state, and he awoke. Was he admitted through some back door? Such is the healing prowess of a level 9 light element grandmaster. Treating such a minor injury is indeed trivial. Unlike Fenghua's earlier observation of Guangyue utilizing light elements for offensive purposes within the magic night forest, Hua Yunlian's light elements were evidently far more gentle, indicating her specialization in healing rather than attack. Thus, while her strength ranks her among the level 9 grandmasters, her offensive capabilities seem rather limited. However, viewed from a logistical perspective, her light element could certainly mend many injuries. Shangguan Qingyue continued to dominate the field, remaining undefeated thus far. After all, the lightning element is inherently aggressive, and coupled with her status as a level 2 grandmaster, few freshmen possess the means to best her. The freshman ranking matches progressed swiftly, with several different platforms hosting battles simultaneously. Those of significantly disparate levels were often resolved with a single strike, or the weaker contenders conceded automatically. By afternoon, the competition platforms were populated not only by the consistently performing high-level freshmen, but also by newly admitted students at the school entrance. Hua Yunlian, being a level 9 grandmaster, felt little need for sustenance, while Fenghua retrieved a loaf of bread from her bag, nibbling away while intently observing the matches. Despite Shangguan Qingyue's haughty demeanor, her strength among this year's freshmen was indeed commendable. Given the offensive advantage of the lightning element, it would take either a shadow element magician or another fire element magician of equal prowess to pose a real challenge to her. Naturally, this presumes her opponent's strength is comparable to her own. Xiao Lian, are there many light and shadow element magicians in the Magic Academy? After watching several hours of matches, Fenghua had lost interest in the repetitive elemental attacks and opted to engage in conversation with Hua Yunlian. Hua Yunlian shook her head, replying slowly, not many. Including the teachers, the entire academy has no more than 10 light element magicians. The same goes for shadow element magicians. Then are there any dual or multi-element magicians? Fenghua inquired. Hua Yunlian responded, there are no tri-element magicians. However, there are 3 dual-element magicians. Among them, 2 possess limited strength due to their simultaneous training in 2 magical elements. Yet the individual ranked first in the personal competition is a dual-element magician of water and wind. Moreover, they are a dual-element level 9 grandmaster to dual-element level 9 grandmaster. That means both elements have reached the level 9 grandmaster tier. How old are they? Fenghua asked tentatively, realizing that even reaching such a level by the age of 25 would signify unparalleled talent. 14 years old. Her name is Helianya. Fenghua was taken aback. A 14-year-old dual-element level 9 grandmaster. Such talent, emerging from the central region. Unlike Hua Yunlian's peculiar constitution, this individual was a magician with formidable combat capabilities. The top rank in personal competitions. It seemed the white-robed man she encountered in the Magic Night Forest had indeed spoken the truth. The Magic Academy harbors many remarkable individuals, especially those in the top 3 of personal rankings. It appears the Magic Academy is truly extraordinary, a veritable den of hidden talents. Xiao Lian, what is your rank in the personal competition? Fenghua continued to inquire. Hua Yunlian shook her head, stating, I did not participate in the personal competition. Because I do not know how to fight. I have always served in the school's logistics. I often assist the teachers in the infirmary. Fenghua was about to apologize when a melodious voice, dripping with derision, cut in. Oh, isn't this my cousin? How curious, cousin, how did you, a 7-element root wastrel, find your way to the Magic Academy? Did you perhaps come in through the back door? Cousin. Fenghua frowned. This voice. Could it be? Yu Qingcheng sneered, you ought to clarify. She is my cousin, not my sister. Who knows what trouble they have over there? Like her brother, she is nothing but a waste. Fenghua furrowed her brows. Yu Qingcheng, you ought to speak with a measure of integrity. My brother is an alchemist. Don't forget who sought him out to concoct the youth-preserving pills sought. Several girls trailing behind Yu Qingcheng looked at her with confusion. Yu Qingcheng's expression darkened as she squinted at Fenghua. Sought? Would I seek him? What of it if he is an alchemist? He can only produce first-grade pills. If he cannot elevate his strength, he will forever remain a first-grade alchemist. Impressive? He is still a waste. Fenghua chuckled, if that is the case, I hope you won't seek my brother for youth-preserving pills in the future. I heard that 10 youth-preserving pills sold for 300,000 gold coins at the Kaya Royal Auction House a few days ago. Should there be more pills, my brother will take them directly to the auction house. If you want them, you can simply buy them with your money. Yu Qingcheng was infuriated by this statement. Yu Fenghua, do you think being the eldest daughter of the Yu family makes you exceptional? Know your place. You, a 7-element root wastrel, coupled with your brother, an inept cultivator with your qualifications, the position of family head will inevitably fall to my father. If you wish to remain in the Yu family, you should bow and admit your mistakes. How dare you threaten me? It is his fortune that I even consider your brother's pills. Ha! if you have the ability. Say that in front of my father. I wonder if you will still be alive to do so. Feng Hua rolled her eyes at her. Yu Qingcheng gritted her teeth in anger. When did this little brat learn to retort? She used to be one to endure without striking back. Hua Yunlian cast a glance at Yu Qingcheng and remarked, "You are her cousin. How can you speak so disdainfully of your own family? Who are you?" Yu Qingcheng scrutinized Hua Yunlian, wondering if she was yet another newcomer who entered through the back door. Indeed, a waste should associate with other wastes. Hua Yunlian rarely ventured out, aside from some teachers and a few rare light element magicians. Few people knew her. Coupled with her pale complexion, it was only natural that Yu Qingcheng mistook her for an unskilled, sickly individual. Had Yu Qingcheng known her true identity, she likely would have regretted her words. Hua Yunlian remained silent, which only fueled Yu Qingcheng's disdain. "Let us go. There is no need to stoop to the level of these two wastes." Watching Yu Qingcheng depart with her entourage, Feng Hua shook her head in resignation. If they were considered wastes, then what of Yu Qingcheng? The students seated around Feng Hua and Hua Yunlian, upon hearing Yu Qingcheng label them as backdoor entrants, regarded them with overt contempt. Several even disdainfully relocated to other seats. Feng Hua felt somewhat helpless. "I apologize for causing you to be looked down upon as well." Hua Yunlian shook her head. "I have faced disdain many times." Feng Hua furrowed her brows, pondering that Hua Yunlian's life in the Magic Academy likely wasn't easy. With such a high level of strength and being a light element magician, she should be well known among the Academy's students. Yet it seemed from earlier that few recognized Hua Yunlian. "I must see what abilities you possess." As night fell, the matches among the newcomers continued. Feng Hua bit into another piece of bread and suggested to Hua Yunlian, "You should perhaps take a rest. Your complexion appears quite pale, and sitting for so long may prove too much." Hua Yunlian smiled and shook her head. "I rarely come out. Since I am here now, I wish to observe a bit longer. Moreover, if someone suffers a severe injury, it is better for me to be present." The night had turned pitch black, yet the matches persisted. This inky darkness did not hinder the judges from determining the outcomes. The audience members, particularly the upperclassmen, were electrified by the display of various elemental attacks. Although most of the newcomers possessed relatively low strength, some did exhibit considerable prowess, and they were all on the lookout for experts among their peers with similar elemental attributes. As the clock struck midnight, the gates of the Magic Academy closed, signifying that all newcomers had officially entered. Those who had not yet participated would have to wait until next year. The competition raged on, and after a considerable time, the top 10 candidates of the freshman ranking match had taken the stage. Shangguan Qingyue stood proudly at the center of the competition platform, slightly raising her chin, her smug demeanor irking some spectators. Particularly the lightning element magicians. A few upperclassmen felt an urge to rush forward and deliver a few kicks to her pompous self. Being among the top 10 in the freshman ranking match is hardly a cause for pride. It merely indicates one is somewhat remarkable among this year's newcomers. The Magic Academy has gathered many magicians under the age of 25, and the number of experts is incalculable. Even the strongest among them might not secure a place in the top 30 of the personal ranking matches. A level 2 Grandmaster of the lightning element, while ranked in the top 10 among newcomers, is considered to be at the lower end of the power spectrum within an academy that boasts 90% of magicians under the age of 25. Indeed, a female student nodded. "I heard someone mention she insulted that waste." Yu Qingcheng revealed a peculiar smile, stating, "In that case, let us take full advantage." Upon receiving a purple crystal from her teacher, Shangguan Qingyue gazed at it with unbridled excitement. This was an elemental crystal reserved for the top 10 students. A rarity in the central region. It was said that this thunder crystal contained the essence of lightning. Although it was merely a level 1 lightning element, it represented the full force of a level 9 thunder mage's attack. If she could absorb it, her power would surely elevate by a tier. While Shangguan Qingyue was entranced by the lightning crystal, she failed to notice her surroundings and inadvertently collided with someone. "Ouch! Are you blind?" exclaimed the girl who had bumped into her, as Shangguan Qingyue fell to the ground, the crystal slipping from her grasp. Just as she reached to retrieve it, a hand snatched the crystal away. "Give it back!" Shangguan Qingyue cried, her face flushed with urgency and anger. Yu Qingcheng scoffed derisively. "Return it? Oh, I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just one of the top 10 new students. No wonder you look so familiar." "Humph. Now that you know, if you have any sense, you'll return that lightning crystal to me. It's not something someone like you should even touch." Shangguan Qingyue held her head high with pride. Yu Qingcheng's mocking gaze swept over her. "So you think being in the top 10 makes you exceptional? That was just luck. If my cousin had participated in the competition, you would have been utterly crushed. I doubt you could continue competing after that." What did you say? Shangguan Qingyue glared at her furiously. There's no woman among this year's newcomers who can defeat me. Oh really? My cousin Yu Fenghua is an undisputed genius. She simply chooses to conserve her strength. Otherwise, someone like you would have been eliminated long ago. After saying this, Yu Qingcheng tossed the lightning crystal toward Shangguan Qingyue's feet, disdain dripping from her words. Being a lowly commoner, how can you compare to my cousin? It's laughable. You're so out of your league. With that, she shot Shangguan Qingyue a scornful glance and sauntered away. Shangguan Qingyue picked up the crystal that had rolled to her feet, gripping it tightly. Yu Fenghua? Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the potential class, Fenghua suddenly felt a chill behind her. Turning around, she saw nothing and was left puzzled. She had felt an odd sensation earlier. With the morning classes starting tomorrow, she closed the door and sat on her bed, crossing her legs to enter a meditative state. At dawn the following day, Fenghua opened her eyes after changing into a new outfit and freshening up. She followed the route her teacher had advised her the night before. Since she had entered the academy through a recommendation from the Yu family, her class focused solely on theoretical knowledge. Once a student reached the level of a 7th-tier mage, they could advance to other classes and become a true student of the Magic Academy. As Fenghua entered, she felt the gaze of her classmates fixated upon her. Goodness, I didn't realize our class had such a beautiful girl. What luck? A boy with a wild hairstyle remarked, his eyes gleaming with a certain lewdness. Fenghua calmly took a seat in an empty spot. The class was small, with fewer than 10 students, and all but Fenghua were boys. Her youthfulness made her stand out. What's your name, class beauty? A boy named Li Bin asked with a smile as he approached her. The term class beauty left Fenghua momentarily speechless. However, upon reflection, as the only girl in the class, it was undeniable that she fit the title. Fenghua, Yu Fenghua, she introduced herself, examining Li Bin, who was a level 5 mage. Given his age, such talent seemed rather lackluster, yet in this context it was commendable, especially when compared to her own pitiful status as a 7-element root. Yu Fenghua? The Yu family's 7-element root waste? Li Bin exclaimed, studying her with surprise. But no matter. Even if you are a 7-element root waste, you are still welcome here. After all, we are all a bunch of inexperienced novices. You're the only newcomer in our class. And we will take good care of you. The class was filled with students who had entered through various backdoor means, and Fenghua, being the youngest and only girl, quickly drew the attention of the boys around her. Where's the teacher? Why hasn't he arrived? Fenghua inquired. The teacher? Our class has self-study in the morning and classes in the afternoon. The teacher only comes in the afternoon. A handsome boy named Lei Qingfeng replied with a grin. After asking a few questions, Fenghua learned that their class comprised students with notable backgrounds, yet their low abilities often led to conflicts with students from other classes. Don't worry, now that you're in. We Real family. We'll help you if you run into any difficulties. Thank you. Fenghua smiled, then asked, what's the highest level in our class? That would be me, but I'm only a level 6 mage. I am already 18, Lei Qingfeng said, a hint of embarrassment in his smile. Fenghua nodded. The overall level of the potential class was indeed concerning, especially since even the teacher only came in the afternoon. Leaving the mornings to self-study, the students appeared quite accustomed to chatting away during this time. As the self-study period came to an end, Fenghua continued to converse with the boys. If they had gone to eat, they would likely have ended up in a brawl with students from other classes. Fenghua? A gentle voice called from the doorway. The group turned curiously to see Hua Yunlian standing there, her complexion somewhat pale. Fenghua stood up and walked over. What brings you here? You shouldn't have come so far if you're not feeling well. Hua Yunlian smiled. I wanted to invite you to lunch. I finished class early. But I didn't expect to arrive here so late. Thankfully, you haven't left yet. Shall we go together? As the boys in the class noticed Hua Yunlian, they exchanged glances and began their silent communication. Is that the class beauty's friend? She's quite lovely. Looks so delicate. Are we sure she's not a newcomer in our potential class? We only have one new girl this year. We're so lucky. The heavens have sent us 2 beauties. We must treat them like goddesses from now on. Fenghua led Hua Yunlian into the room, introducing her. This is my friend I met yesterday, Hua Yunlian, a light mage. Light mage. Light mage. Li Bin stammered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Lei Qingfeng. Is this a dream? Before he could finish his sentence, Lei Qingfeng slapped him hard, then innocently asked, does that hurt? Of course, if I hit you you'd know. Li Bin retorted angrily, rolling up his sleeves ready to fight. You deserved it for that slap. Take it easy. A light slap is sufficient, don't you know that? Lei Qingfeng argued. Are you trying to get back at me for revealing that you wet your pants at 8? Who's getting back at you? Am I that petty? Li Bin shot back. You told everyone about me getting my clothes burned off last year in the girls' dorm. Feng Hua sighed, enough already. It's lunchtime. Let us go eat together. Finally, the boys ceased their bickering, surrounding Feng Hua and Hua Yunlian like protective guards as they made their way to the cafeteria. Look S&T, that the bunch of losers from the potential class. What's this? 2 new girls have joined your ranks, and they're both beauties. A boy sitting at the entrance remarked with a smirk. His eyes roving over Feng Hua and Hua Yunlian with ill intent, the students from the potential class, each with their own powerful backgrounds, understood that to attract the attention of the girls, one must consider their own standing carefully. Mind your own business and eat your meal. The young man named Shun Suifeng shot a fierce glare at the boy who was eating, before proceeding to walk forward with several other boys, ensuring that Feng Hua and Huayanlian were protected in the midst of their group. You all sit here first, we will go get the food, he instructed. Once Feng Hua and Huayanlian took their seats, the 2 beauties captured the attention of many around them. Given Huayanlian's prowess, it was hardly a concern for her to skip a meal, which suggested she had likely never visited the cafeteria before. Today, however, it seemed she had come solely to dine with Feng Hua. Has the Moon family's 7-element root good for nothing also graced us with her presence? I was worried you might be bullied in the potential class, considering it's all boys, that I'm pleasantly surprised to see you getting along so well. Huayanlian remarked with a smile. Feng Hua nodded. Their intentions were rather innocent. Despite their low levels of power, they coexisted harmoniously. However, your arrival here might lead others to believe you are also part of the potential class. Isn't that a bit concerning? Not at all, Huayanlian replied, shaking her head. Aside from a few light element mages and the teachers, hardly anyone recognizes me. Let them think I'm part of the potential class. It's quite alright. Soon enough, a few boys from the potential class returned with their meals. Feng Hua looked at the exquisite dishes before her. Her appetite peaked, and she began to eat rapidly. In contrast, Huayanlian savored her food in small bites. Hey look! Over there in the potential class there are 2 lovely beauties. What luck, as it was previously just a bunch of smelly men. One boy exclaimed. Alas, it's a pity they're both under level 7 beauties. Their talent is simply too poor. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be quite popular. Another added. Several boys around began to scrutinize Feng Hua and Huayanlian. The jealousy within some of the girls escalated upon hearing the boys' comments. What use is beauty if you're not talented? Don't you know? This year, the Moon family's 7-element root good for nothing has joined the potential class. Surely, she's one of those too. Not just under level 7. But not even a mage at all. Exactly. I don't understand what the school is thinking. Even with a recommendation, they shouldn't allow such individuals to lower our standards. A non-mage in a magic academy? If people find out, we'll be the laughingstock. Some boys were taken aback by this revelation. The Moon family's 7-element root good for nothing is really here. One of those 2 girls, Feng Hua and Huayanlian, remained unfazed. While Li Bin was visibly upset by the girls' remarks, angrily, he slammed his chopsticks down and confronted the 2 girls who had spoken loudly. You 2 gossiping harpies are just looking for trouble. Are you jealous of our sister's beauty? What nonsense are you 2 shouting about? If you have complaints, take them outside. Don't disturb our meal. Don't you know that farting in the cafeteria is highly indecorous? It's rather disgraceful for girls like you. Feng Hua was taken aback by Li Bin's boldness. She hadn't expected him to stand up to those students, especially on her behalf. For her, the 7-element root good for nothing. Li Bin, don't think you can act so arrogantly just because you're the son of General Li. At 18, the son of a level 1 lord is still just a level 5 mage. Who are you trying to impress? One girl sneered, completely dismissing him. General Li was indeed a formidable figure in the Kaya Empire. At 50, he was a level 1 lord with 3 sons. The eldest had the highest talent. A 32-year-old level 4 lord, while the second son was a 30-year-old level 8 commander. The youngest son was Li Bin at only 18, significantly younger than his brothers, and the most favored at home. Despite his lackluster talent, remaining a level 5 mage even at this age, Feng Hua felt a knot of anxiety. It was no wonder that the children in the potential class, despite their poor talents, were thriving in the Magic Academy. They had significant backing. She had yet to learn about the identities of the other students, and it was likely they were all equally impressive. Li Bin sat back down, proudly declaring, Sister, don't worry, we will protect you. Even the most formidable students in this Magic Academy wouldn't dare disrespect us. Although our potential class may be weak, we won't allow anyone to bully us. Feng Hua awkwardly nodded, sensing a hint of the carefree attitude of a spoiled rich kid. Wait, did that mean she was also aligned with them? Oh no, she had come to the Magic Academy to study diligently and improve herself. She absolutely could not become a squanderer. Feng Hua's curiosity was piqued as she heard a voice. Li Bin and Lei Qingfeng instinctively trembled at the sound. Exchanging glances, their faces pale. Could it be such a coincidence? Feng Hua turned her gaze towards the door, where a handsome young man dressed in white stood, his calm eyes resting on Li Bin and Lei Qingfeng. Hey! This handsome guy looks a bit familiar. Feng Hua widened her eyes. This was the very person who had saved her from the fire element tiger in the midnight forest. No wonder he seemed so knowledgeable about the Magic Academy. He was the homeroom teacher of the potential class. I thought we were just talking about the teacher from the next class. Li Bin quickly explained, turning his face away in embarrassment. Yes, just the teacher from the next class. Our dashing, charming and beloved teacher, adored by countless girls at the academy. Could never be someone like that. Lei Qingfeng immediately began to flatter. The white-clad man nodded. Let us not dwell on me. Class is about to begin. Feng Hua cast a sidelong glance at Li Bin and Lei Qingfeng, bemused by their sudden fear. How could they have spoken so freely just moments ago, only to cower now? It was astonishing that they had dared to tarnish the homeroom teacher's name. Clearly, they were envious of his good looks. It was no wonder they had warned her not to focus on appearances. One glance revealed their deceit. Standing at the front, the homeroom teacher said, in light of our new student joining us, I shall introduce myself once more. I am Yun Qingfeng, the homeroom teacher of the potential class. Until you reach the level of 7 mage, I will be your instructor. Morning self-study sessions will be followed by afternoon classes. Without my permission, even during self-study, attendance is mandatory. As Yun Qingfeng spoke, his gaze lingered meaningfully on Feng Hua. He hadn't anticipated that this girl would choose to join the potential class, having already surpassed the status of a 7-element root good for nothing, and capable of practicing magic. Why would she conceal her true abilities to be here? Feng Hua met Yun Qingfeng's gaze head-on. Although she was aware of him being a teacher at the academy, she was puzzled as to how he recognized her when they had only met for the first time in the Midnight Forest. She was certain that the original owner of this body had no recollection of him. Yun Qingfeng was a fire element mage, yet his lessons encompassed theoretical knowledge about magic, covering various elements and a class composed entirely of students below level 7. Practical lessons were unnecessary, for levels 1 to 6 mages were incapable of combat. They could only interact with magical elements. Given that the students in the class possessed different elemental affinities, the material covered was extensive. Yun Qingfeng taught rapidly but managed to convey each knowledge point thoroughly. Feng Hua had chosen to conceal her abilities primarily because she was not well versed in magic. While she was indeed a mage now, the previous owner of this body had been a 7-element root good for nothing, possessing only superficial knowledge of magic, lacking depth. Furthermore, in her past life, she had been a warrior, without any specialized training in magical courses. Theoretical lessons did not require extensive understanding. One must also be aware of their own magical elements and those of their opponents. Thus, regardless of which elemental theory Yun Qingfeng was teaching, Feng Hua listened intently. As the afternoon passed and class concluded, Yun Qingfeng announced, "New student, please stay behind. I have something to discuss. The rest of you may go eat." The boys exchanged glances but ultimately dared not defy Yun Qingfeng's command. Leaving the classroom, Feng Hua remained seated and asked, "What did you want to say?" Yun Qingfeng smiled gently, saying, "Since you are already a great mage, you may take practical lessons starting tomorrow. I will excuse you from morning self-study, and I will teach you practical classes." Feng Hua's eyes widened in disbelief and excitement. "You want to teach me practical classes?" Had she heard him correctly? This man was indeed willing to give her practical lessons. Yun Qingfeng nodded. "From now on, you will have practical lessons every morning and theoretical classes in the afternoon, until you decide to reveal your true abilities and leave the potential class." Feng Hua nodded enthusiastically, replying, "All right, thank you." Yun Qingfeng cast her a peculiar glance before departing the classroom. His last look left Feng Hua perplexed. Yet the opportunity to attend practical lessons was far more significant than any strange gaze. Those above level 7 mages could engage in combat, and thus the school offered numerous practical courses. Typically, the fire and lightning classes had practical lessons daily, while other elements had them periodically, with their theoretical classes being rather general in nature. The following morning, after washing up and quickly eating a piece of bread, she hurriedly left her dormitory. However, at that moment, a dilemma arose. Yun Qingfeng, the teacher, resided somewhere within the school. Feng Hua felt a pang of frustration as she realized she had forgotten to inquire about his address the previous day, such an important detail, and yet it slipped her mind. Consequently, she hastened towards the potential class, only to discover that the group had already gathered at Li Bian. Do you happen to know where the homeroom teacher lives? Feng Hua inquired. Upon hearing her question, Li Bin froze mid-bite into his bread, while Lei Qingfeng quickly interjected, Girl, are you planning to find the homeroom teacher? Don't. Although he appears quite dashing, he is not a good person. Do not be deceived by his looks. Do you have any idea how many girls have been expelled from the teacher's dormitory for peeking at him while he bathes? It's very dangerous. The 13th floor. Feng Hua squinted, pondering. So, you're saying that what you mentioned yesterday about him peeping at girls was actually the reverse? She found it peculiar that these two had not mentioned the real issue of someone spying, but rather that girls had ventured into the teacher's dormitory to catch a glimpse of the handsome instructor bathing. Lei Qingfeng awkwardly scratched his head and said, Hey, regardless, just don't go. Look at me. I am not any less attractive than the homeroom teacher. Plus, we are closer in age. We would be a better match. Don't go looking for him. If you want to see someone, come watch me bathe. I'll be bathing tonight. You should come. Feng Hua shook her head in exasperation. I merely have a few questions to ask. Rest assured, I would never stoop to such a disgraceful act. Lei Qingfeng scrutinized her for a long moment before finally divulging. The teacher's dormitory is room 1314, just remember, don't peek 1314. Feng Hua raised an eyebrow. That's quite a charming room number. She chose to ignore Lei Qingfeng's final admonition. Thank you. She waved her hand dismissively as she departed from the classroom. Lei Qingfeng watched her leave, feeling somewhat dejected as he turned to Li Bian. Do you think we're quite pitiful? After finally having such a beautiful girl in our class, she has already been captivated by that guy. What is so great about being handsome? Who was it that used to boast about being a handsome guy and look down on me? Li Bin retorted mockingly. She is here to study at the Magic Academy. Not to swoon. Li Bin, having taken a sip of milk, suddenly spat it out. Stop grossing me out. Feng Hua arrived at the foot of the teacher's dormitory, carefully circling around for a while before realizing there was no main entrance. How was she supposed to get up there? Looking at the first floor room numbers 0101, 0102, 0103. She noted that the hallway on the first floor was indeed sealed at both ends, leaving no possible way to ascend. Did the teachers above simply fly up? Room 1314 was on the 13th floor. Did it expect her to fly to the 13th floor? Speaking of which, she was still just a grand magician and had yet to master flight. As she contemplated this, she approached room 0114. Indeed, room 0214 was above it, confirming that Yun Qingfeng resided on the 13th floor. With a resigned sigh, she softly called out in her heart, Guangyue? At that moment, Guangyue, who had been meditating in the beast's space, opened his eyes and asked him, What's wrong? I need to go to the 13th floor to find my teacher. Can you carry me up there? Feng Hua recalled that although Guangyue's power was constrained to a level 1 great leader due to dimensional suppression, he was originally a king and thus retained his ability to fly. Any being above the dominator level could soar through the skies. Previously, in the Twilight Forest, she had soared alongside the Skyhawk Queen at the same altitude. Thank you. Feng Hua expressed her gratitude before the light element dissipated. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door twice. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Yun Qingfeng, once again clad in white robes, who raised an eyebrow upon seeing her. How did you get up here? He had not forgotten that Feng Hua was merely a grand magician at this point. Feng Hua hesitated. I have my ways. But I senti it the case that only those above the dominator level can fly. I remember you're a level 1 great leader. Such a marvelous phenomenon. Feng Hua mused inwardly, impressed by the opulence of the Magic Academy. Can we start your lesson now? Yun Qingfeng nodded. We are both fire mages, so teaching you will be quite convenient. Let us go. After uttering this, he naturally wrapped one arm around Feng Hua and leaped down. Descending from the 13th floor to the ground floor in a single bound, Feng Hua remained momentarily dazed after he released her. This was the second time he had held her like that, and it felt rather peculiar. Why did her heart feel as if it were racing? She reached up to pat her chest, feeling a bit conflicted. Was this body still a bit of a romantic? Why did it cause her heart to race so? No, she was here to study at the Magic Academy. Not to swoon. Following Yun Qingfeng, they arrived at a secluded clearing where they both came to a halt. Now face that mirror and cast a fire elemental sphere. Let me assess your level, Yun Qingfeng instructed, pointing to a large mirror ahead. Feng Hua nodded, her palm swiftly coalescing a fire elemental sphere that she hurled towards the mirror. Are you now a level 2 grand magician? As the fire elemental sphere made contact with the mirror, it unexpectedly altered its trajectory, racing back towards Feng Hua with a speed that was more than double her initial throw. Feng Hua had already prepared for this, leaping aside to evade the incoming sphere. Are you really a level 2 grand magician? Yun Qingfeng frowned, noting that her level was different from what he had observed during their encounter in the Twilight Forest. Had she leveled up in such a short span? Feng Hua was taken aback but nodded in affirmation that he discerned her power level merely from the elemental sphere she conjured. What level of insight was this? She had thought she concealed her level with her concealment magic. At that moment, Guangyue's voice echoed in her mind. To perceive an opponent's level from their spell, he must be at least a level 5 powerhouse. Level 5. Feng Hua's expression shifted instantly. Was Yun Qingfeng truly only a level 1 great leader? How could he be a level 5 powerhouse? That was the level of a sovereign. Could it be that he was hiding his true strength? With this thought, Feng Hua regarded Yun Qingfeng with a peculiar gaze. It was said that this teacher was already over 50 years old. However, considering the words of Li Bin and Lei Qingfeng, one had to question their authenticity, as they seemed quite envious of Yun Qingfeng and consistently spoke ill of him. Even if a sovereign-level powerhouse had surpassed 50, they would still possess remarkable talent. If Yun Qingfeng's actual age truly aligned with his appearance, it would imply that his talent was comparable to her past self, who had once touched the sacred light. I am indeed a fire-type level 2 grand magician, she confirmed. Only fire. My light and dark abilities have long since surpassed that. Yun Qingfeng nodded, then remarked, your talent can be compared to those geniuses from Kaya. If I recall correctly, you are 13 years old this year? Feng Hua nodded, surprised that he even knew her age. Quite impressive. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Qingfeng added, put in the effort to place within the top 30 in the next individual ranking competition. At that time, the Academy will conduct a training session. Those in the top 30 may participate, which will aid in your strength enhancement. Feng Hua inquired, when will the individual ranking competition take place? In 3 months. However, prior to that, there will be a friendly competition between classes. The potential class has historically come in last place, Yun Qingfeng remarked as he gazed at Feng Hua, but with you this time we should not end up in last. Feng Hua felt a bit embarrassed. She had no intention of revealing her true strength during the class-friendly competition. Alright, let us commence today's practical training. Since you are already a level 2 grand magician, I will limit my power to that of a level 3 grand magician for our duel. From now on, each time you level up, I will also increase my level. As he spoke, Yun Qingfeng conjured fire elemental spheres in both hands. Feng Hua readied herself for battle. However, the next moment, she heard Yun Qingfeng say, given that magicians possess relatively fragile physiques, I shall incorporate physical reinforcement into your practical lessons. Feng Hua's eyes lit up. Alright. She was eager for this training. After all, she had great confidence in her martial skills. After all, in her previous life, she had been a warrior. The two, a man and a woman clad in white, stood ready with their fiery spheres in the clearing, engaging in a duel that was far from typical between teacher and student. Every spell cast was a matter of life and death. At the beginning here, the name Qingcheng was mistakenly written as Liang. It should be Feng Hua. Liang accidentally made this error and only realized it upon reviewing the text. I wanted to clarify this. Shangguan Qingyue came looking for trouble. Although Yun Qingfeng had controlled his power to the level of a level 3 grand magician, his skill and proficiency in magic were far beyond what the novice Feng Hua could compare to. However, Feng Hua's reaction speed was swift. Despite Yun Qingfeng's extraordinary speed, she managed to narrowly evade his attacks. During the course of their skirmish, even though he was at a disadvantage, Yun Qingfeng was unable to gain the upper hand against Feng Hua. By the end of the morning, Feng Hua bore several burn marks from the fire element. Yet they were of little consequence, merely superficial injuries. When lunchtime arrived, the two paused, and Yun Qingfeng noticed the burns on Feng Hua's hands, prompting him to furrow his brow. He sighed in resignation, realizing he may have been a tad too harsh. After all, she was a girl, and such injuries were undesirable. Should they leave scars, it would be even worse, and he would have to exercise more caution in the future. He feared that the boys in the potential class would come to confront him if they learned of it. Feng Hua smiled at Yun Qingfeng, expressing her gratitude, stating that she had greatly benefited from his teachings. With lunch hour upon them, she excused herself to the cafeteria. Yun Qingfeng nodded and watched as she departed. Once out of his sight, Feng Hua glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and a faint glimmer of light element enveloped her fists. In an instant, her burned skin was restored to its original state. Fortunately, as a level 7 light element grand sorceress, such minor injuries were trivial to self-heal. Sister, where did you go this morning? There was supposed to be self-study. Lei Qingfeng inquired in confusion. It was only the second day, and already his sister was skipping class. If discovered, it would not bode well. Feng Hua chuckled and replied, I asked for leave from the teacher. I won't be attending morning self-study sessions anymore, I'll be reading in the dormitory. How enviable. Lei Qingfeng felt a twinge of jealousy. Why was it that when he requested leave, Yun Qingfeng denied him, yet Feng Hua's request was granted without hesitation? It was blatant gender bias. Feng Hua settled into her seat. And before long, Yun Qingfeng re-entered the room. The afternoon theory class commenced once again. Days passed in a blur for Feng Hua, who maintained a routine of practical training in the morning and theoretical classes in the afternoon. Life in the Magical Academy had stabilized, but apart from the students in the potential class, Feng Hua had only made one friend, Hua Yunlian. Every few days, Hua Yunlian would visit Feng Hua for a brief chat before disappearing mysteriously for several days. On an afternoon 20 days later, Shangguan Qingyue strode towards the potential class, her chin held high. Ever since that fateful night after the freshman competition, when she had been derided by the girl who had collided with her, she had been on the hunt for the formidable Yu Fenghua. All she knew was the name Yu Fenghua and that this individual was exceptionally talented. Armed with such scant information, she searched through the Magical Academy, which was filled with prodigious talents aged 10 to 25, but every time she confronted someone with the same name, they would deny having any cousin or relative studying at the academy. Moreover, those named Yu Fenghua she encountered were all of mediocre ability. Finally, she heard of another individual named Yu Fenghua, a student in the potential class, deemed a waste with 7 elemental roots from the Yu family, with a cousin named Yu Qingcheng, who also attended the academy and was known for her arrogance. Aside from the fact that she was considered a waste due to her 7 elemental roots, the rest of the information seemed to align perfectly. Although Shangguan Qingyue regarded a waste with 7 elemental roots as nothing but a failure, she resolved to personally investigate whether this potential class waste, Yu Fenghua, was indeed the person she sought. Upon arriving at the entrance of the potential class, she did not bother to look inside but instead lifted her chin even higher, demanding, "Who is Yu Fenghua? Step forward." Humph, a bunch of worthless individuals, who among them was worthy of her attention? Especially that Yu Fenghua, a waste of 7 elemental roots, were it not for the shared name, she would not have bothered to grace this waste class with her presence. At that moment, Shangguan Qingyue had not considered that any random individual from the potential class would hold a higher status than her as a daughter of one of the 4 prominent families. As the students within the potential class were engaged in their lessons, they were momentarily stunned by her words, and the male students instinctively turned their gazes toward Fenghua, seemingly inquiring who this arrogant fool at the door was. Upon recognizing Shangguan Qingyue standing at the entrance, Fenghua felt a flicker of confusion. Was this person truly intending to cause her trouble? After all, their encounters within the Magical Academy had been few and far between. How did she know her name? How could she be aware that she was a student in the potential class? Was she seeking a fight? After a prolonged silence, Shangguan Qingyue, growing impatient, finally lowered her gaze slightly. However, upon spotting the only girl seated in the classroom, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Why are you here, you little wretch? She had come to witness the legendary Yu Fenghua's prowess, yet instead had encountered a person she had long wished to eliminate. Her derogatory term drew frowns from everyone present, including Fenghua and Yun Qingfeng. "This classmate, you are not a student of the potential class, we are currently in session, so please refrain from disrupting our class." Yun Qingfeng's cool voice rang out. Shangguan Qingyue, realizing he intended to expel her, glared in anger. "Who do you think you are to dare?" But as she continued, her words faltered upon taking in Yun Qingfeng's appearance. "Heavens! So handsome! Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him before?" Yun Qingfeng replied, "I am the homeroom teacher of the potential class. Now please leave this place. Fenghua is my student, and I expect you to show her some respect." Yun Qingfeng was unaware of why he felt so protective of Fenghua against this woman, yet he deemed it only natural to defend her, for she was a member of the potential class and his student. He would not allow anyone to insult her. Upon hearing that Yun Qingfeng was speaking up for Fenghua, Shangguan Qingyue's face twisted in fury. This wretched girl was none other than the Yu family's 7 elemental roots waste. How could such a waste have a teacher as striking as him? During the previous freshman competition, she had seen a light element sorceress befriending her. Shangguan Qingyue, one of the top 10 newcomers this year, had not encountered any other light element sorcerers aside from that girl. Instead, she found herself suppressed in her own class of lightning element sorcerers, where she was outmatched by those of superior strength. This was utterly intolerable. She had previously believed that with her level 2 lightning element grand sorceress status, she would be treated as a genius worthy of close guidance. Yet, upon arriving, she found that there were far too many lightning element sorcerers, most of whom were stronger than her. And they all looked down on her. She had been holding back her frustration for far too long today. She had finally found that wretched girl, and it felt as if heaven was offering her a chance to vent her pent-up feelings. She could not let this opportunity slip by to utterly defeat her. Wretched girl, do you dare to compete with me? Shangguan Qingyue sneered at Feng Hua. Before Feng Hua could respond, Li Bin interjected, mind your language. Do you really think you can intimidate me with your weak magic? Shangguan Qingyue scoffed derisively, you think you can hurt me with your little skills? Do you even have the ability to fight? Upon hearing those words, Feng Hua's previously calm demeanor turned icy. This woman truly could not speak without insulting others. Not only was she picking a fight with her, but she was also disparaging the entire potential class. If she didn't teach her a lesson, she might genuinely believe she was something special. Since you are so eager to compete, then let us, Feng Hua declared, rising to her feet, disregarding the subtle warnings from the boys beside her, who were signaling her not to accept. Come, let us find a secluded spot. I shall accommodate your pride. Shangguan Qingyue let out a cold laugh, eager to find a private place to settle the score with this wretched girl. How could she allow herself to be humiliated so thoroughly in front of others? Feng Hua slowly made her way toward the classroom door, and as she passed by Yun Qingfeng, she said, Teacher, I would appreciate your role as the judge. Dear readers, I would like to know whether you prefer more romantic scenes or more drama with the antagonists. Please share your thoughts in the comments section. Although it was class time, since the teacher had decided to act as a referee, it was only fitting that the boys be allowed to observe as well. They should be encouraged to cultivate some ambition. They arrived at a deserted clearing, where Feng Hua and Shangguan Qingyue stood facing each other. Yun Qingfeng positioned himself 20 paces away from them, granting them ample space. Feng Hua regarded Shangguan Qingyue with remarkable composure. Even when Yun Qingfeng fixed his power at the level of a third-tier grand mage, she could hold her own, let alone against Shangguan Qingyue, a bona fide second-tier grand mage. Yun Qingfeng glanced around and inquired, Are you ready? I can begin at any time, Shangguan Qingyue replied. Feng Hua merely nodded, remaining silent as she observed the boys nearby with a hint of concern. What should they do? Would the class beauty be in danger? That girl had to be at least a 7th-tier mage. What on earth was the homeroom teacher thinking? Shouldn't he be stopping the match at a time like this? Instead, he was officiating. Was it because some beautiful girl had spied on him bathing yesterday, leading him to harbor resentment towards pretty girls and thus deliberately target them? You're overthinking it. Yun Qingfeng raised his hand, paused momentarily, then swiftly lowered it, declaring, Let us keep it light. The match begins. How could it possibly be light? Shangguan Qingyue quickly condensed her lightning element, noticing that her opponent stood frozen in place, seemingly stunned into inaction. A cruel smile crept across her lips, her eyes glinting with madness, rendering her once pretty face somewhat terrifying. She intended to teach this little brat a lesson about the consequences of provoking her. Even if this little wretch was the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, she wouldn't hold back. Surely, the Yu family wouldn't intervene on behalf of this useless girl. In that moment, Shangguan Qingyue envisioned Feng Hua being struck down by her own lightning element. She was determined to transform this little wretch into the most hideous creature in existence. Little wretch. Perish. The sizzling sphere of lightning in her hand hurtled toward Feng Hua, who remained standing there, watching as the lightning drew ever closer. Ha 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 ha. Shangguan Qingyue believed she was too frightened to move, laughing madly as she anticipated seeing Feng Hua charred by her lightning element. However, just as the lightning sphere was about to collide with Feng Hua's body, she vanished in an instant. Only when the lightning sphere passed through the spot where Feng Hua had been and struck a nearby tree, creating a considerable commotion, did she reappear in her original position. How could this be possible? Shangguan Qingyue stared in disbelief at the unharmed Feng Hua, her astonishment akin to witnessing the sun rise in the west. The boys who had been anxiously watching this unfold were equally astonished, covering their gaping mouths in disbelief. Is she a warrior? Lei Qingfeng marveled at the scene before him. Given her agility, she must at least be a 7th-tier warrior. Below that level, one lacks combat capability. No matter, even if she were a warrior, her power wouldn't be high. Otherwise, she wouldn't be attending a magic academy, surely specializing solely in martial arts. At this moment, Shangguan Qingyue began to take the situation seriously. In contrast to her earlier safety, she no longer condensed a lightning sphere. Instead, she transformed the lightning element into a slender whip, gripping it tightly and forcefully lashing it toward Feng Hua. Damn! This woman is insane. What kind of peculiar obsession does she have? Lei Qingfeng exclaimed. Feng Hua leapt high to evade the strike. Yet, in the next moment, the lightning element exploded outward, the fine line morphing into a plane that rapidly expanded toward Feng Hua's body. Its speed astonishing. Fenghua relaxed her body, allowing herself to drop freely, narrowly avoiding the diagonal strike of the lightning plane. Furious, Shangguan Qingyue swung her arm forcefully, causing the lightning elements to widen their range, transforming into numerous small purple lightning dots surrounding Fenghua. With her hand directed at Fenghua, fingers splayed, she tightened her fist after a few seconds. The lightning elements encircling Fenghua swiftly coalesced, forming a prison of lightning that confined her within. Shangguan Qingyue revealed a sinister smile, urging the lightning elements to wreak havoc from within. Sister, this is bad. If this continues, the situation will turn dire. Even though she is a warrior, her level shouldn't be high. What should we do? Perhaps we should assist her from the sidelines. Winning or losing the match is secondary. Her life is what truly matters. Are you foolish? That girl is clearly above the level of a grand mage. Given our magic levels, rescuing her is utterly impossible. We'd only be walking into our own demise. Unless what? Unless the homeroom teacher intervenes. The boy's gazes converged on Yun Qingfeng, only to find him watching the match with remarkable calmness. Seemingly unperturbed as Shangguan Qingyue held Fenghua captive within the lightning, she waited for Yun Qingfeng to intervene, assuming he was merely admiring her prodigious talent at such a young age and thus disregarding Fenghua as a worthless opponent. Eager to defeat Fenghua in front of the handsome teacher, she was about to act when an odd sensation washed over her. Outside the confines of the lightning imprisoning Fenghua, a faint red glow began to emerge. Was that fire element? Did I not mention that I cannot use magic? Shangguan Qingyue stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, her eyes widening as she realized the significance of the red hue. Regaining her composure, she exerted her mental energy to tighten the lightning elements. She had to eliminate this little wretch. Even if she could now wield fire elements, so what? It merely indicated that she had awakened them in a moment of life-threatening danger. It wouldn't change the fact that she was still a waste of space with a 7th-tier spiritual root. Given her age, her future cultivation speed would hardly be impressive. There was no way she could compare to Shangguan Qingyue, a 2nd-tier grand mage of the lightning element. Just as Shangguan Qingyue prepared to swiftly conclude the battle, a strange sensation coursed through her mental energy. The once volatile lightning elements she had controlled began to slip from her grasp. Instead of obeying her command to contract, they began to spread out. The scattered red points multiplied. Damn it! Shangguan Qingyue's expression darkened instantly. How could this be? She was a 2nd-tier grand mage. Even if Yu Fenghua had awakened her fire element, she should only be capable of utilizing it at the most basic level, a mere 2nd-tier mage at best. How could she possibly withstand the assault of her lightning elements? A resounding crash echoed as the tightly bound lightning surrounding Fenghua exploded. The air was filled with a blend of red and purple. The scorching heat of the fire element clashed violently with the turbulence of the lightning element, creating an extremely unstable environment. Shangguan Qingyue was left stunned. If she had previously thought Fenghua was merely an initial user of elements at the level of a 2nd-tier grand mage, she now comprehended that Fenghua's power was indeed on par with her own. A 1st-tier mage could only sense magical elements, and upon absorbing a certain amount of elemental energy, would naturally ascend to the level of a 2nd-tier mage, capable of wielding minimal elemental abilities, previously demonstrated by the scarce fire element emanating from the lightning. However, now a vast expanse of fiery red, equal to the purple hue, signified to all present that Yu Fenghua was at least a fire element grand mage. You've been concealing your strength all along. Shangguan Qingyue stared at Fenghua in disbelief, unable to fathom that this girl had comprehended the fire element and become a grand mage under the assault of her lightning. She would never believe that her magic had exerted such pressure on Fenghua that it drove her to break through. Concealing my strength? Fenghua replied with an innocent expression. Did I ever tell you that I cannot use magic? Shangguan Qingyue widened her eyes, her breath faltering. Your name is Yu Fenghua, and you entered the Magic Academy through the back door with the Yu family's recommendation letter. Are you not supposed to be a 7th-tier spiritual root waste? How could you possibly be a grand mage? Fenghua smiled. Who told you that entering with a recommendation letter precludes one from being a grand mage? Did I ever state that I am a 7th-tier spiritual root waste? You've all been spreading slander about me. Shangguan Qingyue screamed. Then why didn't you participate based on your own strength? Why not? The line outside is so long. Of course, I took the faster route through the back door with my recommendation letter. Fenghua maintained her innocent facade, infuriating Shangguan Qingyue further. Shangguan Qingyue found it utterly inconceivable. Don't you have a shred of pride as a grand mage? You chose to skip the queue and enter through the back door. For a mage like Shangguan Qingyue, showcasing one's strength was paramount. Although the entrance examination for the Magic Academy necessitates a lengthy wait to assess one's power level, the moment one reveals themselves as a formidable archmage, earning the appreciative gaze of the instructors and the envious stares of peers, is the most profound source of satisfaction. Shangguan Qingyue lowered her head and asked in a somewhat peculiar tone, "What level of fire mage are you?" "Second level. But for light and darkness, it's certainly beyond the second level." "The fire element is indeed at the second level." "I see." Shangguan Qingyue abruptly raised her hands, summoning a vast array of lightning elements that swiftly coalesced, directed by her mental prowess towards Fenghua. Fenghua frowned, and immediately, fire elements surged to obstruct the advance. The fire and lightning elements clashed fiercely, neither yielding to the other. However, today, when she had previously utilized her mental power to manipulate the lightning elements, it could be considered as having already engaged in 3 consecutive battles during the freshman ranking competition, where she had mostly triumphed with a single move, after expending a portion of her mental energy. Facing Fenghua again would undoubtedly lead to a significant disadvantage. Although a second-level archmage possesses commendable combat capabilities, this is primarily under the condition of employing singular elemental sphere attacks. Shangguan Qingyue's prior display of utilizing elemental whips and planes, continuously morphing shapes, is immensely draining on one's mental energy. Noticing her pale visage, Fenghua remarked, "I no longer wish to fight you." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingyue assumed she was being mocked. She raised her hand. And with a mere thought, the first-level lightning crystal she had obtained materialized in her grasp. She swallowed the lightning crystal with fervor, a manic laugh escaping her lips. "Ha ha ha, you Fenghua. What I have ingested is the lightning elemental power infused with the full force of a 9th-level peak archmage. You are doomed." Fenghua furrowed her brows. A 9th-level archmage? Even with her mastery of light and darkness, she was merely at the 7th level, which posed a significant predicament. Do not fret, for her second-level archmage constitution. Absorbing the first-level elemental crystal entirely would take quite some time. The voice of Guangyue resonated in her mind. A myriad of lightning elements enveloped Shangguan Qingyue, and her expression twisted into a fierce snarl as she gazed at Fenghua. The elemental crystal, originally intended for her advancement, would now be wielded to vanquish Fenghua. She was determined to annihilate her. Light and darkness in tandem? "Dear, are you certain you are not jesting? The top 10 in the freshman ranking competition are all archmages, each possessing a first-level elemental crystal, capable of elevating themselves by 1 or 2 levels. This implies that the other 9 contenders, after absorbing their elemental crystals, would at the very least be second-level archmages." Shangguan Qingyue, originally a rare second-level archmage among this cohort, after squandering a first-level elemental crystal, found herself at a disadvantage against others of second-level archmage stature or higher. For a mage so concerned with reputation, her animosity towards Fenghua was palpable. Regardless of whether Fenghua had previously concealed her prowess, today, she was resolute in her quest for vengeance. The destructive power of the lightning element intensified after consuming the elemental crystal, and Shangguan Qingyue felt a substantial surge in the lightning elements her mental energy could perceive. She understood that if she did not utilize this newfound power to advance but instead aimed to defeat Yu Fenghua, she would forfeit her opportunity for elevation. Yet, she would never forgive Yu Fenghua for tarnishing her dignity as a mage. A sinister smile crept across Shangguan Qingyue's previously lovely face as she fervently summoned the lightning elements toward Fenghua. "This is disastrous. Can such a terrifying girl be confronted?" Fenghua frowned, then seemed to have an epiphany, unleashing the fire elements in a reckless charge. The moment of collision between the fire and lightning elements. The lightning initially gained the upper hand, advancing slowly toward Fenghua, but as the 2 elements met, portions of the lightning began to dissipate, allowing the fire elements to surge forward, only for the lightning to again vanish in a cyclical dance until the flames reached Shangguan Qingyue. Observing from the sidelines, Yun Qingfeng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the flames conjured by Fenghua. The color of the flames seemed rather peculiar, perhaps slightly darker. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he appraised Fenghua with an unusual gaze, continuing to observe the match. Yet, an odd sensation stirred within him, a feeling of excitement. He felt compelled to showcase to the proud prodigies of the Magic Academy what true talent entailed. Fenghua's potential might well rival that of the first-ranked Helianya in the personal ranking competition. Having served as Fenghua's instructor for over 20 days in combat classes, Yun Qingfeng was acutely aware of her rapid progress, not to mention her talent in martial arts, which was equally formidable. Such a dual-faceted genius was indeed rare. Shangguan Qingyue, with her contorted expression, glared at Fenghua, wishing to tear her face apart. She exerted her efforts to manipulate the lightning elements, yet they continued to dwindle. She could not comprehend why Fenghua's flames could extinguish her lightning. Although both fire and lightning are inherently aggressive elements, to obliterate the other, their levels must differ by at least one tier. They were both second-level archmages and she possessed a first-level lightning crystal. Defeat was inconceivable. Could it be that this little wench, beyond being a second-level fire mage, harbored another element at a level exceeding that of a second-level archmage? Shangguan Qingyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Fenghua. No. This is impossible. She shook her head slightly, dismissing her thoughts as utterly ludicrous. Dual-element mages are exceedingly rare, especially one as young as Fenghua who had already attained the status of an archmage. Mastering two elemental magics concurrently is inherently challenging. If her other elemental affinity surpassed that of a second-level archmage, then such talent would be terrifying indeed. Furthermore, from the flames of Fenghua, she discerned no traces of lightning. Earth or light elements, water conducts electricity, thus could never be employed to dispel her lightning, and water and fire are inherently incompatible, making their coexistence within a single body impossible. If Fenghua were a dual-element mage, her other element could only be darkness. However, being both a darkness mage and a fire mage simultaneously, Shangguan Qingyue could not fathom this notion. She merely regarded Fenghua as a relatively talented child from the Yu family. How could she possibly be a rare dual-element mage? This wretched girl must have resorted to some peculiar means to cause her lightning to dissipate. Yu Fenghua. Shangguan Qingyue muttered Fenghua's name, then closed her eyes, preparing to expend all her mental energy to defeat Fenghua, only to feel an excruciating heat radiating from her hands. Shangguan Qingyue shrieked, immediately releasing her grip. Her delicate palms were now scorched charred black, while Fenghua stood innocently, appearing as though she had done nothing at all. You. Wretched girl, how dare you burn me? Shangguan Qingyue screamed, charging towards Fenghua, but Yun Qingfeng interjected, injuries are commonplace in competitions. Shangguan, you have attempted to harm my student several times. He had observed everything. He merely believed in Fenghua's ability to handle her. Sister. You won, my goodness. A fire archmage. How extraordinary that our elite class boasts an archmage. The class flower is indeed remarkable, having attained archmage status at such a tender age. This talent is undoubtedly that of a genius. Let those fellows who often mock us now witness our class flower's triumph. Once they had departed, Yun Qingfeng gazed at Fenghua and inquired, are you a darkness mage? Fenghua scratched her head, conflicted, and replied, yes. What level? Yun Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Although he was unaware of how Fenghua concealed her power level, he could discern no flaws in her facade to the naked eye. She appeared to be a mere 7th-tier spirit root failure. 7th-level archmage. Fenghua smiled. Yun Qingfeng chuckled. Since you can hide your identity as a darkness mage, it is plausible that there are others. Do you possess any additional magical elements? Fenghua regarded Yun Qingfeng's angelic smile with inner turmoil before saying light element. Yun Qingfeng's lips twitched violently. Light element? Light and darkness in tandem. Dear, are you certain you are not jesting? At least 40 if not 50. Fenghua observed Yun Qingfeng's astonished expression, reflecting, this is precisely what you wish to know. She was inherently a good person and typically refrained from using this to intimidate others, but since her esteemed instructor had inquired, she felt compelled to disclose it. Look at how reluctant she was. Yun Qingfeng's strange gaze scrutinized Fenghua once more. He truly did not anticipate encountering a light and darkness dual-element mage in this world. It was utterly astonishing. With such a constitution, should it become known, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Tell me, do you fear that I might disclose this to others? Yun Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, having merely posed the question out of curiosity. Dual-element mages are already exceedingly rare, let alone a tri-element mage, particularly one with light and darkness in tandem, often deemed impossible to exist safely in this world. Fenghua remarked, if you were to divulge information to others, you would refrain from letting them leave only to inquire later. She harbored a peculiar trust in Yun Qingfeng, perhaps stemming from the fact that he had rescued her within the depths of the enchanted night forest. This faith that Yun Qingfeng placed in her brought him a measure of joy, yet it was tinged with concern. The world outside was rife with chaos. In your situation, once the royal family becomes aware, you face two fates. Either you pledge your life to the royal court, or you meet your demise. Gazing at her, he was reminded of a certain matter. Since you and the second prince have been betrothed since childhood, it seems you are destined for the former betrothal? I have annulled it. Fenghua looked at him with an expression of innocence. I terminated the engagement with that good-for-nothing before I arrived. Such a fool daring to cause a ruckus at her Yu family was nothing short of courting death. Feng Hua nodded. Yes, I can manage, but I can only concoct first-grade elixirs. After all, my fire magic is merely at the level of a second-tier grand mage. Yun Qingfeng replied with a smile, do not worry about that. Tomorrow afternoon I shall give that group of brats a break. Come find me in the morning with that. He vanished from her sight. Feng Hua blinked, feeling that the words of her esteemed teacher subtly hinted at his advanced age. He consistently referred to Li Bin and his companions as that bunch of brats, which led her to conclude that what Li Bin and the others said was indeed true. Initially, she had thought they were merely envious of their teacher's striking good looks, thus resorting to slandering him. Feng Hua shook her head, puzzled. What did Yun Qingfeng's age have to do with her? Why ponder such matters? Even if he were over 100 years old, it was of no consequence to her. Feng Hua nodded. And what about you? She will remain with me. Starting tomorrow, we will take turns going out. The next morning, after grooming herself, Feng Hua arrived at the dormitory where Yun Qingfeng resided. Before long, the dashing figure clad in white gracefully leapt from the 13th floor. Except for the first day when Feng Hua sought out Yun Qingfeng, she had since been waiting below on subsequent occasions. Follow me, Yun Qingfeng instructed. Stepping forward, Feng Hua trailed behind him, curiosity piqued about their destination. A Yu's voice chimed in at that moment. I hadn't realized before, but your teacher is quite handsome. Seize the opportunity. Feng Hua squinted her eyes in exasperation. You think too much. He is nearly 50 and I am merely 13. The age difference was simply too vast. Even if Yun Qingfeng had an inclination towards younger companions, Feng Hua had no interest in an older man. A Yu's voice expressed disappointment. So what if he's 50? It's only a 30-year gap. Feng Hua chose not to engage further in Yu's comments. Following Yun Qingfeng for quite some time, she observed numerous students attending practical classes. Wherever he passed, several girls in class couldn't resist stealing glances at him. Some infatuated ones even standing still, ignoring their teacher's instructions. Feng Hua shook her head in resignation. It seemed this teacher, despite being 50, still garnered considerable admiration from the ladies. Here we are, Yun Qingfeng announced, halting before the entrance of a courtyard. Feng Hua looked up to see a sign reading pharmacy. Tis a good place to concoct potions, as it's less likely to attract attention, Yun Qingfeng explained, stepping inside. Feng Hua followed, inhaling the fragrant aroma of various herbs and the scent of completed elixirs. Having previously crafted a youth elixir, she was familiar with these scents. The youth elixir contained a component that exuded a rich fragrance, lingering even after its successful concoction, somewhat akin to the current atmosphere within the pharmacy. Feng Hua raised an eyebrow, realizing Yun Qingfeng must have consumed numerous youth elixirs to maintain his appearance. I am merely a first-grade alchemist. To my knowledge, potions that enhance strength or alter one's constitution must be at least 4th grade. Following Yun Qingfeng into a potion-making room, she knew the pharmacy was open to all, but once someone began concocting, others were not permitted to disturb. Feng Hua understood that Yun Qingfeng had brought her here to craft potions. Yet as a first-grade alchemist, it was impossible for her to produce potions that could enhance the potential of students or alter their constitutions. Given her circumstances, it would also be unfeasible for her to elevate herself to the rank of a 4th-tier fire mage in a short span. The advancement of a mage's level was not an easy feat. Yun Qingfeng picked up a book on alchemy, flipping to the final pages as if he had completely disregarded Feng Hua's earlier comments. After a while, Yun Qingfeng looked up and stated, I am aware that you are a first-grade alchemist. You possess the ability to concoct potions, but your level of strength is insufficient. I may lack your alchemical skills. Yet my power level suffices. If we were to collaborate. Feng Hua widened her eyes, somewhat taken aback. Collaborate? How would that work? Is it even possible to cooperate in alchemy? Surely he jested. If 2 alchemists were to join forces, that would be feasible, but he was not an alchemist. What I mean is, I will provide the flames, and you will control them. I have faith in your abilities. Upon hearing Yun Qingfeng's words, Feng Hua scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze. Then inquired, is your power level above the 4th tier? Previously, Guangyue had mentioned that one could discern another strength level through their techniques, and one had to be at least a 5th-tier powerhouse to do so. If Yun Qingfeng's flames could be controlled by her to concoct 4th-grade potions, it indicated he was at least a 4th-tier powerhouse, potentially even a 5th tier, according to the knowledge possessed by this body's original owner. 5th-tier powerhouses were exceedingly rare in the entire central region. Yun Qingfeng smiled and replied, take a guess. I suspect your strength exceeds the 5th tier, Feng Hua said, gazing at him with an expression of innocence. Awaiting his revelation, I want to tell you. Yun Qingfeng rummaged through a pile of herbs to find the materials they would require, then added, let us begin. It will likely take at least 10 to 8 days to succeed. So we shall try our hand today. Cooperation in alchemy necessitates a significant amount of synergy, especially considering their roles, one concocting while the other provided the flame. It was likely that conventional alchemists had never considered such a method of collaboration. Are these herbs free? Fenghua asked. Yun Qingfeng looked at her as if she were foolish, responding, of course not. The school purchases herbs in bulk at lower prices, but there is still a fee that I will cover the cost up front. Once the potions are made, I will collect from that group of brats who constantly speak ill of me. Fenghua realized she had previously misunderstood this strikingly handsome teacher. He possessed quite a different side. All right, let us prepare all the ingredients and then we can commence. Following the proportions outlined in the book, they began categorizing the various herbs. Once all the ingredients were weighed, a ball of intensely high-temperature flames appeared in Yun Qingfeng's hand. Within mere seconds of its emergence, beads of sweat began to form on Fenghua's forehead. Unlike the previous occasion when Yun Qingfeng had consciously restrained his power to that of a third-tier grand mage, this time he seemed to unleash his full strength. The frighteningly high temperature of the flames danced in his palm like a docile lamb, yet the heat it radiated was terrifying to Fenghua. She frowned. The flames were significantly hotter than her Owin's voice echoed in that moment. If this handsome man isn't suppressing his power, he should be at the peak of the 9th tier. Possibly at a bottleneck. Fenghua was taken aback by Yu's assertion. Stepping into the threshold of a revered king means that with just one opportunity, this man before me could ascend to that realm? He truly was a 5th-tier powerhouse, however. How could a 5th-tier powerhouse serve as a teacher in a magical academy, particularly as an instructor of theoretical knowledge in a potential class? His identity must be extraordinary. As Fenghua pondered Yun Qingfeng's possible identity, the sweat on her forehead continued to accumulate and Yu teased her again. Is it hot? Of course. I'm sweating profusely. Fenghua retorted inwardly. Yu chuckled lewdly and suggested, why not take off your clothes? Pfft. Fenghua inwardly howled with laughter. Stop it. I'm sitting across from a man, not a woman. A certain dark magical beast, lounging in the realm of dark magical creatures, scoffed. So what if he's a man? After all, you're only 13, right? Let's begin, Yun Qingfeng declared. Fenghua nodded, mentally instructing Yu to remain silent for the time being, and began to control Yun Qingfeng's flames to concoct the herbs. Yun Qingfeng's flames were 5th tier, making it relatively easy to burn the herbs for crafting 3rd-grade potions. However, controlling flames of such high caliber was still a daunting challenge for Fenghua. Even with Yun Qingfeng willingly allowing his flames to respond to her commands, it remained a strenuous effort. The entire day passed in this manner, and 3 potions of rather decent quality lay quietly in Fenghua's small hands. As it was her first attempt at controlling another's flame. The elixir's hue could only be deemed of high quality, falling short of perfection. Nevertheless, this achievement was already quite a challenge for Fenghua. Though the flames were provided by Yun Qingfeng, it was Fenghua's mastery over the flames that was paramount in the art of alchemy. This situation mirrors how a fire mage is not necessarily an alchemist. Possessing flames without understanding alchemy is futile. Fenghua entrusted the elixir in her hand to Yun Qingfeng for safekeeping, and as she touched her face, she realized it was drenched in sweat, her entire body feeling sticky. With one arm around her, Yun Qingfeng elegantly waved his other hand, causing the tightly shut door to swing open. He swiftly carried her out of the alchemy chamber. Speeding through the courtyard's gate toward Fenghua's dormitory, Fenghua remarked, I'm drenched in sweat. Does he not mind holding me like this? Yun Qingfeng replied, it's fine. You smell quite pleasant. Is this a form of teasing? Fenghua felt conflicted. Indeed. And Yu silently affirmed in her heart, then added, impressive. Only 13 years old. Please do realize that I'm the one being teased here. Fenghua thought to herself, blushing. Well, you are impressive too. And Yu chuckled. Her mood clearly bright. Which dormitory do you reside in? Yun Qingfeng inquired, estimating they were nearing her dormitory building. True to his word, Yun Qingfeng flew directly to her dormitory's entrance. Setting her down, she said, remember tomorrow morning, and with that, he vanished. Fenghua stood there in a daze, and Yu teased, what's this? Do you wish to invite him in for tea? You didn't say anything earlier, and now you're left standing here looking foolish. Huh. But that's not what you were thinking. And Yu's innocent voice chimed in again. Embarrassed, Fenghua entered her room. Standing before the large mirror, she realized her face was indeed quite flushed. The heat from Yun Qingfeng's flames must have made her feel this way. She, Fenghua, was not a lovesick girl. You're attired at Yu emerged from the beast's space, stifling a laugh upon seeing Fenghua's clothes. Fenghua then noticed that her white dress was completely soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her body, resembling someone who had just emerged from a pool. Her face reddened further, recalling how she had been in close proximity to Yun Qingfeng, Good heavens! She had been taken advantage of by a man of 50. What was happening? That man was already 50 and hadn't even bothered to avert his gaze. How outrageous! After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, Fenghua lay down to sleep. Controlling such high-level flames had drained her mental energy, making it impossible to continue her usual nightly training after a deep slumber. She remained asleep until the sunlight streamed into her room the next day in the beast's space, and Yu was meditating when she suddenly heard something amiss. Concealing her presence, she exited the beast's space only to see a handsome man in white enter. Upon spotting the sleeping Fenghua, he quietly sat down and leisurely sipped a cup of tea. And Yu, witnessing this scene, quickly called out, "Little lazy pig, wake up! The sun is already up. Your handsome teacher has come to visit." What? Fenghua sprang up, her mind going blank upon seeing Yun Qingfeng sitting at the table. What was happening? Why was he in her dormitory? Wasn't this an invasion of privacy? Yun Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, stating, "I waited quite a while for you and decided to come see you." After saying this, he glanced around, noting that Fenghua's room was tidy and devoid of excessive decoration. She hurriedly grabbed a blue dress, changed behind a screen, tied her hair into a ponytail, and began to wash her face. And Yu, still hidden, boldly sat beside Yun Qingfeng. Noticing Fenghua changing behind the screen, Yun Qingfeng didn't even glance that way, casually remarking, "This guy is abnormal. He doesn't even look? Oh wait, you're just 13. There's nothing remarkable about you." Fenghua felt as though she might choke on her own blood. How dare he keep reminding her that she was only 13 and not particularly well endowed? How infuriating! Well, Guangyu and Anyo must be quite old. They must be jealous of my youth. Yet Guangyu had said nothing and had been dragged into this mess. "All right," Fenghua declared. "This is the girls' dormitory. I'll exit through the front door. And teacher, you can jump out the window." No sooner had she finished speaking than she felt a hand on her waist. That afternoon, several young men sat in the classroom, gravely discussing a topic. "I believe the teacher is using his looks to abduct our class beauty." "What a brute!" "I agree." "She's stunning. He must have set his sights on her. How despicable. I should have made the first move. What should we do to rescue her from the teacher's clutches? This seems quite difficult. He's a level 1 commander. It's not that simple. What if we get killed before we even manage to rescue her? In that case, we must find some strong individuals to teach that guy a lesson." "Who are you going to beat up?" Yun Qingfeng's cold voice interrupted. The boys, huddled together discussing their plans, trembled in disbelief, wide-eyed as they turned to see Yun Qingfeng standing at the door, alongside Fenghua. Fenghua felt helpless. How could she be so easily abducted? Yun Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. Realizing they were indirectly insulting him, however, he didn't mind and presented the fruits of his recent alchemical endeavors, stating, "One for each of you. Swallow it." "What? Poison?" Li Bin asked that if it were truly poison, who would be foolish enough to ask? Fenghua was utterly speechless. Yun Qingfeng, oblivious to the shock his words induced among the elite class, continued, "Wash it down." Li Bin's eyes bulged as he focused intently on the round, gleaming elixir in his hand. If this were indeed a 4th-tier elixir, it would undoubtedly be of perfect quality. The perfect quality 4th-tier elixir could fetch a fortune at an auction. Yun Qingfeng warned, "This Iacentia gift N01 has paid the 5,000 gold coins. And also, I don't want to see you at the bottom of the class in the upcoming friendship tournament in 2 months." After consuming the elixir, the boys endured the pain of altering their physiques, and Fenghua recalled the agony she felt each time she activated great magic. The torment inflicted by dark and fire elements was no ordinary trial. The light element, however, was incredibly gentle. She suspected that their current sensations were akin to her own experiences back then. After leaving the class, Yun Qingfeng observed Fenghua's improving complexion and asked, "How do you feel?" "Quite well. Every time I advance, the world before me seems to change," Fenghua replied with a smile. As a level 3 fire mage, she knew she wouldn't place within the top 30 in the personal ranking tournament. If you put in more effort, you have 2 months. If you can become a level 5 mage, along with the physical training I provide, breaking into the top 30 should be feasible. 2 months to reach level 5 mage. Fenghua gulped. That seemed exceedingly difficult. The qualification for the personal ranking tournament was being a great mage or higher. However, the age limit for students was 25. Among them, only 2 had reached Lord level. One was the light element 9th level Lord Hua Yunlian, whom she had already met, but she wouldn't be participating in the competition. The other was Helian Ya, a dual element 9th level Lord who had held first place in the personal ranking tournament for 3 years. "Are there many commanders and great mages in the school?" Fenghua swallowed nervously, voicing her concern that if so, she would have no chance of entering the personal ranking tournament. Yes, but the school has a rule. Participants can compete for 3 consecutive years. If someone places between 6th and 30th for 3 years in a row, they cannot continue participating. The school's actions are aimed at enabling a greater number of students to participate in the organized training sessions. In other words, the personal ranking competition no longer reflects the true capabilities of the students within the school. Feng Hua pondered this and felt a flicker of intrigue towards Helianya, who was rumored to be a master of both water and wind magic. How could someone wielding non-offensive elements maintain the top rank for 3 consecutive years? Yun Qingfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "Ah, you are a 3-element magician. I should have mentioned this sooner." Her consistent first place is attributed to her use of a basic ability magic called ice, which combines 2 elemental forces. Ability magic? Feng Hua's eyes widened at the mention of those words, prompting her to inquire, "What is that?" Yun Qingfeng explained it involves rapidly cooling the water element using the wind element to solidify it into ice, which is then employed in combat. Although it is merely a basic ability magic, she wields it exceptionally well. From my preliminary assessment, she should have no rivals below the level of a second-tier lord. That's utterly astonishing. Feng Hua was left utterly flabbergasted, realizing that a 9th-level lord could triumph over those ranked as low as second-tier lords. Yun Qingfeng chuckled, "You needn't appear so astonished as a 3-element magician. As long as you discover a suitable ability magic, you too can master it. You will undoubtedly match her prowess." Feng Hua nodded in agreement. But she also recognized that if it weren't for the opportunity to join the training sessions, she would have little desire to enter the personal ranking competition. The following morning, upon arriving at the potential class, she was greeted by the sight of several beaming youths. Lei Qingfeng, once a 6th-level magician, had now advanced to the 9th level, while Li Bin had achieved the status of an 8th-level magician, and the others had all reached 7th level as well. The cleansing elixir not only altered their physical constitution but also provided a slight boost relative to their original strengths. "All right, follow me. The teacher must be waiting for us," Feng Hua declared, leading them to the location where she and Yun Qingfeng had previously engaged in practical combat lessons. The area was spacious enough to accommodate everyone, even with the additional participants. Yun Qingfeng had been waiting there for quite some time, and upon seeing them arrive, he instructed, "Each of you will duel according to your respective strengths. These upcoming sessions will help you acclimate to utilizing magic. Once you are comfortable, we shall engage in earnest." Engage in earnest? The group exchanged glances, wondering if that meant they would directly battle their teacher. The thought was daunting. "Feng Hua, come with me," Yun Qingfeng said, leading her to one side. Flames swirled around them as they began an intense exchange of attacks. Leaving the other students still in the process of selecting their opponents, feeling apprehensive. My goodness, she seems so demure, yet she fights with such ferocity. One remarked, "Indeed, she truly embodies the class flower, our goddess." Another chimed in, "Are you too blind? Have you failed to notice the crux of the matter? Have you ever seen a magician fighting while simultaneously employing elemental magic like they are? This is a fusion of martial and magical training. It only struck me when you mentioned it. Good heavens! These two are extraordinary. We are magicians. Why should we act like mere weaklings?" Unperturbed by the chatter of the nearby students, Yun Qingfeng and Feng Hua continued their vigorous sparring. When lunchtime arrived, Feng Hua paused to munch on a piece of bread, sharing one with each of her companions. After consuming her bread, Yun Qingfeng cast a sidelong glance at Feng Hua and asked, "Do you have a contracted magical beast?" "She is a 3-element magician. Did you not know?" The question silenced the group instantly. Feng Hua hesitated, contemplating whether to feign ignorance, but before she could respond, a shadowy figure leapt from the dark magic beast space. And Yu emerged with a bold demeanor, eschewing the concealment of dark elements, and playfully wrapped an arm around Feng Hua's neck, teasing, "Here I am. What do you wish to spar?" She had grown weary of the monotony of training in Feng Hua's dark magic beast space. Since Feng Hua showed no inclination to flirt, and Yu decided to provoke a little instead. "Wow, wow, wow, a beauty!" exclaimed Li Bin, his eyes sparkling at the sight. Although Feng Hua was only 13 and had begun to blossom, it was evident she would grow into a stunning beauty. In contrast, and Yu appeared to be a 17 or 18-year-old girl, exuding a more mature charm that captured everyone's attention. The other boys swallowed hard. Having never encountered such an exquisite girl before, Feng Hua grimaced at their behavior, thinking, "These guys, how shameless! Do they think it's acceptable to take advantage of my youth? Just wait until I grow up. I will surely become a striking beauty with an enviable figure." Yun Qingfeng studied Yu for a moment, raising an eyebrow. It seemed she possessed dark attributes. This posed a problem. Feng Hua was presenting herself as a fire element magician in front of those boys. If her magical beast utilized dark magic, her secret would be exposed. Should this information leak, given Feng Hua's current strength, it could invite peril. Understanding Yun Qingfeng's concerns, Feng Hua reassured the group, "It's all right, I don't mind them knowing. I trust they won't harm me." The boys exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what she meant. The potential class comprised just 7 students, including Feng Hua. She had faith in all of them, as they were all individuals once deemed worthless and looked down upon. She believed they understood her best. They were companions on the same journey of growth, and she was confident that as long as she lacked what they desperately desired, they would not betray her. Feng Hua nodded, calling out internally, "Guangyue? Can you hear me?" "Yes." "What is it?" Guangyue replied, "I am currently in the classroom for light element magicians, alongside Huayun Lian. Feng Hua's thoughts raced. "I need your help with something." "All right, wait for me. I will be there shortly." In no time, a radiant white light materialized before them, and as it faded, Guangyue and Huayun Lian appeared simultaneously. "Identical?" Lei Qingfeng gasped, observing the striking resemblance between Guangyue and Yu. One donned a black dress while the other wore white. Feng Hua explained, "They are both my contracted magical beasts." Huayun Lian's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Guangyue. It became clear that Guangyue had not previously disclosed her relationship with Feng Hua. She had merely been visiting the light element magician class. It was rare for magical beasts to transform into identical human forms, unless they were conjoined twins. Such magical beasts were exceedingly rare, typically sharing the same elemental attributes. However, when Yu emerged, Yun Qingfeng had sensed a dangerous aura despite her attempts to conceal it. He could still detect the energy fluctuations of dark elements, confirming that Yu was indeed Feng Hua's dark contracted magical beast. Conversely, Guangyue had appeared amidst light elements. Since Huayun Lian was a 9th-level lord and unable to fly, the light elements that had surrounded Guangyue were undoubtedly her doing. Thus, Guangyue was confirmed to be a light element magical beast, the only type of magical beast that Yun Qingfeng could conceive, which aligned with the current information about Guangyue and Yu, was the rare plant-based variant known as the dual-element floral anomaly, specifically, the most improbable combination of light and dark. This was akin to Feng Hua herself, possessing both light and dark elemental attributes. Only someone with such an extraordinary constitution could contract such exceptional mutated magical beasts. Upon seeing Yu, Huayun Lian paused momentarily before glancing back at Guangyue, inquiring, "Is she your twin sister? Girl, you have 2 contracted magical beasts? Incredible! To manage to contract 2 fire element beasts simultaneously is truly remarkable. You must realize that fire element beasts tend to have tempestuous temperaments, making them challenging to contract." Lei Qingfeng exclaimed in admiration. Now a 9th-level magician himself, and having undergone transformation thanks to the cleansing elixir, he could soon break through to the rank of Grand Magician. After witnessing Guangyue and Yu, he couldn't help but fantasize about the possibility of contracting magical beasts for himself. If he could contract 2 magical beasts like Feng Hua, he would be overjoyed. Huayun Lian furrowed her brow in confusion after hearing this. "Fire element? Guangyue, aren't you a light element magician?" She recalled witnessing Guangyue wielding light elements on several occasions. Guangyue clarified, "I am indeed a light element magician and Yu is dark element. Feng Hua has not contracted a fire element magical beast. Did you not know she is a 3-element magician?" Guangyue cast a disdainful glance at the bewildered boys. "Is it really necessary to be so surprised? There are so many experts here. 3 systems. A mage?" Li Bin was left utterly speechless. He sought clarification on who among those present possessed greater knowledge and could elucidate what a tri-system mage truly was. Was it not said that there were only 3 dual-system mages within the Magic Academy? When did a tri-system mage emerge? And moreover, within their potential class? What on earth is going on? When did the potential class become so coveted? A tri-system mage has appeared. Where is the class instructor? Come quickly and explain. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yun Qingfeng, and a handsome teacher remarked, "As you have heard, Feng Hua is indeed a tri-system mage." After a brief respite, training for the afternoon commenced. Once the designated break concluded, practice resumed. Feng Hua sparred with Yun Qingfeng, while Guangyue trained a few novices. Yu, still recuperating from an injury, sat beside Huayun Lian. Observing the situation. On Feng Hua's side, things were relatively favorable. Yun Qingfeng maintained his strength at a level just above hers, specifically at the 4th level of Archmage. However, the group of children on the other side faced dire straits. Guangyue had no desire to suppress her power. Having arrived in the central region, her strength was already limited by dimensional constraints, allowing her to utilize only a fraction of her abilities that if she were to further suppress herself, she would surely go mad. Thus she diligently trained the unfortunate children. Small orbs of light element floated lazily past, seemingly adorable yet possessing immense power. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, and the ground was left cratered. Hua Yunlian watched this scene with a tinge of envy. If only she could manipulate light elements like Guangyue, she would undoubtedly be formidable now. She had never realized before just how potent the combat capabilities of light elements could be. And Yu, observing Guangyue's one-sided training of those few students, felt a sense of boredom and shifted her attention to Fenghua and Yun Qingfeng. Yun Qingfeng skillfully controlled his strength, surpassing Fenghua by 1 level. Yet Fenghua displayed no inferiority during their duel. It must be said that aside from her remarkable talent in magecraft, Fenghua also excelled in martial prowess. According to Yu's estimation, Fenghua should currently possess the capabilities of a second-level warrior. In the personal ranking competition, she could only engage using fire elements, and at most discreetly employ dark elements to devour other types of elements. The light element was off-limits. Thus, the priority was to elevate her fire system level. To reach the 5th level of Archmage within 2 months was indeed a lofty expectation. For 2 consecutive months, Fenghua dedicated herself to practical combat lessons in the morning and absorbed fire elements for training at night. The Magic Academy's class friendship competition commenced. After Yun Qingfeng submitted the list of participants from the potential class, he began to urge the students within to train diligently each year. The theme of the Magic Academy's class friendship competition remained consistent: to seek various herbs required for alchemy from the Academy's several rear mountains. Points were awarded based on the rarity of the herbs collected. Naturally, these herbs were to be submitted to the school. That if students required any herbs, there was no compulsion to submit them. However, any herbs not submitted would not earn points. Over the course of 2 months, Fenghua successfully ascended to the rank of a 5th-level fire archmage. However, after such rapid advancement, she intended to solidify her strength. The class friendship competition required each class to select 3 students to participate. The most powerful within the potential class were Fenghua, Lei Qingfeng, and Li Bin. The search for herbs did not prioritize strength. Rather, the main concern was safeguarding the herbs obtained from being snatched away by students from other classes. After 2 months, both Lei Qingfeng and Li Bin had also successfully leveled up. Lei Qingfeng now stood at the pinnacle of a 1st-level wind archmage, on the verge of becoming a 2nd-level archmage, while Li Bin had achieved a 1st-level earth archmage status. Although the trio of archmages could not compare to the seasoned students from other specialized academies, their strength was commendable nonetheless. Hurry up. Time is running out. We must get in quickly, Lei Qingfeng shouted upon spotting Fenghua. A portion of the surrounding students who recognized his identity scoffed derisively. Could the students of the potential class really expect to find something first? After finding it, would they not simply be robbed? Fenghua joined the potential class team and surveyed the area. Upon detecting a large group of archmages nearby, along with some students whose strength she could not ascertain, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. The class friendship competition was markedly different from the personal ranking competition. In the latter, there were stipulations that prohibited any academy that ranked between 6th and 30th for 3 consecutive years from participating again. However, no such restrictions applied to the class friendship competition. Here, the elite from each class gathered. This was a contest of both luck and strength. Students would not submit rare herbs, as those truly valuable items could be sold for substantial sums, making it improbable for them to relinquish them for mere points. Class beauty. I'm so nervous. Li Bin gulped, glancing around. Even though he had now become a 1st-level archmage, he still felt an overwhelming fear about participating in the friendship competition, given the multitude of formidable students present. Previously, Yun Qingfeng had provided them with items to conceal their true strength, yet they still appeared unremarkable. Standing amidst a crowd of archmages, they could sense the terrifying presence of higher-level mages. The 2 children were nearly paralyzed with fear. When they participated in the competition last year, they were aware that the potential class was considered the lowest tier, arriving late after everyone else had entered. At that time they had not encountered such a daunting scene. Fenghua felt somewhat exasperated, saying, "You two should not be like this. You have both participated in competitions before. I have never done so." Just as Li Bin was about to speak, a loud voice rang out, "Time's up! Everyone prepare!" Everyone tensed up. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded, and all participants raced madly toward the rear mountain. This was a rule of the Magic Academy. Speed in running was also a component of the competition. However, the physique of mages was generally weaker. The highest-ranking student within the academy was Hua Yunlian, who had only reached the 9th level of Archlord and could not fly. leading to everyone relying solely on their legs and wit. This position is what we desire. A few mages from the water system, upon noticing some fixed structures during their run, employed water magic to propel themselves swiftly toward the rear mountain wind mages. Naturally faster, utilized wind elements to enhance their speed. Students from classes with earth system archmages employed earth elements to elevate themselves, swiftly changing positions. Fire mages used flames as accelerators, while thunder, light, and dark mages could only rely on their own legs to run. Nevertheless, regardless of the various methods employed by these mages to increase their speed, it could not alter the fact that they were overtaken by Fenghua and her companions. Heavens! What is that white object ahead? A light element orb? How could it be so large? How can it possibly be a light element orb? What a coincidence that it is headed toward the rear mountain. There must be a person inside. A person? Are you joking? Could it be that our Academy's 9th level Archlord Light Mage has broken through to become a sovereign? Impossible. That mage did not seem to participate in the competition. Moreover, there is only one Light Mage class. And the 3 contestants from that class are still behind us. This must be some peculiar method. Fenghua and her companions, enveloped within Guangyue's light element, swiftly made their way toward the rear mountain. In mere moments, the group of students behind them could no longer see their figures. All right, let us begin our search. There are no magical beasts in the school's rear mountain, so for the time being, we should split up and regroup here at noon to avoid having our found herbs snatched away by others. After Fenghua spoke, the group dispersed to carry out their tasks. By the time they gathered again at noon, each had successfully located various common herbs. Fenghua stored all the herbs in her spatial storage, and then took out the bread she had prepared earlier, prompting the 3 to begin eating. Oh? Has someone arrived before us? A melodious male voice sounded at that moment. The trio, still chewing on their bread, turned to see a handsome young man looking their way, flanked by a male and female companion. All 3 possessed striking appearances, particularly the female, who appeared to be of similar age to Fenghua and was exceptionally beautiful. Lei Qingfeng gulped. We just arrived. We ran quite a bit and didn't find many herbs. So please don't snatch them from us. Fenghua was utterly speechless at this fellow. His words were as conspicuous as a thief's denial. If he had kept quiet, they might have believed they were merely resting after a tiring run. But his statement had exposed their intent. The male who had spoken chuckled. We wouldn't dream of stealing. However, since you are so fast, you must be from our Wind System Academy. We are from Wind System Class 1. Which class are you from? He inquired curiously about which peculiar wind class had managed to arrive here before them. As every year, the first to reach this point was typically Wind System Class 1. Wind System Class 1. Lei Qingfeng swallowed hard. Casting envious and jealous glances at the trio, he too was a wind mage and had just become a first-level archmage. As long as he harnesses his true potential, he shall be able to leave the potential class and join the wind department. The classes within the Magic Academy are organized according to strength, with the most formidable 50 students in one class, followed by the subsequent ranks. These 3 individuals are students of the first class of the wind department, signifying that they are among the top 50 wind mages in the institution. Those who participate in the friendly competition must undoubtedly be the top 3 in their class. The 3 most powerful wind mages in the entire academy, and he has encountered them. As Lei Qingfeng came to this realization, Fenghua similarly understood the situation. Upon grasping the implications, she turned her gaze towards the girl. Could it be that this girl is... Oh dear, we cannot continue this conversation. We must seek out herbal remedies. Let us go. As the trio departed, Lei Qingfeng felt a twinge of disappointment. Even a few exchanged words would have sufficed. Perhaps they could have offered him some guidance. He was the sole wind mage in the potential class, and aside from the fragments of wind magic knowledge imparted by Yun Qingfeng, he knew very little else. After the friendly competition concludes, we shall all participate in the individual ranking tournament. As long as our strengths are revealed, we can officially be reclassified. Li Bin remarked, adding, though we shall be placed in different classes, we will remain friends. Fenghua nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she too needed to contemplate this matter. Based on her capabilities, upon entering the fire department, she should be able to flourish. However, what of Yun Qingfeng? Fenghua vigorously shook her head. With the dissolution of the potential class, their class instructor, Yun Qingfeng, would naturally transition to another class. He is a fire mage, and he would undoubtedly be in the fire department. Albeit in a different class, they would still have opportunities to meet, and perhaps even engage in a spirited duel. No, wait, what do I mean by a spirited duel? That's not the right phrasing. It should be a delightful and exciting match. After finishing their bread, several teams gradually arrived. The 3 of them began their search for herbs. Unbeknownst to them, Night fell swiftly. The spoils gathered throughout the day were safely tucked away in Feng Hua's bracelet space. And now they sought a place to rest, hoping to rejuvenate for another day of herb hunting. What a joke! Did you write down your names? A cacophony of voices erupted, seemingly students from different classes vying for a resting spot. Hey there, where would you like to rest? We can help you secure a spot. Lei Qingfeng patted his chest, brimming with confidence. Given his and Li Bin's standing, it should be a simple matter to have someone relinquish a spot. However, Feng Hua had no inclination to infringe upon others' resting places. She pointed towards a nearby stream and said, "Let us find a spot over there." As the three approached, they discovered that several small teams had already gathered there. It was the trio from the morning. Lei Qingfeng exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, can we move a bit closer to them?" Feng Hua nodded. As long as those three did not mind their proximity, she had no objections. In this bustling area, the three settled on a spot slightly closer to the first class of the wind department. Feng Hua retrieved the tent that Yun Qingfeng had previously entrusted to them from her bracelet. Just as she heard a familiar voice calling out, "Wait a moment. Helianya," Feng Hua frowned. "Yu Qingcheng? What an uncanny coincidence. She has also appeared here. Good heavens, is this some kind of joke? Even at this late hour. The disturbances persist, preventing anyone from resting. Huh. Is that not my cousin? Why has she come here to search for herbs as well? I thought your potential class would forfeit this year. After all, your class's place lasts for years on end." Yu Qingcheng covered her mouth with one hand, laughing softly. Li Bin and Lei Qingfeng exchanged glances, then turned to Feng Hua. "Is this your cousin? Why is there such a disparity?" Feng Hua nodded. "It's complicated, just ignore her." Regarding her cousin Yu Qingcheng, Feng Hua had no desire to acknowledge her. She had accepted her role as the owner of this body and recognized its parents, but that did not imply an acceptance of Yu Qingcheng. Such a proud and arrogant individual, no matter how prodigious her talent, she remained dismissive. Seeing that Feng Hua and her companions were still setting up the tent, Yu Qingcheng's irritation grew. "I said this place is ours. Did you not hear me? Stop." Yu Qingcheng narrowed her eyes. "You dare speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?" "Of course I know. Your surname is Cho and your name is Nu." Lei Qingfeng replied with a smile. "Please do not hinder us from setting up our tent. With a face so repulsive, I would rather not lay eyes on your disgusting visage." After hearing this, Yu Qingcheng was furious, but as the realization dawned that her anger would only serve to embolden them, her original rage dissipated. "Cousin, how can you be so lacking in self-respect? I know the second prince's broken engagement has left you heartbroken. But you cannot associate with such individuals. There are distinctions between men and women. Surely you do not intend to. Where did this lunatic come from?" "Feng Hua, let me out. I wish to deliver some dark elements to her." The voice of An Yu echoed in her mind that if she were to send her dark elements, it would immediately drain Yu Qingcheng of her energy. Yet Feng Hua remained composed. "It is fine. Individuals like her simply enjoy causing a ruckus. Do not mind her. She will leave once she finds it boring." A portion of the onlookers, sensing the escalating tension, watched with interest, yet none were inclined to intervene. This was a critical period. Should they intervene and someone sustain injuries, they would likely find their own hard-earned herbs snatched away. A scenario far from beneficial. Who would have thought that these three were from the potential class? Moreover, that girl had even been jilted by the second prince? Now she intended to share a tent with two boys? Such a significant event unfolding right before their eyes. What a spectacle! Feng Hua remained silent, offering no explanations, which only served to embolden Yu Qingcheng further. "Why, cousin, do you not offer an explanation? Could it be that what I said is true? Oh heavens, cousin, you cannot do this. If the family head discovers that you are so indiscreet as to share a tent with two men, he would surely be furious. Are you implying that a woman who shares a tent with two men is indiscreet?" Before Feng Hua could respond, a female voice interjected. The three turned to see the same trio they had encountered at midday, consisting of one girl and two boys. Yet this girl, that if her assumptions were correct regarding her identity, Yu Qingcheng was in for a rude awakening tonight. Naturally, Yu Qingcheng scoffed dismissively, directing her gaze towards the girl and her two male companions emerging from a nearby tent. Upon witnessing the girl's striking beauty, jealousy ignited within her, compelling her to wish to tear her face apart. So many shameless women congregating in this area. "I think the three of you should relocate." The boy who had conversed with Feng Hua earlier frowned, remarking, "How can there be such a vile mindset as yours? We are all here to participate in a friendly competition, not to frolic. The available resting spots are already limited. If we further separate, where will we find space? You are simply making excuses." Yu Qingcheng turned away, her face flushed with anger. Though the man was undeniably handsome, she could not afford to lose her stance. She was determined to expose the fact that Yu Fenghua was sharing a tent with 2 men. She aimed to broadcast this to everyone. In this way, she could seize the opportunity to marry into the royal family. After all the effort she had put into ensuring that the second prince and Yu Fenghua's engagement was annulled, now was the time to tarnish this waif's reputation, preventing the emperor from drawing the Yu family closer by marrying Yu Fenghua into the royal family. Though Yu Qingcheng was not the daughter of the Yu family head, she was still a talented girl from the family. If Yu Fenghua's reputation were to be sullied, the emperor might very well consider her as a potential daughter-in-law. You are damaging the reputation of a young lady. How can someone as malicious as you exist? The handsome boy frowned, clearly displeased with Yu Qingcheng's behavior. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingcheng realized that he was fond of the girl who accompanied them. The moment she laid eyes on that girl, whose face, though youthful, was undeniably beautiful, jealousy flared within her. Back in the Yu family, she had always been overshadowed by Yu Fenghua's superior looks, leading the family to treat her as the favored one destined to marry into the royal family. Even after learning of her status as a waste with 7 elemental roots, Yu Fenghua still received preferential treatment. Meanwhile, she, Yu Qingcheng, merely 3 months younger and a level 4 fire mage at 13, was overlooked within the Yu family. How could she accept such an injustice? Now in this magic academy, another stunning girl had emerged, and she was being defended as well. Yu Qingcheng could not help but think of her own entourage. Filled only with sycophants, those who followed her out of fear, all lacking in both beauty and status. This disparity left her feeling deeply unsettled. Women who so casually shared tents with men, she simply could not comprehend why men were so drawn to them. Enough of this, I shall not waste my time with you. This place is beneath me. Do you think you can come and go as you please? The girl who had just spoken interjected again. Yu Qingcheng narrowed her eyes, looking down at her disdainfully, asking, do you know who I am? I do not know who you are, nor am I interested in the status of someone like you. Yu Qingcheng felt her dignity insulted, her face flushed with rage. You do not think that just because you possess some beauty, you are remarkable. I am the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, the foremost of the 4 great families of Kaya. Speak, which class are you from and what is your name? I will make you pay for this. The beautiful girl let out a disdainful cold laugh, surrounded by the winds of her faction, the illegitimate daughter of the He family. Hellion Wyatt as the last note of her voice faded. Yu Qingcheng felt an instant chill enveloping her. A layer of transparent ice had ensnared her within a flurry of anxiety. She attempted to summon the fire element to melt this peculiar ice, only to discover that her flames were utterly ineffective against it. Could it be? You might as well stay in there quietly, Hellion Yu remarked, lifting the tent flap and slipping inside. The handsome young man let out a cold snort. Thinking it was far too lenient towards the girl. If Xiaoya doesn't intervene, I would surely carve this fellow into pieces. Another young man beside him interjected, all right, don't dwell on it too much. Shall we go greet them? The handsome lad nodded, and the 2 of them approached Fenghua's group. Although she claimed they were a potential class, the fact that they arrived before them surely indicated their strength. In a hushed tone, the handsome young man introduced himself. I am Hua Feiyun, and this is Lian Feng. We are both at the pinnacle of level 9 Grand Commanders. Pinnacle level 9 Grand Commanders of Wind Magic. Lei Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with golden light. To him, a level 9 Grand Commander was already a super idol. I am Lei Qingfeng, a level 1 Grand Magician. He introduced himself softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed in comparison to the 2 level 9 Grand Commanders. After Li Bin and Fenghua introduced themselves, the 2 of them exchanged glances. Shouldn't the potential class consist of those below level 7 magicians? Have you been hiding your strength? The 3 nodded awkwardly. Once the tent was set up, Fenghua entered, leaving Li Bin and Lei Qingfeng outside to chat with Hua Feiyun and Lian Feng. The next morning, as Fenghua emerged from the tent, she found the 4 of them leaning against a tree. Sound asleep. Perhaps it was due to Yu Qingcheng's earlier words that made the 4 girls particularly concerned, opting to sleep outside rather than inside the tent. Fenghua cast a cold glance at Yu Qingcheng. Still trapped in the ice through the transparent layer, she could see that Yu's face had turned frighteningly pale. The other 2 girls who participated in the friendship match had been using fire elements to help melt the ice before Fenghua entered the tent. Yet no matter how hard they tried, that seemingly thin layer of ice had firmly imprisoned Yu Qingcheng. The strength of a dual-system level 9 lord was not something 3 grand magicians could contend with. Yu Qingcheng was already trembling from the cold. The ice, despite its appearance, was chillingly frigid. The space encased by the ice was so small that she could only stand. If she sat, her knees would touch the ice. Allowing the cold to seep into her body, she continuously wielded the fire element to warm herself, only to find that the ice not only trapped her but also hindered her from absorbing the fire elements. As a result, after exhausting her mental energy the previous day, she could not draw in any fire elements from the air to keep warm throughout the night. Her mental energy replenished once, yet she had to use it for the fire element again. Feng Hua glanced at Yu Qingqing's pale face, observing for only a few seconds before taking out a piece of bread to nibble on. Having not slept all night and being trapped in ice, Yu's complexion was far from good. Seeing Feng Hua leisurely munching on bread, utterly indifferent to her plight, she couldn't help but feel enraged. However, trapped in the ice, her voice could not carry out, nor could she hear anything from the outside. Feng Hua, staring at Yu's innocent and pure face, quietly nibbled on her bread, deliberately avoiding looking in Yu's direction. She feared that a mere glance would ruin her appetite. After all, she had just become a grand magician. Skipping breakfast would not bode well for her health. Not long after, the four young men stirred awake. Hua Feiyun rubbed his eyes, gazing at the still encased Yu Qingqing with a smile. It seems Xiaoya is still asleep. I wouldn't dare wake her. After all, with an idiot around, it's better not to risk any unfavorable gossip when I go in to call someone. Feng Hua chuckled. Was this not a case of self-inflicted suffering for Yu Qingqing? It was unfortunate for her that she had teamed up with Helianya and those two fellows. Just like their group, it was one girl and two boys, and coincidentally, they had all chosen to rest in this area. Fate seemed to be displeased with Yu Qingqing. After a while, the tent across finally parted. Helianya yawned, arms crossed, gazing leisurely at Yu Qingqing. Upon noticing Yu's gaze fixed on her, her mouth moving in silent protest, she smiled slightly and opened a fist-sized hole in the ice, trapping Yu, asking, "What were you saying? I couldn't hear you. You vile creature. Release me at once. I am the legitimate daughter of the Yu family. How dare you treat me this way? You shall not have a good end." Yu Qingqing shouted into the hold as her words left her lips. Helianya's smile momentarily stiffened before she retorted. I am quite curious about what kind of end I might meet. You claim to be the legitimate daughter of the Yu family? Feng Hua interjected. She is indeed from the Yu family. Her words implied that Yu Qingqing's father was of illegitimate birth. Yu's face darkened, her identity exposed in front of so many people, creating an embarrassment beyond measure. All along, she had regarded herself as the legitimate daughter of the Yu family. In truth, she was indeed legitimate. But her father was of illegitimate birth. Even if she were a legitimate daughter, it no longer mattered. This relationship was indeed complex. I find it strange. After all, that family is one of the four great clans. How could their legitimate daughter be in such a state? Helianya chuckled, waving her hand, causing the layer of ice to vanish instantly. I won't quibble over small matters with you. Kneel in peace. Yu Qingqing's already pale face turned even whiter at that moment. Though she felt a hint of warmth as the ice melted, her dignity had been trampled upon by Feng Hua's revelation of her identity in front of everyone. To be looked down upon by Helianya was more painful than being slapped multiple times. However, she was well aware of Helianya's status. Ranked first in the Magic Academy's individual competition for 3 consecutive years. A dual system level 9 Lord Magician of both water and wind. She was not someone you could provoke. Setting aside her low standing in the Yu family, even if her status were exchanged with Feng Hua's, it was unlikely the Yu family would offend this future powerhouse and current genius on her behalf. Your name has already been reported, right, Qingqing? The two girls who had come with Yu Qingqing to the friendship match looked at her with concern. Though their worry was tinged with disdain, having previously observed Yu's pride and arrogance, they were taken aback to learn her father was of illegitimate birth. Yet, she still flaunted the airs of a high-born lady. Utterly shameless, despite her diminished status, she was still not someone they could afford to offend. After all, she was still a child of the Yu family. Feng Hua watched Yu Qingqing depart, pouting in disinterest, and continued to nibble on her bread. As she munched, a delicate hand suddenly appeared before her. Looking up, she saw Helianya extending her hand towards her, gesturing for some bread with her eyes. Thus, Feng Hua obediently retrieved another piece of bread from her spatial bracelet and offered it to Helianya. Helianya took it without reservation, devouring it in a rather unladylike manner. Xiaoya, be careful not to choke. Hua Feiyun approached with concern. Handing her a water bottle, Helianya took the bottle, finishing her bread and taking a few sips of water before declaring, You two, we are setting off. As they watched the trio depart, Lei Qingfeng leaned closer and said, Sister, your cousin is quite unfortunate. By the way, that girl is impressive. A dual system level 9 lord. Sister, you must put in more effort. We cannot afford to lose. On the second day of the friendship match, everyone continued their search for herbs. Feng Hua and her group found fewer herbs than on the first day, as they had been the only ones in the back mountain that morning. Once they located the herbs, they could take them freely. However, today they had to be wary of potential thieves, especially with higher-level magicians nearby. Feng Hua remarked, Today's haul is a bit sparse, but that's alright. With this quantity, we've already made significant progress. I heard from Yun Qingfeng that in past friendship matches, the potential class participants collected fewer than 10 herbs. Given the quantity in my spatial bracelet, our ranking should be commendable. Feng Hua nodded, as the light from the moon enveloped the three of them, allowing them to reach the academy's back-end trance even faster than before. Some slower students were just arriving as they blended in, feigning breathlessness as they reached the area where the teachers awaited, submitting their herbs. Fortunately, the herbs they found were all quite common, so they didn't have to separate any hidden ones. After tallying the scores, the potential class earned 43 points. Upon hearing the score, Li Bin was ecstatic. 43 points. In previous years it was around 3 points. I remember last year's first place only scored 58 points, and the year before was 59. This year should be similar. Our ranking must be quite high. Feng Hua nodded, finally feeling relieved. Considering the strength of the three of them, achieving such a score was no small feat. Upon returning to the dormitory, Guangyue and Anyue emerged from the beast space. Do you know what magic Helianya used earlier? Feng Hua asked, taking a sip of water. Guangyue and Anyue exchanged a glance, and Anyue remarked, that is a basic ability magic. However, judging by her speed of usage, she must be quite proficient. Guangyue nodded in agreement and continued, although it is a basic ability magic of an ice mage, its true power should not be underestimated. If Helianya's strength continues to grow, the potency of her ice magic will rival that of advanced ability magic. Feng Hua nodded, then inquired, what about me? With my mastery of fire, light and dark elements, can I learn any ability magic? I wish to learn. Guangyue shook her head and replied, the minimum requirement to wield ability magic is to be a commanding level mage. You are not yet qualified, however, given your pace you will certainly elevate your strength level within 6 months. There is no need to rush. Focus on your training. Anyue playfully pushed her onto the bed and added, you can register for the individual ranking competition tomorrow. Make sure to put in your best effort. Feng Hua nodded, seated herself cross-legged, and closed her eyes to enter a meditative state. The following morning, the dormitory was abuzz with excitement, filled with the eager voices of many girls discussing the prospect of seeing their favorite boys at the individual ranking competition. Feng Hua changed into a fresh outfit and left the dormitory, heading to the registration venue. Teacher, I would like to register for the individual ranking competition, she said to the teacher at the registration desk. The teacher smiled and asked, which class are you in and what is your name? Potential class. You Feng Hua. The one smiling teacher's expression froze. Which class did you say? What is your name? Was she mistaken? This time the teacher confirmed she had heard correctly. With a peculiar look on her face she said, your name has already been submitted. Huh? Submitted already? Feng Hua looked at the teacher with an innocent expression and asked, can someone else register on my behalf? Perhaps Yun Qingfeng did it for me. She mentioned she was your cousin. Moreover, there were others who could attest to their relationship, and since she also bears the surname Yu, your name was recorded. It seems your cousin hasn't informed you that she successfully registered you yet. Feng Hua smiled and nodded, thank you for your help, teacher. However, the moment she turned to leave, her smile vanished entirely. To end this battle, Yu Qingcheng emerged victorious. She couldn't believe that Yu Qingcheng would be so kind as to register for her. The incident where Shangguan Qingyue had provoked her and was subsequently defeated hadn't leaked out either. Feng Hua knew well that her pride couldn't bear such a loss. Just imagine, a top 10 student in the freshman ranking competition being bested by a potential class student. It would be a laughingstock. Since Shangguan Qingyue hadn't spoken of it, Yu Qingcheng naturally remained unaware of her magical prowess. She simply aimed to humiliate Feng Hua on the competition stage, to have everyone mock her, thus soothing her dignity trampled during the friendly match when her identity was revealed. Although Feng Hua believed that such a person was unworthy of the very concept of dignity, arriving at the venue for the individual ranking competition, some matches had already commenced. Registration was set to close by noon that day. Yu Qingcheng must have just registered for her not long ago, as it wasn't yet her turn to compete. There were 4 competition stages in total. Above the center of each stage, several fiery red characters floated in the air, indicating the names and classes of the competing students, along with the number of losses they had incurred. Yun Qingfeng had previously mentioned that the matches in the individual ranking competition were quite similar to those in the freshman ranking competition. Each student would compete against others until they lost 30 times, at which point they would be eliminated. There would be breaks between every 2 matches to allow for rest. Ultimately, the final 30 students remaining would represent this year's training cohort. At that point, the 4 stages would merge into one. Some matches had already begun, But the audience was sparse, and at this time, everyone was not particularly focused on the stage. Only when the stage is combined would the spectators begin to pay serious attention to the competition. Fenghua waited for a considerable time before finally hearing her name. She stood up and walked toward the teacher announcing her name, only to notice something quite astonishing. Her opponent was Lei Qingfeng. Such incredible luck left Fenghua at a loss for words. Upon seeing Fenghua, Lei Qingfeng quickly told the teacher, "I forfeit this match." The teacher nodded, unaware that both Fenghua and Lei Qingfeng were students from the potential class. He simply assumed that Lei Qingfeng recognized Fenghua's superior strength and decided to forfeit to conserve energy for the upcoming matches that held more promise and truth. The draws in the Magical Academy's matches were supposedly random. But in reality, the initial draws tended to match lower-ranked students against higher-ranked ones. Lower-ranked students could choose to forfeit and conserve their strength for matches where they had a better chance of winning, or they could choose to fight. This was why there were so few attendees in the morning, and why those present were not particularly focused on the matches. Most of the time, there were few competitors on stage. With only an occasional pair engaging in battle, for the sake of convenience in participating in the competition, Fenghua had employed concealment magic upon entering the arena, revealing her level as a 5th-level Grand Mage. Consequently, aside from those above 4th-level Grand Mages, students below that level typically chose to forfeit. Throughout the morning, Fenghua had encountered nearly 30 students who forfeited. This type of competition left her feeling somewhat unenthused. The number of participants continued to dwindle, however. There were still quite a few competitors, preventing Fenghua from spotting any acquaintances. The contestants had all brought food with them, and Fenghua was no exception. A simple piece of bread sufficed for her lunch. She quietly awaited the next time her name would be called by the teacher, speculating on how many more students would forfeit. By the afternoon, the number of spectators in the stands increased. Fenghua glanced around at those seated. Almost all were at least 3rd-level Grand Mages, with occasional sightings of commanding-level mages. It seemed the real competition was about to begin. Just as she finished this thought, she heard the teacher announce Match 1. Yu Qingcheng vs. Hua Feiyan, Match 2. Shangguan Qingyue vs. Lian Feng. As the four approached the teacher, Yu Qingcheng and Shangguan Qingyue both declared their forfeit. After forfeiting, the two exchanged disdainful glances, though it was unclear what they disdained about one another. Following that, a few evenly matched contests occurred, but the majority still resulted in forfeit. However, this time Fenghua too began to forfeit. Among the names announced by the teacher, she repeatedly encountered several commanding and grand commanding level mages, nearly 20 in total. Yu Fenghua Helianya. Uft. Here we go again. Fenghua felt helpless as she walked up to the teacher and forfeited. How long will this continue? I came here to compete, teacher. Helianya, growing impatient, turned to Fenghua. Let's have a match. Fenghua was taken aback. A dual-element 9th-level commanding mage. If she were to drop her fire element, she would be a dual-element 7th-level Grand Mage. The disparity seemed to be more than just a point or two. She still hoped to participate in the subsequent matches. If she fought Helianya, she might not have the mental strength to compete afterward. Fenghua felt utterly innocent. She hadn't intended for this. She merely wished to secure a spot among the top 30. Just as Fenghua settled down, she heard the teacher announce the names of Yu Qingcheng and Shangguan Qingyue. In that instant, her mood brightened. Dogs biting dogs. How delightful. Fenghua's name was also called several times during this interval, against a few 3rd-level Grand Mages, all of whom surrendered. Fenghua felt exasperated. Was the individual ranking competition in this magical academy merely a test of personal strength levels? Did those with higher ranks automatically forfeit upon seeing her? As the number of contestants dwindled, Fenghua counted the remaining participants. 2.30? Huh. There were only 30 individuals left. This meant she wouldn't have to participate in a single match to secure a place among the top 30? Was she merely intimidating those younger students by her strength level? Just then, the teacher's voice shattered her thoughts. In this match, Yu Qingcheng wins. Wasn't she a 7-element spirit root waste? Yu Qingcheng won? Oh right. Yu Qingcheng and Shangguan Qingyue had gone to compete earlier. It seemed Shangguan Qingyue had indeed lost. So now, Yu Qingcheng, Yu Fenghua. The teacher called out the two names, just as Fenghua had anticipated. Huh? Cousins were about to compete? Originally sulking, Helianya's attention shifted to the competition stage upon hearing their names. Fenghua and Yu Qingcheng stood on the stage. Yu Qingcheng looked at Fenghua, somewhat surprised. It seems you were fortunate enough to encounter all the members of your potential class along the way. Moreover, due to school regulations, many strong contenders were unable to participate, which has allowed you to remain until now. Fenghua remained silent. This person's intellect was rather lacking. The number of strong individuals barred from registration due to regulations wouldn't be sufficient to allow her to remain until now. Yu Qingcheng obviously did not want to see her succeed, so her intelligence seemed selectively dormant. Let the match begin. The referee's voice resonated, and shortly after, several red characters appeared. Fire class, 28th group, Yu Qingcheng versus potential class. Yu Fenghua. These words startled the students in the audience. Potential class? How could a student from the potential class possibly find themselves in contention for the last spot among the top 30? This is utterly inconceivable. Am I mistaken? But the sign clearly states potential class. Aren't all the students in the potential class merely at the level of 7th tier mages? Why are they appearing on this competition stage? How perplexing. You are not mistaken. It indeed says potential class. This is quite unusual. Yu Fenghua? Oh my. Is this Yu Fenghua the same one who is the so-called waste of the Yu family with 6 elemental roots? And the one battling her, Yu Qingcheng, is she not her cousin, the prodigy of the Yu family? A 13-year-old 4th tier mage. What extraordinary talent. One would think that apart from those anomalies, few could rival her. This match between the cousins will surely be a spectacle. A waste against a genius. Just off the competition stage moments ago, Shangguan Qingyue observed this scene with a sinister smile. She realized that Yu Qingcheng was attempting to leverage her. However, her resentment towards Fenghua for the humiliation she suffered at the inn remained strong. Judging by her own strength, she likely wouldn't be able to defeat Fenghua, as both had advanced. Thus, she would remain here to witness the clash between the two cousins. Regardless of who emerged victorious, she would revel in it. Surely, Yu Qingcheng is still unaware that the so-called worthless girl is actually a fire element mage. Yu Qingcheng smiled and said, "You could have left here much sooner. But fortune has favored you, allowing you to stay. Or perhaps it should be deemed a misfortune. For now, all eyes are upon us, you waste from the potential class. From this day forth, I shall ensure everyone in the Magic Academy knows just how inept you truly are. Only a person as worthless as you can adequately highlight my own talents." Fenghua shrugged and replied. Suit yourself. Fenghua's nonchalant demeanor infuriated Yu Qingcheng. Initially, she had intended to humiliate Yu Fenghua thoroughly upon her arrival. Now it seemed luck was on her side, but this girl showed no signs of anger, remaining composed amidst the jeers from the onlookers. This was unacceptable to Yu Qingcheng. With a cold smile, she summoned a fire elemental in her palm and hurled it towards Fenghua's position. Fenghua stood there, showing no inclination to evade. The spectators gasped, while Yu Qingcheng smirked derisively. How could a mere 6 elemental root waste possibly triumph over her? She should have opted for a smaller elemental sphere to torment her publicly in front of such a large audience. However, Yu Qingcheng's smile quickly froze. The fire elemental sphere that should have scorched Fenghua had passed through her original position. Only after the fire elemental had whizzed by did Fenghua reappear in the crowd's view. Yu Qingcheng's eyes widened in disbelief. This girl resembled a warrior. My brother is a 3rd-tier warrior at the Warrior Academy. They seem somewhat alike. A warrior? Why is she here in the Magic Academy? She could have avoided going through the back door at the Warrior Academy. Who knows? Strange things happen every year. What a fool! As Yu Qingcheng regained her composure, she looked at Fenghua with a disdainful smile. A 3rd-tier warrior? What a pity that I in battles between mages and warriors of the same level. Mages tend to hold the advantage, especially considering I am 4th tier and you are 3rd. However, being a warrior does give you some worth for me to obliterate. Let us see you make a fool of yourself before all these witnesses. A mass of fire elements began to coalesce in the air, and Fenghua felt the temperature around her rising. Since she was already a fire element mage, the heat posed no issue. However, the fire elements began to linger around her, causing the white dress she wore to catch fire. Fenghua frowned and waved her hand, dispersing the fire elements, extinguishing the flames on her dress. Nevertheless, one corner had already been burned away, leaving a charred edge. Fenghua had once been the saintess of the Purple Sea, and while she typically donned practical trousers as a warrior, she still maintained a keen awareness of her appearance as a saintess of a sea region. She could not afford to tarnish the image of her domain. This meticulousness had bred a mild obsession with cleanliness. She could not bear to have such stains on her attire, especially those inflicted by Yu Qingcheng, who sought to humiliate her. Given how Yu Qingcheng treated her clothing, Fenghua was determined that this girl would lose the match in a most disgraceful manner. Yet, Yu Qingcheng was unaware of Fenghua's inner thoughts, wearing a mocking smile. Are you not the royal daughter-in-law recognized by the emperor? Not the legitimate eldest daughter of the Yu family? Today, before so many onlookers at the Magic Academy, I shall see you stripped of your garments and dignity. I will not let you escape this. A woman exposed before so many eyes could never marry into royalty, and I, Yu Qingcheng, shall replace Yu Fenghua as the royal's esteemed daughter-in-law. A consort of the nation with my talents, I shall surely become an object of royal favor. Yu Qingqing's expression twisted into one of malice as she clasped her hands, rapidly gathering fire elements once more around Fenghua. As before, she did not intend to attack. She merely wished to humiliate Fenghua in front of the assembled crowd. That wretched woman. She had previously troubled her sister and now sought to burn her clothing. Though I am indeed curious to see this unfold, it should not occur in such a public setting. What to do? Lei Qingfeng anxiously watched the match unfold as a first-tier mage. He found it impossible to discern who held the upper hand given Fenghua's and Yu Qingqing's superior abilities. Leaving him in a state of distress, Libian, overhearing his remark about wanting to see, shot him a scornful glance and said, "The class flower likely just wishes to use that woman as practice. Have you not noticed that the class flower has not employed any magic? When that fool grows complacent, the class flower will unleash her magic, shocking everyone. That is the mark of an intelligent person." Lei Qingfeng gritted his teeth, "But if she doesn't use magic, that girl will suffer. She is still the legitimate daughter of the Yu family. Being burned in front of so many will tarnish her reputation." Li Bin frowned at this. She must have her own reasoning. Hua Feiyun observed Fenghua on the stage, stroking his chin before turning to Lian Feng beside him. "Who do you think will win? How could you even ask such a foolish question? One is 5th tier and the other 4th tier. It is obvious that Yu Fenghua will win." Lian Feng shot him a look of disdain. "Is Yu Qingqing not a bit unhinged?" He Lianya commented, watching the two contestants. Regardless of past grievances with Yu Qingqing or Fenghua having previously offered her a bread, she perceived Yu Qingqing as the villain and Fenghua as the heroine. Witnessing Yu Qingqing's actions, she boldly declared, "Yes, she is indeed deranged." Hua Feiyun quickly added, "She is a conventional mage and her greatest fear is being approached by a warrior, while she excels at ranged attacks. Close combat is her weakness. She believes Fenghua is merely a warrior. As long as she can maintain distance, this match is undoubtedly hers." Just as Yu Qingqing contemplated retreating, Fenghua crouched low and swept her long leg, causing Yu Qingqing to lose her balance and fall. "Ha ha ha, is that not supposed to be the Yu family's little prodigy? How could she not defeat that 6 elemental root waste? My goodness, could it be that she, in her vanity, has switched their names and the true prodigy is actually Yu Fenghua? How strange, her previous match was quite impressive. Could it be that her mental energy has been depleted? But a 4th-tier mage should not be so easily bested by a 3rd-tier warrior. Her abilities are rather lacking." Yu Qingqing fell to the ground, her cheeks flushed with anger. The murmurs of the crowd blended into a cacophony. She could not discern their words, but she could guess that they were mocking her. Those whose talents paled in comparison to her own would never miss an opportunity to take advantage of her misfortune. "This is all Yu Fenghua's fault. If it weren't for her, I would not be in such a humiliating position. Who would have thought that this waste could become a warrior, and such a skilled one at that? It seems her prior concealment of her abilities was indeed quite clever." As an experienced student at the Magic Academy, Yu Qingqing had registered early. After all the teachers had signed in, the recruitment examination for new students would commence a month later. Before leaving the Yu family, she had mocked Fenghua in her room. It was that very mockery that had ignited Fenghua's elemental fire for grand magic, and the original owner of this body had perished from the overwhelming influx of mental energy. Thus, Fenghua emerged as she is now. Having been a warrior in her past life, her advancement as a warrior in this life has been significantly swifter. In a remarkably short span of time, one has ascended to the realm of a level 3 warrior. Which is indeed commendable. However, persuading Yu Qingqing to believe that Fenghua has achieved such a feat in the course of merely 4 months of training as a warrior is an impossibility. From a young age, Yu Qingqing has been lauded as a prodigy in the art of magic, commencing her studies at the tender age of 8. Now, at the age of 13, her 5 years of rigorous training have culminated in her attaining the status of a level 4 grand magician. A pace that is already exceptional within the central region. That if Fenghua were to advance from 0 to level 3 warrior in a mere 4 months, even considering that the path of the warrior is somewhat less arduous than that of the magician, Yu Qingqing would remain unconvinced. Such an accomplishment is simply unfathomable. Hence, Yu Qingqing suspects that Fenghua has been concealing her true abilities, presenting herself as a mere incompetent while secretly advancing in her warrior training. Furthermore, given that the warrior's training progresses at a swifter rate than that of the magician, Yu Qingqing believes Fenghua has been waiting for the right opportunity to expose her true self. Yet, she has chosen the wrong moment. Fenghua is but a level 3 warrior, while Yu Qingqing stands as a level 4 grand magician. She cannot possibly defeat her. Should Fenghua be privy to Yu Qingqing's thoughts, she would undoubtedly regard them with disdain. Who possesses the leisure to deliberately conceal their strength merely to embarrass another? Is she truly that idle? She is exceedingly busy, you know? Yu Fenghua with a piercing scream. Yu Qingcheng summoned all her mental fortitude, harnessing the surrounding fire elements, and her speed remarkably increased, and in an instant, Fenghua's figure was enveloped by flames. Ha ha ha. Yu Qingcheng laughed maniacally, believing that once she extinguished the flames, Yu Fenghua would emerge before the crowd, utterly exposed. From that moment on, she would become the subject of ridicule among all at the Magic Academy. However, when the flames dissipated, Fenghua stood there fully clothed, save for a corner that had been singed away. Her attire bore no other marks of scorching. Most astonishingly, a small flicker of flame danced in her palm. The moment Yu Qingcheng surrounded herself with fire, Fenghua had similarly enveloped herself with her own flames. The magical elements wielded by a magician are responsive to their control. Just as Yu Qingcheng's flames could scorch Fenghua's clothing, so too could Fenghua's flames. Yet, if she wished to spare her clothing from harm, she could command her fire accordingly. Although Fenghua's withdrawal of the fire elements took slightly longer than Yu Qingcheng's, remnants of flames lingered in her palm when Yu Qingcheng finally extinguished her spell. To those knowledgeable, these flickering flames revealed a significant truth. This so-called seven-elemental root failure was in fact a fire magician. Impossible! This cannot be. Yu Qingcheng shook her head in disbelief, gazing at the standing Fenghua. She was unequivocally a seven-elemental root failure. How could she wield fire magic? A magician and a warrior, this is absurd. This notion of Fenghua being a mere failure was utterly shattered. With a sudden motion, Fenghua raised her hand, summoning spheres of fire elements that coalesced in her palm, swiftly launching them towards Yu Qingcheng's position. The speed of Fenghua's fire spheres was astonishing. Yu Qingcheng had no time to evade and was struck by the elemental sphere. The moment her skin made contact, she felt an unbearable heat that set her heart racing. Such a temperature. How could it be? Surpassing even her own flames. If that were the case, this so-called failure's strength had indeed surpassed her own. This realization left Yu Qingcheng utterly stunned. She could not fathom that the one she had always looked down upon possessed such formidable power. Fenghua regarded the dazed Yu Qingcheng with a slight frown before launching a final massive fire elemental sphere, propelling Yu Qingcheng forcefully beyond the boundaries of the contest stage. And this duel, Yu Fenghua emerged victorious. Lying on the ground, Yu Qingcheng stared up at the azure sky, her eyes wide with disbelief. Memories flooded her mind that as a training prodigy of the Yu family, she had been showered with accolades wherever she went. Yet, envy had also followed her, with those unable to find fault in her taking pleasure in mocking her seven-elemental root cousin instead. In those moments, Yu Qingcheng had harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yu Fenghua, blaming her for the ridicule she faced. Thus, she had taken to ridiculing and deriding Fenghua, seeking to avenge her own humiliation. She had looked down upon Fenghua, yet at the moment Fenghua shed her status as a failure, jealousy took root within her. The very person she had once belittled had now defeated her, and so effortlessly with just a few elemental spheres. This was a profound humiliation. Yu Qingcheng clenched her fists, biting her lip, resolute in her determination that one day, she would settle the score with Yu Fenghua. The spectators in the audience, watching the duel unfold, began to murmur in disbelief. Am I seeing things? She is actually a magician. Wasn't she labeled a seven-elemental root failure? Who spread such falsehoods? Look at her strength. She possesses the level of a level 5 grand magician. Truly, she has kept her talents well hidden. Such a figure in the potential class. Trust me, she will soon gain admission to the Fire Element Institute. At this level of strength, she could easily rank among the top 20 in the Fire Element Institute, which is renowned for its populous and formidable practitioners. Quite impressive for her age. A true prodigy. Fenghua cast a fleeting glance at the prostrate Yu Qingcheng before departing the contest stage. Having defeated Yu Qingcheng, she felt no pride. After all, her inherent strength had always surpassed that of Yu Qingcheng. She had merely tested the waters, and it was evident that a level 3 warrior was indeed at a disadvantage against a level 4 magician. In the subsequent matches, whenever Fenghua's name was called, she opted to forfeit. Having already drawn significant attention, it was clear the entire academy would soon recognize her as a seven-elemental root failure who was, in fact, a grand magician. Continuing to compete would likely lead to future complications, so it was best to maintain a low profile while others basked in the spotlight. The 4 contest stages had merged into one. Fenghua observed the battles unfolding on stage, keenly watching, hoping to glean some insights. Fenghua, congratulations. After a while, Hua Yunlian approached her. Fenghua smiled and replied, thank you. She shifted slightly to allow Hua Yunlian to sit beside her. Then inquired, "Are you here to assist with logistics?" Hua Yunlian nodded. She was often present during such school events. However, as a level 9 Grand Lord of the Light Element, she typically handled minor injuries sustained by contestants, with the Water Element Institute's experts providing healing, unless of course it resembled the previous incident with the male contestant who had suffered extensive burns from lightning elements. Only then would Hua Yunlian be called into action. "Since you have made it into the top 30, you will participate in this training session. I will be leading the logistics team, which comprises 10 members including myself. Additionally, I have something to share with you." Hua Yunlian leaned closer to Fenghua, whispering, "Your handsome homeroom teacher has applied to be the team leader for this training session, and it seems he has been successful." Fenghua was taken aback. Yun Qingfeng applied to be the team leader for the training session? And succeeded? Could it be that the upper echelons of the Magic Academy were already aware of his true capabilities? "Little Lien, while he may be my homeroom teacher, he is not my homeroom teacher, not mine." Fenghua emphasized she was not one of those infatuated girls who secretly watched Yun Qingfeng bathe. She was there to learn, not merely to admire handsome men. Though it must be said, Yun Qingfeng was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Why the special emphasis? Hua Yunlian displayed a smile as gentle as an angel's, though Fenghua sensed an undertone of mischief. She suspected that her friend was teasing her. "Absolutely, however, since you have revealed your strength. You are no longer a student of the potential class. Furthermore, I have heard that the others in your class have also exceeded level 7 magicians. The potential class currently has no students left. So I reckon he will be reassigned elsewhere." Time flowed backward. Fenghua nodded, stating, "He is a fire element magician. If he is not the homeroom teacher for the potential class, he must be a teacher at the Fire Element Institute. This is indisputable. Regardless, we both belong to the Fire Element Institute." Hua Yunlian smiled and nodded, saying, "During school hours, might I invite Guangyue to visit me? I rather enjoy attending classes with her." Fenghua softly questioned, "Is that truly permissible? Guangyue is not human. Has your class teacher not noticed?" Hua Yunlian nodded, explaining, "Our class primarily focuses on the theoretical aspects of the light element. Practical combat is not the main focus. Thus, it is not uncommon for several magicians to attend our lectures. The teacher regards Guangyue as a student from another department, so it is possible to disguise oneself in such a manner." Fenghua remarked, "In that case, Guangyue can accompany you, and I shall send On Yue to the Dark Element Institute for a while as well. She would likely enjoy that." "Thank you," Hua Yunlian expressed her gratitude, and the two resumed watching the ongoing contest. As evening fell, the individual ranking competition came to a close, with Helianya emerging victorious once more, marking her 4th consecutive year of triumph. The list for the training session was announced, and coincidentally, the location for this training was the Magic Night Forest, where Fenghua had previously encountered Yun Qingfeng as the leader of the logistics team for this session. Hua Yunlian had much to prepare. Fenghua noted the 30 academies entering the Magic Night Forest, 13 girls and 17 boys in total. Students from various departments are present. Tomorrow morning marks the time of departure. Fenghua, reflecting on her routine of consuming bread, finds it rather tiresome and decides to purchase some alternative food. Coincidentally, Huayanlian is also preparing, and the two make their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria is bustling with a plethora of food options, particularly an array of pastries. Fenghua buys a substantial amount of pastries and stashes them in her space bracelet. Within the confines of this bracelet, time stands still, meaning all items retain their state as when they were stored. Albeit this applies only to inanimate objects. This training session is aimed at cultivation, and given the perils of the Moyi forest, Fenghua deems her dresses unsuitable for the occasion and opts to purchase some trousers from the trading post. They are more practical and efficient. After gathering her supplies, Fenghua ponders briefly to ensure she has everything she needs before heading back to the dormitory with Huayanlian. Despite acquiring so many items, she spent less than a gold coin. The prices within the Magic Academy are relatively high. Transactions are typically conducted in copper or silver coins. Fortunately, before her arrival, Yu Zhenqian had prepared a fair amount of change for her. Otherwise, attempting to make purchases with gold coins would have left her without change. Indeed, it is a pity. Fenghua shakes her head in resignation, feeling a twinge of regret that such beautiful dresses would be wasted. However, in the next moment, she observes a faint glow sweeping across a singed corner of her garment, and miraculously, the fabric regenerates, restoring its original pattern. Guangyue smiles and explains, "This is a type of advanced anomaly magic. However, it only alters the time of inanimate objects. Living beings cannot be affected." "What elements are required?" Fenghua inquires with excitement. only the light element. However, this is advanced anomaly magic, and one must at least reach the Lord level to begin learning it. Guangyue replies, rather harshly tempering Fenghua's enthusiasm. Given Fenghua's current level, she is still somewhat inexperienced. It would be wise for her to focus on cultivation until she advances to the commander level before attempting to learn basic anomaly magic. Disheartened, Fenghua longs to master this anomaly magic, yet she has not met the prerequisites. It is disheartening to realize that even a commander-level mage is limited to studying only basic anomaly magic. Highlighting the high difficulty of learning such magic, rest well. We have training to attend to tomorrow. The following morning, at the assembly point for the training session, Huanlian has already gathered her logistics team in anticipation. Before long, the majority of participants have arrived. The training session comprises only the top 30 mages from the individual ranking competitions, along with a lead instructor and 10 logistical medical personnel, in addition to the mages accompanying students. Mages may choose to bring a companion or not. This time, Guangyue emerges directly as Fenghua's companion, yet stands among the logistics team, naturally close to Huanlian, a light element mage. Among the 10 members of the logistics team, aside from Huanlian, who is a light element mage, the remaining 9 are water element mages at the commander level, 4 at level 9 and 5 at level 8, although there are a few light element mages within the academy. Excluding instructors, none are at the commander level. Even among light element mages, their healing abilities cannot match those of water element commanders. Water element mages typically possess weaker combat capabilities. Thus, during their venture into the Moyi forest, the logistics personnel are positioned in the center, surrounded for protection. Fenghua, Guangyue, and Huanlian form a line, drawing the attention of many male students. Leading them is Yun Qingfeng, while behind Fenghua walks Hilianya. The distance from the Magic Academy to the Moyi forest is considerable, necessitating the use of the Academy's spatial teleportation array. The group proceeds in formation into the teleportation array. Everyone, please step into the teleportation array, Yun Qingfeng instructs. Once everyone is in place, he tears open the scroll to activate the teleportation array. Enveloping the group in radiant light, upon exiting the teleportation array, they find themselves at the very edge of the Moyi forest. The objective of this training session is to penetrate into the inner perimeter. In their current location, high-level magical beasts are unlikely to appear. However, venturing slightly deeper could result in encounters with pack beasts, which pose a significant challenge. It is still early. Let us take a moment to rest. We will commence our activities once darkness envelopes the Moyi forest tonight. Upon Yun Qingfeng's announcement, everyone gathers in groups of about 10. After sitting down, Fenghua retrieves pastries from her space bracelet and offers them to Guangyue and Huanlian. Shortly after, a familiar, delicate hand appears before her. Maintaining her composure, Fenghua places another pastry in that hand. Hilianya takes the pastry, munching on it as he sits down, flanked by Hua Feiyun and Lian Feng, both of whom fix their gazes on Fenghua, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. She then hands each of them a pastry. Thankfully, Fenghua anticipated this scenario well in advance. Her space bracelet contains an ample supply of pastries. Given that time halts for inanimate objects, the pastries remain warm upon retrieval, allowing her to stockpile generously. After all, each pastry costs merely a copper coin. Yun Qingfeng approaches, and Fenghua instinctively presents him with a pastry while she continues to nibble on her own. Shouldn't I get one too? Dark Moon, the dark element beast residing in her space, inquires. Fenghua transfers a pastry from her space bracelet to the dark element beast's domain, where Dark Moon discreetly enjoys it. After finishing, it resumes its cultivation, absorbing dark elements. Everyone has grown accustomed to resting at night and being active during the day, thus few are inclined to sleep at this moment, with nearly all entering a state of cultivation. Only Yun Qingfeng and Guangyue remain outside this state. Just as the sky over the Moyi forest abruptly darkens, all who have been cultivating simultaneously open their eyes. They rise and, in perfect synchrony, align themselves in the same formation as when they arrived in the morning. All right, it's time to set out. Everyone remain quiet and tread lightly, Yun Qingfeng instructs, leading the group of students forward. The roars of various magical beasts resonate at this moment, and the temperature in the now dark Moyi forest has noticeably dropped. Dark Moon emerges from Fenghua's dark element beast space, concealing itself with dark elements while it begins to absorb the dark elements prevalent in the Moyi forest, which are significantly denser than in other areas, especially deeper within. This explains why Dark Moon had previously lingered in the inner perimeter, where it could absorb a considerable concentration of dark elements while avoiding encounters with particularly formidable magical beasts. Given Dark Moon's previous injuries, engaging in combat would have been unwise. The thunderous roars of lions resonate, accompanied by the heavy thudding of footsteps and the slight tremor of the ground, heightening everyone's alertness. Such heavy footsteps and roars could only belong to a pride of lion beasts. The pride of lion beasts ranks significantly higher than the avian magical beasts Fenghua encountered previously. Most belong to levels 8 to 9, and occasionally a commander-level beast may be spotted. To illustrate, an 8th level beast is comparable to a 4th to 6th level Grand Mage, while a 9th level beast equates to a 7th to 9th level Grand Mage. Without employing either light or dark elements, Fenghua can only engage with 8th level beasts. However, she can subtly blend dark elements with fire elements, allowing her to remain undetected while defeating these magical beasts in the darkness. Nevertheless, for Fenghua, solely relying on magic is not her style. The true strength lies in the harmonious use of both magical and martial prowess. All individuals have begun to coalesce their elemental spheres, as this straightforward yet effective method of attack is most suitable in this scenario, significantly reducing the time wasted on casting spells. As the footsteps grow louder and the roars escalate, they finally arrive. The lead lion, sensing the presence of humans ahead, lets out a fierce roar, prompting the entire pride to slow their pace and ultimately halt a short distance away from them. After a series of powerful roars, mingled with distant calls from other magical beasts, it is evident that the lead lion is furious about the humans obstructing their path. The lead lion, a 9th level beast, has likely reached its peak and merely awaits the opportune moment to ascend to the commander level. At this pinnacle, its intelligence is notably high. It detects the presence of mages before it, some of whom it can gauge the strength of, while others remain beyond its perception, indicating that there are indeed several commander-level mages among them. However, lions are inherently combative and tend to operate in packs. At a glance, the pride contains no fewer than 200 lions. The ground quakes slightly as the lead lion surveys the academy's team and emits a resounding roar. Following its roar, the lions behind it join in a cacophony of excited roars, until the moment the roaring ceases, the lead lion charges forward, followed by its frenzied pride. The ground trembles slightly, and Yun Qingfeng steadies himself. Commanding logistics personnel and earth element mages gather together. The logistics team, led by Huayanlian, immediately merges with the earth element mages. The prowess of the magicians within the logistics team is commendable. However, they have predominantly specialized in the art of healing, rather than in offensive magic, often resorting to self-defense. It is rather fortuitous to be in proximity to an earth mage, known for their formidable defensive capabilities, as it significantly mitigates the risk of mishaps. Furthermore, the earth mage's offensive capabilities are not to be underestimated, creating a harmonious defensive synergy. To this moment, Guangyue nimbly ascended a tree to join in Yu, who was concealed from sight, as they leisurely observed the mages below commencing their training. It was not the appropriate time for them to intervene. Enyu, already nursing an injury, was ill-suited for confrontation, while Guangyue, unscathed, could decisively handle multiple adversaries if necessary. Yun Qingfeng, as the leading instructor, was primarily responsible for the safety of the students, intervening only when a student was in peril. His main duty was to safeguard this group of learners. The fire elemental sphere that Fenghua had long since conjured in her palm was, in fact, laced with traces of dark elements. In the shadows, this bore no resemblance to ordinary flames. As the lions charged toward them, the mages unleashed their magic incessantly, given their proficiency in long-range attacks. It was most advantageous for the mages to cast their spells before the lions drew near. The lions were not particularly high in level, while the mages present included leaders and high-ranking leaders, unleashing a relentless barrage of magical elements, particularly fire and lightning, which when combined yielded devastating power. In mere seconds, several lions lay defeated upon the ground, yet this did little to deter the advance of their remaining companions. The lions, undeterred by the loss of a few members, continued their rapid approach, a speed that caused concern for Yun Qingfeng, as not all of the mages were as well trained as he and Fenghua. This scenario posed a significant disadvantage for them. Fenghua, marry him. The distance between the lions and the group continued to diminish, even as their numbers dwindled. However, this did not impede their relentless advance. This is bad. If they get any closer, we are at a severe disadvantage. A male student shouted anxiously, observing the lions drawing near. It was too late to consider retreat. Their group of mages could not outrun the lions. Yet, in the next moment, the forward march of the lions abruptly halted. The already cool atmosphere of the moonlit night forest plunged further into chill as a crystalline layer of ice formed beneath the lions, effectively immobilizing their feet and leaving them with no avenue for escape. The roars of the lions echoed in fury, their overwhelming numbers intensified by their proximity, causing Fenghua's ears to ring painfully. However, she was acutely aware that the most pressing matter was to swiftly vanquish the beasts, for the sheer number of lions was staggering that if they did not defeat them promptly, the ice summoned by Hyliania would soon become ineffective. Leading to dire consequences, the elemental attacks surged forth, yet the fire mages had to exercise caution not to disturb the ice below, despite knowing that the ice, conjured by a level 9 lord, would not be melted by their fire elements. They carefully directed their fire magic toward the upper bodies of the lions. It was only after incapacitating over 200 lions that the ice finally dissipated. Fenghua and the other students busily collected the magical cores from the beasts. Some mages, having exhausted their mental energy, received restorative assistance from Huayunlian. The healing capabilities of water magic could only mend physical wounds, while light magic could guide the recovery of mental energy once it entered a mage's body. Enyu, cloaked in shadows, approached Fenghua, who was collecting the magical cores, and inquired, "Are these magical cores to be submitted?" "Elemental crystals." Enyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What levels are they?" "I estimate there won't be any high-level ones, at most level 2, Fenghua replied, knitting her brows. "I wonder if we can acquire dark elemental crystals." Enyu's expression fell, realizing the rarity of such crystals in the central continent, unless one was on a continent like the Ability Continent, where elemental crystals were pivotal for training in magical abilities. The existence of elemental crystals was already a rarity in other lands. The Magic Academy was already quite affluent. Once the spoils were collected, Yun Qingfeng surveyed the students to ensure that no one was injured or suffering from mental exhaustion before announcing, "A herd of lions has just arrived. There shouldn't be any magical beasts lurking nearby for the time being. Let us venture a bit deeper and keep an eye out for any medicinal herbs along the way." As he said this last part, his gaze unintentionally lingered on Fenghua. She felt a twinge of confusion at his attention, wondering why he looked at her when mentioning herbs. "The handsome teacher is paying attention to you. Go on, say something." Enyu urged playfully. Fenghua, feeling helpless, thought, "What attention? He must be hinting at something. Did he mean there were herbs I needed on the outskirts of the Moonlit Night Forest? But I am unaware of any herbs I am currently seeking." Searching for items in the darkness was inherently challenging, and as Fenghua scanned her surroundings, she found no recognizable herbs, leaving her somewhat troubled. She had searched the area thoroughly and found nothing familiar. What did Yun Qingfeng mean by looking at her? Deciding it was better to seek clarification than to remain in confusion, Fenghua approached Yun Qingfeng and quietly asked, "Are there any rare herbs around here?" Yun Qingfeng was taken aback, responding, "I don't know. Why do you ask? When you mentioned that earlier, you glanced at me, didn't you?" Fenghua frowned, interpreting that look as an indication of special herbs being present. "No. I just happened to think of you as an alchemist and looked your way." Yun Qingfeng clarified, his expression one of mild exasperation. Fenghua felt a sense of relief. It was merely a coincidence. Suddenly, Yun Qingfeng recalled something and retrieved 7 crystals of different colors from his storage ring, saying, "Here, take these. Absorbing the elemental power within should significantly enhance your strength." Level 3 crystals. Enyu's voice rang out in excitement, "And 7 of them. What a wealthy individual. It's rare to find such things in the central continent. And here you are, presenting 7 at once. Fenghua, marry him." "Calm down." Fenghua thought to herself, then turned to Yun Qingfeng and asked, "Why do you have so many elemental crystals, teacher?" "The school compensates teachers with crystals based on their level. I receive 1 level 3 crystal each month. However, since level 3 crystals are of no use to me, I thought I'd give them to you. Each crystal possesses the elemental power equivalent to a full force strike from a peak Great Lord. With your current status as a level 5 mage, using one should elevate you to the rank of a leader-level mage. There are no side effects." Fenghua accepted the crystals, then asked, "But teacher, why are there precisely light, dark and fire elements? Aren't you a fire mage? Did you specifically request the other 2 types from the school?" This didn't seem right. Yun Qingfeng had only known she was a dark mage since her enrollment 3 months ago. It should be a maximum of 3 crystals. Yet, there was 1 light crystal and 5 dark crystals, with only 1 being a fire crystal. This suggested that prior to her entry into the academy, Yun Qingfeng had already chosen dark elemental crystals as part of his compensation for teaching. "I can't tell you just yet," Yun Qingfeng replied with a smile. Fenghua pouted, feeling that this was all rather mysterious. "Teacher, I have a question that I've been pondering for quite some time and would like to clarify." She looked at Yun Qingfeng with utmost seriousness. Yun Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. "What question?" "How old are you this year?" "Teacher?" "Purely natural, handsome guy." Yun Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback by the question, then looked at her with a hint of resignation. "Why are you so curious about my age? Did that group of boys say something?" He speculated, are they spreading rumors behind my back that I'm over 50 and peeking at girls while bathing? Fenghua anxiously tugged at her hair, explaining, I'm just a little curious about your talent. Yun Qingfeng awkwardly admitted, I'm 26 this year. 26. 26. That seems quite disparate. Fenghua remarked, if you're 26, that aligns perfectly with how you look now, so you haven't taken any beauty-enhancing pills? Not taken any beauty pills. And you teased in her mind. Hurry up. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Watch out for others stealing him away. Where is your mind wandering? Fenghua felt embarrassed at the thought, then turned to Yun Qingfeng. Saying Li Bin and the others said, you're over 50 this year. I know. They've been saying that all along, even claiming I peek at girls bathing. Yun Qingfeng replied, exasperated. The potential class clowns enjoyed ribbing him behind his back. It seemed he had overheard too late upon entering the classroom. Before that, they had spun tales of such absurdity to Fenghua. Fenghua felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing the words from behind her. Indeed, they had spoken the truth, however. What Lei Qingfeng later revealed unraveled the matter, making her aware that, in reality, there were indeed girls who had gone to watch the handsome teacher bathe and were subsequently thrown out from the 13th floor. A conflict brewed within her heart as she vowed that she had not intentionally brought up the matter in front of Yun Qingfeng. Yet, that was a lie, for after Yun Qingfeng mentioned that he was 26 years old, Fenghua found herself at a loss for words and could only betray her teammates. What do you plan to do after the training camp? Fenghua asked, looking at Yun Qingfeng with a hint of hesitation. Deep down, she wished for him to continue as a teacher. From their previous visits to the practical lesson locations, Fenghua had observed how other magical instructors conducted their classes, standing far away and casting spells against each other. However, when faced with warriors, it was implausible for them to maintain such distance. They would certainly seek to close the gap. The same applied to encounters with magical beasts. Thus, no matter how she pondered, Fenghua believed that a practical lesson with someone like Yun Qingfeng, who mastered both magic and martial arts, was the best approach. Yun Qingfeng replied, I am currently contemplating that. You'll be honest, I do not particularly enjoy being a teacher. Disappointment washed over Fenghua as she lowered her head. So he did not take pleasure in teaching, however, given his age. It was quite possible that he had been a student at the Magic Academy himself, starting to teach after turning 25, which explained why he had not left the school. Guangyue, perched upon a tree, noticed Fenghua's downcast demeanor. Through their bond, she sensed that Fenghua's mood was not particularly bright. With a flick of her eyes, she conveyed her voice to Fenghua. You don't happen to have feelings for him, do you? Fenghua pressed her head down, and upon hearing Guangyue's remark, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her lips twitched before she replied, I am here to learn. I am destined to become a formidable individual. How could I let emotions interfere? You are overthinking this, Ditto? Guangyue responded with a tone of skepticism, followed by a chuckle. Life is filled with hidden romantic entanglements. Having gifted you 7 level 3 elemental crystals, I dare say he will likely enter the Fire Element Academy after the training camp and will undoubtedly strive to become your homeroom teacher. Fenghua felt utterly helpless. Guangyue, much like Anyue, was prone to wild imaginings. Noticing that Fenghua had not spoken, Yun Qingfeng suggested, since it is still daytime, you should absorb the fire element from the fire crystal now. This method is quite rapid, whereas swallowing it tends to slow the process. Fenghua nodded and, taking advantage of the others' inattention, found a secluded spot to enter a state of cultivation. They were still at the outskirts of the magic night forest, and with it being daytime, the area was generally populated by weak magical beasts, with formidable ones rarely appearing. Once seated, she employed her mental energy to lift the fire crystal, beginning to perceive the fire elements within and gradually absorbing them. The absorption process was akin to cultivation. However, while cultivating, she relied on her mental energy to sense fire elements within the surrounding air. Unlike the fire crystal, which had a predetermined location, making the search much more extensive and thus slower. The fire element energy contained within the level 3 fire crystal was exceptionally rich, and the area it occupied was less than a quarter of Fenghua's palm. Upon closing her eyes, she envisioned a small crimson circle appearing before her. As her mental energy continuously drew forth fire elements into her body, while the fire elements within her own being surged upward. There are 2 methods to utilize elemental crystals. One, like Fenghua's approach, to enhance one's own strength, a stable method that allows the improved state to be retained without fading, albeit with limited scope of enhancement. A level 3 crystal contains elemental energy equivalent to a peak-level lord's full-force strike. Yet, Fenghua, though merely a grand sorceress, could only elevate herself to the rank of commander. The other method, akin to how Shangguan Qingyue swallowed the crystal, enables one to control magical elements in a short span, significantly amplifying their power temporarily. The time required to attain formidable strength is another distinguishing factor. Fenghua opted for the gradual absorption of elements to gain permanent strength, while Shangguan Qingyue chose to rapidly command a vast amount of elements for a temporary boost. Have you found the bathing location? Generally speaking, unless faced with some perilous situation, sorcerers would not adopt Shangguan Qingyue's approach, as it is exceedingly foolish to waste a level 1 lightning crystal merely to defeat someone they detest. As Fenghua continued to absorb the fire elements, she felt the fire elements within her body pulsating vigorously. Finally, the elemental energy within her reached a peak, enabling her to break through to the rank of a level 6 sorceress. However, as the fire elements within the crystal remained abundant, she continued to absorb, pushing further. Thus, she ascended to the rank of a level 9 Grand Sorceress. The elemental energy required for a Grand Sorceress to advance to the Commander rank is immense. The transition from level 6 to level 7 is a significant hurdle, while the leap from level 9 to the next tier presents an even greater challenge. Fenghua managed to ascend from a level 5 Grand Sorceress to a level 9 Grand Sorceress using only a small portion of the fire crystal's elements. Preserving the remaining elemental energy for her breakthrough to the Commander rank time passed incrementally as the fire elements within the crystal gradually diminished, and the color of the crystal began to fade. When the last trace of red vanished from the crystal, Fenghua's surroundings shifted in pressure, causing the fire elements in the vicinity to surge towards her. Fenghua's complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Trickling down, the formidable fire element energy coursed chaotically through her body. Moments later, all the fire elements ceased their influx, and beneath her seated position appeared a strange red pattern. Fenghua opened her eyes. Feeling the discomfort of her clothes clinging to her skin, although she was elated to have ascended to the Commander level, the sticky sensation enveloping her was truly unpleasant, with just a level 3 crystal. She had attained the Commander rank. However, the higher one ascends, the more elemental energy is required, and future advancements would not come as swiftly. Anyue felt a twinge of envy towards Fenghua's rapid progress. Noting that even after absorbing a black demon herb's dark element, she had only managed to restore her strength from a level 4 commander to a level 7 commander and dissatisfaction, Anyue remarked, "Why doesn't your handsome teacher give you all dark elemental crystals? If you absorb them swiftly, you could break through to the commander rank, then to the grand commander, and then to the lord rank, and I would benefit from it as well. The fire breakthrough does me no good." Initially, Fenghua had become a level 1 grand sorceress before forming a pact with Guangyue and Anyue. While the advancements among grand sorceresses yielded some benefits against corresponding magical beasts, they were negligible. It is only when breaking through from a level 9 grand sorceress to the commander rank that significant strength increases in magical beasts occur. Anyue, how have you fared with those 5 dark elemental crystals? As she began absorbing the fire crystal, Fenghua had entrusted the dark crystals to Anyue. Although Anyue's absorption of dark magic would also benefit her, their simultaneous elevation in strength would likely result in Anyue only advancing by 1 rank with each major breakthrough, far slower than direct absorption. At this moment, Guangyue, though a level 1 grand commander, had already reached the level 7 sovereign rank. This differed significantly from Anyue, who could recuperate through the absorption of dark elements due to her injuries. The level 3 light elemental crystal had little effect on Guangyue, as she was originally at the 5th tier. Only light crystals of level 5 or above could be effective. However, Fenghua's absorption of the level 3 light crystal would still be beneficial for Anyue if a level 3 fire crystal could elevate Fenghua from a level 5 grand sorceress to a commander rank. Then the light crystal could potentially elevate Guangyue from a level 7 grand sorceress to the peak of a level 1 commander, or even to level 2. Once Fenghua's light magic transcended a threshold, Guangyue's inherent power would rise, and as a being intertwined with Guangyue, Anyue would likewise be uplifted. Even if Fenghua's dark magic made no progress, it would still provide Anyue with another opportunity for advancement. Representing the broadest recovery of Anyue's injuries, I have already absorbed 3, Anyue cheerfully stated. I am now at the pinnacle of the 3rd level commander with 2 more. If fortune smiles upon me, I might reach the 7th level commander. It's almost evening. The magic night forest has a higher concentration of dark elements at night. I shall take a stroll later to absorb a bit. I should be lucky enough. Strolling around, Fenghua chuckled, appreciating Anyue's way of speaking. Absorbing dark elements within the magic night forest at night, while absorbing dark elemental crystals during the day, was indeed a splendid choice. Magical beasts are inherently sensitive to elemental energy, especially those that have already reached the sovereign tier. Even injured, Anyue's ability to sense dark elements remained unchanged. Allowing her to venture out at night within the magic night forest was indeed a prudent approach. As Fenghua enjoyed her bath, she felt a pang of sorrow, lamenting the absence of 2 wooden tubs and the roughness of the water being splashed upon her. It was quite the predicament. Those 2 sisters were truly abnormal. What peculiarities? Fenghua approached, leaning in, and softly said, "I just went to cultivate." Huanlian nodded, but Fenghua continued to conceal her strength with an invisibility spell, rendering her undetectable had it not been for Yun Qingfeng's inquiry. They would not have learned that Fenghua had ventured out for a specific purpose. Being merely a magic user who could only support and not engage in combat, her being lost would indeed pose a considerable inconvenience. Huanlian had already set out to seek help long ago. Sitting against a tree trunk, Helianya felt a twinge of curiosity upon noticing that Fenghua had changed into a different outfit. Could it be that she had found a place to bathe? The discomfort of not having washed for a day and night was truly unbearable. Thus, Helianya rose from her seat, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and approached Fenghua inquiring, "Have you found a place to bathe? Is it possible for us to wash quietly and then switch turns?" Fenghua hesitated for a moment before replying, "No, I merely changed my clothes." Helianya's expression fell, her disappointment palpable that it was truly distressing to endure such discomfort without a bath. Huanlian chuckled awkwardly, adding, "Now that you mention it, I too feel a bit itchy." As soon as she finished speaking, several mages who had already entered a state of meditation opened their eyes, echoing her sentiment about their discomfort. While mages do not engage in battle like warriors, the exertion of casting spells can be taxing and can lead to perspiration. Especially after encountering a horde of lion-like magical beasts the previous night. Oh dear, this simply won't do. Perhaps we should request the water mages to assist us with a rinse, even if it's not a hot bath. I would gladly accept. One suggested under ordinary circumstances once or twice, those high-ranking magical beasts would choose to turn a blind eye upon seeing such occurrences. To provoke such displeasure in the esteemed magical creatures, leading them to expel one, indicates that her incursions into the central region have been far from infrequent. Moreover, this time it is in broad daylight. No one knows when the array of the midnight forest was established, nor can anyone discern where these magical beasts venture during the day. This includes the duo from the other world, Guangyue and Anyue. Technically, they are not considered magical beasts of the midnight forest, yet all beasts entering its confines, unless bound by a contract, will find their elemental energy dissipating until death upon exiting the periphery. Thus, when they first encountered Fenghua, Anyue cleverly established a contract, for should they miss this opportunity, who knows when they might encounter another dual-natured mage? Something feels amiss. Guangyue furrowed her brow, sensing a powerful force approaching, and no sooner had Guangyue spoken than the midnight forest was engulfed in darkness. The once motionless queen of the flying eagles suddenly beat her wings fiercely against the ground, causing the sand beneath her to rise and envelop the air, prompting everyone to shut their eyes. "Sister?" Fenghua, eyes closed, felt a twitch in her brow. "Could it be you have ventured into the central region 4 times? Since you cannot find her, you must accept that your sister is either deceased or has been taken by a mage." That unpleasant voice echoed once more. The queen of the flying eagles was incensed by these words. Roaring in anger, clearly displeased with the proclamation, she flapped her wings, attempting to re-enter the central region. A golden beam of light shot forth from the distance, striking the queen of the flying eagles with great force, sending her crashing back to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Several mages, caught off guard, inhaled a portion of the dust and began to cough uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Fenghua discreetly employed dark elements to isolate herself from the smoke. The midnight forest, which should have been chaotic in its darkness, fell utterly silent due to the golden beam and the accompanying voice. After a moment, the sand settled back to the ground, and all eyes turned to the fallen queen of the flying eagles. Already gravely injured, that last strike rendered her completely immobile, leaving her to lie there in anguished cries. The shrill sound caused the attending mages to furrow their brows involuntarily. Fenghua and her companions exchanged glances, and ultimately, a male mage stepped forward, stating, "This queen of the flying eagles possesses considerable strength. We can seize her magic core while we have the chance." The other mages regarded this suggestion with a sense of cruelty. Her sister has already gone missing in the central region, and now they wish to slay her for her magic core. The queen of the flying eagles is indeed pitiable. Did you not hear my words? The male mage, seeing no one else echoing his sentiment, opted to discreetly withdraw. Guangyue slowly approached the fallen queen of the flying eagles. Previously, it was her hands that had dealt the fatal blow to her sister. Spurred by the queen's enraged retaliation against Anyue, however, Anyue later clarified the situation, revealing it to be a misunderstanding. Guangyue neared the queen, raising her hand to channel light elements for healing. A somewhat spoiled voice interrupted, Stop. Feng Hua involuntarily twitched her brow. That voice. Could it be? A group of shameless scoundrels? Upon hearing that voice, Guang Yue hesitated slightly, and then a chill of water surged towards her. Frowning, Guang Yue waved her hand, unleashing a brilliant flash of light element from her palm that collided with the water element, effortlessly shattering it. The disparity in strength was glaring. You. Vile creature. That queen of the flying eagles is our prey. You wretched woman. Upon hearing this, Anyua's brow twitched involuntarily, her previously amused eyes narrowing slightly as the unique dark aura of the dark elemental beasts began to emanate, adding an air of danger to the already ominous midnight forest. Feng Hua, upon witnessing the water magic, confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, those were the same individuals she had encountered earlier. Shui Xinlan rushed to the side of the fallen queen, glaring at Guang Yue, who had just dispelled her water magic. This is our trophy. If you know what's good for you, leave this place at once. Don't think that just because you can cast a bit of light magic, you're impressive. Feng Hua couldn't help but internally lament the foolishness of this woman. Her intellect remained so simplistic. What does it mean to merely know a bit of light magic? Guang Yue's light magic is formidable, capable not only of healing but also possessing combat prowess that rivals the fire and lightning mages. Months had passed, and Shui Xinlan had progressed from a level 9 water mage to a level 1 grand mage. Although achieving such a rank at her age is commendable, in the presence of this group of mages accustomed to prodigies and freaks at the Magic Academy, she was but a mere jester. Moreover, the Queen of the Flying Eagles had initially been driven back to the periphery due to the beasts within the central region. Thus, she was not the trophy Shui Xinlan claimed her to be. After Shui Xinlan spoke, she realized that not only Guang Yue was present, but many others as well. When her gaze fell upon Feng Hua, her pupils dilated in disbelief, and she screamed, "Feng Hua! You should have been dead." That piercing scream made Yun Qingfeng frown involuntarily. He harbored no fondness for the woman who had initially pushed Feng Hua before the ferocious fire tiger, especially given her audacity in attempting to claim the Queen of the Flying Eagles now. The queen, lying there, stirred slightly upon hearing those words but succumbed to her fatigue and fainted completely. Am I a source of disappointment to you? Feng Hua scoffed coldly, asking, "You once stole the egg of the Queen of the Flying Eagles and sought to pin the blame on me. Today you've come at the perfect time. Shouldn't we settle this score?" The innocent smile on Feng Hua's face caused Shui Xinlan to take a step back in fear. Yet the next moment, she regained her confidence, retorting, "Don't get too cocky. I am now a level 1 grand mage. I am not afraid of you. Even if my attack power is inferior, it doesn't mean you can easily take advantage of me." Upon hearing Shui Xinlan's words, Helion couldn't help but turn away to stifle a laugh. A level 1 grand mage. Feng Hua had long surpassed that level. A level 1 grand mage wishing to join their training group would be regarded as inconsequential. Whether I can take advantage of you will depend on the outcome of a battle. Feng Hua slowly approached Shui Xinlan, stating, "Since you've been promoted to a level 1 grand mage, why don't we have a little spar?" All the students participating in the training remained unaware that Yun Qingfeng had gifted Feng Hua a fire crystal, believing she was still a level 5 grand mage. However, even a level 5 grand mage against a level 1 grand mage would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Feng Hua, hearing that voice, furrowed her brow in confusion. It seemed that the voice did not belong to anyone from the midging squad she had met previously. A group of burly men rushed over anxiously. Judging by their speed, they were likely all warriors. The leading man hurried to Shui Xinlan's side, exclaiming, "Don't act on your own, brother. Look, this is clearly our prey. How can it be taken by others?" Shui Xinlan shamelessly declared. Her brother, Shui Xingfeng, raised an eyebrow at her words and replied, "What ours cannot escape? How shameless." Feng Hua thought to herself, evaluating the pair of siblings. Their group was indeed formidable, a level 1 grand mage for level 9 warriors, and a level 1 captain warrior. Yet, was such a lineup not too weak to confront a level 9 Queen of the Flying Eagles? The queen could easily blow this group out of the midnight forest with a mere gust of wind. Seeing her brother endorse her claim, Shui Xinlan beamed at Feng Hua, as if the massive Queen of the Flying Eagles was already hers. "Hey! Are you all not ashamed? The Queen of the Flying Eagles is a level 9 beast. With your highest rank being a level 1 captain, do you truly believe you can defeat a level 9 queen? Why not go tell stories for some extra change instead?" Hua Feiyun regarded the group with disdain. The faces of Shui Xinlan's group darkened at his words. The Queen of the Flying Eagles was indeed not their trophy. But to declare it so openly in front of so many people was simply humiliating. "If it is not our trophy, then could it be yours?" Shui Xinlan blushed, retorting, "Who do you think you are? Do you really believe you can defeat a level 9 beast?" Feng Hua smiled, asking, Why can't we defeat a level 9 leader? Though the Queen of the Flying Eagles was not defeated by them. Shui Xinlan's words implied a challenge against level 9 beasts in general, not specifically this one, that if they were to engage the Queen with their numbers, it would indeed be a simple task. Upon hearing these words, Shui Xinlan felt an inexplicable surge of jealousy. However, at that moment, she noticed something rather peculiar. Among all the individuals present, the attire of the girls seemed somewhat odd. They all appeared to be dressed quite simply. And notably, every one of them was in a dress, with not a single pair of trousers in sight. Particularly, Feng Hua's dress at that moment bore a striking resemblance to something one might wear for slumber. This revelation provoked Shui Xinlan into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, Feng Hua, are you all here to sleep in the Demon Night Forest? The night is when this place is most terrifying. Surely you don't intend to doze off at this hour. The boys in Shui Xinlan's group, upon hearing her remarks, also cast curious glances towards Feng Hua and her companions. It was not merely the humor of the situation that caught their attention, but rather, the sight of such a group of girls clad in what appeared to be nightwear was quite a feast for the eyes, a rarity indeed. After hearing this, Shui Xinlan found herself hesitating. Initially, she had not given it much thought, but after Feng Hua's words, the confidence exuding from her made Shui Xinlan feel a twinge of uncertainty. Although she was now a level 1 water mage, Feng Hua had already reached that standard several months prior and was likely a level 2 mage by now, if not even higher. Furthermore, given her inclination towards healing magic, this did not seem entirely appropriate. Noticing Shui Xinlan's silence, Feng Hua wondered if this person's intelligence was indeed lacking. As for the woman who had twice led her into peril, Feng Hua harbored no affection for her whatsoever. If her feelings towards Shangguan Qingyue were of resignation, and towards Yu Qingcheng were of dissatisfaction, then her sentiment towards Shui Xinlan was one of disdain, an aversion towards someone who had caused trouble yet pushed her forward to take the blame. Nonetheless, if not for Shui Xinlan, she might never have met Yun Qingfeng before entering the Magic Academy. What, are you afraid to speak? Feng Hua raised an eyebrow coolly. My sister is a water mage, not particularly skilled in combat. If you wish to compete, I shall face you. Shui Xinfeng pulled Shui Xinlan behind him and addressed Feng Hua. Hey! Is it not shameless of you? A level 1 commander facing off against a level 5 mage. Is it a badge of honor for your group to be so brazen? Helianya, overhearing Shui Xinfeng's challenge, scoffed. Upon catching sight of Helianya's beautiful smile and her somewhat revealing attire, Shui Xinfeng felt his face flush. After processing her words, he couldn't help but glance at Feng Hua a few more times. A level 5 mage. How old is this little girl to have achieved such a rank? Her talent surpasses that of my sister by leaps and bounds. Upon hearing Helianya's comment, Shui Xinlan was nearly apoplectic. Feng Hua was a level 5 mage. Just moments ago, she had surmised that Feng Hua was at most a level 3 mage, only to discover she had already reached level 5. However, it mattered little. Her brother was a commander-level warrior, and a mage could not possibly triumph. With a smile, Feng Hua replied, "All right, I accept your challenge. However, since you are a commander and I am merely a mage, it would only be fair for you to grant me 3 chances." Shui Xinfeng frowned slightly. A level 5 mage, she had yet to reveal her elemental affinity. Such a stipulation was fraught with risk. Helianya, sensing Feng Hua's confidence, quickly interjected, "A commander-level warrior who dares not accept the challenge of a level 5 mage. How pathetic." Shui Xinfeng's face flushed with embarrassment as he exchanged awkward glances with Helianya before conceding. "Fine, I accept." Despite feeling a strange unease, he recognized the disparity in their strengths. He was a commander, while Feng Hua was merely a level 5 mage. Unless she commanded an exceptionally powerful magical beast or wielded a divine artifact, victory was assuredly his. Upon hearing her brother's agreement, Shui Xinlan promptly urged, "Brother, I despise that Feng Hua. Please eliminate her for me, will you?" She spoke in a voice she believed to be quiet, unaware that her words had been overheard by everyone present. Although this training session was designed to mix students of varying talents from different departments, they were all students of the Magic Academy, and in the absence of personal grievances, they would protect their own. Thus, upon hearing Shui Xinlan's remark, several mages reacted with indignation. This was a blatant underestimation of their Magic Academy. "Feng Hua, you must show that wretch what for. Defeat that man. Bring that woman down too. We stand behind you." Hua Yunlian looked at Feng Hua with concern. In a one-on-one contest, even if she wished to heal Feng Hua with light magic, she would be unable to intervene during the match, as doing so would imply Feng Hua's defeat. Shui Xinlan felt her face burn with embarrassment upon hearing the Magic Academy students' reactions. She had thought her voice barely audible, only to find that everyone had caught wind of it. Initially, Feng Hua had intended to spar with her. Yet now it was her brother who would step in, and her plea for him to take lethal action only served to highlight her own inadequacies in comparison to Fenghua, ultimately relying on her family for support. In truth, given that she was merely a novice level 1 water mage, facing Fenghua was a foregone conclusion. It was akin to Fenghua battling her commander-level brother. Until that moment, Shui Xinlan remained oblivious to the fact that Fenghua was already a commander-level fire mage. Like the other students in the Magic Academy, they all believed the chances of Fenghua winning were slim, save for Yun Qingfeng, who was convinced that Fenghua would undoubtedly prevail. Generally speaking, an adept attacking mage stands a significant chance of triumphing over a warrior of the same rank, provided that the warrior lacks any rare elixirs that could temporarily enhance their strength. Fenghua, being a level 1 commander and naturally inclined towards offense, had a high likelihood of victory against a level 1 commander warrior. Additionally, her 3-month-long practical training sessions at the Magic Academy had honed her skills in both magic and martial arts, thereby minimizing Shui Xinfeng's chances of winning through close combat. The final point was that Shui Xinfeng only perceived Fenghua as a level 5 mage, not as a level 1 commander, naively agreeing to allow her 3 chances. Practicing both magic and martial arts? That seems improbable. Fenghua turned to Yun Qingfeng and said, "Teacher, could you please act as the referee?" "Teacher?" Shui Xinlan was taken aback, her gaze shifting to Yun Qingfeng, her cheeks flushing uncontrollably. The man who had previously saved Fenghua remained as strikingly handsome as ever, clad in white robes, exuding an ethereal charm that compelled every girl to yearn for his proximity. How could such a man be Fenghua's teacher? Why was it that all good fortune seemed to befall Fenghua? Yun Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Certainly. He then addressed the other students in the Magic Academy. "Please step aside for the moment and remember, do not let your guard down. The night in the Demon Night Forest is perilous, as beasts lurk everywhere. Should both combatants sustain injuries and a beast were to appear suddenly, it would spell disaster. However, the current circumstances differ somewhat. Following the previous golden light, the Demon Night Forest is significantly quieter tonight. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. What is your name?" Yun Qingfeng inquired as the 2 competitors took their positions. "Shui Xinfeng." "Yu Fenghua versus Shui Xinfeng. Let the match begin." As Yun Qingfeng's words fell, Shui Xinfeng swiftly charged towards Fenghua. In a duel between a warrior and a mage, any intelligent warrior would know to close the distance as much as possible. Although Shui Xinfeng had promised Fenghua 3 chances, shortening the distance would only benefit him. This did not count as an attack. Shui Xinlan, upon hearing Yun Qingfeng's declaration, realized that Fenghua was not surnamed Feng but rather, her name was simply Fenghua, with her true surname being Yu. Yet, the name Yu Fenghua sounded so familiar, it felt as though she had heard it somewhere before. Meanwhile, Shui Xinfeng was too preoccupied with the match to ponder Fenghua's name. All he knew was that he had to win. This contest was not just a battle, it was a matter of preserving his dignity as a level 1 commander warrior, facing a mage who was much younger and of lower rank than himself. Victory was imperative. Furthermore, he needed to win swiftly. Any prolonged engagement would render even a victory unsatisfactory. As Shui Xinfeng approached, Fenghua remained utterly unfazed, instead displaying an excited smile, a level 1 commander warrior, indeed, within the confines of the Magic Academy, where mages were the norm. Apart from Yun Qingfeng's practical classes aimed at enhancing her physical capabilities, she had yet to engage in combat with a warrior. However, Yun Qingfeng had always managed to calibrate his power levels to be just above hers. So since her arrival in this body, she had yet to face a commander-level warrior. Now as a level 1 commander mage, her warrior rank was merely level 3, which was somewhat lacking. She intended to seize this opportunity to hone her skills. The disparity between a 3rd-tier warrior and a 1st-tier leader warrior is immense. Fenghua chose not to employ magic, instead engaging in direct combat with Mercury Peak using her martial prowess. Mercury Peak was astonished that Fenghua refrained from using magic. Yet he did not wish to squander such an opportunity during Fenghua's initial 3 strikes. He merely evaded, testing her capabilities before launching a simple punch. However, as soon as his fist extended, a hand swiftly grasped his arm. Dressed in a white nightgown, Fenghua leaped, utilizing his arm as a pivot to execute a rapid somersault behind him. While Mercury Peak was still in shock, Fenghua restrained her power to that of a 5th-level archmage. Conjuring a flame in her palm and directing it towards Mercury Peak's back, upon sensing the intense heat behind him, Mercury Peak instinctively dodged to the side. As a 1st-tier leader warrior, he was quick enough to evade Fenghua's flames. Upon noticing the lingering fire in her palm, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his swift reaction. Otherwise, had he been struck from behind, defeat would have been inevitable. Yet, her fighting style seemed undeniably that of a warrior. Could it be that she was adept in both martial and magical arts? This seemed implausible. Waterheart Blue, witnessing her brother's dazed expression, could not contain her frustration and shouted, "Brother! Hurry! Defeat her!" Mercury Peak found this peculiar. But there was no time for contemplation as Fenghua retracted her fire element and prepared to charge. She suddenly remembered that the hem of her gown was insufficiently large. Had she not relied on her speed during that flip, her dress would have certainly fallen. Now, attempting to advance, she feared that the restricted skirt would cause her to stumble. This was exceedingly vexing. Anger welled up within Fenghua, and in her moment of frustration, she resolved to take it out on Mercury Peak. Initially, she intended to engage him in a duel befitting a warrior, but her current attire was far too inconvenient. Fighting like a warrior was tantamount to courting disaster. A child as astute and clever as she could never stoop to such foolishness. Just as Mercury Peak prepared to evade, Fenghua shifted her hand position and in mere seconds, conjured 10 fire elemental orbs, each targeting a different direction to strike. Given their trajectory, it appeared inevitable that he would be hit. However, being a first-tier leader warrior, he could defend against the flames of a 5th-level archmage using his battle aura. With this thought, Mercury Peak enveloped himself in battle aura. Yet, the next moment anxiety seized him. The elemental orbs, guided by Fenghua's mental force, circled around Mercury Peak, surrounding him with 10 orbs that adhered closely to his battle aura. 10 no time. They pierced through, directly assaulting his skin. That a wretched male cry echoed through the eerily quiet magic night forest, sending chills down the spines of the warriors accompanying Waterheart Blue. For reasons unknown, they felt as if they were experiencing the same dire situation as Mercury Peak, despite not being the ones under attack. "Brother!" Waterheart Blue shrieked in concern, intending to summon water elements to cool the scorched patches on Mercury Peak's skin, but she was restrained by a fellow warrior beside her. "This is a competition. Xiaolan, don't act impulsively." Waterheart Blue, observing the charred marks on her brother's skin, shook her head and pleaded, "Stop, just stop. We concede." "Fenghua, we concede. In this era, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve renown." Fenghua raised an eyebrow. Her demeanor unflustered as she continued to manipulate the fire elements with her mental force, showing no signs of ceasing. The flames continued to engulf Mercury Peak, and the extent of his burnt skin expanded. Yet, Fenghua remained indifferent, merely addressing Waterheart Blue. "You just demanded his death. If the roles were reversed and I was the one losing, with my companions asking for a halt, would you acquiesce, Xiaolin?" "Of course. She would not." Waterheart Blue thought bitterly, her complexion pale. Her aversion towards Fenghua stemmed from a primal female jealousy, a reaction to encountering someone more beautiful and capable than herself. Thus, had the competition resulted in Mercury Peak's victory, even if someone requested to cease, she would have urged him to eliminate Fenghua. As for Fenghua, having endured betrayal in her past life, the very concept of betrayal became her taboo and her bottom line. She remained willing to trust others, but should anyone betray her, she would not easily forgive. Waterheart Blue had ensnared her twice within the magic night forest. Thus she had no obligation to show mercy to this woman. "Miss Fenghua, it is entirely Xiaolan's fault. Please spare our captain," interjected the warrior who had previously restrained Waterheart Blue. "Our captain bears no enmity towards you, does he?" Indeed, Fenghua was fully aware of this. When Waterheart Blue had demanded Mercury Peak's death, he did not comply, indicating that although he cherished his sister, he was not unreasonable. Fenghua smiled and replied, "I never intended to kill him. However, I wish for Miss Water to comprehend a vital lesson. Do not act foolishly, lest you jeopardize your loved ones." Waterheart Blue's face paled at Fenghua's words as she nodded, murmuring, "I understand." Though the outcome of the competition was evident, Yun Qingfeng dutifully announced, "The victor of this round is you, Fenghua." Upon hearing this declaration, the students of the Magic Academy erupted with excitement, a 5th-level archmage triumphing over a first-tier leader warrior. How utterly astonishing! Fenghua had concealed her true level of power with the stealth spell, which is why they believed her flames were merely of high temperature, unaware that she had already ascended to the rank of leader-level mage. They were merely curious as to how her flames could penetrate the battle aura of a leader-level warrior like Mercury Peak. Waterheart Blue hastily employed water magic to treat her brother's burned skin. However, despite her status as a first-tier archmage in water magic, such extensive surface burns were not easily healed. She anxiously closed her eyes, channeling all her mental energy to mend Mercury Peak's wounds, but could only manage to heal a small portion of his injured skin. Observing her brother's contorted face in agony filled her with remorse. Then the memory of her arrival here resurfaced, and she raised her gaze to scan the crowd, ultimately resting her eyes on Guangyue. You are a light mage. Surely you possess the means to heal my brother." Guangyue merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, After Feng Hua had informed her of Water Heart Blue's 2 previous attempts to harm her, Guang Yue harbored no fondness for this woman and had no intention of assisting someone so despicable. Despite her sympathy for Mercury Peak. What do you want? Gold and silver treasures. My water family possesses plenty. We are a renowned family in the Kaya Empire, and my brother is the only direct heir of the water family in this generation. If anything happens to him, Yu Fenghua will not fare well either. You are Yu Fenghua's friend, are you not? You must heal my brother. Water Heart Blue's shrill cries evoked discontent among most present, particularly due to the implications of her words. Hey! Are you even aware that it was you who insisted your brother fight in the first place? Feng Hua has already conceded. Now you wish to leverage connections after losing? Exactly. Why should our Academy's members heal your brother? Are you incapable? Is your presence in the Magic Night Forest merely a hindrance? Why should Xiaoyan's magical beast tend to your brother? The students of the Magic Academy regarded Guang Yue as a magical beast. Given that Guang Yue had previously employed light elements, and knowing that the only light mage present was Hua Yunlian, they naturally assumed Guang Yue was Hua Yunlian's magical beast, without suspecting Feng Hua. After all, no one dared to believe Feng Hua possessed any elemental magic beyond fire, let alone such a rare light element. Both Feng Hua and Hua Yunlian, upon hearing this, wisely chose to remain silent. They considered this assumption quite fortuitous, sparing Feng Hua from the burden of figuring out how to dispel their suspicions. If anything were to happen to my brother, none of you here would enjoy peaceful days ahead. Water Heart Blue declared ominously, hoping Guang Yue would be intimidated by the water family's influence into saving her brother. Several mages who had previously expressed discontent fell silent. They had indeed heard of the water family's standing, which was quite respectable in the Kaya Empire, especially compared to their own modest backgrounds. Allowing such a family to go unassisted could very well lead to future troubles. The water family is merely a second-rate family in Kaya. Feng Hua, are you not the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, the foremost among the 4 great families of Kaya? Helian Yu remarked innocently, her tone seeming to address Feng Hua while simultaneously conveying a message for all to hear that in truth, she was indeed intentional in her delivery. Upon hearing Helian Ye's words, Water Heart Blue was left utterly stunned. The legitimate daughter of the Yu family? This Feng Hua is the Yu family's legitimate daughter. Yu Feng Hua didn't know, could she be the fabled 7-element root waste? Water Heart Blue's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Feng Hua. You are the legitimate daughter of the Yu family. The legendary 7-element root waste? With a faint nod, Feng Hua was unexpectedly renowned. It seemed that anyone who casually mentioned her connections would instantly reveal her true stature. Such formidable influence. The students of the Magic Academy, prompted by Heliania, finally recalled Feng Hua's identity. However, there was a distinct difference. Feng Hua was the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, while they were not. If the Shui family sought revenge upon them, what would they do? They certainly lacked the strength to confront the Shui family. Feng Hua too considered this possibility and quietly instructed Guang Yue. Please heal Shuixing Feng. Guang Yue frowned, aware that Feng Hua would make such a choice, yet hesitated, remaining motionless. Huayanlian, observing Guang Yue's discontent, understood it was Feng Hua's request to heal Shuixing Feng. However, if Guang Yue refused now, and any of the present magicians faced repercussions from the Shui family's retaliation in the future, they would undoubtedly blame Feng Hua as the instigator. This scenario posed significant disadvantages for Feng Hua. Huayanlian leaned close to Guang Yue's ear and whispered a few words before gently nudging her. Reluctantly, Guang Yue began to move towards Shuixing Feng at an excruciatingly slow pace. Feng Hua was torn. Her words seemed less significant than Huayanlian's influence, which was truly frustrating. From her elevated position, she observed the anxious expression on Shui Xinlan's face and, begrudgingly, released a minuscule amount of light element to commence the healing of Shuixing Feng's wounds. Once the injuries on Shuixing Feng were healed, he would be able to stand. Shui Xinlan shot Feng Hua a fierce glare, then surveyed the magicians from the Magic Academy, who finally departed after their exit. Several students from the Magic Academy voiced their dissatisfaction. What kind of people are they truly? Even in defeat, they carry themselves with such arrogance. If it weren't for their connections, could they act so presumptuously? Indeed, if it weren't for the cruelty of exterminating them all, they would have had no qualms about not healing that man. Shui Xinlan's final glare left Feng Hua feeling utterly uncomfortable. A sense of foreboding swelling within her. How unfortunate it was that a simple bath had led to such a disastrous outcome. Quickly, while the day is calm and devoid of magical beasts, let us continue. Upon uttering this, Hilianya conjured a massive ice bathtub once more. Following their previous method, they prepared the bathtub and hot water, allowing the girls to continue bathing while the boys stood guard. Such leisurely moments within the magic night forest were indeed rare. Meanwhile, the Eagle Queen lying aside was neglected. It was precisely because of her that they encountered Shui Xinlan, the harbinger of misfortune, and they couldn't even be bothered to slay her. Supporting Xingfeng, Shui Xinlan, though aware he could walk unaided, felt a twinge of worry. That wretched Yu Fenghua. Brother, do not fret. I memorized the faces of those who followed her just now. I refuse to believe they are all from the Yu family. When misfortune befalls their household, I will see who still bears goodwill towards Yu Fenghua. A glint of malice flickered in Shui Xinlan's eyes. She harbored no intention of sparing anyone who opposed her. Initially, she had joined the Weiyun team to train her abilities but unexpectedly crossed paths with Fenghua. In truth, she had entered the Weiyun team solely due to her connections, so even being expelled now did not sadden her in the least. She had thought Fenghua was dead but was astonished to find her transformed into a level 5 Grand Magician today. The jealousy within Shui Xinlan surged intensely. A level 5 Grand Magician defeating a level 1 commander? Upon this realization, she felt quite pleased. Wait. Xingfeng had intended to reprimand Shui Xinlan but suddenly sensed an inexplicable foreboding. Once night fell within the magic night forest, it exuded a chilling aura of danger. This sensation intensified the deeper they ventured into the forest. Yet, as they moved from the depths towards the exterior, why did he feel that the aura of danger was becoming increasingly potent? The group halted, vigilantly observing their surroundings. After a brief silence, a nearby tree abruptly began to stir, its branches elongating rapidly, ensnaring everyone and separating them. Ah, what is this? Shui Xinlan screamed in terror. This water element level 1 Grand Magician, unaccustomed to combat, found herself in a truly frightening position. Having devoted herself solely to honing her water elemental abilities to elevate her status, she had never considered the prospect of battle. Thus, when faced with such a situation, all she could do was scream. Gradually, black elements began to emanate from the branches, slowly infiltrating the bodies of the trapped individuals. Those ensnared, feeling their fighting spirit being gradually devoured, were struck with astonishment. It's a plant-type magical beast, and of the dark element. How could our luck be so abysmal, encountering a dark type? Whether in human or magical beast form, both light and dark types were exceedingly rare. The group, now immobilized, lamented their dreadful fate. If they remained ensnared for too long, their powers would be entirely consumed. Aware of the dire situation, the warriors exchanged glances before collectively unleashing every ounce of their fighting spirit. After all, if they allowed time to stretch on, their energy would be completely absorbed. They might as well make a final effort now. In that moment of explosive energy, the branches restraining the warriors were forcefully repelled. Brother! Save me! Shui Xinlan's terrified eyes widened as she felt the branches enclosing her body, slowly encroaching towards her face. As they escaped the clutches of the branches, Xingfeng and his companions had exhausted their fighting spirit, leaving them with no strength to rescue Shui Xinlan. However, the mere thought of his sister prompted Xingfeng to lunge forward to save her, only to be restrained by a warrior behind him. Captain! We lack the strength to rescue Xiaolan. The branches coiled tightly around Shui Xinlan's neck, and in an instant, the dark elements spread. Shui Xinlan, intending to cry out, found the dark elements infiltrating her skin. Her mental energy and stored water elements were gradually enveloped and consumed by the dark essence. Mental energy and the magical elements within a magician's body are akin to the lifeblood of their existence. Without these, a magician's life withers away, and the more powerful the magician, the graver their condition becomes upon losing them. Although Shui Xinlan was merely a level 1 Grand Magician, her complexion grew alarmingly pale as she lost her mental energy and the scant water elements within her. The dark essence coursing through her body seemed intent on hollowing her out entirely. Xiaolan. Xingfeng gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. This was the power of a dark-type magical beast. Though it was a plant-type beast incapable of significant movement, it still wielded immense power. Plant-type magical beasts only began to take human form upon reaching the Grand Commander level. Otherwise, they could only move parts of their bodies while remaining rooted in place. The unknown plant-type beast before them likely fell below the Grand Commander level, yet it exerted such pressure on Xingfeng that he had barely escaped with the last remnants of his fighting spirit, indicating it was at least a level 2 commander or higher. Shui Xinlan's once beautiful face now appeared distorted due to the dark elements circulating within her. Unbeknownst to her, the influence of the dark essence caused her complexion to darken. In the already shadowy magic night forest, only the strong could discern true colors. The black mist emerging from Shui Xinlan's pale face instilled fear in the hearts of the accompanying warriors. Had they not managed to escape just in time, they would now find themselves in the same dire predicament as Shui Xinlan. Shui Xinlan's shrill voice pierced the terrifying night, causing the warriors to tremble in fear. Such a piercing scream, combined with the ominous ambience of the magic night forest, would terrify even the most courageous. The dark essence grew denser, and suddenly Shui Xinlan's eyes widened. Her expression froze at that moment. Never to change again, the branches encased her entirely. Meanwhile, the great tree emitted a pleasant, youthful voice. A level 1 water element grand magician? What a pitiful scent. Not even enough to satisfy my palate. It spoke. One warrior's heart nearly ceased beating in fright. In the wake of the shock, he momentarily forgot that it was entirely normal for commander-level magical beasts to speak, unless they belonged to particularly low-intelligent species. It was plausible for them to remain mute even upon reaching commander level. Of course I can speak. Humph, you insignificant ants, your strength is so feeble that even if I consumed you all, it wouldn't satisfy my hunger, let alone just a level 1 water element grand magician. If it weren't for my master's command to spare you, I would have devoured all of you, master. The warriors were taken aback. This plant-type magical beast had a master. All right, listen up, you little ants. This time, the matter of venturing into the forest of Demon Night must not be disclosed. Otherwise, do not blame me if I emerge from the forest of Demon Night and devour you all. The impact of this statement was indeed profound, as several warriors nodded vigorously. Upon hearing the somewhat helpless voice command them to kneel and bid farewell, they exerted every ounce of strength to flee towards the outskirts of the forest of Demon Night. Once the warriors had distanced themselves, the shape of the tree gradually began to transform, shrinking until it became minuscule, ultimately enveloped in a swirling black mist. As the mist dissipated, a strikingly handsome boy, approximately 17 or 18 years old, emerged. He lifted his gaze to the upper branches of another tree, exclaiming, "Master, is it truly necessary to burden me with such a troublesome task for the sake of that little girl? Surely it is excessive. I could easily eliminate that tiny ant with a mere puff of black mist, yet you insist I devour her. You have no idea how repulsive her flavor is. I feel nauseous. What if I suffer from indigestion?" Observing everything from atop the tree, a figure chuckled and replied, "If you do not comply, those fellows will undoubtedly believe it was Fenghua who acted. By taking this approach, they will recognize you as a dark-type magical beast and will not suspect her. Then let us eliminate them all." That leader of the warrior seemed barely palatable. The boy remained dissatisfied, muttering to himself. For he had a particular aversion to consuming women. He harbored a persistent fear that doing so might alter his own gender. His expression morphed into one of despair. Is this what it means to take a leisurely stroll? I have only swallowed one individual. Allow me to devour a few more humans. Being handsome is truly a burden. After the departure of Shui Xinlan and others, the girls once again indulged in hot baths. This time they felt at ease, for it seemed improbable to be interrupted twice in succession during their bathing ritual. Xiao Lian, you had concealed your secret well. We had no idea you already possessed magical beasts. And humanoid ones at that. Indeed, and there are 2 of them. The twins bore an uncanny resemblance, and to form a contract with both was quite impressive. Listening to the praises from the surrounding female mages, Hua Yunlian felt conflicted. Guangyue and Anyue were not her magical beasts. However, at this moment, she could only let them think so. Since Guangyue and Anyue looked alike, it was only natural for them to assume these twins were dual-type magical beasts. Typically, dual-type magical beasts share the same attribute. Thus, when Guangyue utilized light elements, it was believed to be Hua Yunlian's magical beast, and similarly, Anyue was regarded as a light-type magical beast as well. This situation truly vexed her. Yet Fenghua remained composed, soaking in the bath. However, Fenghua's calm demeanor was merely superficial. Secretly, her hand rested upon the layer of light elements covering the ice. The dense concentration of light elements above prevented her from feeling the ice beneath. Truth be told, Fenghua was exceedingly intrigued by the magic employed by Helianya. Perhaps it was because, after she produced the supreme pill, Guangyue had inquired about that saintess. The thought that the saintess might very well be her mother ignited a desire within her to visit the ability continent. Moreover, Guangyue and Anyue seemed to have some significant matters to address there. If she were to venture to the ability continent, she would need to study various aspects of ability magic. Few were aware of the existence of ability magic in the central continent. For instance, within the Magic Academy, many were aware that Helianya practiced ice magic combining water and wind, yet few recognized that this ice magic was a form of ability magic. Fenghua had previously speculated whether Helianya, like Guangyue and Anyue, hailed from the ability continent, given that such an extraordinarily talented individual would scarcely go unnoticed in the outside world. This implied that Helianya likely appeared in the central region and subsequently entered the Magic Academy. Otherwise, with her remarkable aptitude, even an ordinary person in the central region should be aware of such a rare talent. A dual-element 9th-level lord, and so young, there was no way she could remain unknown. The only explanation was that she was not from the central region. An internal regulation of the Magic Academy dictated that matters occurring within its walls should not be disclosed to the outside world. This was to prevent certain mages from transmitting knowledge gained during their studies outside the academy, hence even information regarding a student was treated similarly. This resulted in Helionya's continuous first-place ranking in individual competitions for several years. Yet no one beyond the academy was aware of her achievements. Fenghua glanced at Helionya, who sat at the edge of the icy bathtub. Beside her were Hua Feiyun and Lian Feng, both facing away from the tub. "You two wooden heads, do you have any interesting stories to share?" "I'm utterly bored," Helionya inquired with a tone of complaint, tugging at the clothing of the two boys in front of her. Hua Feiyun and Lian Feng shivered in unison, and Lian Feng cautioned Xiaoya, "Don't cause a ruckus. If you suddenly turn around and forget the girls behind you are bathing, it would be disastrous." "But I'm so bored. We are the only 3 in the same class." Helionya expressed her frustration. With only these 2 familiar faces, if they ignored her, she would be left to sulk alone in a corner while bathing. "I asked you before. You wouldn't let me join you," Hua Feiyun protested, lamenting, "If I had known, I would have just joined you." "Dream on," Helionya retorted sharply before turning away and leaning back to continue her soak in the hot water. At that moment, her gaze met Fenghua's. Helionya raised an eyebrow, curious as to why Fenghua was looking at her that way. She then beckoned Fenghua over, inviting her to sit beside her. Fenghua remained seated, slowly shifting her position to move closer. "Hurry up. No one wants to see you. What you have, I have too," Helionya urged impatiently. Fenghua, reluctant to stand, simply quickened her pace and settled beside Helionya. "Why do you keep staring at me? Are you interested in me?" Helionya asked with a smile, surprised by her own allure. She mused that it was one thing to attract 2 blockheads, but now a girl as well. Being attractive is indeed a burden. "You think too much. I prefer men," Fenghua replied, her lips twitching as she expressed her annoyance like that handsome teacher leading the group. Helionya raised an eyebrow. "Xiaoya, I believe I am more handsome than that teacher," Hua Feiyun declared immediately upon hearing Helionya's words, while Lian Feng mercilessly shot him down. "Stop dreaming. You're not as handsome as he is." "Humph. Neither are you." After hearing Helionya's comment, Fenghua turned her gaze in search of Yun Qingfeng. However, after scanning the area for the boy clad in white, she found no trace of him. How strange. Where could he have gone? Fenghua wondered, only to hear Helionya remark, "If you don't like me, why do you keep staring?" Helionya initially believed her feminine charm was irresistible, only to realize that Fenghua was merely intrigued by her magic. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she asked, "You're a fire-type mage. Knowing it won't help you, why are you so interested?" At that moment, Fenghua was at a loss for how to explain. All 3 elements she possessed were cultivated through the alteration of her constitution via great magic. This meant that she could potentially invoke both water and wind elements. If she successfully activated these 2 elements, she would have the foundation to learn ice magic. "Actually, I'm simply curious. How can you combine 2 elements in your magic?" "This is the first time I've encountered such a spell," Fenghua admitted. "Have you leveled up?" Helionya smiled at Fenghua's words. "This magic is quite common where I come from. Many people use it. I am not a fire-type mage, so I cannot assist you with the magic you can use." Fenghua nodded. "I understand. However, I find it fascinating that your ice can be used for attack, as water elements are generally not known for their offensive capabilities." The fact that many people used it implied that she was from the ability continent. Fenghua internally queried Guangyue and Anyue. "Have you heard of Helionya in the ability continent?" Anyue pondered for a moment and replied, "I haven't heard that name. However, if she hails from the ability continent, it may not be her real name. Given Helionya's talent, she should have some renown even in the ability continent if it were indeed her real name. Her identity should be easily discernible." Yet, Fenghua had a lingering question. The ability continent could absorb elemental crystals. Based on Helionya's water and wind magic, it would conflict with water and lightning elements. Thus, she could absorb earth elements from earth crystals and select either light or dark elements to absorb as well. She shouldn't merely be a dual-element mage. Previously, Guangyue had mentioned that her innate elements were light and earth. But she had absorbed water elements from water crystals, enabling her to wield water magic. However, Guangyue lacked the capacity to cultivate water magic, so once her absorbed water elements were depleted, she would need to draw from water crystals once more to utilize water elements again. Helionya nodded and said, "It is precisely because the water element is not adept at offense that I learned this particular magic. However, During my studies of ice magic, I have already acquired the means to attack with water. Water attacks? Fenghua queried, perplexed. The water element is so gentle, it can also be used for offense. In her previous life on the oceanic continent, the water mages Fenghua had seen primarily focused on healing. Although they could also attack, their offensive capabilities were rather feeble. When dawn breaks, let us have a spar. I shall demonstrate my water magic for you, Helianya said with a smile as she patted Fenghua's shoulder. Fenghua thought to herself that it was fortunate she was proficient in both magic and martial arts, for otherwise, the force of that pat would have been rather overwhelming before long. The male and female students switched shifts for bathing. Fenghua and Helianya walked to a nearby clearing. Helianya clenched her right hand, then opened it, releasing a chill from her palm as a small ice cube materialized. Though diminutive, the ice cube emanated a coldness that Fenghua could distinctly feel. She reached out and took the ice cube from Helianya's hand, examining it closely. The temperature of the ice was remarkably low if the temperature of a fire mage's flames increased with their level of power. Then this ice magic seemed to lower in temperature as the mage's level rose. After holding the ice cube for a brief moment, Fenghua noticed her hand beginning to tingle, channeling a portion of fire elements with her mental energy. She enveloped the ice cube within flames, only to find that the ice showed no signs of melting. This was not an ordinary flame that could simply dissolve it. You will have to reach a higher level than mine to melt it. Helianya chuckled, adding, as for my water magic, I will show you in the morning. You may play with that ice cube for now. Play with it? Fenghua felt conflicted. She was not a child. She merely wished to understand the structure of the ice cube. Not to play with it. I would like to spar with you right now, she said, looking at Helian White. It just so happens that your two friends won't be looking for you at the moment. Surprised by Fenghua's eagerness, Helianya understood that once Huafeiyan and Lianfeng arrived, the spar would not be as smooth. She nodded and replied, very well, but since it is merely a spar, I will not hold back. The two stepped back slightly, and then a flowing water element began to materialize in Helianya's hand. The water whip, clear and transparent, looked remarkably beautiful. Helianya grasped it. Gazing at Fenghua with a relaxed expression, I know you are skilled in both magic and martial arts. Although I am not a warrior, my physical prowess is certainly commendable. Fenghua nodded, recognizing that Helianya, who held the top rank in the Magic Academy's individual competition, must possess other extraordinary talents beyond ice magic. Today, she was eager to witness the prowess of this so-called genius, renowned for her abnormal abilities. Water counters fire, and with Helianya's level of power surpassing Fenghua's, even if Fenghua did not conceal her strength, she would inevitably lose in a true competition. However, since Helianya stated it was merely a spar, she would likely refrain from using excessive force. This time, Fenghua did not hold back and ignited her flames as the fire elements coalesced into a ball of fire. The intense heat caused Helianya to frown slightly. This fire's temperature is it significantly higher than before? Have you leveled up? Helianya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Although she was not a fire mage and thus not particularly sensitive to fire temperatures, she was aware that Fenghua had advanced. Yet she did not realize that Fenghua was now a level 1 leader. 3 seconds later, their gazes locked, and the elements in their hands erupted simultaneously. The transparent water whip lashed out at Fenghua, who leaped into the air, sending a small fireball hurtling towards Helianya. Just as the fireball was about to reach her, the water elements in the air swiftly coalesced into a barrier that enveloped Helianya's body. Fenghua's fireball evaporated upon nearing the water barrier, producing a hissing sound. Fenghua landed not far from Helianya, and as the water barrier dissipated, she quickly gathered the fire elements in her hand. However, once Helianya's water barrier was withdrawn, she immediately reformed the water, directing a massive torrent towards Fenghua. As Fenghua prepared to evade, she realized that Helianya, a level 9 leader, was exceptionally swift in her elemental usage, especially when drawing from the water barrier. Though the water element was gentle, as Helianya's water magic surged towards Fenghua, she felt a piercing pain. The water element surrounded her, extinguishing the flames in her hand, while droplets of water began to seep into her body through her skin, igniting a fierce struggle with the small amount of fire elements she had stored within. Though the water element was minuscule, it was nonetheless the water of a level 9 leader, and it clashed with her internal fire elements in a fierce standoff. Fenghua could feel the two forces within her battling, causing her complexion to pale. Seeing the flames in Fenghua's hand vanish, Helianya intended to ask if she conceded, only to notice Fenghua's face growing increasingly ashen, to the point of looking somewhat frightening. Alarmed, Helianya hurriedly knelt beside her. Fenghua? Fenghua? What is wrong? Good heavens, it cannot be that fragile. It was inconceivable. She was a warrior after all and could not possibly be so easily affected by a simple maneuver. Meanwhile Fenghua, with her eyes closed and a ghastly pallor, began to probe her internal condition using her mental energy. Helianya had not intended to strike lethally. The water element should have merely lingered on her skin. She understood all too well the dangers of water elements entering the body of a fire mage. If she truly wished to harm Fenghua, the water that penetrated her body would not be so trivial. Fenghua sensed the struggle between the water and fire elements within her, feeling as though her body was becoming a battlefield for their conflict. The light and dark elements hid in a corner, while the battling fire and water cleverly chose to engage in the middle ground. Frustrated, Fenghua attempted to summon the external fire elements into her body to eradicate the water element. But then she heard a somewhat familiar aged voice, the second page of the 7 great ancient texts. Great magic. This voice halted Fenghua's efforts to summon fire elements, leading her to accept the ensuing baptism by the water element. Perhaps due to the fire elements already present within her, the gentle water element sent jolts of pain through her nerves, causing her to bite her lip. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, alarming Helianya, who looked on in confusion. Though Helianya's water magic could also be healing, it posed numerous inconveniences when applied to a fire mage like Fenghua. Thus, witnessing Fenghua's anguished expression, she felt utterly helpless. In Fenghua's spiritual realm, the surroundings still mirrored the earlier scene in the magic night forest, except there was no one else present but her. She lay on the ground as though submerged in water. Enveloped by the icy water elements, Fenghua felt as if her entire body was frozen. This frigid temperature was unbearable. Fenghua? Fenghua? The perplexed voice of Guangyue echoed at that moment. Sensing something unusual, Guangyue sensed the water elements surging into Fenghua's body due to their bond. Although the quantity was pitifully small, it was still a cause for concern. While she was aware of the existence of light and dark coexisting within Fenghua, this did not imply that fire and water could coexist peacefully. If anything were to go awry, it could prove fatal. Use the fire elements. Upon hearing Guangyue's words, Fenghua remained with her eyes closed but began to exert effort to absorb the fire elements. Time passed and eventually Fenghua opened her eyes. The magic night forest remained shrouded in darkness, and Helianya was still before her. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Fenghua felt as if several days had passed. Fenghua found herself at a loss. Unsure of how to explain, the sensation of being enveloped by vast water elements should have been an illusion brought on by great magic, not reality after all. She had not seen Helianya. But now, how could she elucidate the events that had just transpired? Helianya had not genuinely attacked her, and her previous state was indeed rather odd. If her internal elements had been triggered by great magic, leading them to coexist without repulsion, that would not suffice as an explanation. When the water element invaded her body, she distinctly felt her fire elements resisting fiercely. Fenghua offered an awkward smile. Helianya touched her forehead and remarked, "Your temperature fluctuated drastically. It was quite alarming. I was puzzled as to why you reacted this way when I had not exerted much force. My old ailment has resurfaced. It's a bodily issue." Haha. Fenghua continued to smile awkwardly, though in truth, even she did not believe her own excuse. Such an ailment could not manifest in this manner. "Can I trust you?" Fenghua inquired. Helianya was momentarily taken aback by her question, wondering if there was something she needed to disclose. Noticing Helianya's silence, Fenghua continued, "I am aware that you wield extraordinary magical abilities and that you are not from this continent. Hence, I believe that we should not have any conflicting interests." Betrayal was Fenghua's greatest fear. In her past life, she had been betrayed by her closest sister due to the position of the saintess. Thus, she felt reassured that since Helianya was not from this realm, such a situation was unlikely to arise, especially since she possessed no treasures that could entice her. A water mage. How could that be possible? Upon hearing Fenghua mention her origins and her use of extraordinary magic, Helianya's expression shifted slightly, and Fenghua noticed this subtle change, confirming that her intuition was indeed correct. Helianya was likely from the realm of extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Helianya finally grasped Fenghua's words and nodded, acknowledging that they truly had no conflicting interests. "You are a water mage, yet you excel in offensive magic. I wish to learn water magic from you," Fenghua declared earnestly. "Learn water magic?" Helianya was taken aback. Was there a misunderstanding? Water magic was meant for water mages? Wasn't she a fire mage? Before she could fully comprehend, a water sphere materialized in Fenghua's hand. Although small, it contained genuine water elements. This scene left Helianya utterly astounded. A water mage? How could that be? Fire and water could not coexist within the same individual. Helianya was completely dumbfounded. while individuals from the realm of extraordinary abilities could draw elemental energy from crystals. Conflicting attributes like fire and water or light and darkness required one element to stabilize at a high level before a small amount of the opposing element could be absorbed. For instance, Guangyue could absorb water elements from a water crystal, but only after the water elements in her body stabilized and reached a higher level could she attempt to absorb a bit of fire elements. However, the quantity of fire elements she could absorb would be far less than that of the water elements. If the strength of the two elements were similar, a fierce battle would inevitably ensue. Although Hyliania was not well versed in the temperature of flames, she had a profound understanding of the temperature of water elements. The moment Fenghua's water elements were revealed, Hyliania could estimate that they were at the level of a great water mage. If she was indeed a great water mage, then her fire magic level must be at least that of a grand commander. This was simply impossible. Moreover, how did Fenghua acquire the water crystal to become a great mage? The process of a mage manifesting a spell from nothing and absorbing elemental energy from crystals was immensely resource-intensive. If Fenghua was drawing water elements from a crystal, she would still lack the inherent ability to cultivate water elements, relying solely on the continuous absorption from the water crystal. Once her absorbed water elements were depleted, her water magic strength would diminish. Therefore, unless she had access to an abundance of elemental crystals, she would not practice magic that consumed elements. If Fenghua's water elements were derived from elemental crystals, unless she were extraordinarily wealthy, possessing a vast array of water crystals, she would not so readily waste water elements. Fenghua shook her head. No, these are elements I inherently possess. However, it is inconvenient to reveal them. For now, she could not disclose the matter of her great magic to Hyliania and had to keep it concealed. Inherently possessed elements. Fire and water elements coexisting within her body? Hyliania swallowed hard. What a bizarre phenomenon. This was truly formidable. Fenghua continued, I cannot publicly display my water elements, as it would lead to unnecessary troubles. However, I believe that if I continue to conceal this, my water abilities will eventually deteriorate. So I decided to consult you. Hyliania finally took notice, examining Fenghua from top to bottom. Realizing she was indeed not some mythical being, although she was still astonished by the simultaneous presence of fire and water within her body. She managed to remain somewhat composed. There were all sorts of peculiarities in this world. Composed? Aren't you afraid I'll disclose this? Hyliania asked tentatively. That's why I mentioned earlier that you and I are from different realms, and we have no conflicting interests, so you shouldn't harm me, Fenghua calmly asserted, leaving Hyliania speechless. Shouldn't? For such an important matter, just because she assumes I won't disclose it, she reveals this to me? Hyliania thought. Considering that if she were to betray Fenghua for some gain in the future, with her extraordinary constitution, she would either be captured and forced to serve or meet her demise, this girl trusted her so readily? Hyliania felt an odd sensation within her. She had never been trusted like this before. Fenghua's behavior warmed her heart. So, you wish to learn the offensive aspect of water magic? Hyliania smiled, inquiring. Fenghua nodded, yes. Yun Qingfeng was a fire mage and could not teach her water magic. If it weren't for this, she likely wouldn't seek Hyliania's guidance. After all, the only water mage she knew capable of teaching her was Hyliania. Then let us begin. After the boys finished bathing and changed their clothes, Hua Feiyun and Lianfeng realized Hyliania was missing. Meanwhile, Yun Qingfeng also discovered that Fenghua was absent as the supervising teacher. Noticing two fewer individuals made him feel somewhat uneasy, yet he was aware of Fenghua and Hyliania's strengths. Given the current circumstances, the danger was minimal, and there should be no issues. Hyliania was explaining her understanding of water elements to Fenghua, which included a small portion about ice magic, a topic Fenghua had proactively requested. After a thorough explanation, Hyliania stated, since you are already aware of extraordinary magic, I'll share a bit more. The ice magic I utilize is a fundamental manifestation magic, while another type is an advanced manifestation magic called mirror replication. Mirror replication? Fenghua queried, puzzled. What is mirror replication? What can it replicate? What elements does it require? If it only needs water elements, I could give it a try. Hyliania responded, mirror replication is a magic that allows the mage to replicate what is before them or from their memory. It is a magic with a very high learning threshold, requiring one to reach the level of a lord to utilize it. Like this. A thin layer of water appeared before Fenghua, and as she gazed at it, she noticed its clarity reflecting her image. Suddenly an astonishing event occurred. The water instantly solidified, transforming into ice. The ice encasing Fenghua seemed to take a step forward, approaching her. What was happening? She hadn't moved an inch. Even if it could reflect her, this shouldn't happen. Are you from the realm of extraordinary abilities? The replicated Fenghua stepped out of the mirror, her expression calm as she faced the real Fenghua. Both sharing identical features and innocent gazes, locked in mutual observation. Although Fenghua stared at this replicated version of herself, she felt somewhat petrified. Mirror replication could create another version of her. Moreover, there was not a single difference in appearance. This is not merely a resemblance, Hyliania chuckled. Both of us possess water elements, so the version of you I replicated can wield your water magic and summon your magical beasts. In other words, while the replicated version cannot use your fire magic, if you have a fire magical beast, she can summon an identical one. However, this magic can only be used on individuals with a lower power level than the user. If the replicated individual exceeds the user's strength, the result will merely be an ordinary person with a similar appearance. Fenghua nodded, indicating her understanding. Can you replicate yourself? Yes, Hyliania affirmed. This magic was a significant asset in combat. Even though one could not replicate an equally powerful opponent, it could create another version of oneself. Additionally, this magic did not consume a particularly large amount of magical elements. Generally, those above the Lord level could use it effortlessly, though it required a high level of learning ability, making it relatively challenging to master. So, it only requires water and wind elements. Fenghua inquired, puzzled. She could comprehend how water and wind could become ice, but she couldn't grasp how to replicate what was reflected by the ice. Touch her. Hyliania pointed to the replicated Fenghua. Fenghua reached out to touch the face of her replicated self, feeling a strange texture. It felt somewhat like touching sand. Could it be? Mirror replication utilized ice magic to reflect the object to be replicated. If it were a human, it required the use of earth elements to create the internal structure, while the outer layer was merely a facade preserved by ice. Naturally, if replicating magical elements, the user only needed to have the elemental attribute for the attack. The conditions remained the same, with the replicated individual being at a lower power level. Fenghua vaguely understood Hyliania's subsequent explanation. However, her mind was busy processing a revelation. The dual-element 9th level lord before her. No, she possessed a third element. She was an earth mage. Given that mirror replication was advanced extraordinary magic, and its usage conditions required one to be above the lord level, it implied that her earth magic was also above lord level. 3 lords. Do not remain in such a daze. Oh, I understand your astonishment. But your dual affinity for water and fire leaves me even more astounded. Hyliania gazed at her with a hint of frustration. I have never encountered such a peculiar constitution as yours. Fenghua was perplexed. Given her current level, only the fire element was above the rank of commander, enabling the mastery of extraordinary magic. Yet, astonishingly, all the abilities she knew were unrelated to fire. To learn even the most fundamental ice magic, she would first need to unlock the element of wind, then cultivate both the water and wind elements to the rank of commander. How arduous that would be. Upon further reflection, Fenghua realized that with her present strength, utilizing extraordinary magic was utterly impossible. Since you can cultivate the water element, I happen to have some surplus, Hyliania remarked, producing 2 ice blue crystals from her spatial ring. Upon seeing these crystals, Fenghua's eyes sparkled with excitement. These are the 2nd-level water crystals I brought before entering the Magic Academy. These 2 crystals should suffice for you to become a water system commander. It's just unfortunate that you are not a wind or earth mage. Otherwise, I would have more to offer. This implies that Hyliania likely arrived in the central continent at the pinnacle of the commander level or the early stages of a grand commander, entered the Magic Academy, and attained first place in the personal rankings through her rare ice magic. Thus, the mirror replication must have been a magic she began to learn after absorbing all the water elements from the water crystals upon entering the academy. Xiaoya, do you have wind element and earth element crystals? You are simply extravagant. Fenghua mused that the 300,000 gold coins she garnered from selling 10 rejuvenating pills paled in comparison to Hyliania's wealth. Compared to this affluent individual, she felt like a destitute child. Yes, do you wish to absorb them? However, if you lack the ability to cultivate these 2 attributes, even if you absorb them, they will vanish once depleted. Hyliania produced 5 more crystals, 2 of which were wind element crystals, and 3 were earth element crystals. Fenghua nodded, saying, I understand. But I wish to test the magic you use. Hyliania handed her the 5 crystals, saying, you must not disclose that I provided these to you in light of your trust in me. I gift them all to you. Fenghua nodded, then with a glint in her eye softly inquired, are you from the extraordinary ability continent? Hyliania's secret was known to her, just as she was aware of Hyliania's secret, and the fact that she had given her 7 second-level crystals was ample proof of her trust. Perhaps for someone like her, who had already utilized numerous elemental crystals, second-level elemental crystals were no longer rare commodities. Yet for Fenghua, they represented a precious fortune. I am not from the extraordinary ability continent. Helianya replied with a smile that I am neither from the central continent nor the extraordinary ability continent. Haha, I fled from home, but I shall refrain from revealing where I escaped from to avoid burdening you with trouble. Fleeing from home? Escaping? Not from the central continent or the extraordinary ability continent. Fenghua furrowed her brow. By age reckoning, if she had escaped, it must have been at a very young age. Furthermore, aside from the central continent and the extraordinary ability continent, only the spatial continent and the oceanic continent remained. Fenghua had previously lived in the oceanic continent, a realm renowned as a gathering place for the most powerful individuals in the world. In her past life, reaching the overlord level at 15 was already a testament to her exceptional talent, yet in the oceanic continent, where countless strong individuals resided, many were far superior to her. The oceanic continent is also known as the land of the gods, and it is the continent with the densest magical elements among all. Thus, if Helianya were born a mage in the oceanic continent, she could potentially be a genius from any of the 8 seas besides the Purple Sea, or she might be from the spatial continent. Fenghua gazed at the 5 crystals in her hand, pondering when she could unlock them. As soon as she did, and given some time to absorb these 2 elemental crystals, she could stabilize her strength at the commander level. Otherwise, directly absorbing 2 wind element crystals while practicing ice magic would be an utter waste. Upon hearing this, Fenghua's lips twitched, realizing that Yun Qingfeng was likely concerned for her, hence his inquiry to Yu about her whereabouts. Rising to her feet, she washed away the sweat from her advancement to the commander level with water elements, then evaporated it with fire elements before heading toward the small troop. All individuals stood and gradually advanced into the depths of the magic night forest. Yu had entered the space of dark magical beasts, while Guangyu remained outside. They rearranged themselves according to their previous formation and slowly advanced into the interior of the magic night forest. As Fenghua walked, she glanced around. The only wind mages she recognized were Helianya and 2 boys from her class. Indeed, it was necessary to find a suitable time to trouble her again. After several modifications to her body, Fenghua discovered one thing. Before she unlocked the element of fire, she had been stimulated by Yu Qingcheng using fire elements. Upon unlocking the element of darkness, she had observed and used dark elemental attacks up close, and when unlocking the element of water, she had battled against Helianya's water magic. Except for the element of light, all the other elements had been unlocked only after she had come into contact with them, although she did not understand why the element of thunder had not been unlocked when Shangguan Qingyue had sought her for a duel. Based on her previous experiences, she felt that as long as she immersed herself in the element of wind, she might be able to unlock it. The 2 second-level wind crystals that Helianya had left her would be immensely beneficial, and once unlocked, she could swiftly reach the rank of commander. Possessing both water and wind elements would allow her to commence learning ice magic. Yun Qingfeng was somewhat puzzled by her behavior. Yet the likelihood of encountering formidable magical beasts or swarms of magical beasts in the magic night forest was minimal at present. It should not be akin to the previous encounter with the Falcon Queen. Thus he allowed the 2 to proceed. Wait. She had previously asked him for wind and earth crystals. No, such an extraordinary person cannot exist in this world. If she truly possessed 4 elemental affinities, that would be terrifying. Fenghua smiled, saying, No, I am not yet a wind mage, but I may be in the future. Therefore, denying it now is not a lie. Helianya sighed in relief, although her gaze remained somewhat peculiar as she looked at Fenghua. Well, shall we begin? Fenghua nodded, and the 2 distanced themselves. Utilizing only wind magic significantly limited Helianya. Yet relying on her superior level, she still held the advantage. This time, Fenghua employed water elements, perhaps due to her unfamiliarity with water magic. Her techniques were easily countered by Helianya. When solely using wind magic, Helianya condensed the wind elements into a curved blade shape, pinched between her fingers, seemingly materializing the magical elements to employ as concealed weapons. Each time she hurled the curved blade, she combined her arm strength with mental energy to accelerate its speed, enhancing the already swift wind elements further. Fenghua's clothing was torn by the wind elements, leaving several gaping holes. Were it not for the fact that she was female, she might have suspected that Helianya was a lecher. As time ticked away, Fenghua's attire had become tattered. Helianya looked at her helplessly, suggesting, why not change into another outfit before we continue? At this rate, you are going to end up running around naked. She expressed that if the individual before her were a handsome man, she would genuinely not mind continuing to use wind elements to shred his clothing, but since it was a woman, there was no need. Feng Hua lowered her head, glancing at her attire, and realized her current appearance was indeed quite unflattering. Embarrassed, she awkwardly rubbed her nose, feeling somewhat shy. Helianya turned away, saying, "I won't look, just change quickly." Feng Hua removed her outer garment and sought another jacket to don, just as she was about to inform Helianya that she had changed. That voice she had longed for echoed in her mind. The fourth page of the 7 great ancient texts, Great Magic, is coming. Feng Hua's face lit up with excitement, only to be met with an icy gust that swept through her. Causing intense pain, the fierce wind howled towards her, as if trying to invade her very being, making her feel as though she could scarcely maintain her footing. Almost lifted off the ground, she grasped a nearby tree in a futile attempt to steady herself. Yet it proved futile. The wind swept her up, a terrifying whirlwind enveloping her. Compressing from all directions, she felt as though her body were being mercilessly crushed, her facial expression contorting in sheer agony. Bestiality has already taken a turn. Could it really be homosexual? How bizarre is it possible that a change of clothing could lead to such incidents? Helianya mused in confusion, saying, "I turned away, slowly turning back." She was met with the sight of Feng Hua lying on the ground, her expression grim, her hands and feet flailing. Yet there were no insects or creatures disturbing her. Is this another old ailment resurfacing? Helianya observed the scene with dismay. Previously, it was her temperature fluctuating erratically, and now it had transformed into involuntary movements of her limbs. One could only wonder if changing clothes could trigger such ailments. How many afflictions does she possess? At this rate, she might never find a husband. Feng Hua could feel the wind around her intensifying, suspended in midair, unable to control her body. This is even more terrifying than when she first became the overlord and struggled to stabilize her flight. The wind was so fierce that it rendered her unable to maintain her form. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the powerful gusts began to seep through her skin, infiltrating her very being, gradually coalescing into a small cluster of wind elements within her. Only then did the tempest begin to abate. How infuriating! As a dignified level 9 lord of 3 elements, she had been kicked around so many times. With her identity as a wind mage, her speed was unparalleled. Yet she had been bested by Feng Hua. The mere thought of it would leave others in stitches. Cough cough cough, the old ailment has resurfaced. Feng Hua awkwardly stood up, only to realize that her coat had become caked with dirt from lying on the ground. She hastily summoned water elements to cleanse the grime, then used fire elements to dry her clothes. While she forced a smile, her heart brimmed with joy. Now that she had acquired both water and wind elements, absorbing the wind crystal would elevate her to a level 1 wind commander, enabling her to practice ice magic. The mirror duplication could wait until she became a level 1 lord. With 3 earth crystals at her disposal, she should be able to attain level 3 commander status in one go. Next, she needed to challenge an earth mage, steering clear of Helianya, who likely dreaded sparring with her now. Upon returning to her small team, Hua Feiyun and Lianfeng quickly surrounded Helianya, leading her aside. Feng Hua then took a seat beside Huayanlian and Guangyue. Spotting Guangyue, a sudden realization struck Feng Hua. Guangyue inherently possessed earth elements. Previously, she had acquired the element of darkness upon witnessing On Yue wield the dark element. Thus, it was only logical that she could now obtain the element of earth. With that thought, Feng Hua gazed at Guangyue with excitement. She wasn't in a rush for the thunder element, but activating the earth element was of utmost importance. Earth elements boasted the strongest defensive capabilities among all elements and had offensive potential as well. Once she activated the element of earth and absorbed 3 crystals, she would have a means to defend against any future dangers. A vital safeguard in critical moments. Cough cough cough, could it be? A beast-human relationship had already gone awry, and now it was a same-sex attraction. Guangyue's thoughts conveyed themselves to Feng Hua. Leaving her speechless, "I do indeed prefer human males," she replied, "that I simply recalled that you possess earth elements. And perhaps I can activate the element of earth." Feng Hua had already informed Guangyue and On Yue about the great magic. Knowing that the supreme elixir was in her possession, she didn't mind divulging a bit more information. This would also clarify why elements that had not existed within her began to manifest and explain the coexistence of light and dark elements alongside water and fire elements. It's worth noting that while Guangyue and On Yue were indeed dual-born flowers of light and dark, they did not share the same body. Although they were referred to as light and dark twins, they did not possess 2 opposing elements within a single body like Feng Hua did. Thus, understanding her acquisition of great magic allowed them to grasp the situation better. Guangyue felt a sense of relief upon this realization. She was aware of Feng Hua's intentions to spar with Helianya, but she had not anticipated that it was for the purpose of learning. Upon hearing this, Feng Hua's excitement became even more pronounced. Ice magic primarily utilized water elements. Given that water elements inherently had a low temperature, a swift cooling through wind elements could freeze them into ice. This meant that the use of ice magic predominantly relied on water, with wind serving as a supportive role. The several level 5 or higher light crystals on Guangyue should be saved for emergencies. As such high-level crystals were unnecessary for Fenghua at this stage, however, the water crystals were exceptionally suited for her. Fenghua truly had not expected to sign a contract with two wealthy individuals. How fortunate was she? Fenghua took the water crystal and sought a secluded spot to begin her absorption, perhaps due to her previous experience with crystals. This time the absorption went swiftly, with both the water and wind crystals being drawn in simultaneously. The elements in the surrounding air rapidly converged towards her body. Once all the crystals were absorbed, she had ascended to the status of a level 7 water commander and a level 1 wind commander. She broke into a sweat, yet her heart soared with exhilaration. She could now study, however. Her excitement was short-lived as the night in the magic night forest descended. Fenghua furrowed her brow and quickly rose. Heading towards the small team at the Magic Academy, venturing alone in the night within the Magic Night Forest was exceedingly perilous. Even though she was now a multi-element mage, her strength remained insufficient to undertake such a risky endeavor. To absorb the elemental crystals without being seen by others, she had deliberately selected a spot a distance away. Fortunately, she had now reached level 1 in the wind element, allowing her to move much quicker than an average level 1 commander. As she was still fundamentally a warrior, as she hastened towards her team, an ominous aura began to permeate the air, becoming increasingly apparent as she drew nearer. Something felt amiss. Could a magical beast have appeared over there? Fenghua quickened her pace. The dark aura enveloped the vast area where the Magic Academy's training members rested, a rich dark element wafting everywhere. Guangyue, upon witnessing this immense expanse of black elements, could discern it with her naked eye, indicating that this element had been materialized by its user. Otherwise, only dark mages could perceive the dark elements in the air. Given that the students within the Magic Academy believed she and Anyue were the magical beasts of Huayanlian, Anyue could only be a light elemental beast. Therefore, when she emerged, she would need to conceal her form and absorb the dark elements swirling about, which would greatly benefit Anyue's injuries and potentially save the numerous mages present. Upon hearing Guangyue's words, Fenghua intensified her wind element. Everyone retreat! Yun Qingfeng recognized the intensity of the dark elements and understood that something was amiss. They must have had the worst luck imaginable. Even within the Magic Night Forest, it was rare for more than 20 dark magical beasts to appear. The expanse of the Magic Night Forest was unfathomably vast, and encountering a cluster of beasts was nothing short of a lamentable stroke of misfortune. All the students from the Magic Academy retreated, and in the midst of the darkness, Huayanlian seemed to glimpse a tremendous shadow, sensing trouble. She turned to Yun Qingfeng and said, "Teacher, this magical beast." Several students from the Magic Academy were left aghast upon hearing her words. A level 2 lord? How is that even possible? Isn't that the kind of beast found only in the inner regions? When did we enter the inner circle? Xiao Lian, you must be joking. All the students were in disbelief. Yet Hilianya's words at that moment confirmed their worst fears. I cannot gauge this beast's strength. It's certainly above the level of a lord. Those words sent a wave of tension through everyone. Just yesterday they had spotted a flying eagle queen before dusk, and then, a golden beam of light appeared as night fell, followed by a sighting of a magical beast on the outskirts of the Magic Night Forest. The students, unaware of Yun Qingfeng's prowess, only knew that among their group, only Huayanlian was a mage above the rank of lord. Although Huayanlian happened to be a light mage, she lacked combat experience. Against such a formidable dark magical beast, their odds of survival were exceedingly slim. Suddenly, a few mages of lower rank felt a wave of nausea wash over them. I don't feel so unwell. Yun Qingfeng turned to look at the mage. Noticing her complexion had darkened, he felt conflicted. It was not yet the time to reveal his true strength. In the next moment, a barrier of light elements encased them all, although Huayanlian's combat abilities were not particularly strong. She was indeed a level 9 lord, and her light element barrier was not feeble enough for a dark element to penetrate. However, remaining in this position was not a viable option. Yun Qingfeng gazed at the immense shadow before them. If they maintained the light element barrier to flee, it was highly likely that the dark magical beast would pursue them, as dark beasts consumed all mages or magical beasts of elements other than light, converting their magical elements into their own power. While consuming warriors would not elevate their rank, it would strengthen their physical form. Thus, the likelihood of this beast letting them go after encountering their group was minimal. Everyone knew the rule. Magical beasts of the Magic Night Forest could not leave its confines, however. Given their current position, it was likely that Huayunlian's light elements would be nearly depleted before they managed to escape. With so many of them present, sustaining such a large light element barrier was quite challenging, and every step required adjusting the barrier. Yet remaining still was not a solution either when Feng Hua arrived. Huayunlian quickly weakened the light element barrier to allow her entry, then reinforced it once more to this moment. Everyone was unaware of her dark mage identity, so she could not remain outside. This could not continue. They would be consumed by this beast. A female mage looked fearfully at the enormous shadow, her legs trembling uncontrollably initially. The school's training required merely to venture into the periphery of the magic night forest. Even if some magical beasts were to appear, they should not be of a formidable level. At most, they should be peak great leaders or early-stage lords, making it exceedingly simple for this group to confront such creatures. However, the fact that beasts of this caliber emerged from the depths of the inner zone into the outer perimeter is utterly perplexing. The magic night forest has been unusually strange these past few days. Upon spotting the shadow, Feng Hua summoned Anyue to cloak her presence and began to absorb the surrounding dark elements. She then inquired within her mind, "What is the strength of this dark-type magical beast?" "Guangyue, your strength is suppressed at the level of a great leader, which is inadequate. After all, it is a dark-type beast." Feng Hua disagreed with her suggestion. If it were another elemental type, even if its strength surpassed Guangyue's by a tier. The light element's self-repair capability would prevent any detriment. However, when confronting a dark-type beast, one must envelop oneself in light elements to fend off the encroaching dark elements, leading to significant consumption of the light element. Could it be a rare breed? This is inconsequential, as Anyue can absorb most of the dark elements it releases. It is not necessarily at an advantage. Besides, dark elements cannot harm me. Encountering a dual-born flower of light and darkness is indeed unfortunate for this creature. Without waiting for Feng Hua's consent, Guangyue stepped forward, crossing Huayunlian, and exited the barrier of light elements. "I trust her," Feng Hua said with a smile. "However, if she gets injured, it will pose a problem for you. Her identity as a light mage must remain concealed. And given Guangyue's current level of power, which is still at the 7th tier great mage standard, her healing capabilities are limited. The healing prowess of Huayunlian, a 9th tier great leader, coupled with Anyue absorbing a portion of the dark elements, significantly increases their odds of success." The enormous shadow seemed taken aback by the emergence of an individual from within the barrier of light. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was a magical beast. And a light-type one at that. "Who are you?" rasped a voice as the dark-type beast gazed at Guangyue, who was slowly approaching. Light-type and dark-type magical beasts are exceedingly rare in the magic night forest. Sensing from Guangyue that she was a great leader, it wondered why she, like him, would be roaming the periphery of the forest. Moreover, he had never encountered her before. Guangyue moved her fingers, conjuring a long sword of light elements in her hand. Upon seeing this sword, the dark-type beast hesitated momentarily, then its massive shadow began to shrink, ultimately transforming into a humanoid form. However, unlike Guangyue, who appeared to be 17 or 18, this beast's humanoid visage resembled a man of approximately 25. His features were striking, yet they exuded a somber aura, likely a consequence of his dark-type nature. "You are a contract beast of humans?" the dark-type beast queried, eyeing Guangyue. She nodded, and with a swift motion of her sword, a massive curved blade of light elements hurtled towards the dark creature. A thick, black mist materialized before the dark beast, effectively halting the white blade's advance. Subsequently, the dark beast began to levitate, ascending into the air. "Can it fly?" Everyone witnessing this spectacle stared in astonishment at the humanoid beast above. Only those of the sovereign level possess the ability to fly, and the same applies to magical beasts. Unless the creature is inherently avian and can defy levels to take flight with a deft leap, Guangyue soared into the sky, much to the amazement of the assembled mages at the academy. She let out a cold chuckle, finding that flying in the air saved her considerable effort. Anyue remained below, diligently absorbing the surrounding dark elements. Guangyue quickly condensed the light elements in her hand, unleashing a flurry of petite orbs towards the dark beast. Do not underestimate the smallness of the light element orbs. Upon contact with the dark beast, they would inflict excruciating torment. Although the dark beast's strength surpassed that of the suppressed Guangyue, the speed of the light elements actually outstripped that of wind elements. Thus, while the dark beast evaded swiftly, Guangyue adeptly maneuvered the light orbs to change their positions continuously. Ultimately, one of the light element orbs struck the dark beast's back. For a brief moment its body halted, then a multitude of light orbs rapidly converged upon it. The raspy voice let out a wretched cry. adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity to strike when the adversary is weak. Guangyue extended her hand, targeting the dark beast, as she relentlessly conjured light orbs that battered the creature. The harrowing screams echoed through the ominous darkness of the magic night forest, leaving Guangyue perplexed. How could a second-tier great leader possess such frail strength? This seemed rather amiss. Guangyue had completely absorbed the dark elements below, thoroughly satiated. Yet, her insatiable appetite led her to ascend into the sky. Continuing to absorb the surrounding dark elements while awaiting the dark beast's use of its dark elements, however, at that moment, the dark beast was being relentlessly assaulted by Guangyue's light orbs, causing its skin to begin transforming into black mist. In mere seconds it reverted from humanoid form back into its beastly state. The enormous dark silhouette, now revealed without the cover of trees, astonished all who beheld it. How could this be? Fenghua observed the beast from below. Struggling to comprehend the sight, although shrouded in darkness, she could faintly discern the scales covering the beast's body. Indeed, it was a creature of avian nature, its colossal wings now unfurled, releasing a dense aura of dark elements. Around its feet, a halo of dark elements enveloped the area, obscuring much of its form. Upon witnessing its true form, Guangyue sensed that the situation was far from simple. She had never heard of an avian creature adorned with fish scales. Could it be a rare breed? Yet, why would it fortuitously appear on the outskirts of the magic night forest? Guangyue closed her eyes, swiftly absorbing the dark elements. Meanwhile, Guangyue made her move, swiftly striking out with a beam of light elements that collided with the dark beast's body. The surface of the dark beast's skin, upon impact with the light elements, erupted with a layer of black mist. However, it did not take long for the mist to dissipate, revealing the beast's body unscathed. If light elements can heal wounds, dark elements reconstruct the original body using the power of darkness. Just as the dark beast now experienced, its original form vanished amidst the light elements, only to be filled with its own dark elements. Observing this, Guangyue urged Guangyue, hasten your pace and absorb all its dark elements. Guangyue rapidly approached the dark beast, but as the distance narrowed, the dark beast sensed an approaching presence and instinctively became alert. You indeed possess wind elements. At that moment, Guangyue extended both hands, palms pressed together, and the surrounding light elements swiftly coalesced into a blinding white beam that struck the dark beast's body fiercely. The dark beast, intending to summon dark elements to replenish its form, was astonished to find its dark elements vanishing without a trace. The massive body of the magical beast plummeted to the ground. While Guangyue gradually descended, eyeing the corpse of the beast, licking her lips. For her, this was a substantial feast. Yet, the peculiar fish scales on the dark beast's body left her uncertain about whether to consume it. We truly won. All stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fallen beast's corpse. Though they yearned for victory and to survive the magic night forest, the mere thought of overcoming a second-tier great leader was unfathomable. Let alone achieving it. After a while, the mages began to accept this reality, yet none dared approach the dark beast's corpse. After all, the essence of this dark beast was saturated with dark elements, which they could not dare to touch. Guangyue circled the body of the dark beast several times, noting that it was covered almost entirely in scales, while its wings were adorned with feathers. Such an unusual combination was indeed rare, nay unprecedented. Yun Qingfeng nodded and stored the beast's remains in a spatial ring. Perhaps due to the oppressive aura of the dark beast, they encountered no further creatures that night. As dawn broke in the magic night forest, Fenghua left Guangyue behind and ventured forth once more. With water and wind elements already acquired, it was time for her to begin practicing ice magic. Upon reaching a location not too far from the previous site, she paused, summoning a sphere of water elements in her left hand. Simultaneously, she conjured a mass of wind elements in her right hand. Fenghua directed her mental energy to guide the wind elements closer to the water sphere. Initially, the small water ball resisted, but soon she felt the temperature of the water gradually drop. Yet, after a considerable time, even with all the wind elements merging into the water sphere, it merely cooled slightly without transforming into ice. Logically, ice magic should require a surplus of water elements over wind elements. Why, after utilizing so many wind elements, has the water element not yet been frozen into ice? This is utterly unscientific. Fenghua was lost in thought when a voice interjected. To create ice, one must swiftly channel the wind elements into the water elements to achieve rapid cooling and instantaneous freezing. In the heat of battle, the enemy will not grant you the luxury of time to conjure ice. Hilianya? Fenghua was startled upon hearing the voice. What are you doing here? Hilianya shrugged and replied. I noticed you often venture out during the day. If you were to inadvertently trigger an old ailment, it would spell disaster for you. so I decided to follow and see for myself. I didn't expect you indeed possess wind elements. Cough, cough, cough. No, I absorbed them from your wind crystals. Fenghua chuckled awkwardly. Those pitiful crystals could elevate you to the rank of a level 1 wind leader. Are you joking? Hyliania was incredulous. You must be at least a grand sorcerer to attain your current strength after absorbing those 2 wind crystals, although she found it hard to believe that Fenghua could be so exceptional. The evidence was irrefutable. With both water and fire elements at her disposal, who could fear the addition of more attributes? Follow my instructions. First, release a substantial amount of water elements, then swiftly introduce wind elements. Next, you must intuitively gauge the ratio of water to wind elements. Each individual's elemental temperature is unique. This is something you must control yourself. Hyliania leaned against a tree, observing Fenghua. Following Hyliania's guidance, Fenghua concentrated a large volume of water elements, forming a massive vortex. Then she promptly infused it with wind elements. Just as Hyliania had indicated, within mere seconds, the water solidified into ice. Fenghua ceased channeling the wind elements. A small excess of wind elements struck the surface of the ice, surprisingly carving several lines into it. Hyliania watched Fenghua, and with a flick of her right index finger, a miniature sphere of water materialized. With another motion, that tiny water sphere transformed into a small ice block, which she presented to Fenghua. Here, for you. Fenghua accepted it, inspecting it closely, and realized the ice block had been intricately sculpted into the shape of a flower. The flower was no larger than the pad of her fingertip, with each petal clearly defined. Such a precise application of ice magic could only be executed by a sorcerer with profound mastery over the element. Thus, encountering a sorcerer who could conjure large blocks of ice would indicate a novice. Only those capable of such delicate manipulation were true experts. Hyliania shamelessly praised herself. As Fenghua examined the flower in her hand, her fingertips grew somewhat numb from the ice's chill, yet she felt a twinge of confusion. They were both women. Was it not peculiar for Hyliania to gift her a flower? Well, you keep it. It won't be easy to reach my level anytime soon. I've shared everything you need to know. Watching Hyliania depart, Fenghua fell silent. Hadn't she mentioned fearing a relapse of her old ailment? Why had she left after divulging the essential points of ice magic? Was she no longer concerned about her health? Fenghua pondered, conflicted, yet resolved to continue practicing her magical abilities. Upon her initial attempt, she estimated that 1 portion of wind elements could freeze approximately 5 portions of water elements. However, this was merely an approximation. Achieving the same precision as Hyliania in a confined space would likely be far more challenging. The diminutive water sphere froze in an instant, yet its edges bore scratches, indicating that the wind elements were still in excess. Although an abundance of wind elements could still yield ice, an overabundance would damage the ice and waste mental energy. Unless one, like Hyliania with the flower, deliberately employed a surplus of wind elements for sculpting. Fenghua persevered, gradually increasing the water elements until the ratio reached 6 parts water to 1 part wind. Only then did her small water sphere remain unblemished. Thus, 1 part wind and 6 parts water was the optimal ratio for her ice magic. Fenghua once again concentrated a vast quantity of water elements from the air, carefully blending in roughly 1/6 of the wind elements. However, this time, the resulting ice block was not as successful and still bore scratches. Estimating 1/6 of the wind elements proved exceedingly challenging. How could an ordinary person achieve such precision? How had Hyliania managed to execute her ice magic flawlessly each time? Yet, when employing ice magic on a larger scale, 1/6 was genuinely difficult to gauge. The difficulty level was exceedingly high. Fenghua felt troubled. Did she need to memorize the requisite amount of wind elements for every possible volume of water? Such knowledge would take years to acquire. After several more attempts, she discovered that large-scale ice production heavily tested her control over wind elements. Some attempts yielded flawless ice, while others resulted in numerous scratches. Upon returning to her group, everyone had grown accustomed to Fenghua's frequent absences, so they regarded her with indifference. As soon as Fenghua sat down, Hyliania approached and asked, "How's the practice going?" "I've had some minor successes, but large-scale applications still produce scratches. How do you manage it?" Fenghua lowered her voice, feeling quite vexed. "I don't even know how I do it. Just keep trying, and you'll get there." Fenghua sighed in resignation. That advice was hardly helpful. When she had first observed Hyliania using ice magic, it hadn't involved such meticulous calculations of elemental ratios. Hyliania could effortlessly conjure a transparent ice barrier that ensnared Yu Qingqing with a mere wave of her hand. In a genuine confrontation, the enemy would never be so foolish as to allow time for a sorcerer to reveal both elements and calculate their quantities before ice was created. Fenghua realized that once she could produce large volumes of ice, She would also need to enhance her speed. Days had passed without bathing, and after following her previous routine, everyone relaxed as they waited, due to the peculiarities encountered in the Magic Night Forest days prior. Yun Qingfeng had notified the school, stating that they would not venture into the depths of the forest but merely explore its periphery. Time passed, and the continuous calls of birds echoed. Suddenly, the sky over the Magic Night Forest darkened. The sounds of wings flapping soon followed, leading everyone to silently lament their ill fortune. Surely, they had encountered a horde of magical beasts. When had the outskirts of the Magic Night Forest become so perilous? Fenghua furrowed her brow at the familiar sounds. Why did this remind her so much of the avian magical beast horde she had encountered during her first foray into the forest? Could it be that multiple such hordes existed near the periphery? Moments later, the cacophony of flapping wings and bird calls intensified, merging into a deafening chorus. Even the dimmest minds realized that the magical beast horde was heading straight for them. The group fell into a state of heightened alert. Fenghua speculated that if this horde of avian magical beasts were as weak as the last, they would hardly pose a threat. Their numbers were substantial, and many were quite strong. They would likely only incur minor injuries. However, it wasn't long before Fenghua realized she had underestimated the situation. When the magical beast horde finally appeared before them, she quickly scanned the scene and was taken aback to find that their numbers had more than doubled since her last encounter. Moreover, their levels ranged from 5 to 9, indicating formidable avian magical beasts. Typically, avian magical beasts were solely wind-based, but there were exceptions where some possessed dual elemental attributes. For instance, among this horde, a few beasts with white bodies and starry red markings on their wings likely wielded both wind and fire attributes. With fire being merely an auxiliary power, overshadowed by the wind, such beasts excelled at launching surprise attacks when sorcerers were unprepared. Sorcerers thrived in long-range combat, especially against a horde of avian creatures. Close proximity would be exceedingly disadvantageous. The enemy could easily unleash attacks from above. Fire and lightning assaults rained down upon the avian magical beasts. For them, these elemental attacks were devastatingly effective, although the horde's speed slightly decreased due to their numbers. They continued to surge forward, with many beasts falling, only to be replaced by others. The sheer volume was dizzying. Anyone with a fear of crowds would surely be overwhelmed. As a fire sorceress at the Magic Academy, Fenghua summoned a multitude of fire elemental orbs, launching them in various directions. Numerous avian beasts were scorched by the flames. Yet, at that moment, a harsh yet somewhat familiar voice rang out. At 7th level leader, murderer of my sisters. Today I shall have your head, sisters? The Eagle Queen. Was it that same Eagle Queen who had been grievously wounded and expelled by the mysterious beasts for trespassing into the inner region? Fenghua was taken aback. If that were the case, then this time it would indeed be her misfortune brought forth. With a fierce grit of her teeth, she silently commanded Guangyue and Enyu to stay behind. The beasts surrounding them were of a lower level, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Ensuring everyone's safety was paramount. I will draw the Eagle Queen away. The Eagle Queen, heavily injured, was a level 9 leader, but after witnessing her incapacitated by that golden beam, it was evident that her wounds had yet to heal. At that moment, the strongest elemental affinity Windhua possessed was water. Just a few days had passed. The Eagle Queen's injuries should not have mended so swiftly, granting her a significant chance of victory. Thus, Windhua resolved to divert the Eagle Queen's attention herself. However, Guangyue and Enyu were increasingly anxious, for after Windua's departure, they spotted a massive shadow hurtling toward her. Bound by their contract, they were compelled to heed Windua's wishes, even though Enyu was bound to her as well and the rules deemed them as Windua's beasts. As Windhua summoned the wind element to hastily vacate the area, she found herself disoriented, merely aware that she was distancing herself from the source of danger. She sensed the Eagle Queen pursuing her, the gap between them narrowing. Finally, she heard that discordant voice. You cannot escape. Estimating the distance was sufficient, she paused, aware that any explanation would fall on deaf ears. The beast would likely assume all blame rested on her shoulders. Windhua felt wronged and quietly cursed Shui Xinlan to die and reincarnate swiftly, unaware that Shui Xinlan had already perished days prior. Dark elements slowly dispersed from Windua's grasp, their concentration minimal yet capable of exerting a slight effect. The Eagle Queen, oblivious to this feeble dark essence, remained fixated on Windhua. All elemental fluctuations emanating from Windhua were concealed by a stealth spell, rendering her strength undetectable, which left the Eagle Queen at a disadvantage. She sought vengeance for her sister, yet could not recklessly charge forward. Earlier, Windhua had mingled among numerous spellcasters wielding fire elements, thus eluding the Eagle Queen's notice. An undetectable opponent could indicate one of three possibilities. Either the foe was utterly incompetent, Possessed means to shroud their strength, or their power exceeded that of the detector. Seeing Windua's youth and her audacity to venture into the demon night forest, the Eagle Queen surmised she belonged to the second category. Which indeed was accurate. Aren't you here to avenge your sister? Come, Windhua believed her manipulation of dark elements had reached a considerable level, hoping it would weaken the Eagle Queen's wind elements and bolster her chances. Upon hearing Windua's taunt, the Eagle Queen interpreted it as disdain, furiously flapping her wings, unleashing a tempest of wind elements toward Windhua. Foolish human! As the fierce winds approached Windhua, a portion was devoured by the dark elements. Slowing their advance, the Eagle Queen attributed this to her injuries and thought little of it. Meanwhile, Windhua concentrated her water elements, launching a water jet that collided with the oncoming winds, scattering them. The Eagle Queen's eyes darkened, disbelief flickering across her features at Windua's demonstrated prowess. Despite her injuries, after several days of recuperation, she had attained level 6 leadership. Yet this young human girl managed to disperse her attack. Was this the caliber of humans nowadays? Monsters possess a heightened sensitivity to elemental abilities compared to humans. Some are born with the strength of a leader or even higher due to their bloodlines. However, their cultivation speed often pales in comparison to that of humans. Beasts with impure bloodlines typically exhibit inferior talent, progressing slowly, while those of noble lineage can become formidable in mere years. The Eagle Queen of average bloodline had begun as a level 1 leader, facing considerable challenges in her training. Thus, witnessing Windua's extraordinary talent left her astounded. Such aptitude among beasts resembled that of a creature born at the apex, capable of transforming into human form. Considering the lengthy years she had toiled to defeat weaker wind beasts for their cores and absorb their wind elements, she felt a swell of frustration. The elements contained within the cores, not being her own wind elements, would not entirely benefit her, with most dissipating and only a fraction remaining. Yet, this method was still preferable to ceaseless training. The young human before her appeared so unassuming. If not for the rejuvenation elixir crafted by human alchemists, she must be a prodigy among her kind. But who could afford such an elixir and venture into the demon night forest? Windhua sensed something odd in the Eagle Queen's gaze directed at her. Why had she suddenly ceased her actions? Although her water elements could suppress her, the Eagle Queen's wind elements should still permit her to attack. In Windua's understanding, water elements were not typically offensive. As Windhua pondered this, the airborne Eagle Queen let out a resounding cry, summoning the wind elements around her to converge toward her form. Windua's heart raced. Was this a reaction to her earlier dispersal of the wind elements? How dare she flaunt her voice? Discontent coursed through Windhua, yet she hastily conjured a level surface of water around herself. Upon completion, the Eagle Queen cried out again, and the surrounding air's wind elements instantaneously manifested into a form identical to her own, charging toward Windhua. Windhua quickly reinforced the water surface, but as the wind-formed Eagle Queen collided with it, the barrier shattered, and the force crashed toward her with a thud. Windua's body was struck by the hurricane, the ferocity of the wind elements dissipating momentarily, yet she felt her insides roiling violently, unable to suppress the blood that erupted from her mouth. Crumpling to the ground, she gazed up at the descending Eagle Queen, estimating how long her mental fortitude could endure. Foolish human! The Eagle Queen's grating voice echoed once more. With each step, the earth trembled slightly, and as the distance between them shrank to less than 30 meters, Windhua gritted her teeth, summoning the water elements surrounding the Eagle Queen. The flowing water enveloped the Eagle Queen, and Windua's wind elements surged toward the water. Within mere seconds, the water encasing the Eagle Queen transformed into ice, entombing her within. Though visibility was poor, Windua's keen eyes detected numerous scratches on the ice where the wind elements had been infused. Cursed! She had overexerted herself yet again. The Eagle Queen's form was significantly larger than the previous one, requiring vast amounts of water. Under such circumstances, estimating 1/6 of the wind became arduous. The Eagle Queen, astonished to find herself imprisoned in ice, noted Windhua's capability as a wind element mage. The hurricane she had unleashed had drained all her power. Despite Windhua appearing physically frail, she had surprisingly managed to withstand her attack unscathed. Nonetheless, the Eagle Queen was aware that this human was now gravely injured. Seizing the opportunity, she resolved to avenge her most cherished sister. Even without the ability to wield wind magic, her beastly form remained formidable. This human girl was a level 7 leader, and although her current strength was suppressed to level 6 due to injuries, there was still a sliver of hope worth pursuing. The Eagle Queen charged at the ice block with fierce determination. Yet it showed no signs of yielding. Undeterred, she continued to batter against it. After several attempts, the ice remained steadfast. Carefully scrutinizing the ice, She observed that the areas where the wind elements had been infused bore numerous cracks, rendering those sections significantly thinner. Yes, that was the weakness. The Eagle Queen retreated slightly, then launched herself at the ice with renewed vigor. With a sharp crack, the ice blocks conjured by Fenghua shattered in an instant. The Eagle Queen threw her head back and let out a triumphant cry, as if vowing her victory to Fenghua. Gritting her teeth, Fenghua watched her approach once more, feeling a deep-seated resentment towards her own inadequate mastery of ice magic. They were so close now. How could she wield ice magic like Hyliania without leaving a scratch? Images of Hyliania using ice magic against Yuqingcheng flashed in her mind, instead of separating the two elements. Hyliania had simply waved her hand and ensnared Yuqingcheng in ice. This meant that she had fused the two elements before they had fully materialized, didn't it? That previous little flower was merely a demonstration, a way to instruct her on how to practice. In a real battle, such a method would be futile, to blend the two elements before they took form. This implied that upon sensing the magical elements in the surrounding air, one must select a specific ratio of those elements and materialize them. Thus, regardless of the size of the ice, no scratches would appear. For a mage, the magical elements felt like tiny particles, in terms of calculation. It was far simpler than dealing with the elements post-materialization. As the Eagle Queen drew nearer, Fenghua took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and attuned herself to the water and wind elements in the air. Moments later, she divided the two elements into the appropriate proportions, swiftly materializing the selected portion, and then summoned her mental force to propel that portion of elements towards the Eagle Queen, spreading rumors indiscriminately. The theoretical knowledge encompasses various aspects, including an introduction to fire mages and the essential techniques for engaging in combat against mages of other elements. Naturally, these insights remain mere theoretical musings until practical experience can bring clarity. The Academy enrolls new students once a year, with only one semester and one vacation per year. Each vacation lasts 3 months. During the 9 months of study, the first 6 months consist of a blend of theoretical and practical classes, where practical lessons involve combat with instructors or sparring with fellow students, occasionally against those from the same element. The final 3 months, however, are entirely devoted to practical lessons, with theory being set aside. Some classes are held in the morning, while others are in the afternoon. Yet, the sparring partners are no longer fellow fire mages, but mages from different elemental factions engaging in mutual exchange. Fenghua surveyed her surroundings, noting that all the students in the Fire Mage Class 20 were at the level of 5th grade Grand Mages. This was primarily due to her previous display of 5th grade Grand Mage prowess in the personal ranking competition, which led to her placement here. Within the Magic Academy, aside from the Light and Dark factions, which have only a few students each resulting in a single class, the Thunder faction comprises approximately a dozen classes. In contrast, the Fire faction boasts the highest number of classes in the entire Magic Academy, totaling a staggering 80-4 in Class 1. Fire mages range from 3rd grade to 9th grade leaders, while Class 2 consists of 1st grade to 2nd grade leaders. Classes 3 to 10 comprise leaders of varying levels, and Classes 11 to 19 include 6th grade to 9th grade Grand Mages, while Classes 20 to 27 consist entirely of 5th grade Grand Mages, from Class 28 onwards. The classes gradually decrease in strength. The students in Fenghua's current Class 20 are generally quite young, with only 2 appearing to be of similar age to her, while the others look around 17 or 18. Fenghua chose a seat in the last row, and several students seated there kept their gazes fixed upon her. Although she felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, she continued to listen attentively to the instructor's lecture. Strangely, despite the content being similar, she felt that this teacher's delivery was not as engaging as that of Yun Qingfeng. Could it be that the teacher lacked charm? Perhaps. It is indeed easier to concentrate when the instructor is handsome. Before long, the morning class concluded. However, upon the teacher announcing the end of the lesson, it became apparent that none of the students, unlike usual, erupted in cheers and departed. Instead, they all turned to look towards the corner where the not quite 15-year-old girl, Yu Fenghua Saturday Fenghua felt quite embarrassed. She had initially intended to stand up, but being stared at by so many made her feel shy. What on earth were they doing? Ahem, students. It's time for you to have your meal. The teacher awkwardly coughed a few times before speaking. This group of rascals usually couldn't wait to leave his class, yet today they lingered. Unfortunately, it wasn't for the sake of listening to him further, but rather for the sake of a little girl. What are you all staring at, you rascals? Go eat. The teacher became enraged. This group of mischievous children was showing him no respect. Was this intentional provocation? Why was he not the practical class teacher for Fire Mage Class 20? Had he been, He would have certainly put this group of unruly kids through rigorous training this afternoon. Fuming, the teacher left the classroom. And the atmosphere remained unchanged at How splendid, Fenghua, you are still here. After an indeterminate amount of time, a familiar voice finally broke through. Hua Yunlian, along with Guangyue and Anyue, stood at the doorway. We took advantage of your absence to come and seek a favor. Before class, Fenghua had sent Guangyue to the light faction, while Anyue had gone to the dark faction. The light and dark factions are the smallest within the Magic Academy, situated quite close to one another. And not far from the entrance of the fire faction, while still in class, Hua Yunlian had mentioned to Guangyue her intention to find Fenghua for a meal. As they arrived at the entrance of class 20, they found it unusually quiet, initially thinking that everyone had already left. However, upon entering, they were met with the sight of the entire class sitting in silence. Were they competing to see who could sit still the longest? Fenghua felt a sense of relief at their arrival. She feigned calmness as she stood up and walked toward the door. As she walked, her peripheral vision caught sight of a foot extending out. Was someone trying to trip her? Fenghua displayed a pure smile as she concentrated fire elements beneath her foot and stepped down forcefully. My apologies, your legs are quite long. I accidentally stepped on them, Fenghua said with a face full of feigned remorse. The girl gritted her teeth in frustration. This was clearly intentional. Yet, was she not merely complimenting her own long legs? After Fenghua exited the classroom, the students of Fire Mage Class 20 began to murmur among themselves. Did you see that? She is even more beautiful than the rumors suggested. I thought that Yu Qingcheng was quite stunning. But this former 7th element root waste truly surpasses her in beauty. And to think she is a 5th grade grand mage at such a young age. What remarkable talent. Where is the beauty in that? Humph. She has just got 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, right? Is that so special? She just stepped on me. Who told you to stick your foot out? Clearly she has a stronger background than you, even if we disregard talent. Are you foolish enough to try and trip her? Do you think she can surpass the reigning champion Helianya after a year? Will she or one Tishi? Once that question was posed, the excitement in the room intensified as discussions erupted. I think it's quite possible. After all, she was a 7th element root waste. She must have only recently begun cultivating fire magic. Stop it. I think she has merely been practicing in secret since childhood. Hiding her true strength and putting on an act. Exactly. I also think so. I remember that Helianya had already reached dual element 7th grade leader status by this time last year. She advanced in both elements simultaneously. While Yu Fenghua has only 1 element, if she becomes a 9th grade leader next year, that's still just 1 element. How could she compare? After leaving the fire faction, Hua Yunlian did not accompany Fenghua to the dining hall but instead pulled her down a tree-lined path. As far as the eye could see, nearly every tree had someone sitting beneath it. Hua Yunlian led Fenghua past many trees, finally stopping in front of one in the center. Sister, come quickly. We have prepared everything for our meal. Oh, it's so delicious. I almost let that scoundrel Li Bin eat it all. Class flower, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He is the one who ate the most. I saved plenty of goodies for you. The students from the former potential class were already seated in the shade of the trees, and upon seeing Fenghua, Lei Qingfeng and Li Bin excitedly called out. Fenghua quickly took a seat. Counting Guangyue and Anyue, there were a total of 4 girls, making the gender ratio somewhat balanced. Lei Qingfeng hurriedly handed Fenghua a box of food to satiate her hunger. After everyone had eaten their fill, conversation began to flow. Sister, you have no idea how worried we were while you were in training. That's the Magic Night Forest. We were so afraid something might happen. Lei Qingfeng looked at Fenghua with concern. Pfft. Not this again. Fenghua mentally scoffed. Guangyue and Anyue, who could sense her inner thoughts, stifled their laughter. Truly pitiful. She had already been subjected to this comment multiple times today. Sister, didn't I tell you? That guy is over 50. Even if you like someone, it shouldn't he be an old man. Exactly. Choosing someone our age is the right choice. Fenghua coughed awkwardly a few times and replied, the teacher said he is 26 this year. You two are deceiving me. Anyue teased Fenghua in her mind, saying, oh, you only explained his age, not your disinterest in him? Oh dear, I knew it. What on earth is this all about? Why must she endure such pity? Fenghua felt truly unfortunate. It was one thing for others to say such things, but even her contracted magical beasts joined in. She reiterated her purpose for being here. She came to learn, not to fall in love. Eager to evade the topic, she initiated conversation on other subjects. After sitting for a long while, she estimated that it was time for the practical class in her class. Today, Fire Mage Class 20 had classes all day, theory in the morning and practical in the afternoon. Feng Hua made her way directly to the practical class location for Fire Mage Class 20. Having previously noted the various practical class locations in the Fire faction while attending class with Yun Qingfeng, she was well aware of the way. Upon arriving at the practical class location, Feng Hua spotted the girl who had attempted to trip her earlier in the morning. This girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, and reaching 5th grade Grand Mage status at such an age is commendable. However, in comparison to Feng Hua, she paled in significance. A significant portion of her disdain for Feng Hua stemmed from this very fact. When confronted with a younger prodigy, those labeled as geniuses often find themselves compelled to compare. Whether Feng Hua had concealed her abilities while secretly cultivating or had achieved this level in a short span, her innate talent undeniably surpassed that of her peers, inciting feelings of jealousy. Who is Yun Qingfeng? He is the man specially requested by the principal to serve as the head of the potential class. Note that this was a request, not a demand. The fact that even the principal sought him out speaks volumes about his esteemed status. Coupled with his title as the most handsome man in the Magic Academy, countless female mages harbor dreams of him. Tio think it was a close-quarters battle. By virtue of her position, a female teacher ought to be a figure of fantasy. Yet, these students are equally unwilling to relinquish their pursuits. Prior to assuming the role of the potential class's head, Yun Qingfeng had clearly stated to the principal that although he would be the head of the potential class and the students in the school could address him as teacher, his true identity would remain that of a substitute teacher. His name would not be recorded in the roster of the Magical Academy's faculty. This implies that, strictly speaking, Yun Qingfeng is not a teacher of the Magical Academy. Being devoid of the title of teacher indicates that a teacher-student romance is out of the question. Consequently, a group of girls within the academy formed a coalition to secretly observe handsome boys bathing, only to end up being thrown out from the 13th floor. Feng Na, come here. One of the mages from class 20 beckoned to a girl. Feng Na approached and joined the group of girls. It wasn't until the instructor for the practical combat class arrived that all the students gathered around the circle at the center of the venue. The practical combat instructor for the fire department's class 20 was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, who appeared quite spirited. Feng Hua assessed his strength with a probing glance and discovered she could not gauge it, leading her to speculate that he must be at least a level 8 commander or higher. Today, as usual, we will randomly select individuals for sparring. Remember, do not continuously challenge the same opponent. Additionally, I will be observing you during your practice, so do not slack off. I will provide individual guidance intermittently. All the students quickly sought out their partners, while Feng Hua stood aside, waiting for everyone to pair off so that one individual would remain to spar with her. Among all the classes, aside from the last class of each department, which had an indeterminate number of students, all other classes consisted of 50 students, making it ideal for practical combat. However, after waiting for a considerable time, while the surrounding students began their duels, she found not a single solitary opponent to join her. How strange! The instructor for the practical combat class glanced around and, upon noticing Feng Hua standing there in a daze, approached her and inquired, "You seem unfamiliar, little girl. Have you just been promoted?" Seeing Feng Hua's youth, the instructor assumed she had just ascended from a level 4 mage to a level 5 student. Feng Hua nodded. "I just arrived, so I don't know anyone, but it seems there isn't an even number of students in class today? Oh, one child is absent. Since you have no opponent, come spar with me. I will control my strength to that of a level 6 mage." Feng Hua nodded, which was in line with Yun Qingfeng's approach. "You are a student, so come on." Feng Hua nodded again, gathering a fire element into a small sphere that instantly flew towards the instructor. The middle-aged instructor nodded upon seeing this and countered with a fire element of his own to deflect Feng Hua's fireball. The speed of her conjuration was impressive, comparable to that of a commander-level mage. After all, she was originally a commander-level fire mage. Feng Hua pondered, realizing that she was currently concealing her true strength with a concealment spell. Even if her actual power was exceptionally high, it would likely go unnoticed. "Instructor, I do not particularly favor this mode of combat," Feng Hua said with a smile. "Not fond of it. What style of combat do you prefer?" The middle-aged instructor regarded her with curiosity. "A level 8 commander," Feng Hua replied, nodding that a level 8 commander in fire magic was just one level above her water magic. However, while water may extinguish fire, its combat prowess does not rival that of fire. Even if she utilized water elements, it would be impossible for her to defeat this instructor. Furthermore, her identity within the academy was merely that of a fire mage. For the time being, she did not intend to reveal her identity as a multi-element mage. "I preferred this," Feng Hua declared, and with that final word, she charged towards the middle-aged instructor. She placed both hands at her left waist, conjuring a fire element sphere. and as the instructor was momentarily caught off guard, she hurled a fire element sphere directly at him. The instructor, sensing the unusually high temperature of the elemental sphere, was taken aback. Such heat should not belong to a level 5 mage, and this direct approach to combat. Could this little girl possibly? The middle-aged instructor was startled by this thought. Yet the incoming fire element sphere left him no time to ponder further. He quickly summoned a fire element sphere of his own. Launching it towards Fenghua's, the two fire element spheres collided, resulting in a minor explosion. Although the practical combat classes in the fire department occasionally produced peculiar sounds, such a true explosion was a first. Generally, with classmates facing off, no one would engage in earnest combat. It was merely an opportunity to gain a slight understanding. Thus, when the sound of this small explosion erupted, all students turned to look. And what they beheld was indeed astonishing. Fenghua and the middle-aged instructor were engaged in close combat. For mages, what is most feared? Close quarters battle. They all maintained distance to observe each other's fire magic, as gaining insight into the fire magic of other fire mages was beneficial and less likely to result in injury. Over time, the practical combat instructors tacitly accepted this behavior. Fenghua enveloped her fists in flames and delivered a powerful punch. The middle-aged instructor, lacking training in martial arts, relied on the level of his flames, while Fenghua drew upon her martial training. Although the close-quarter struggle was not to the instructor's liking, the superiority of his flame levels, far exceeding Fenghua's, prevented her from gaining the upper hand. The other students in Fire Department Class 20 observed, petrified, as Fenghua's martial skills appeared to have improved since their last encounter with Yu Qingcheng, a multi-element mage and furthermore, one who commanded both water and fire. All eyes were fixed on Fenghua as she unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, while the middle-aged instructor could only defend himself. It seemed he had never practiced against a student with dual magical and martial training, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Moreover, he noticed something peculiar. The temperature of Fenghua's flames was unlike that of an ordinary great mage. If he wasn't mistaken, it was reminiscent of the temperature he had experienced at level 1 commander. After a prolonged exchange, they finally ceased. The middle-aged man regarded her and asked, "Classmate, did you perhaps enter the wrong class? This is Fire Department Class 20, designated for level 5 mages. You must be a level 1 commander in fire magic, right?" Pfft. How could he discern that? Fenghua silently scoffed, as she had indeed employed concealment magic to mask her true strength. Could it be that the concealment spell was so inadequate that it only obscured a few attributes? At this moment, Fenghua completely overlooked the fact that the higher the level of a fire mage, the greater the temperature of their flames when not concealed. She had just unleashed her true abilities without any concealment, and for a middle-aged instructor who had once hovered around level 1 commander, this temperature was all too familiar. Upon hearing the instructor's words, her classmates' eyes widened in astonishment. A level 1 commander in fire magic? Yu Fenghua is a level 1 commander in fire magic? Good heavens! This must be a joke. How old is she? 13 perhaps. When she last battled Yu Qingcheng, she was merely a level 5 great mage. In such a short span of time, she has somehow become a level 1 commander? How is one to live with such a disparity? I don't know either. The class placement office informed me to come to class 20. Fenghua decided to feign ignorance. After all, she had not boasted about being a level 5 great mage. Wasn't it prudent to suppress her power during that previous match with Yu Qingcheng? Rather than claiming to have rapidly ascended from a level 5 great mage to a level 1 commander, Fenghua opted to assert that she had consistently possessed commander-level strength, concealing her true power. Fenghua felt helpless but recognized she must proceed accordingly. The reality was indeed as she suspected. After the fervent promotion by the students of Fire Department Class 20, nearly the entire academy was aware of Fenghua's entrance into Class 10 of the Fire Department. This news was nothing short of sensational. 3.5 years prior, Helianya had generated a similar uproar. And now, 3.5 years later, Yu Fenghua was doing the same. Many were secretly wagering on who would prove more formidable once Fenghua turned 14. Some were even speculating whether Fenghua had been concealing her strength all along or if she had genuinely emerged as a dark horse in such a brief period. If it were the former, there would be some mystery between her and Helianya. If it were the latter, surpassing Helianya would merely be a matter of time. Meanwhile, Helianya, dining with Hua Feiyun and Lian Feng, merely raised an eyebrow upon hearing the news of Fenghua's entry into Class 10, saying, "Oh, I have already witnessed her extraordinary abilities, a multi-element mage, commanding both water and fire. Truly terrifying." Helianya's words led everyone to believe that the two had indeed faced off. Additionally, some mages who had participated in training confirmed that during the training period, both had indeed left their small unit simultaneously, making it quite possible they had crossed paths. Based on Helian Ye's current level of strength, Feng Hua's chances of victory could be said to be nil. However, the mere fact that Helian Ye would make such a statement indicated that Feng Hua undoubtedly harbored some secrets yet to be unveiled. In the past, Shangguan Qingyue would never have exerted herself to such an extent. Yet, all of this was in pursuit of catching up. What does it matter if she is a mere level 1 leader? As long as she puts forth her utmost effort and contributes to the school, the thunder crystals will be easily within her grasp. Next time she will not be so foolish. She intends to absorb the thunder elements within the thunder crystals to advance. After learning all the news about Feng Hua, Yu Qingcheng ground her teeth in fury. She loathed her cousin, who had once been inferior to her, yet now had left her far behind in a fit of rage. She shattered everything within her room that she could, seeking to vent her pent-up dissatisfaction that night. Many engaged in excited gossip, while others, unwilling to concede, continued their training. Meanwhile, Feng Hua lay quietly asleep in her bed. The following morning, she was once again set to report for duty. After 2 consecutive days of registration, today she would be joining the Fire Element Class 10. Entering this class meant she would be surrounded by fire mages of similar strength. Feng Hua harbored a deep-seated resentment regarding her fire magic. Previously, Guang Yue had mentioned that to fully heal any injuries of an Yu, a perfect quality level 5 restoration pill was required. Such a perfect quality pill necessitated a deity-level powerhouse. Although dark crystals and black demon herbs could restore some of an Yu's power, her damaged magic core could only be healed with a perfect quality level 5 restoration pill in Class 10. The level 1 leader was merely a Tier 2 powerhouse, still quite distant from the pinnacle of Tier 5. Feng Hua was uncertain if she could reach such heights, yet she believed she should strive for it. The next morning she arrived early, aware that the students were already buzzing with excitement at the news of a prominent figure joining their class. Despite her early arrival, most of the mages had already gathered. All the mages in this class were level 1 leaders, their abilities in fire magic comparable. However, Feng Hua was the youngest among them. Aside from her, the next youngest was around 17 or 18 years old. Everyone remained silent, their eyes unconsciously scrutinizing Feng Hua. After experiencing the gaze of the mages from Class 20 the previous day, she had grown much calmer. Seeing her composure, many couldn't help but admire the young girl in their hearts. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. A girl, seemingly around 17 or 18, approached her with a condescending glare, saying, "I heard you were once a useless 7-element root. Did you start cultivating at a young age? Hiding your true strength all this time? The last battle against your cousin was merely you concealing your abilities, right?" No one was willing to believe that Feng Hua could ascend from a level 5 great mage to a level 1 leader in such a short time. Advancing even a single level as a mage was a daunting challenge, especially from level 6 to level 7, which represented a significant threshold. The leap from level 9 great mage to level 1 leader was even more formidable. If someone were to achieve such a rapid advancement, the term monstrous would hardly suffice to describe her. Feng Hua nodded slightly, wishing to remain low-key. Her innate talent was not so terrifying. Had it not been for Yun Qingfeng providing her with the thunder crystals, her journey from a level 5 great mage to a level 1 leader would have still taken considerable time. This was reliant on external factors, rather than her own innate ability, and if others chose to believe that, then so be it. However, Feng Hua's desire for humility would not be understood by everyone. Take for instance the girl standing before her. Although she knew Feng Hua's ascent had not been as rapid as it appeared, she still felt a twinge of consolation. Yet, the fact that Feng Hua had become a level 1 leader at merely 13 years of age was indeed not to be underestimated, even provoking jealousy. You merely wish to bide your time, waiting for the moment to reveal your strength and astonish everyone. I never expected you to have such cunning at such a young age. If I were in your shoes, being viewed as a waste, I wouldn't be able to bear it. The girl scoffed, lacing her words with scorn. A level 1 leader at such a young age was indeed a source of envy, especially since she had been the youngest in the class before Feng Hua's arrival. With Feng Hua now present, the title of the class's top genius was no longer hers. The girl, who had always received praise, now felt the mocking glances of her peers, and thus sought every means to tarnish Feng Hua's reputation. The very source of her predicament, Feng Hua regarded her coolly, offering a nonchalant acknowledgement. She couldn't be bothered to explain herself to someone like her. The sole reason she responded at all was mere politeness. The girl, taken aback by Feng Hua's indifference, felt a surge of anger. Do you really think becoming a level 1 leader at 13 is something to be proud of? You're still just 13. Who knows what will happen in the future? Don't be surprised if you don't grow and end up being eliminated. Her voice was not quiet, and her words reached everyone's ears. Many mages couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was she calling for violence? Feng Hua let out a cold laugh. The academy forbade students from fighting privately that if a duel were to occur, it must be under the supervision of a teacher. And the combat was merely for practice should one desire to truly harm the other. It would require the teacher's approval and the signing of a life and death contract, that if the level of a level 1 leader were determined solely by the temperature of their flames. She should have only recently advanced, for at the peak of level 1, the flame temperature could already rival that of a level 2 leader in their early stages. The teachers of the Fire Element Academy should have directly classified her as a level 2 leader. Feng Hua paid little heed to the girl's words. In truth, she was still preoccupied with how to handle the afternoon's practical class. If a situation like the last time were to arise, she would again be left standing foolishly, waiting for the remaining students to choose her for a duel. Now, however, this saved her some time. After the morning's theoretical class concluded, Feng Hua stood and left. Once she departed, several girls gathered around the earlier provocateur. Huoyan, are you really going to go that far? Isn't that a bit too harsh? After all, she's just a 13-year-old girl. One boy, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but shake his head. This was not persuasion. It was clearly pouring oil on the flames. Hearing the girl's words only fueled Huoyan's anger, making her wish to drag the already departed Feng Hua back, eager to eliminate her on the spot. Her title of genius could not be so easily snatched away. Huoyan slammed her hand on a desk in frustration and stormed off. The girls who had stirred the pot watched her leave in fury. Knowing their objectives had been achieved, eagerly awaiting the afternoon's competition between the two as long as they could get them to sign a life and death contract, it would benefit them regardless of who perished. Feng Hua remained unaware that she had entered a class filled with so many peers harboring animosity towards her. After sharing lunch with the students from her previous potential class and engaging in light conversation, she began searching for the location of the practical class for Fire Element Class 10. It seemed quite distant from Class 20, and Feng Hua searched for a considerable time before finally locating the correct place. Upon arriving, the instructor for the practical class in Fire Element Class 10 also arrived. Standing on the white circle, Feng Hua listened as the teacher spoke similar words to those of the middle-aged instructor from the previous afternoon. With a wave of the teacher's hand, the mages began seeking their partners. Huoyan approached the teacher, seemingly discussing something with him. The teacher's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with her words. Huoyan continued to persuade the teacher. And eventually he nodded, exchanging a few more words with her before both headed in Feng Hua's direction. Feng Hua raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. The initial refusal of the teacher likely stemmed from the fact that all the mages in Fire Element Class 10 were level 1 leaders. Even the oldest level 1 leader in the academy, at 25 years of age, was a notable talent. Losing any of them would not be taken lightly. The teacher approached Feng Hua, and upon seeing her youthful face, paused for a moment before realizing why Huoyan was so fixated on Feng Hua as the practical instructor of Fire Element Class 10. He understood the extent of Huoyan's talent. For someone of her age to become a level 1 leader promised great future achievements. However, her genius had also bred arrogance, and the sudden appearance of a classmate with even greater potential incited her jealousy. The teacher stood before Feng Hua and inquired, "Are you truly certain you wish to sign up for a duel with Huoyan? You must consider the consequences. Her strength is already approaching that of a level 2 leader." Upon hearing the teacher's words, Huoyan stepped forward anxiously, eager to speak but unsure of what to say. She feared Feng Hua might become frightened and refuse to fight, thereby losing her legitimate opportunity to eliminate her. Yet, Feng Hua appeared to have not heard the teacher's warning, simply nodding and stating, "As long as she agrees." "I have no objections." Huoyan's eyes gleamed with excitement and malice at this response. In that moment, she had not anticipated that if Feng Hua were not confident, she would not have so calmly agreed to the duel. As for Feng Hua, she is utterly indifferent to Huoyan, the fire mage who is on the brink of becoming a secondary leader. Her water magic has already reached the level of a 7th-tier leader. Should her fire magic prove inadequate, she can simply switch to her water magic. She has never claimed to be merely a fire mage. Naturally, she would not make such a grand display unless absolutely necessary. After listening to Feng Hua's words, the teacher could only shake his head in resignation. With a flick of his hand, a sheet of white paper inscribed with the names of the participants and a pen appeared in his palm. Once this is drawn, there will be no turning back. This signifies that the competition between Feng Hua and Huoyan will not cease until one of them lies dead. Both Feng Hua and Huoyan affixed their signatures. Meanwhile, the fire mages from Class 10, who had been engaged in their own skirmishes, excitedly turned their attention toward this unfolding drama. Typically, teachers carry an air of authority. However, personal grievances among students are usually resolved discreetly. Thus, a life and death duel laid bare for all to see is indeed a rare occurrence. With one hand on her hip, Huoyan arrogantly lifted her chin and addressed Feng Hua. You truly are foolish for daring to accept my challenge. Clearly, you are unaware of the vast difference in strength between a newly initiated first-tier leader and one at the pinnacle of first-tier leadership. Feng Hua remained calm and chose not to respond, mistaking her silence for nervousness. Huiyan scoffed, "Fear not. I shan't let you die too quickly after all. It would be a disservice to your talent as a first-tier leader at such a tender age." She intended to savor the process of tormenting this prodigy who surpassed her in potential. Unbeknownst to them, several students from nearby classes engaged in practical combat had gathered, and a few older individuals, likely teachers, could be seen among them. "What can I do?" She agreed to it herself. "Now I'm quite anxious. If something goes awry, how will I explain it to him?" The teacher of the fire mages in Class 10 felt a growing sense of urgency. "The one battling that little rascal is the most talented fire mage from your class. Huiyan, right? I hear she is on the verge of becoming a secondary leader." Indeed. As more and more people congregated, Huiyan, noticing the crowd, held her head high with pride. She was deliberately engaging Feng Hua in conversation to waste time. Given that instances of such challenges had been scarce in the past, when such events occurred, some would notify their acquaintances, leading to a larger audience gathering to witness the spectacle. She aimed to give them time to come and observe. Even those with greater talent than her would be rendered powerless. She was aware that Feng Hua was the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, the foremost among the 4 great clans of Kaya. However, this did not deter her from intending to slay Yu Fenghua. Once the challenge was signed, no one would have the right to blame her. At the practical combat site for Class 1 of the Wind System, Helianya, who was currently pitting herself against Hua Feiyun and Lianfeng, seemed to overhear 3 words from a classmate beside her. She turned in confusion and inquired, "Who signed?" "It's that Yu Fenghua, who is currently quite renowned in school. It seems she has signed against the most talented girl from Class 10 of the fire system." They mentioned that the match hadn't officially begun yet, and they wondered if they would arrive in time to that. Whereas Xiaoya, before her classmate could finish explaining, Helianya had already vanished. Hua Feiyun and Lianfeng exchanged glances before hastily making their way to the practical combat site for the fire system. Although they were unsure of the exact location of Class 10's practical combat session, they followed the crowd upon entering the fire system and soon arrived at their destination. It seemed that the match had yet to commence. Likely waiting for spectators to gather, Helianya, noticing the throng surrounding the scene, quickly used wind elements to push through the crowd and made her way inside. Among the 2 girls standing in the center, one was undoubtedly Feng Hua. The other girl, however, was unfamiliar to Helianya. After a brief assessment, she sensed that the girl facing Feng Hua was already nearing the strength of a secondary leader. Observing the crowd, Huiyan saw the multitude gathered and smiled at the teacher overseeing Class 10's practical combat session. "Teacher, we can begin." The teacher sighed in resignation, remarking on the impatience of today's youth. At such a young age to harbor such jealousy, to the extent of signing a life and death contract, of all the choices, she had to pick this troublesome individual. With a firm resolve, the teacher announced, "Huiyan versus Yu Fenghua. The match begins." At the instant the teacher's words fell, Huiyan's hands were already in motion. The speed at which a leader-level fire mage could condense fire elements was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, multiple fireballs materialized around her. One by one, these fiery spheres hurtled toward Feng Hua. A significant disadvantage of fire mages battling one another is that fire elements are inherently familiar to both parties. Thus, unless there is an overwhelming abundance of fire elements, they typically do not inflict substantial damage on each other. Moreover, considering that Huiyan and Feng Hua were not even a full tier apart, Huiyan's proposal for a life and death duel suggested she had a hidden trump card. Feng Hua nonchalantly waved her hand, redirecting several of Huiyan's fireballs off course. Upon witnessing this, Huiyan's brows instinctively furrowed. This Yu Fenghua could effortlessly alter the trajectory of the fire elements she controlled. What remarkable control over flames! Previously, while refining potions for her potential class, Fenghua had practiced manipulating Yun Qingfeng's fire. Although he had willingly allowed her to control it, the repeated practice over the days had significantly enhanced her fire manipulation skills. Altering Huiyan's flames was a trivial task for her. Yet, what appeared simple to her was nothing short of astonishing to onlookers. "Did you see that? That girl's flames were forcibly redirected. It's incredible. Yu Fenghua must have just entered the first tier. But wasn't it said that the girl she's south battling is already close to being a secondary leader? If she lacks some distinguishing feature, would she dare to accept a life and death duel? After all, she is a student of that mysterious teacher." Huiyan, as a leader-level powerhouse, possessed exceptional hearing. Upon catching the whispers of the mages praising Feng Hua, her rather lovely eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Was it merely her control that warranted such a claim? However, she was not careless with the flames in her grasp. The speed at which she condensed them increased substantially. A fireball, half a meter in diameter, formed and sped toward Fenghua. This time she did not simply launch the fireball and disregard it. She maintained mental control over it as it advanced toward Fenghua. She believed that Fenghua's ability to alter the trajectory of the earlier fireballs stemmed from her mental force. After all, expending mental energy to manipulate another's magical elements was sheer folly. In truth, Huiyan was partially correct. Fenghua was indeed using her mental force, however, for Fenghua, whose water magic had already reached the 7th tier, dealing with Huiyan, a fire mage not yet at the secondary leader level, was hardly a burden. Even if it meant a slight expenditure of her mental energy, the mage's mental energy is the sum total of their inherent attributes. For instance, if Huiyan is a first-tier fire mage with only the fire attribute, her mental energy would be that of a first-tier leader. In contrast, Fenghua possessed 5 attributes, meaning her mental energy was an amalgamation of the various levels corresponding to each attribute. Naturally, this is the standard calculation. Some individuals are born with exceptionally strong mental energy or have trained specifically to enhance their mental prowess. As Fenghua gazed at the half-meter fireball, she raised an eyebrow, impressed by Huiyan's ability to condense such a formidable fireball in such a short span. Had it not been for the life and death contract they had signed, she would have refrained from resorting to lethal force. However, in this world, there are no what-ifs. The massive fireball bore down on her. The onlooking mages widened their eyes, wondering if Fenghua intended to alter its trajectory yet again. Yet, they could clearly see that Huiyan continued to exert control over the fireball. When the user's mental focus is fully dedicated, it is exceedingly challenging for others to distort the trajectory of magical elements. Fenghua leapt high into the air, performing a somersault over the massive fireball. Just as the onlookers prepared to cheer, the trajectory of the fireball shifted once more. Continuing its pursuit of Fenghua without glancing back, she swiftly closed the distance to Huiyan, conjuring another fireball in her hand. Huiyan, noticing Fenghua's approach, curled her lips into a disdainful smirk. She was already aware that Fenghua was a warrior and had thus made her preparations. A thick barrier of fire elements materialized before Huiyan, with the barrier in front and the fireball behind. All of Huiyan's magic was at play. In such a moment, she ought to evade, even if it meant being pursued by the elemental ball. It was better than facing attacks from both sides. If the enemy's fire elements came into contact with her skin, even as a fire mage and a warrior, she would still sustain injuries. Everyone assumed Fenghua would undoubtedly evade. However, to their astonishment, she continued to advance forward. The small flame ball in her hand was suddenly propelled forward with a speed that surpassed her own, hurtling towards Huiyan. It astonishingly paused momentarily before Huiyan's fiery barrier, then pierced through it with ferocity, striking Huiyan's body. A wretched scream escaped Huiyan's lips as the fire barrier dissipated, losing its cohesion of fire elements. Meanwhile, the fireball behind Fenghua, nearly on the verge of vanishing, was gripped anew by her right hand, causing it to recongeal. The previously fading fireball, after being reformed by Fenghua, altered its trajectory slightly, heading towards the collapsing Huiyan. A massive fireball collided violently with Huiyan's form. Ah! The piercing shrieks drew sympathetic glances from the onlooking mages towards the fallen Huiyan. How excruciating must it be to elicit such a mournful cry? Mages inherently lack the physical fortitude of warriors, and considering that the initial small fireball was a magical sphere crafted by Fenghua capable of penetrating Huiyan's flame barrier, it was evident that although Huiyan's barrier had an exceedingly high temperature, it utilized fire elements rather sparingly. Conversely, Fenghua's seemingly diminutive fireball, despite its prolonged condensation, was a highly dense sphere of fire elements due to compression. This accounted for the rapidity with which Fenghua's fireball penetrated Huiyan's barrier. Furthermore, the half-meter diameter fireball that followed was largely constituted of Huiyan's own magical elements, forcibly recongealed by Fenghua just as it was about to dissipate. Thus, the severity of Huiyan's injuries paralleled the ferocity of Fenghua's assault. Once the flames subsided, the majority of Huiyan's body was revealed, marred by burns. The sight sent a shiver down the spines of several mages, causing some to retreat a few steps. Huiyan, once a girl of notable beauty, now presented a stark contrast in appearance. Despite Fenghua's deliberate restraint from directing the flames towards her face, her arms bore the marks of severe burns. Fenghua was not as ruthless as Yu Qingcheng, who relished in incinerating others' garments. She merely manipulated the fire elements to scorch a portion of Huiyan's skin. The extent of such injuries would likely require the rare water-type 9th-level leaders or Huiyanlian, the 9th-level light-type leader, to heal. However, both had signed death contracts, leaving no opportunity for Huiyan's recovery. "Can you still rise?" Feng Hua inquired with a frigid tone, while others might have thought she should capitalize on this moment to deliver a decisive blow to Huiyan, thereby hastening the conclusion of the match for her own safety. Feng Hua was confident in her victory to extinguish Huiyan's life was a task far too simple for her. Yet, the person she most yearned to vanquish was not Huiyan, but Yu Qihua. In truth, she found it difficult to inflict harm upon Huiyan. They harbored no deep-seated grudge against one another, and had Huiyan not been envious of her talents, they likely would not have found themselves in this life-and-death duel. Feng Hua was uncertain of her own feelings towards Huiyan, but she recognized that she was not inherently cruel. Huiyan had not crossed her bottom line, making it truly challenging for her to take lethal action. Lying on the ground, her complexion pale, Huiyan glared at Feng Hua with venomous eyes, sneering, "You need not feign kindness. You merely rely on your status to gain ample assistance in your training. In terms of true talent, you could never surpass me." Observing Huiyan's ashen face and listening to her sharp retorts, Feng Hua could only sigh helplessly. She had done nothing wrong. Why did this woman harbor such animosity towards her? She truly could not comprehend these individuals. "That I am not pretending to be kind. However, if you can still stand, continue fighting. That if you cannot, what then? What if I cannot stand? Will you kill me?" Huiyan scoffed coldly, straining to support her body, first sitting up, then shakily rising to her feet, declaring to Feng Hua, "You are forcing my hand with that." Her scorched palm flipped over, revealing a red crystal resting upon it. Upon seeing the crimson crystal, Feng Hua's heart raced with astonishment, and she hurried to prevent Huiyan from swallowing it, but it was too late. Huiyan had already ingested the crystal. She laughed maniacally, her expression grotesque as she gazed at Feng Hua. This fire element crystal was acquired when she first entered the magical academy. The maximum age for enrollment was 15, and Huiyan had entered at that age, already a 7th-level archmage, during the new student rankings. She emerged victorious in every competition, marking her as the strongest mage among her cohort. Due to her flawless performance, the school had upgraded her reward from a 1st-level fire crystal to a 2nd-level fire crystal. This had always been a source of pride for Huiyan. She had been reluctant to use it, for to Huiyan, who hailed from a humble background, this crystal represented immense wealth. She had planned to auction it off when the opportunity arose but could never bring herself to part with it. Now she intended to utilize the cherished 2nd-level fire crystal against the prodigious Yu Fenghua before her. The mere thought of Fenghua's talent made Huiyan feel justified in expending this precious resource. While the value of the fire crystal was exorbitant, if the Fire Academy lost Fenghua, their prodigy, she would become a favorite student among the Academy's instructors, with limitless prospects ahead. She had refrained from participating in individual ranking competitions previously, intending to begin after achieving the rank of 5th-level leader, with hopes of entering the top 5 in the 3rd year, thereby circumventing school regulations on training frequency. After swallowing the fire crystal, Huiyan suddenly sensed a significant increase in the fire elements permeating the air around her. From mere specks to small clusters, she grinned maliciously and crossed her hands, conjuring a massive fire element sphere that surged towards Fenghua. Given Fenghua's proximity to Huiyan, she swiftly dodged to the side, but it was a moment too late. The enormous fireball grazed her left shoulder, transmitting an intense heat. Gritting her teeth, she realized that Huiyan had consumed a 2nd-level fire crystal, which would significantly bolster her combat prowess. This was far beyond the capabilities of the previous level crystal wielded by Shangguan Qingyue. It was astonishing to encounter such a fool, aside from Shangguan Qingyue. Who would squander such an asset? If only she had slowly absorbed that 2nd-level fire crystal, her strength would have skyrocketed. Fenghua detested individuals who wasted resources. If she did not teach Huiyan a severe lesson today, she would not be worthy of the name Yu Fenghua. The dual practice 1st-level leader. Seeing her attack successfully wound Fenghua, Huiyan felt a surge of exhilaration. The 2nd-level fire crystal was indeed formidable. It would surely enable her to eliminate Yu Fenghua. The 1st-level leader. She conjured several fireballs in her hands, launching them rapidly towards Fenghua, targeting not only her form but also the surrounding area. Aware that Fenghua was a warrior, Huiyan aimed to ensure that even if Fenghua shifted her position, the fireballs would still find their mark. Fenghua frowned at the wide-spanning assault of fireballs, realizing that if Huiyan was manipulating them with mental energy, it was only a matter of time before they struck her. Fenghua concentrated the fire elements in her right hand, shaping them with mental energy. Generally, even mages of Fenghua's caliber would find this difficult. Condensing an elemental sword is a relatively simple task, easily achievable by high-level archmages. However, transforming magical elements into a sword, as Fenghua did, is typically within the realm of warriors. Otherwise, wielding a sword in combat holds little value. The long sword in Feng Hua's hand danced through the air, cleaving through the approaching fire element spheres. Good heavens! The speed! She felt she was far more formidable than during her previous encounter with Yu Qingcheng. She was likely surpassing even 9th-level warriors. Warriors correspond to mages, and warriors correspond to high-level archmages. A 9th-level warrior is approximately on par with a 9th-level archmage. Yet, if she exceeded the 9th level, it was highly probable that Yu Fenghua was a first-level leader-level warrior. The dual-practice first-level leader. After all, warriors and mages do not tread the same path. Simultaneous cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Dual-element mages practice two distinct forms of magic, which at their core are still magic. Moreover, dual-element mages can absorb two types of elements concurrently during their training. However, those who practice both martial and magical arts must separate their training unless engaging in real combat, where they can combine their magic. Fenghua suspected she had held back her strength during her match with Yu Qingcheng. After all, they were cousins. It was unlikely she would reveal her true capabilities. Ah, how we had underestimated her. No wonder that teacher Yun placed such importance on her. As she gazed upon the elemental sword in Fenghua's hand, a profound and unabashed jealousy surged within Huayan's heart. Her face twisted into a grimace, seemingly fueled by envy at Fenghua's attainment of the rank of level 1 commander in her martial training. A dual cultivator of both magic and martial arts, and so young at that, this individual would undoubtedly become a figure of reverence among many. She resolved to eliminate her before she could ascend to greatness. The terrifying expression on Huayan's face instilled a palpable fear in the onlooking mages. While they all admired her talent, a mage with such intense jealousy was looked down upon by the crowd. The elemental sword in Fenghua's grasp became increasingly vibrant after vanquishing all the fire elemental orbs, as if it had absorbed a portion of the flames that Huayan had conjured. Gazing at the increasingly resplendent red hue, Huayan gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and began to sense the small clusters of fire elements in the air. With her mental prowess, she controlled these fire elements to gather and accumulate, relentlessly converging. My heavens! This is far too immense. This truly calls for desperate measures. The observing mages swallowed hard at the sight of the colossal fireball forming before Huayan. Such a grand fireball could only be conjured by a pinnacle level 9 fire mage. They mused. Having consumed a level 2 fire crystal, Huayan was now able to sense a quantity of fire elements in the air akin to what a pinnacle level 9 commander would perceive. A level 9 pinnacle fire mage. There were hardly any in the entire academy, excluding the instructors. Fenghua furrowed her brow as she beheld the massive fireball that Huayan was conjuring. Was she intending to unleash the full power of the level 2 fire crystal in a single burst? The level 2 fire crystal contained the fire element of a full force attack from a pinnacle level 9 commander. Although Huayan had already utilized a portion of the fire elements in battle, that quantity was negligible. If Huayan truly infused all her fire elements into this magical sphere, it would surely possess a weight that, if not at the pinnacle of level 9, would be at least mid-level 9. Her highest water element was merely at level 7. How could she possibly contend with a level 9 pinnacle? Fenghua, wait until that fireball approaches, and I will devour it using the dark element. The voice of On Yue echoed in her mind. Fenghua caught sight of Guang Yuelian standing alongside On Yue, both of whom looked on anxiously at the unfolding scene. They understood that such formidable fire elements were beyond Fenghua's capacity to withstand. No, Fenghua frowned. Your injuries have yet to fully heal. I cannot trust you to consume this fireball at this moment. Moreover, should the dark element be revealed, it would incite massive trouble. The royal family would not spare me. Had she been solitary as in her past life, perhaps she would not have concerned herself so much. However, within the Yu family, she had a father and a brother. Influenced by the emotions of the original body, Fenghua harbored a deep affection for her father and brother. Even knowing she was a waste of a 7-element spiritual root, aware that such a constitution in this world would lead to no bright future, and understanding she would be a hindrance, she still cherished them dearly. Once the existence of her dark element was exposed, even if Hyliania refrained from revealing her other elemental attributes, the royal family would undoubtedly seek to court her. Given she was a dual-element mage and a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, what would be the royal family's means of courting? Wealth? No, surely they knew that as a legitimate daughter of the Yu family, she would not covet such trivialities. The only conceivable method of courting would be through marriage. She had no desire to encounter that second prince again. She could not allow her loved ones to suffer under the royal family's oppression. Yu Fenghua perish. Just then, Huayan opened her eyes, her face a mask of terrifying rage. To the astonishment of the crowd, that enormous fireball surged straight toward Fenghua. Only one of them could survive. Fenghua glared at the colossal fire elemental sphere. Gritting her teeth, it seemed she had no choice but to confront it head-on. The fire elements in her hand continued to coalesce, subtly intermingling with a hint of dark elements, while she summoned a small portion of water elements from the air to envelop her body. Allowing light elements to circulate swiftly within her, T's elemental attributes remain unmanifested. They are invisible to the naked eye. Fenghua shrouded her body with water elements without allowing them to materialize. Unless a water mage specifically sensed the water elements surrounding her, they would remain undetected. Look, that estati that moment, a voice rang out. Fenghua squinted, noticing that the massive fireball seemed to pause, not advancing toward her. Yet Huyen appeared anxious, desperately urging her mental power to control the fireball to strike Fenghua. However, the massive fireball remained still for several moments before it slowly began to dissipate. How could this be? This is impossible. Huyen stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Her mental power was still substantial. Why was the fireball gradually vanishing? I understand. A mage shouted, continuing, this is the flame of a level 9 commander. Due to the vast disparity in levels, it has become uncontrollable. Upon hearing this, Huyen shook her head in disbelief. Hastening toward the partially dissipated flames, reaching out to touch them however, as she drew closer, the intensifying heat caused her trepidation. Could it truly be as others said, that the vast level difference rendered it uncontrollable? This cannot be. She must kill you, Fenghua. It is imperative. As Huyen observed the fire elements within the massive fireball slowly dissipating, she took a deep breath and suddenly closed her eyes, beginning to absorb the dissipating fire elements. My heavens, is she entering a state of cultivation? You Fenghua, you must act quickly and eliminate her. Some mages, witnessing this scene, could not help but urge Fenghua if she did not strike now. Once Huyen absorbed the fire elements and became a level 2 commander, she would likely be able to control a fireball at the level 7 commander level, still a formidable attack for Fenghua. Fenghua narrowed her eyes as she regarded Huyen, the flames in her hand extinguishing entirely. What is happening? This is a life and death duel. Do not show mercy. Quickly eliminate her, or you may lose your life. Indeed, how could one show leniency toward someone intent on killing them? I fear that you Fenghua will amount to nothing in the future. Surely she is destined to be betrayed by others. Fenghua's fingers involuntarily twitched at the mention of betrayal. No, she would not allow herself to be betrayed again. She could not permit a repetition of the past. Suddenly, she clenched her fists, gazing at Huyen, who had entered a state of cultivation. The fire elements in her hand ignited fiercely, and within the flames, she infused a hint of dark elements. Hearing the surrounding mages rallying for Fenghua to slay her, Huyen initially felt a twinge of anxiety. However, as she continued to listen to their words, she could not help but scoff inwardly, and no matter how gifted this girl may be, she remained Navi. In a life or death contract, one must perish. Only one of them could survive. If she did not kill Huyen, Huyen would show her no mercy. Just as Huyen mocked Fenghua in her thoughts, a wave of terrifying heat surged violently toward her. Huyen, still in her state of cultivation, had no time to react before being engulfed by the dreadful warmth. Huyen's piercing scream echoed once more, causing the onlooking mages to tremble, yet they remained fixated on the contest. Initially, Fenghua attacked Huyen with flames, but subsequently, she directly wielded the fireball that Huyen had conjured, which had not yet fully dissipated. Although manipulating it proved somewhat taxing, she successfully hurled the massive fireball, now partially diminished, at Huyen. The scorching flames engulfed Huyen's body, and her horrific screams pierced the air. As a blackened figure writhed on the ground as a fire mage, Huyen was not so easily consumed by flames. She endured the searing heat, gritting her teeth to utter her final words. You Fenghua, do not revel in your triumph. One day, you too shall perish. With those last words, she expended her final strength, and the blackened body within the flames came to a halt. Falling silent, Fenghua stared at the still burning flames, momentarily lost in thought she had killed Huyen, a person with whom she had no profound enmity. In her past life, she had been able to touch the sacred light, and unsurprisingly, she became the saintess of the Purple Sea region. Unlike other saintesses who could not access the sacred light, she had no need to vie for her position within the 9 great sea regions. Aside from her, the saintess of the Blue Sea region shared a similar fate. The other 7 had to engage in relentless competitions, bloodshed, and intrigue from the ages of 5 to 15, with only the last one standing able to ascend to the role of saintess. She was the only saintess on the continent who could not wield magic. Yet her ability to touch the sacred light meant she was inherently destined for this role. However, such favorable circumstances laid the groundwork for her betrayal by her sisters. Perhaps she has experienced too little. Indeed, as Huyen previously remarked, no matter how exceptional her talent may be, Unless she reaches the day of complete maturation, she risks being extinguished. The observing wizards also made valid points. When confronted by one intent on her demise, her leniency and compassion would inevitably lead to betrayal. As the burning flames subsided, Fenghua, amidst the praises of the surrounding wizards, offered a bittersweet smile, uncertain of what to say. Was it that after the demise of the moon Saint Fenghua from the oceanic continent, all within the Purple Sea domain rejoiced, celebrating the death of the saint who brought them shame and hindered their magical pursuits, while they awaited the arrival of the highly gifted light magician, Moon Qihua? Clenching her fists, Fenghua disregarded the accolades of the wizards around her and departed from the scene. Guangyue and Anyue exchanged glances, sensing something amiss with Fenghua's emotions, and hurried to follow her. This extravagant individual, how can she still claim to be impoverished? I truly cannot comprehend that. Is it not the case that her talent surpasses hers? Does it necessitate a life and death duel? As Anyue recalled the moment when a few wizards outside the classroom discussed Fenghua and another's fatal confrontation, she was almost taken aback by their reactions, finding human thought processes bewildering. At tea last, Fenghua grasped the cup of tea that had gone cold and took a sip. Setting it down, she remarked, "Perhaps I am simply not suited to associate with such individuals." The news of the life and death battle between Fenghua and Huoyan spread throughout the magical academy within a mere half-day. The very nature of a life and death duel draws attention, especially since Fenghua had already established herself as a notable figure within the academy. That evening, as she ventured out for dinner, Fenghua distinctly felt an increase in the number of eyes upon her, with whispers of admiration circulating. Who would have thought that such a young individual could possess such formidable strength? She is but a level 1 commander at the peak, having consumed a level 2 crystal. It was merely due to that fool's reckless use of an enormous fireball that she lost control, providing Moon Fenghua with an opportunity. How unfortunate that they did not end up mutually vanquished. Fenghua remained unfazed, calmly consuming her meal while listening to the chatter around her. In a magical academy brimming with individuals, gossip was abundant, and with such an attention-grabbing duel, it was impossible to remain unnoticed. Are you activating your aloof mode by sitting there with that expression? While Fenghua was enjoying her meal, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Turning her head, she saw Hilianya. Aloof mode? Fenghua gazed at her, somewhat perplexed by the statement. Hilianya waved her hand, placing her meal down, and said, "I came to observe the future individual who may surpass me, and also to witness someone committing murder for the first time." "How did you know it was my first kill?" Fenghua inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion from your hesitant demeanor during the battle with that woman. It was evident, who amongst those who have killed would still dither when faced with a life and death duel? "You have certainly never killed before." Hilianya chuckled. Taking a bite of her meal, Fenghua fell silent for a moment before softly asking, "When did you kill for the first time?" Hilianya replied, "At the age of 10. That year, I ran away from home and ended up killing quite a few people." Killing quite a few people? Not just one. Fenghua looked at her in disbelief. "You killed many at the age of 10? Hilianya nodded, saying, "From the time I ran away until I entered the magical academy, I took many lives. Once I was in school, I ceased killing." "Given your talent, you must have encountered a similar situation, right?" Fenghua questioned, skeptical. She found it hard to believe that no one had provoked Hilianya, and that upon entering the academy, she wouldn't have faced jealousy from fellow students regarding her dual element status. Hilianya nodded, continuing, "When I first entered the magical academy, I was at the peak of a level 9 commander. That time, I ranked first in the freshman competition. According to the rules, a student who wins every match in the competition should receive a crystal of a level higher than their own. However, level 3 crystals are exceedingly rare. And since I was a dual element magician, the school awarded me 4 level 2 crystals." Fenghua nodded, understanding why she had amassed such a surplus of crystals. It seemed she had merely brought along an excess of earth crystals. While the others were accurately accounted for before I became a commander, I relied on absorbing the elements within the crystals. I absorbed 1 each month, enabling me to ascend to commander in a short period. However, my subsequent progress slowed considerably. Yet what could I do? I was too poor to acquire level 3 crystals. Hilianya shrugged, torn between her past reasons for running away and the absence of any level 3 or 4 crystals. Fenghua felt a twinge of embarrassment. This wealthy individual still claimed to be impoverished. Progressing in strength becomes increasingly challenging, and to achieve the rank of a level 9 commander in such a short time is indeed impressive. Especially as a tri-element magician, Hilianya regarded Fenghua with an unusual expression, stating, "It was due to my frequent absorption of crystals. Had it not been for the elemental crystals, I might have faced the same slow advancement as the other dual element magicians in the academy." Due to simultaneous training in multiple elements, however, you are different. Even without prior absorption of elemental crystals, you have attained such a level at a young age, and as a martial arts dual practitioner, you will only grow more formidable. Feng Hua smiled awkwardly. Her progress had been significantly expedited by the great magic, which allowed her to instantly elevate her status to level 1 great magician upon activating the elements. This had saved her considerable time, and coupled with her strenuous training in martial arts in her previous life, as long as her physical capabilities kept pace, it was not difficult to make rapid advancements on that path. The main content conveyed that at the end of the semester, a competition for magicians from 3 nations would be held. To better select candidates for participation, the mixed practical classes that were originally scheduled for the last 3 months would commence early, starting the following day. Furthermore, due to the unique circumstances surrounding this event, the practical classes would be held all day. There would be 9 consecutive days of practical classes followed by 1 day of rest. The increase in practical classes was beneficial for Feng Hua, as she had already learned a considerable amount of theoretical knowledge from Yun Qingfeng during her time in the potential class. Applying that knowledge in practical classes would be advantageous. Additionally, these mixed practical classes would allow her to witness many other wizards from different faculties. It would be immensely beneficial to find a few experts to spar with. I am not your teacher now. The mixed practical classes mean we can slack off, exclaimed a young magician, seemingly a newcomer to the academy, with excitement that if the practical classes were indeed structured that way, the teachers would hardly be able to manage their own students. At that point, with no one recognizing them, they could easily avoid practicing magic. The next morning, Feng Hua awoke later than usual. Upon arriving at the practical class location for Fire System Class 10, she clearly noticed several magicians who were not part of the fire system. These wizards had already begun their training, indicating their diligence and ambition. Moon Feng Hua, I am Mil from Wind System Class 9, a level 1 commander. I would like to spar with you. A charming young woman approached Feng Hua with a smile. She appeared to be around 20 years old, yet her stature was quite petite. Very well. Feng Hua nodded in agreement, although the number of wind magicians was fewer than that of the fire system. There was still a significant presence. Being ranked in Class 9 among wind magicians indicated her prowess. Wind elementals, primarily focused on speed, could enhance a magician's mobility during training. It could be said that wind magicians are quite close to warriors in terms of physical speed. The two found an open space, nodded to one another, and Mil charged forward first, her feet seemingly enveloped by a small vortex of wind elements, significantly increasing her speed. Feng Hua, limited to using fire elements for a brief duration, could only match the speed of a level 1 commander. As Mil reached Feng Hua, the wind elemental orb in her hand expanded dramatically, enveloping Feng Hua entirely, causing her to realize that her ability to condense fire elements had slowed considerably. No, it wasn't merely a slowdown. The wind elements were blowing her fire away as she attempted to gather it. Feng Hua continued to channel the fire elements, repelling the encroaching winds, and charged toward Mil's position. Seemingly unprepared for Feng Hua to wield such an extensive range of fire elements under these circumstances, Mil stood there, caught off guard. Once Feng Hua exited the wind elemental zone, her flames surged, enveloping Mil entirely. Mil attempted to replicate Feng Hua's earlier tactic, using wind elements to isolate the fire, only to discover that her flames relentlessly consumed the wind, producing peculiar sounds. Heavens! How could Moon Feng Hua's fire elements be so dense? Just how much mental energy does she possess to manipulate the fire elements in the air? Mil remained unaware that Feng Hua was a multi-element magician, and had mental strength far beyond that of a level 1 commander. I concede. I yield, Mil screamed, and as the flames extinguishing her wind elements receded, she let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Feng Hua, saying, Your mental strength is truly impressive, and no wonder she was able to triumph over that fiery adversary. Feng Hua, reflecting on yesterday's match, felt no lingering sense of oddity as she smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Meanwhile, Helianya had already taken the lives of several individuals by the tender age of 10. Considering her past and present, she had lived a mere 15.5 years, yet had only claimed 1 life. How trivial that seemed. After Mil departed, Feng Hua engaged in a spar with a peak-level 9th-tier Thunder Mage before proceeding to lunch. During the meal, she sensed a tumult within her body's fire elements, an ominous sign that perhaps heralded her impending advancement. It had been but a short while since she last absorbed fire crystals. Was she truly about to elevate her power so swiftly? Goodness, could it be that the fire elements from her previous absorption had yet to be fully utilized, now surging forth? Or had her recent duel with the Thunder Mage inadvertently triggered her fire element's ascension? Rising abruptly, Feng Hua disregarded her unfinished meal and raced toward her dormitory with utmost haste. The distance from the cafeteria to her room felt considerable, and as she ran, the agitation of the fire elements within her intensified. Almost as if they were desperate to break free. Perhaps it was the frenzy of the fire elements or simply the speed of her sprint, but her cheeks flushed crimson upon finally reaching her dormitory. Feng Hua entered a state of cultivation without delay. Each advancement required the absorption of fire elements from the surrounding air. She closed her eyes, attuning herself to the scattered fire elements in the atmosphere, and began to draw them in. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as the sensation of the fire elements threatening to erupt grew increasingly acute. If this continued, her body might not withstand the pressure before she could successfully advance. With her eyes tightly shut, she suddenly felt a warm influx from both shoulders, as gentle fire elements coursed into her body, guiding the tumultuous fire elements within to circulate harmoniously. Time seemed to slip away, and when Feng Hua finally opened her eyes, she sensed a remarkable change within herself. Her field of vision had expanded considerably. Feeling better? A familiar male voice inquired from behind her, startling Feng Hua. Turning her head, she discovered Yun Qingfeng observing her with an inscrutable expression. Teacher? What brings you here? Feng Hua questioned, bemused, suddenly realizing they were both seated on her bed. Her face involuntarily flushed. Yun Qingfeng furrowed his brow and remarked, Feng Hua, you must be cautious. Taken aback by his words, she nonetheless nodded and replied, Thank you. After a few moments of scrutiny, Yun Qingfeng retrieved several red crystals from his spatial ring, saying, These are of no use to me. Take them. Feng Hua's eyes widened in astonishment at the crystals in his hand. Some were of the second tier and others of the third. She regarded him with confusion, sensing her gaze was unsettling. Yun Qingfeng explained, These are leftovers from before. I've heard about yesterday's deadly match. Please refrain from participating in such battles again. Additionally, in 3 months, the school will hold rankings to select candidates for the youth magical exchange among the 3 nations. The first prize is a perfect quality 5th tier restoration elixir. Do your best. A perfect quality 5th tier restoration elixir? That was precisely what she needed. Feng Hua's spirit soared, but she quickly recalled that to claim victory over Helianya, a 9th tier lord, would prove exceedingly challenging. Moreover, while absorbing elemental crystals could enhance her strength, mastery of magical elements still required diligent practice. Feng Hua hesitated, contemplating the abundance of fire crystals before her. She felt she could not accept any more. Although she understood Yun Qingfeng's status was not ordinary, in this region where elemental crystals were scarce, such treasures were invaluable. If she delayed their use, once she surpassed the 3rd tier and ascended to lordship, they would be rendered useless. Crystals above the 4th tier were exceedingly rare. Yun Qingfeng handed her all the fire crystals he possessed and added, After you absorb them, come find me for a spar. With that, he departed. Feng Hua gazed at the crystals in her hands, unease brewing within her. She had received an immense favor from Yun Qingfeng, and though he might not demand repayment, the weight of this debt felt peculiar. Oh, there's nothing strange about it. Simply offer yourself in return. An excited voice chimed in. You must hasten to absorb them. The teacher is correct. Crystals above the 4th tier are indeed rare, even in the realm of extraordinary abilities. 3rd tier crystals are not plentiful. Seize the opportunity to absorb as many elemental crystals as you can while your level remains low. Once you reach the 4th tier, they may prove unattainable, and you'll have to rely solely on your training. Feng Hua ignored the suggestion of offering herself, focusing instead on the latter part of the statement. She nodded resolutely, stating, I shall work diligently if I can defeat Xiaoya and obtain the perfect quality 5th tier restoration elixir. I can restore your magic core and subsequently absorb some dark elements to aid in your recovery. Having utilized the 5 dark crystals gifted by Yun Qingfeng, and the dark elements from a previous 2nd tier Dark Lord, Anyua's strength had now returned to the peak of the 1st tier Lord. Once she secured the perfect quality 5th tier restoration elixir and repaired her magic core, it would merely be a matter of time until her strength reached the 1st tier Dark Lord. However, the journey from 1st tier Lord to 1st tier Dark Lord still felt daunting, and the following days, Feng Hua diligently absorbed the fire crystals bestowed by Yun Qingfeng. Her pace of absorption was rapid, achieving several advancements within a single day. After a few days upon finishing the fire crystals, her power had stabilized at the level of the 7th tier Fire Lord. Feng Hua's complexion had turned pale, and dizziness clouded her mind. Guangyue offered her a bowl of porridge purchased from the cafeteria. Perhaps you should rest a moment before seeking out the handsome teacher, Anyue suggested, noting Feng Hua's ashen face with concerned eye. In the realm of extraordinary abilities, the affluent masters who piled up elemental crystals could still maintain their strength through practice after absorption. However, Feng Hua's pale visage appeared somewhat alarming. Feng Hua nodded and then said, Guangyue, let us practice. You can utilize earth elements. You can't possibly mean to activate and then absorb earth crystals right now. Anyue gazed at her. Torn, Fenghua affirmed, explaining, although absorbing earth crystals post-activation may not significantly enhance my strength, it will greatly boost my mental prowess. Shortly after finishing her porridge, Fenghua's complexion gradually returned to normal. She and Guangyue sought a secluded area to engage in their match. Guangyue's light elements were restrained at the first-tier Dark Lord level, while her earth elements reached the 9th-tier Lord level. Plant-type magical beasts naturally possessed earth elements, often accompanied by another elemental attribute. With earth serving as an auxiliary force this moment, Fenghua had just attained the level of a 7th-tier lord through fire crystals, her strength still somewhat unstable, as the fire crystals had only elevated her power level and heightened her awareness of magical elements and mental strength. Her control over fire elements remained akin to her state prior to absorption as Anyue called for the match to commence. Guangyue manipulated the earth elements beneath her feet, causing the ground to rise abruptly. Fenghua swiftly leaped backward, but the moment her feet touched down, the earth surged upward once more. When plant-type magical beasts wield earth elements, their application of such elements is remarkably adept. With a flick of Guangyue's hand, the surrounding earth elements ensnared Fenghua entirely. She retaliated with flames. Although the quantity of fire elements had increased exponentially, upon entering the sand, the flames were extinguished. Guangyue's earth was 2 levels superior to her fire, and given that earth was inherently difficult to ignite, escaping via fire now seemed implausible. Taking a deep breath, Fenghua clenched her fists and struck the ground with force. Pain shot through her knuckles. Yet the earth elements remained unmoved. Furrowing her brow, she began to condense water elements, soaking the earth from within before delivering another punch. This time it was significantly easier. A hole the size of her fist broke through. In the next moment, the earth that had ensnared her fell away. Seeing Fenghua emerge, Guangyue once again commanded the earth elements to attack, but this time, it was no longer a simple confinement. The earth elements surged toward Fenghua, wrapping around her like silk, tightening their grip. Fenghua felt her body constricted by the earth elements, her arms immobilized. She attempted to manipulate the water elements to replicate her earlier strategy, only to find the water thwarted by another wave of earth elements. The pain coursing through her body made her long for the ability to contort her bones, yet the echo of an ancient voice in her mind compelled her to overlook the agony and rejoice. The 7th ancient text of Great Magic, page 3, was about to be revealed. Fenghua collapsed to the ground, her body thrashing erratically. The scene remained unchanged, yet Guangyue and Anyue had vanished without a trace. The vast expanse of earth elements surrounding her seemed to harbor a grudge against her, relentlessly cascading downwards, instilling in Fenghua a profound sense of impending entombment. The surging sands enveloped her, rising ominously to her neck. She continuously lifted her feet, allowing the sand to flow beneath before stepping down again. Yet before long, she would slip back down. Ultimately, the sands buried her entirely, and just as she felt the suffocating weight of despair, the flowing sands gradually receded. Suddenly, she found her breath returning to her. Upon opening her eyes, the first action Fenghua took was to assess her elemental state. She felt a small cluster of earth elements within her body, which eased her anxiety. There were a total of 5 earth crystals. Helianya had bestowed 3 upon her, while Guangyue had given her 2, all of which were of secondary rank after 2 days and nights of absorption. Fenghua had elevated her earth element to the pinnacle of the 9th level. Such a remarkable surge in power was undeniably formidable. When the time came to select participants for the competitions, she would surely stand out. Observing Fenghua's rapid ascent, Anyue could not help but envision her triumph in the upcoming contests. Yet, Fenghua felt that her strength still fell short. Xiaoya's water and wind elements were at the 9th level, and though she was uncertain of her earth element's rank, it was certainly above that of a lord. Currently, only her fire element had reached the lord level. Even if she were to achieve the lord level in her warrior training shortly, it still seemed far-fetched. How wonderful it would be if all her elemental attributes could attain the same level as her fire element. 6 elements at the 7th level of lordship. Such an achievement would be impressive indeed. In that case, she would no longer need to conceal her prowess so painstakingly. The so-called royal authority would be unable to restrain her. Anyue, holding the tome of great magic, flipped through its pages. As Fenghua's contracted magical beast, Anyue could see the same pages that Fenghua could. Tell me, does this worthless book contain any pages that could elevate low-level attributes to match those of higher levels? Aren't you one of the 7 ancient tomes? Aren't you supposed to be extraordinary? If you lack even this capability, how can you still be called an ancient tome? It's laughable. Listening to Anyue's words, Fenghua smiled awkwardly and replied, given that a multi-elemental magician's constitution is already so unique, If we could simultaneously elevate various attributes, it would be utterly celestial. The heavens are fair. Even great magic cannot achieve that. Anyue pouted, this book is insufficiently powerful. We must find a more formidable one in the future and discard this one. Barely had Anyue finished her statement when the great magic in her hand suddenly emitted a blinding golden light, compelling them to shut their eyes. Oh my goodness, I was merely teasing you. How petty. And you won't even share. Aren't you supposed to be impressive? Anyue continued to mock, yet she was astonished that this tome could comprehend their conversation. She deliberately provoked further, did I say anything incorrect? If you possess the capability to elevate all of Fenghua's attributes to the 7th level of lordship, then from now on whenever one attribute rises, the others should follow suit. Guangyue, hearing this, was left speechless. If that were indeed the case, Fenghua's rate of advancement would astound everyone. How could that be possible? Just as she pondered this, she noticed a change in Fenghua's condition. Fenghua shielded her eyes with her hand, and the familiar ancient voice echoed in her mind once more. 9th page of the Great Magic from the 7 Ancient Tomes. This time, the tone was somewhat different. Previously, the voice had been exceedingly calm, yet now it bore a hint of urgency. My goodness, does this book possess a life of its own? Why am I only realizing this now? As Fenghua contemplated, a sudden surge of chaotic elements within her body caused her to scream in agony. Collapsing onto her bed, she felt as though the various elements were colliding violently within her, only to separate and collide again in an unending cycle. The excruciating pain made her feel as though her body might shatter. In that moment, the golden radiance emanating from great magic vanished, and Guangyue and Anyue were instantly alarmed by Fenghua's suffering. Each advancement for a magician was typically fraught with immense pain, and to have so many elemental attributes rising simultaneously was beyond comprehension. Anyue, clutching great magic, exclaimed, I was just joking. Why take it seriously? How could a human body possibly withstand the agony of simultaneous elevation? You wretched book! Cease this at once, or I shall devour you. After Anyue's outburst, the room fell silent except for Fenghua's pained groans. Guangyue summoned her light element into Fenghua's body to assess her condition, and her face paled in horror. The elements were relentlessly attacking one another. At this rate, she feared Fenghua might perish. Anyue, go find Yun Qingfeng. Guangyue commanded, immediately beginning to utilize her light element to stabilize the chaotic elements within Fenghua. Anyue rushed to Yun Qingfeng's classroom dormitory as swiftly as she could, banging on the door. Handsome teacher, please come out. In the midst of his meditation, Yun Qingfeng heard the commotion and focused his gaze on the door, which swung open instantly upon seeing Anyue's panicked expression. He deduced that something had happened to Fenghua without needing her to explain, and he promptly departed. Anyue swallowed hard and hurried to follow, contemplating that the esteemed teacher's peak strength was beyond her own. When Yun Qingfeng arrived at Fenghua's dormitory, he beheld her ashen face. And even Guangyue, who was assisting her, appeared somewhat unwell. Take her to Huayanlian, I will handle things here, Yun Qingfeng instructed Anyue. Anyue, pulling the pale Guangyue along, exited the room. It was evident that Yun Qingfeng's intent in sending them to Huayanlian was not solely out of concern for Guangyue but rather to ensure their temporary departure. By now, the entire school was engaged in mixed combat classes, and Huayanlian would not likely be found in the dormitory. Although the number of water element magicians was considerable, many of them were of lower ranks, capable only of treating minor injuries. At this moment, Huayanlian would be occupied tending to the severely injured magicians. Upon reaching the infirmary in the logistics department, they encountered numerous wounded magicians. To see Huayanlian at such a time would require one to be grievously injured. However, due to the widespread promotion of the training camp among the magicians, everyone believed that Huayanlian had contracted 2 light-type magical beasts, both identical and clad in black and white gowns, an appearance that perfectly matched Guangyue and Anyue. Thus, when they sought to meet Huayanlian, they were ushered in without delay. Is it my fault for advancing so quickly? Huayanlian exclaimed upon seeing Guangyue, who was being supported by Anyue and appeared somewhat pale. What has happened? Fenghua encountered some difficulties shortly after her advancement, Anyue explained, anxiously helping Guangyue sit down for Huayanlian to adjust her condition. Huayanlian, hearing this, assumed that Fenghua had faced challenges during her promotion to light magic, which necessitated Guangyue's intervention. After stabilizing Guangyue's light elements, Huayanlian inquired, what about Fenghua? Since Fenghua had not accompanied them, it indicated she was still in the midst of her advancement when they left. However, Huayanlian felt something was amiss. She had previously been merely a 7th-level Grand Magician. Even if she encountered some challenges while advancing to the 8th level, Guangyue, as a 1st-level Grand Lord, should not be struggling so greatly. It's nothing to worry about. She is simply experiencing complications from advancing in both light and dark elements simultaneously. Anyue waved her hand dismissively. Although Huanlian was aware that Fenghua possessed both light and dark magic, she remained oblivious to her water, wind and earth elements. Huanlian nodded, understanding that as a light magician, she knew the transition from 7th to 8th level was not exceedingly difficult. Yet, she was unaware of the immense challenges posed by simultaneous advancements in both light and dark. Thus, she accepted Anyue's explanation. Before long, several severely injured magicians entered. Guangyue and Anyue chose to withdraw. If Fenghua successfully advanced from Grand Magician to Lord, and then to Grand Lord, her power would significantly increase alongside theirs. After a lengthy wait, the first surge of energy finally arrived. Guangyue and Anyue's core abilities ascended to the early 8th level sovereign, although Guangyue's strength remained stifled by dimensional suppression, preventing her from fully realizing her potential despite the slight increase. Anyue's injuries, however, had improved significantly, reaching the peak of the 2nd level Lord. Just 2 more to go. Anyue swallowed hard, realizing that with each threshold crossed, the power of the magical beasts would grow exponentially. It was a pity that Fenghua had not contracted magical beasts for her other attributes. Otherwise, how exhilarating it would be to sit together and experience this rapid advancement. This time, the wait was not as prolonged as before, and a new wave of stronger energy surged forth. Their core abilities ascended to the peak of the 8th level sovereign, while Anyue's dark elements restored her to the initial stage of the 4th level Lord. Guangyue pondered silently. Why do I feel like I haven't changed significantly? Whose fault is it for being so heavily suppressed by dimensional constraints? Anyue teased, looking triumphantly at her. Guangyue felt utterly speechless. Wasn't he this simply bullying her? At the very least, let her ascend to the next level. How suffocating it must be to be perpetually confined to the peak of a level 1 great lord. Moments later, her true strength surged to the pinnacle of a level 9 sovereign, while Dark Moon reverted to the early stages of a level 6 lord, and Light Moon remained at the peak of a level 1 great lord. Enraged, Light Moon assessed her situation, and upon completion, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She realized that her previous strength had been suppressed at the late stage of a level 1 great lord. And now, it had merely been nudged a fraction further back. Just a fraction. She was so close to becoming a level 2 great lord, yet the barrier remained insurmountable. Who could comprehend such frustration? Her true strength had ascended from a level 7 sovereign to the zenith of a level 9 sovereign, merely a threshold away from sovereign emperor. Yet why was she subjected to such severe dimensional constraints? How deeply the central continent must disdain her. She had not anticipated that the dashing instructor would be so formidable, capable of assisting Fenghua in her swift advancement. The following morning, Fenghua awoke feeling utterly revitalized. As if all the toxins within her body had been expelled, stretching lazily, she addressed her 2 companions in the beast space. How do you both feel? Ha ha ha, I am now at the early stage of a level 6 lord. Light Moon is merely at a higher peak, yet still cannot break through to a level 2 great lord. Dark Moon chuckled with delight. Fenghua quietly sensed the 6 elements within her body, all firmly residing at the level 7 lord status. Now that she had attained the rank of a level 7 lord, she could practice advanced supernatural magic. Light Moon, you understand. A wicked smile graced Fenghua's face. During her ascension yesterday, she had faintly heard Yun Qingfeng suggest that she wait a few days before seeking him out. Perhaps he believed she needed a transitional period. However, Fenghua had never shied away from hard work. With just over 2 months remaining, she aimed to master that time reversal technique, and if she could also learn the mirror duplication used by Hyliania, it would be simply splendid. Light Moon emerged from the beast space with a sullen expression. Evidently still irked by Dark Moon's comments, advanced supernatural magic was indeed far more challenging than its basic counterparts. Fenghua had genuinely mastered ice magic only during her battle against the Eagle Queen. Following Light Moon's initial explanations, Fenghua gradually grasped a portion of the principles behind time reversal. Time reversal was a restorative magic that returned damaged items to their undamaged state, and thus far, it could only be applied to inanimate objects. In the context of competition, the utility of this magic was exceedingly high. For instance, when a magic user was about to engage with a tangible magical element, employing this spell could revert the opponent's magic to its pre-magic state, vanishing into thin air. As a level 8 lord, Fenghua had diligently studied for 2 consecutive days and was now able to restore some damaged items to their original condition. Though she had yet to succeed in reverting magic back to its elemental state, on the morning of the 3rd day, she made her way to the teacher's dormitory, where Light Moon guided her to the 13th floor. She gently knocked on the door of room 1314, the door opened swiftly. Yun Qingfeng's handsome visage remained unchanged, his expression seemingly neutral yet evoking a sense of familiarity in Fenghua. "Thank you for yesterday." She spoke, omitting the title of teacher as he preferred. The perilous ascent she had undergone must have required a significant expenditure of his mental fortitude. Yun Qingfeng nodded, stepping out and closing the door behind him. "Let us go." That he once again wrapped an arm around her as they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he released her and took the lead. Fenghua felt an oddity in the situation but followed closely behind. The location they had previously chosen was seldom traversed, and upon returning, they found no magic users practicing. Yun Qingfeng regarded Fenghua, and before she could prepare herself, he unleashed his formidable aura. Although Fenghua was currently a level 7 lord, her strength had surged due to great magic, and thus felt unstable. This time, Yun Qingfeng did not restrain his power, revealing his status as a level 9 lord at the peak. Fenghua sensed something amiss. Finding the combat challenging, despite Yun Qingfeng's efforts to prevent the flames from harming her, she sensed that he seemed quite agitated, as if he intended to push her to her limits. Surely not. Had she committed some transgression? Why was this handsome man so furious? Confused, Fenghua continued to engage using fire elements. Not understanding the situation, she paused her actions, looking at him with an innocent expression, perplexed as to why he had halted. Yun Qingfeng remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Why only utilize fire elements?" Fenghua was taken aback. Had she not always relied solely on fire elements? "Isn't that what I've always done?" she retorted. "You are now a level 7 lord with 6 elements. Your mental fortitude is somewhat lacking compared to a tri-elemental level 9 lord. Therefore, you must leverage your multi-elemental advantage." Fenghua froze, realizing that she was indeed at a disadvantage against a tri-elemental level 9 lord. Wait, was he referring to Hyliania? Did he know that Hyliania was a tri-elemental user? What was the nature of their relationship? A vexing feeling bubbled within her. She was aware of Hyliania's tri-elemental prowess but remained ignorant of her earth element's level. Yun Qingfeng's knowledge implied he was well informed. Moreover, he had previously mentioned that Hyliania had rapidly elevated her power using elemental crystals. How could he be privy to her possession of elemental crystals? Fenghua's frustration mounted, and though she longed to clarify the matter, the words remained unspoken. Seeing her silence, Yun Qingfeng sighed in exasperation. "You may reveal your dual affinity for water and fire, but I advise you to keep your light and dark affinity under wraps for the time being. You do not comprehend how desperately the royal family seeks rare elemental mages. Although there are few powerful individuals above the sovereign level within the royal family, they do exist. I do not wish to become your adversary." Fenghua's expression stiffened as she regarded him. "You are of royal lineage?" she queried. Yun Qingfeng nodded and continued. "I am aware that your dark elemental beast requires that restoration elixir, and I am certain you will defeat Hyliania to obtain it through your own strength. However, unless absolutely necessary, you must keep your light and dark affinity concealed. Unless you become a great lord." Fenghua swallowed hard, her thoughts racing at the prospect of becoming a great lord. The ascension from a level 7 lord was notoriously slow. Without elemental crystals, it would be virtually impossible to achieve great lord status before the competition in just over 2 months, meaning she could only utilize 4 elements against Hyliania. Once you attain lord status, you may train for extended periods. I hope that you can achieve this within 2 months, and then reinforce your position. The thought of becoming a level lord in 2 months felt daunting. Ascending the ranks of lord was no simple feat. Before the competition, I will restrain my power to the peak of a level 9 lord for our match. Come now. Fenghua nodded. Suddenly, the fire elements in Yun Qingfeng's grasp surged dramatically, enveloping her in an instant. The temperature of these flames far exceeded her own, causing her to feel overheated. Hastily, she summoned water elements to counteract the flames while simultaneously channeling some dark elements to devour the fire. If light and dark could not be wielded openly, she would resort to stealth. Light Moon and Dark Moon observed from a distance, watching the fierce exchange between the two, unable to restrain their chatter. Dark Moon remarked, "The more I watch them, the more I feel they are a perfect match. Their battles are so passionate. I perceive their encounters as a clash of mortal enemies." Light Moon retorted. Observing the merciless skirmish between the two, this was no impassioned affair. It was a meeting of adversaries. 2 months passed, and on this day, after concluding her spar with Yun Qingfeng, Fenghua sighed. 60 days had elapsed. Yet her strength remained at the pinnacle of a level 7 lord. In her battles against Yun Qingfeng, she had primarily employed fire elements, thanks to the elemental connection awakened by great magic. She felt her fire element advancing alongside her other 6 attributes. However, despite standing at the peak of a level 7 lord, the threshold to level 8 loomed dauntingly high, and when she would finally cross it remained uncertain. Feng Hua nodded to herself, realizing that her anxious mindset had cost her points. Upon returning to her dormitory, she once again entered a state of cultivation. Throughout these 2 months, her nights were spent absorbing elements while her days were dedicated to expending them. This cycle of absorption and consumption seemed to be greatly beneficial for enhancing her elemental prowess. Typically, for an individual to transition from the early to the peak stage of a level 7 lord within 2 months was nearly impossible. Ascending from the junior to the peak stage within the lord tier could take a year. Even for those with superior talent, it would still require at least 6 months. However, exceptionally gifted prodigies might accomplish it in less than half a year. As dawn approached on the following day, Feng Hua suddenly felt the elements within her body swirling chaotically. Her complexion gradually paled, and cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. Though this sensation was far less uncomfortable than the last, it was unmistakable. Her 6 elements were simultaneously advancing. Feng Hua diligently adjusted the flow of elements, her mental energy gradually depleting. Finally, shortly after dawn, she successfully advanced to the 8th level of lordship. If every promotion were to be as terrifying as this, she would surely be driven to the brink of exhaustion. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Feng Hua glanced outside to find that day had broken. Prompting her to rise hastily, she shed her soiled clothing, took a refreshing bath with water elements, and then used fire elements to evaporate the droplets clinging to her skin. After donning a fresh outfit, she hurried to the rendezvous point with Yun Qingfeng. In the past, she had always been the first to rise at dawn, swiftly preparing herself before setting off. Yet this time, her promotion had delayed her. She despised making others wait for her. Upon arriving at the training ground, she found Yun Qingfeng already waiting. First, Yun Qingfeng noticed nothing amiss about Feng Hua as she approached. Feng Hua declared, "I have leveled up. I got a bit dirty earlier, hence the change of clothes, and I'm late." It was indeed impressive that she had advanced within 2 months. Yun Qingfeng was somewhat taken aback but proceeded to help her consolidate her newfound strength. The school was about to select candidates for the Trinational Young Mage Duel, an event that stirred excitement among all. This competition would see 5 official mages selected to participate, along with 1 alternate. The central continent comprised 3 nations, Kaya, Desai, and Anji. Every 5 years a competition for young mages, aged 10 to 25, was held, coinciding with the age of students at the Magic Academy. And the previous competition 5 years ago, Kaya Magic Academy first faced Desai Magic Academy, followed by a duel against Anji Magic Academy. 5 mages entered the arena in sequence, with the losing side substituting in another mage until one side had lost all 5 mages. Kaya Magic Academy secured second place in the last young mage competition, winning 1 match and losing another. Each time, the strongest 5 mages from the school participated, with substitutes only entering in the event of unforeseen circumstances. In the current selection process, the competition required the participation of all level 9 lords from 5 departments, excluding the water and light departments, while those below level 9 could sign up freely. Each department's level 9 lords were concentrated in their first classes. Despite her recent power increase, Feng Hua had not reported her advancement to the school, so she remained a student in the fire department's class 10. She was not obligated to participate in the selection, yet she felt compelled to do so for the sake of the restoration pill. Upon arriving at the registration venue for the selection, Feng Hua inscribed her name in class, receiving a crystal containing information about the competing mages from the instructor at the registration desk. The school's registration system ensured that upon writing her name in class, her personal details would manifest within the crystal. Activating the crystal, she found it contained the information of all participating mages, including their power levels, which were based on previously reported strengths. Thus, Feng Hua remained classified as a level 1 lord. The data crystal arranged the mages in descending order by strength, with the foremost being Helian Ya, noted as a dual element level 9 lord. Following her were 12 level 9 lords, a remarkable number for a region where mages under 25 were relatively scarce. Not accounting for those who had not entered the academy subsequently, there were other lords who signed up voluntarily, although the final 5 selected for the competition would undoubtedly be among the level 9 lords. Many mages sought to prove their own prowess. The selection differed from previous competitions, allowing only level 7 lords and above to face off until 6 remained, while those below that level also competed to secure their spots among the top 6. Ultimately facing off against the prior group, the top batch would consist of the 6 strongest above level 7, while the latter group would comprise the top 6 below that level, rendering the outcome nearly predetermined. The final face-off of 6 against 6 would mark the moment of collective forfeiture. Feng Hua's record indicated her as a level 1 lord, her name inscribed at the very bottom of the data. It seemed she was the only contender below the lord level. "I'll be waiting for you to dazzle everyone on the day of the competition." And you remarked with a wicked grin. "You must win. I want that restoration pill." Ha ha ha. Feng Hua nodded, knowing she had a few days to stabilize her strength and master multi-elemental magic, which should enable her to triumph over Helianya. Yet, she wondered had Helianya, who had lingered at level 9 lord status for so long, finally advanced. Feng Hua shook her head vehemently. If Helianya were to level up now, fate would surely be mocking her. It was simply impossible. She must still be a level 9 lord. Advancement was not something that could be casually attained. Feng Hua sparred with Yun Qingfeng for 2 more days before entering a rigorous training regimen for 5 consecutive days. Absorbing light elements previously, she had focused on fire elements, which she wielded with great ease. However, now she needed to rapidly enhance her strength to ensure her victory was assured. The elements in the air were fixed. Yet within the expansive student dormitory, the more common elements were collectively absorbed by students. Mages who absorbed light and dark elements were comparatively rare. While Yu absorbed dark elements daily, Feng Hua opted for light elements. During battles, should her mental energy be significantly taxed, she would discreetly circulate light elements within her body to expedite her recovery. Noticing Feng Hua's clever strategy, Guangyue commended her, "A brilliant tactic. Will you continue to challenge yourself?" At last, the day of the selection arrived. All participating mages were divided into 2 groups, those above level 7 lords and those below. Naturally, Feng Hua found herself in the latter group. The competition venue was divided into 2 sections. Due to its vastness, this division caused minimal disruption. Feng Hua surveyed her surroundings, noting the considerable number of level 6 lords present. She merely needed to maintain her strength at that level to avoid drawing excessive attention. The expansive venue accommodated simultaneous matches in 2 halves, with the first 4 competitors comprising 2 fire mages, 1 wind mage and 1 lightning mage. The competition was intense, yet the audience's focus gravitated towards the level 7 lords, whose prowess was undoubtedly more captivating. When it was Feng Hua's turn to compete, she faced a lightning mage. The match concluded swiftly, but she found herself puzzled as to why the lightning element had not activated despite her previous encounters with other elemental mages triggering her abilities through great magic. Had her body simply been unable to accept the lightning element? Lost in thought, the match continued unabated. Their matches progressed rapidly. When selecting the top 6 from the smaller group, forfeiture was not permitted. Generally, mages faced opponents with a significant disparity in strength, with stronger mages typically defeating their adversaries within 3 moves, while those losing 6 matches were eliminated. Though Feng Hua had gained notoriety in recent rumors, the majority of those who recognized her were relatively close to her level, primarily among the high-ranking mages and early lords. Mages at the level of the great lords and level 6 lords, having heard of her fame, knew little of her appearance, as they were generally above the age of 20 and focused on honing their magical skills rather than engaging in the gossip surrounding younger mages. After all, they were on the brink of graduation, and failing to utilize the Academy's resources wisely was tantamount to squandering opportunities. As the competition unfolded, some spectators, upon catching sight of Feng Hua's youthful visage, were taken aback that such a young girl possessed the strength of a level 6 lord, prompting them to give their utmost effort and not underestimate her. However, while Feng Hua controlled her strength at the level of a 6th lord, her innate power was significantly greater, her mental energy abundant, and the magical elements she could sense were notably potent indeed. She often emerged victorious within 3 to 5 moves. The absence of a swift victory stemmed from her desire to maintain her strength at the pinnacle of level 6, just a step away from level 7, hence her formidable prowess. The judges, who were aware of each participant's name beyond those who already knew her, recorded Feng Hua's performance with expressions of bewilderment. Goodness, this surge in strength is astonishing. Could it be that Teacher Yun has bestowed all the fire crystals upon this little girl? Such a blatant display of favoritism. As the competition neared its conclusion, only 2 hours remained before dinner, and both groups finished their matches without a doubt. Feng Hua had secured her place among the top 6 of her group. Upon glancing at the opposing group, she noted that out of the 6 participants, only one was a female, Helianya, who stood proudly in the first position. Aside from Helianya, both Huafeiyan and Lianfeng were also present, with the wind class astonishingly claiming 3 slots in the top 3 positions all at once. However, this was not surprising, as these 3 individuals had indeed ranked among the top in the personal ranking competition during the initial training session. It is likely that the other 2, despite also being level 9 Grand Commanders, had their practical combat abilities honed under Helian Ye's relentless training, suggesting they possessed a solid foundation in martial skills. Apart from these three, the fourth position was occupied by a lightning mage, while the fifth and sixth places were taken by fire mages. With the exception of Helian Ye, the others were all level 9 Grand Commanders. The victory list for the group above level 7 Grand Commanders was announced. First place, Helian Ye. Second place, Hua Feiyun. Third place, Lian Feng. Fourth place, Shangguan Liangxi. Fifth place, Qin Yifeng. Sixth place, Pan Yulong. The rankings for this group were established, adhering to the rules that the top 5 would officially participate in the youth mage competition, while the sixth would serve as a substitute. In contrast, the group to which Fenghua belonged selected only 6 individuals without any rankings, directly announcing those names. However, the appearance of the name Yu Fenghua left all the spectators, including the mages from her group, utterly astonished. Why did this name appear? Was it a case of homonymous names? The mages who competed alongside Fenghua turned to look at her. She seemed to be of a similar age to the girl rumored to possess such abilities. Wasn't she also a fire mage? Could it be the very person herself? How could a level 1 commander defeat a level 6 commander? Such a feat was unfathomable. It wasn't merely a matter of intelligence. The attacks from a level 6 commander would inevitably inflict some damage, even on a level 5 commander with exceptional defensive capabilities, even if she were a martial artist able to evade 1 or 2 strikes. Could she possibly avoid them all? Furthermore, the mages who had previously battled Fenghua were well aware that she wielded genuine level 6 peak commander grade flames. The teacher approached, inquiring one by one if they wished to continue challenging. The 5 mages being questioned shook their heads. After all, they were facing a level 9 commander, 3 levels above them. They stood no chance. The teacher finally reached Fenghua, asking, "Do you wish to continue challenging?" At that moment, the world seemed to hush. Those mages with keen hearing listened intently, while those with less acute hearing awaited the response from their peers ahead. This girl, who had ascended from a level 1 commander to the pinnacle of level 6 in just 3 months. Would she accept the challenge? They were eager to witness how far she had progressed. Fenghua replied simply, "Yes." This single word ignited a fervor among all the students. She still wished to challenge. The lowest level among her opponents was that of a level 9 commander. This little girl was resolute. "Who do you wish to challenge?" the teacher asked with a smile. Regardless of whether Fenghua emerged victorious or not, her courage and ambition endeared her to him as a teacher. Wind class, Helian Ye. "I want the first place in this selection competition," Fenghua declared, not to the teacher, but to the girl across from her, who had curiously gazed at her earlier and had gifted her a flower made of ice magic. The moment those words fell, the teacher was taken aback, and while the mages in the stands initially erupted into chaos, they soon fell silent upon realizing the teacher was inquiring whom Fenghua intended to challenge. They held their breath, listening intently. Moreover, Fenghua had deliberately allowed Helian Ye to overhear her declaration, sending it forth with a subtle gust of wind. Ensuring that most mages in the stands caught wind of it, the atmosphere became even quieter. If she were merely seeking a sparring partner, she could have challenged the 6th-ranked level 9 commander. Even if she aimed for a substitute, that would still be the 6th place. If she wished to compete, then it would be the 5th place. However, given her level 6 commander prowess, defeating a level 9 commander could be deemed impossible, even for a dual-skilled mage. Thus, everyone presumed Fenghua would undoubtedly seek out the 6th-ranked mage. Even the mage in 6th place had prepared for a challenge. Yet who could have anticipated that this little girl intended to challenge the 1st place? The illustrious Helian Ye, who had consistently secured 1st place in the personal ranking competition for 4 consecutive years, a dual-element level 9 commander. Was she deliberately seeking hardship? Everyone knew that Helian Ye was merciless in her training. The fact that Hua Feiyun and Lian Feng, both level 9 commanders, held the 2nd and 3rd positions respectively, only underscored this reality. Despite being of the same rank, she could send a level 9 commander flying within 3 strikes. Such prowess was not commonplace. Fenghua nodded, affirming her determination. "I want the 1st place in this selection competition." I can hardly believe it. Not only does she wish to compete, but she aims to win. The spectators in the stands were astounded. To assert such confidence in claiming 1st place, did she truly believe that Helian Ye's ice magic was mere child's play? Hua Feiyun and Lian Feng, well versed in wind magic, had sensed the disturbance in the wind elements the moment Fenghua uttered Helian Ye's name, and in an instant, they realized that Fenghua was far more than just a fire mage. Exchanging knowing glances, they discreetly vacated the competition stage. After taking a few steps, They turned back to find the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranked individuals still standing there in a daze. Huafeiyun, irritated, remarked, "What are you still doing here? Don't you see our Xiaoya is about to compete? If you don't clear the way, you'll freeze into popsicles." The creation of a perfect quality level 5 elixir was the domain of fire mages of godly caliber. Yet not every fire mage could concoct potions, and those who could weren't guaranteed success on the first try. The value of the thousands of herbs wasted in the process was incalculable. Feng Hua recognized that she could not reach such heights in a short time. If she did not seize this opportunity, the injuries to Yu would linger for an extended period. She must win this competition. "I never expected that after 3 months you would progress so much," Helianya remarked as she observed Feng Hua. Once the surrounding mages had departed and the referee had taken their position, Feng Hua dispelled her concealment spell. "Level 8 commander, and already in the mid-stage, quite stable." Feng Hua smiled and replied, "I had no choice but to improve to defeat you." She did not wish to reveal to Helianya that her motivation stemmed from the desire for the reward of first place. For while a perfect quality level 5 restoration elixir was exceedingly precious, it would only be necessary in cases of severe internal injuries. Who would treat such a high-grade elixir as mere candy? She did not want Helianya to go easy on her. She felt that since she had contracted with Guangyue and Anyue upon first entering the Magic Night Forest, she had troubled them with numerous matters. As their contractor, it was now her turn to contribute. Helianya shrugged, saying, "I fear you may find it more challenging to triumph over me." Feng Hua nodded, recognizing the difficulty of defeating her. That if her estimations were correct, Helianya should be at the pinnacle of level 9 commander, having entered that level since her enrollment. That if luck were not on her side, she might have already ascended to the rank of great commander. The referee took his position and announced loudly, "Fire Class 10's Yu Fenghua versus Wind Class 1's Helianya. The match begins." The moment the teacher's voice fell, a transparent liquid appeared in Helianya's hand. She aimed it towards Feng Hua, combining water and wind. Upon seeing Feng Hua enveloped in flames, Helianya immediately discerned her intent. As the massive fireball hurtled towards her, she swiftly gathered the water elements from the air, gradually neutralizing the enormous fireball, while also utilizing wind elements to slow its approach, preventing it from drawing closer. "Come everyone, witness the spectacle. Today I am the house," exclaimed Shangguan Liangxi, the 4th-ranked participant, as he hastily set up a small betting table. Writing Helianya's and Feng Hua's names above. A few curious onlookers noted that Helianya's odds were only doubled, while Yu Fenghua's were 5-fold. "Brother, aren't you setting yourself up for a loss? Everyone knows Helianya is the likely victor." "Exactly. I'm betting 300 silver coins on Helianya to win. I'll place 10 gold coins. All my fortune, haha. I'll also bet 10 gold coins. Helianya for the win. Haha, I'll make a fortune." Shangguan Liangxi, glancing at the money on his betting table, felt elated. Losing money was splendid, as it would deplete his family's funds even quicker. He relished spending his family's money. Additionally, he could assist some of the less fortunate mages within the Magic Academy. While Shangguan Liangxi reveled in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a melodious voice akin to a gentle spring breeze. "I wager 10,000 gold coins on Yu Fenghua to win." Was it some other extraordinary ability? Shangguan Liangxi pondered, which fool is so reckless? Betting on Yu Fenghua in such an evident competition. 10,000 gold coins? Where did this wealthy individual come from? Is this simply gifting him money? He wasn't there to collect money. He was there to spend it. After many placed their bets, Shangguan Liangxi recorded each participant's class, name, and amount using a memory crystal. Shushuru Novel Network first release. After some calculations, it was determined that the total winnings for those who placed their bets on Helianya amounted to over 300,000 gold coins, converted at a ratio of 1,000, while those who bet on Yu Fenghua only totaled a mere 10,000. Alas, only Helianya stands a chance of winning, and he could potentially squander the family's fortune. Shangguan Liangxi, what on earth are you doing? A piercing scream resonated. Upon hearing this voice, Shangguan Liangxi immediately darkened his expression, gazing at Shangguan Qingyue, who was approaching, and coldly inquired, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm running a gambling table? As a member of the Shangguan family, I refuse to accept your wager." Shangguan Qingyue was nearly livid, hastily rushing over to examine the figures reported by the memory crystal, only to find that the bets on Helianya's victory exceeded 300,000 gold coins. "Are you out of your mind? This could ruin father," she exclaimed. "Such a huge sum, if lost, would be a devastating blow to our family." Shangguan Qingyue looked at him in disbelief. Shangguan Liangxi sneered, "I acknowledge you're part of the Shangguan family. But you should be grateful. What gives a concubine's daughter like you the audacity to meddle in my affairs?" Even if your mother manages the household finances, what of it? I am the legitimate son. With my talent, if I wish to spend, she wouldn't dare oppose me. Do you think having a vixen for a mother entitles you to enjoy the wealth of the Shangguan family? I would sooner give my money to others than allow you two to squander it. Shangguan Qingyue was infuriated by his words, taking deep breaths to contain herself. Don't you fear father's wrath? This is 30,000. We could buy numerous elixirs at the auction. Rest assured, as a mere concubine's daughter. Even if you were to buy elixirs, they wouldn't be for you. Shangguan Liangxi continued to scoff. If you have nothing better to do, don't disturb me. Keep it under wraps that we're related, lest my reputation be tarnished. Both Shangguan Liangxi and Shangguan Qingyue were lightning element magicians, with only a slight age difference. Shangguan Qingyue was 14, while Shangguan Liangxi was 18. In terms of talent, Shangguan Liangxi had already become a level 9 Grand Commander at 18. A rare prodigy within the Magic Academy. Shangguan Qingyue's talent was commendable as well, but she remained a Grand Magician, and advancing would become increasingly difficult. The probability of becoming a level 9 Grand Commander by 18 was minuscule. Thus, within the family hierarchy, despite Shangguan Liangxi's biological mother having passed away, the family head dared not elevate his favorite concubine due to Shangguan Liangxi's exceptional talent. Shangguan Qingyue, feeling humiliated by Shangguan Liangxi's disdainful gaze, felt as though she was merely a target for his scorn, and she stomped her foot in frustration before departing. Meanwhile, Feng Hua, who was engaged in a competition with Helianya, was faring reasonably well. Helianya's successive ice magic failed to best her. However, Feng Hua's reliance on fire magic yielded no substantial advantage. Time was slipping away, and she had yet to practice to the point of elemental restoration. The distance between Feng Hua and Helianya continued to widen until suddenly, a series of leaf-shaped flames appeared in Feng Hua's hands. These flames, pinched between her fingers, were diminutive, yet Helianya's keen eyes caught sight of them. Planning to use those as weapons, Helianya formed a protective barrier of ice around herself. She understood that Feng Hua was a multi-element magician, and this match was far from over. She would undoubtedly employ various attributes in tandem as the contest progressed. Feng Hua hurled the fiery leaves at Helianya's ice barrier. The flames were gradually extinguished by the low temperatures, yet Feng Hua persistently manipulated the fire elements for reinforcement. Feng Hua was acutely aware of the ice conjured by Helianya. It was generally a thin layer, showcasing her adept control over the water and wind elements, ensuring her mental energy was not squandered to melt the ice magic. Two scenarios could unfold, the first being that her fire level surpassed Helianya's water and wind, allowing for rapid melting, the second being that her fire level was lower than Helianya's, requiring prolonged contact with the ice to achieve melting. Feng Hua focused intently on her fiery leaves, which circled into a formation with the fire accumulating from the air. The ice seemed to be melting. Seizing the moment, Feng Hua charged towards Helianya, her right fist enveloped in flame. Upon reaching the ice, she delivered a powerful punch to the center of the now partially melted circle. Crack! The small circular ice plummeted to the ground, and under Helianya's astonished gaze, Feng Hua plunged her hand into the ice, her palm opening to unleash a surge of fire elements. Heavens! How powerful! There's no way she's merely a level 6 Grand Commander. It was evident that Hua Feiyun and Lian Feng had been thoroughly bested by Helianya. Yet this month Feng Hua displayed such formidable prowess, breaking through Helianya's ice. Where were the level 9 Grand Commanders from the Fire Magic Academy? They needed to assess the true level of this flame. The magicians were on the lookout for the level 9 Grand Commanders of the Fire Magic Academy. Upon finding them, those few individuals exhibited expressions of disbelief, noting that Feng Hua's flames were significantly hotter than theirs. Hua Feiyun and Lian Feng stood up in alarm upon witnessing the fire elements swell within Helianya's ice. Unless she dispelled the magic herself, they anxiously observed, and suddenly the ice vanished, just when they anticipated Helianya would emerge in a state of disarray. They were met with a massive ice block shielding her, which appeared to be absorbing the flames. Feng Hua furrowed her brow at this scene. It seemed not to be a mirror replication. Could it be another form of extraordinary magic? How could Helianya wield so many unique magical abilities? Were extraordinary magic so easily learned? Feng Hua, concede. You're being foolish. Naturally, no one would allow her to use them. It was merely a matter of danger that prompted the usage. This was certainly one of her trump cards. After the flames were absorbed by the enormous ice block, that thick ice finally vanished. Previously, Feng Hua had only seen Helianya utilize thin layers of ice, and the stark contrast of thickness was evident. This latest display was a mirrored absorption, yet it could only absorb water, wind, and fire elements. Helianya regarded her and casually explained, water and wind are the very elements employed in ice magic. Thus to absorb them, one must claim the opponent's magical elements, necessitating that the user's power level exceeds that of the FOS for absorbing fire elements. It involves using the ice's low temperature to swiftly extinguish the flames. While the ice melts, a substantial influx of wind elements is employed to stabilize the ice's state. Her mastery of extraordinary magic and elemental manipulation was indeed impressive. Fenghua frowned slightly. Her power level paled in comparison to Helianya's. And with Helianya's adeptness in extraordinary magic, her chances of winning diminished significantly. Helianya, observing Fenghua, unleashed a torrent of water elements towards her, the icy flow crashing against Fenghua's form. Fortunately, she was not clad in white today. Once the water receded, she swiftly dried her clothes using fire elements, directing residual flames, propelled by her mental energy, towards Helianya. Meanwhile, Helianya's water elements swelled exponentially, colliding fiercely with Fenghua's fire elements in mid-air. The spectators among the magicians were unable to suppress their anticipation. From the clash of water and fire, it appeared their power levels were remarkably similar. The combat strength of water elements was not particularly formidable. Thus, despite Helianya being a level 9 water lord, her actual strength in water magic likely hovered around level 8. Therefore, this month Fenghua was a level 8 fire lord. Heavens! Is this some sort of jest? Just 3 months prior, she had been merely a level 1 commander. To experience such a tremendous leap in just 3 months was akin to a metamorphosis beyond comprehension. All present gazed at Fenghua, who was competing against Helianya, utterly dumbfounded. They had already surmised that Fenghua was not at the pinnacle of a level 6 Grand Commander, and had consulted several peak level 9 Grand Commanders from the Fire Magic Academy for confirmation. Thus, she should have been at most a level 1 commander. Yet now she had surged to a level 8 Fire Lord. This was terrifyingly impressive. Regardless of whether Fenghua had previously concealed her strength or genuinely ascended to level 8 within 3 months, her talent astounded all the magicians present. A level 8 lord before the age of 14. Surpassing Helianya was merely a matter of time. Helianya, sensing the heat of Fenghua's flames, revealed a subtle smile. Suddenly, a fierce wind enveloped both competitors, maintaining a swirling motion. Fenghua felt her flames slightly distort, compelling her to exert greater mental energy to gather the fire elements. Just as she presumed, Helianya aimed to exhaust her mental strength. The fierce wind ceased, and the water before her magnified exponentially, rushing towards her flames, and her very being. Fenghua was taken aback, channeling a torrent of fire elements, infused with a hint of dark elements for defense. Yet, the sheer volume of Helianya's water elements overwhelmed her, drenching her thoroughly. Just as she intended to dry herself once more with fire, she felt her body stiffening. Immobilized. Especially her feet. As Fenghua lowered her gaze, she was astonished to find her legs ensconced in a thick layer of ice. This was not the thin veneer of ice previously employed by Helianya, but rather a formidable thickness that appeared to be gradually encroaching upwards. If this continued, she would surely be frozen solid. Helianya regarded her and remarked, "In order to encase a living being in ice, one must first ensure that the individual is imbued with water elements. Moreover, as a level 8 fire elemental lord, your freezing process will be considerably slower." Fenghua, concede. "Once frozen from head to toe, you shall never escape." Helianya's gaze towards Fenghua was peculiar, leading her to believe that the former was contemplating something strange. It was evident that Helianya did not wish to kill her. She merely sought for Fenghua to surrender. Yet, for the sake of that precious restoration pill, victory was imperative. Fenghua exerted her mental strength, harnessing the surrounding fire elements to elevate the temperature of the ice, while simultaneously circulating the fire elements stored within her body. The ice steadily ascended, surpassing her knees and creeping up her thighs. Although its pace had lessened, the upward trajectory remained unaltered. Helianya observed Fenghua's furrowed brow and defiant demeanor, inquiring, "Will you not concede?" Fenghua clenched her teeth in determination. Surrender was not an option. She had entered this selection competition with the ambition of claiming the top position. As the ice advanced past her thighs and reached her waist, she felt her legs become completely numb. Even the faint flickers of warmth from within her body could not halt the icy advance. Truly obstinate, with a flick of her wrist, Helianya hastened the ice's progression. "Xiaoya!" shouted Huafeiyun and Lianfeng from the stands, unable to contain themselves upon witnessing the ice surging upward to entrap Fenghua. It was evident to even the most naive observers that Yun Qingfeng harbored a unique sentiment towards Fenghua. If she were to be forever imprisoned in ice, then a hush fell over the crowd. Fenghua was entirely encased in ice. Could it be that she would truly never escape? All the mages recalled the enrollment of several years prior, When Hyliania had entered the magical academy, her true identity was shrouded in mystery. And she had no letters of recommendation to leverage after a lengthy wait. It was finally her turn for assessment. A peak level 9 dual element commander in both water and wind, among all the new students in the academy's history. She was the most powerful mage, being a dual elementalist. At the tender age of 11, Hyliania had claimed first place in the new student rankings, and her prowess as a peak level 9 dual elementalist was unmistakable. Inciting envy among the older students, there were even pages detailing her extraordinary abilities. Once, a 24-year-old level 9 Thunder Commander had mocked her upon their first encounter, challenging her to a duel, only to be rebuffed. Infuriated by what he perceived as her arrogance, he relentlessly sought to provoke her. It was not until a month before his graduation at the age of 25 that he devised a scheme to capture her close friends, Huafeiyun and Lianfeng, in order to draw her into a confrontation. The following morning, he had seized Huafeiyun and Lianfeng, intending to release one to inform Hyliania that she must participate in the school's personal ranking competition. If she could defeat him, he would relinquish her friends. Upon learning of this, Hyliania promptly signed up. At that time, the other students were aware only that she was a dual elementalist, unaware that she possessed the ability to wield a form of magic that no other mage in the academy could, ice magic. As the Thunder Commander had wished, she entered the competition. However, during the course of the matches, a dreadful truth emerged. The peak level 9 dual elementalist Hyliania had systematically defeated every commander from levels 1 to 9. The Thunder Commander had initially disregarded her progress until they faced off in the final showdown. To ensure Hyliania took the match seriously, he brought forth the tormented Huafeiyun and Lianfeng to sit in the audience. Only then, realizing the true extent of her formidable power, it was Hyliania's first time employing ice magic within the academy, and as the match unfolded, the chilling temperatures generated by countless massive ice blocks filled the air with a sense of dread for the Thunder Commander. Just as he was about to concede, a climactic spell rendered him forever speechless. Absolute Ice Seal, a formidable ability that could eternally imprison living beings within ice. The requirement for this spell was that the mage must be of Lord level or above. Indeed, Hyliania had already ascended to the rank of Lord at that time, harnessing the power of elemental crystals. Though she could have effortlessly frozen the Thunder Commander in an instant, she deliberately chose to conjure the ice at a leisurely pace. I detest it when others harm my companions. Do you not realize that those two are my invaluable allies? Who gave you the audacity to bind them? Hyliania's expression was one of profound anger. She could have awaited her departure from the academy in peace, yet here she was, forsaking that tranquility with those final words. The ice completely encased the Thunder Commander. Hyliania did not lie. Since entering the magical academy, she had not taken a life, for Absolute Ice Seal merely rendered the Thunder Commander immobile, trapping him within ice without claiming his life. He remained alive, albeit confined to observe the world from within his icy prison. The mages in the stands gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Years had passed since they had witnessed such a maneuver during the personal ranking competition, and now it was once again on display. Yet, it seemed a tragic waste that such a prodigious talent would be halted in her tracks. Huafeiyun and Lianfeng stared in disbelief at Fenghua, encased in ice, their minds racing to comprehend why Hyliania had resorted to such measures against her. Had there been a conflict between them? Trapped within the ice, Fenghua felt her entire body numb and frigid. In this dire moment, she could think of nothing else but to summon the dark elements to consume the ice, only to discover that the ice not only enveloped her body but also severed her connection to the outside world. She could see Hyliania standing before her, wearing an expression that was curiously enigmatic. Fenghua felt a surge of urgency, yet she sensed her mental strength beginning to wane, spiraling into a state of numbness that rendered her unable to control her faculties. In such a moment, how she wished to utilize the passage of time to forcibly revert the spell back to its elemental form. Using light elements within the ice would not be easily detected. Fenghua hastily employed a small portion of her remaining light elements. Attempting to reverse the ice that encased her, however, half of her internal light elements had already been expended, and outside, there was naught but silence. Desperation gripped Fenghua's heart as she suddenly heard a familiar, aged voice. Page 21 of the 7 Ancient Texts. Great magic, time flux. Fenghua's eyes brightened. How remarkable that this ancient text contained pages on extraordinary magic. Could it be that she was truly trapped? What if, against all odds, Fenghua was also a dual elementalist? What if the other element was darkness? Consume it. It was futile. She had overheard her instructor mention that Hyliania's magic could isolate the entry of elemental forces, unless she possessed a substantial reservoir of dark elements within her, but a mage's body could only harbor a limited amount. Hilianya continued to observe the frozen Fenghua, waiting patiently, yet, after a prolonged silence, she began to frown slightly, murmuring to herself, "Have I miscalculated?" A wave of regret surged within her. She had employed such a probing tactic against Fenghua, fully aware of the slim likelihood of success, yet she had proceeded regardless. Had she inadvertently brought about Fenghua's demise? Hilianya lowered her head, the shadows of her bangs concealing the remorse in her eyes. As she turned to leave, she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. "The match is not over yet. Xiaoya, where do you think you're going?" Indeed, it was her time flux. The advanced extraordinary magic.it could be utilized even after being encased in ice. She was undoubtedly the one Hilianya had been searching for. Now they would engage in earnest competition. Fenghua summoned the fire elements to warm herself, restoring her rigid body to its former state. Suddenly, a stream of chilling water surged from her palms, heading towards Hilianya, blinding the mages in the audience with its brilliance. "I am now at a level 1 triple element lord." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Water and fire coalescing. How could such a remarkable constitution exist? Was it not destined to perish at birth? This world had become utterly fantastical. Where did this extraordinary being come from? Why was it that I lacked such an extraordinary constitution? Hilianya took several steps back to evade Fenghua's water, then remarked, "Impressive indeed. To break the ice seal in such a manner is no small feat other than time flux. There are no methods capable of dispelling absolute ice seal as time flows. It is the magic of light that is employed. You have long been aware that I am a light magic practitioner. Was that your intent in testing me just now?" Fenghua sensed it. While encased in ice, she noticed Hilianya's somewhat peculiar gaze, as if she were awaiting the moment when Fenghua would revert her magic to its elemental state, when the passage of time took effect and transformed the absolute freeze back into its elemental form. She would then be able to communicate with Guangyue and Inyu. Guangyue remarked that while absolute freeze can indeed confine life, it is also a form of advanced anomalous magic. However, before the user reaches the 5th tier venerable level, they can only trap their opponent within but cannot extinguish life. Only those above the venerable tier possess the ability to obliterate a person's life within the ice. The sole method to counter such magic is the passage of time. Hilianya anticipated the release of her absolute freeze, indicating her awareness of Fenghua's identity as a light magic practitioner. "Do you recall the one I employed during the training session?" Hilianya chuckled. "Mirror replication can create another version of yourself, replicate the shared elemental magic between us, and even conjure your magical beast." Fenghua's brow furrowed. This implies that Hilianya had already known for quite some time. "I had sensed it right after I replicated you. Within you exist 3 elements that elude my control point. One of them is the fire element, which I am aware of, yet the other 2 remain a mystery to me. If I have 3, and excluding the fire element, it indicates that within the realms of light, darkness and thunder, you possess 2 additional elements." Hilianya smiled. "These 3 elements are quite rare, but upon realizing that you embody both water and fire, what would prevent you from possessing 2 more elements? Thus, I speculate on the likelihood of your possession of the light element. As long as my luck does not falter, I could very well win this bet." Fenghua's brow twitched in surprise. She had been replicated once again, and she felt absolutely nothing. "I initially aimed to take a chance, yet the replicated version of you truly astonished me. It turns out you not only embody both water and fire but also light and darkness. Prior to this, I, like others, believed that those twin sisters were Huayun Lian's magical beasts. Little did I know that they were yours. A level 1 lord of the light element, I had thought to utilize the passage of time. For her, it would be a mere trifle, and she ought to teach you. Hence, I was gambling on whether you could master this magic within 3 months. I was also wagering on whether you possess such a transformative, Hixia nature." The latter statement remained unspoken by Hilianya as she merely gazed at Fenghua. "Have you considered that if you lose the bet, I would remain trapped indefinitely?" Fenghua clenched her fists. Even though Hilianya merely intended to probe her limits without any lethal intent, she still felt a twinge of anger. If not for the activation of the great magic, which initiated the passage of time, she would have never emerged in that scenario. Being trapped within the ice would prevent her from cultivating and escaping, leaving her unable to acquire the restoration elixir that Inyu required. How could she become a formidable force in the world of anomalies? How could she vanquish Yu Qi Hua? She had far too many matters to attend to. Did Hilianya comprehend how anxious she had been while encased in ice? Observing Fenghua's mildly irritated smile, Hilianya couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, then said, "How is it that you remain unaware?" "What?" Fenghua looked at her innocently. Hilianya's smile stung Fenghua's eyes. "Yun Qingfeng is a dual practitioner of light and darkness. He has never mentioned it to me." Why does Yun Qingfeng know that Helianya possesses earth magic? And even her power level, while Helianya is aware that Yun Qingfeng is a dual practitioner of light and darkness. Such crucial information. Did that man share it with Helianya but not with me? What exactly is their relationship? He is not just a dual practitioner of light and darkness. His mastery of both elements has already reached the level of a first-tier lord, and he can wield anomalous magic as well. I initially planned that even if you could not escape, he would be able to nullify my magic. Therefore, you would not be permanently confined, Fenghua. As Helianya spoke, she noticed the look of shock on Fenghua's face, which seemed to border on disbelief. She had intended to say that if they were to wait until the competition concluded for Yun Qingfeng to nullify the magic, it would cause all her elemental attributes to drop a tear. That expression. Helianya grinned wickedly as she scrutinized her, saying, "Jealous, are we? How terrifying. You must be itching to eliminate me. I must unleash my true abilities." Upon hearing Helianya's latter words, Fenghua's lips twitched. Jealous? Terrifying? What in the world? Just as she was caught in her thoughts, a massive mirror crafted from ice materialized in Helianya's hand. Facing her directly upon seeing this mirror, Fenghua felt an ominous foreboding and instinctively sought to evade it. Not wishing to be reflected, however, the image of Fenghua within the mirror stepped forward and slowly emerged. Good heavens! What is that? I have truly expanded my horizons. It is Fenghua from 2 months ago. What sort of magic is this? Is it capable of producing an identical copy upon reflection? Fenghua observed her replicated self, whose expression seemed more vivid than the last time she had encountered it. Could it be? Does it seem more like you now? Helianya smiled, explaining mirror replication when applied to humans, increases in realism in tandem with the user's rising power. You guessed correctly, I am now a first-tier lord across 3 elements. This is not a form of magic that the passage of time can easily resolve, Fenghua. You stand no chance against me, surrender. A battle between a 4-element magician and a 3-element magician with a 3-tier lord. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Fenghua's face. How fortuitous that she had leveled up at such a moment. Yuruo novel network first released. No, not everyone possesses a great magic that connects with the elements. Helianya, being a 3-element practitioner at the first-tier lord level, indicates that she had already possessed the attributes of a first-tier lord prior to this moment. It was simply that she had not revealed them until now. What an unexpected turn of events! She had originally planned to utilize only fire magic, combined with her mental strength, to barely manage. Yet, an absolute freeze magic had surfaced. She intended to showcase her duality of water and fire. But now Helianya's mirror replication forced her to present herself as a first-tier lord. Is this compelling her to reveal other elements? Fenghua declared. Since that is the case, there is truly no need to conceal anything further. The duality of light and darkness need not be displayed openly. She can wield it in secrecy, and the other 4 elements are at her disposal as well. The replicated Fenghua, empowered by the water element, surged forth to attack the real Fenghua as the water element approached her. Fenghua extended her hand, summoning the wind element to intermingle with the vast body of water, swiftly freezing it into ice. In the next moment, she struck fiercely at her duplicate, unleashing the earth element that erupted violently, knocking Fenghua to the ground. The spectators in the stands were once again left in awe. This was not merely a duality of water and fire, but also wind and earth. A 4-element magician, my goodness. When did multi-element magicians become so prevalent? Oh dear. When did Helianya also acquire proficiency in earth elements? Good heavens. These 2 had been concealing their strengths. One is a 3-element magician and the other a 4-element magician. This is utterly terrifying. Why have such formidable transformations? Kisia appeared at our school and they are both girls in this day and age. Girls are truly challenging to pursue. Each one is so formidable. We boys cannot keep up. Truly, it is no wonder that teacher Yun has taken such a student under his wing. This young lady's talent makes it only a matter of time before she reaches the venerable tier. Amidst the contest of earth elements, Fenghua began to feel something was amiss. Helianya's earth magic is a first-tier lord. How could it possibly match her 8th-tier lord level? Could it be? Just as she pondered, the ground beside her suddenly rose steeply, matching her height, and in an instant, morphed into her likeness. It seemed there was no need for reflection to create a copy. Fenghua raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick. She felt a tremendous force strike her waist, causing her to wince in pain and stagger slightly. Although this replicated version, crafted from earth, lacked the required intensity of a warrior's strike, the kick was still quite formidable. Fenghua hurriedly channeled the light element to internally heal her body. However, The replicated Fenghua would not grant her that opportunity and attempted another kick. As Fenghua activated the earth element, she simultaneously summoned the water element, directing a deluge towards her duplicate. The copy, made of earth, lost its form entirely after being bombarded by the torrent of water. Helianya observed this scene with a slight frown. Fenghua raised an eyebrow, sensing the earth element permeating the air, and urged the water element to mingle with the earth elements, gradually combining the two. Subsequently, she materialized the combined elements, producing an abundance of wet sand to launch an attack. Helianya felt a shiver of revulsion at the sight of this sandy earth element. It was utterly disgusting. In a desperate attempt to separate the water from the earth, Fenghua found herself thwarted by the relentless winds. As flames erupted behind her in a fierce blaze, Heliangia sensed the unusual heat and in an instant, summoned the elements of water and wind, successfully encasing the fire ignited by Fenghua in a solid block of ice. Fenghua realized that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. The three elements of water, wind, and earth were shared between her and Heliangia. Given her less than a year of magical practice, she could not possibly match the years of mastery that Heliangia possessed. Moreover, any fire element conjured would be absorbed or frozen by Heliangia's ice. The situation was increasingly dire. The perfect quality 5th grade healing elixir was slipping from her grasp. Fenghua, utilize the dark element, came the voice of Yu from within the beast space. Fenghua, taken aback, pondered the implications. Even though it wasn't the peak brightness of midday, employing the dark element would easily attract attention. And no worries, just give me a moment, she replied. Yu concealed herself in the shadows and exited the beast space. What does she intend to do? Fenghua mused. Continuing her duel with Heliangia, Yu swiftly ascended to the highest tier of the viewing area and announced, Heliangia and Fenghua, you are both embodiments of light and dark. And now, someone is quite miffed. Yunjingfeng, observing the competition from above, raised an eyebrow in response. Miffed? Why is that? You know Heliangia's earth element rank, and she is aware of your status as a level 1 royal of light and dark. What could she possibly be upset about? And you continued to imply. Yunjingfeng paused, then turned to face Yu, inquiring, what should I do? You must express your resolve. And Yu replied with a smile, using dark magic in broad daylight is quite inconvenient. In the beast space, the Dark Knight queried, Master, what does she mean? It implies assistance, Yunjingfeng stated, gazing skyward. The once azure sky now appeared dense with clusters of dark elements in his eyes. Heavens! Is that truly happening? The Dark Knight exclaimed, seemingly in disbelief. Enough chatter, lend your aid. Suddenly, both Fenghua and Heliangia sensed something amiss. The brightness around them dimmed instantaneously, a shroud of black mist permeating the sky. Yu's anxious voice broke through. Fenghua, now is your chance. Strike swiftly. Fenghua nodded, assuming this was Yu's doing, silently admiring her prowess. The flames in her hands roared to life, now infused with a significantly greater quantity of dark elements than before. Such a ferocious gaze, such an eerie hue of flames, piqued the curiosity of the watching mages. However, upon noticing the ominous black mist enveloping the air, they attributed the color change to its presence, dismissing their initial intrigue. Yet, the few dark mages present exchanged perplexed glances, clearly detecting the fluctuations of dark elements within the mist. They knew that dark mist should devour everything except light elements. Yet other mages remained unresponsive to its touch. Observing the flames in Fenghua's grasp, Heliangia's expression turned grave. Dark elements, as Fenghua hurled her fiery assault toward Heliangia, the latter hastily conjured ice magic, only to discover that her ice vanished without a trace upon contact with the flames. It had been consumed in an instant. Heliangia furrowed her brow, realizing that the level of dark elements had reached the 8th level lord. This was her greatest weakness, that I concede, Heliangia uttered, her voice devoid of vigor. The referee, hearing this, proclaimed loudly, this match is won by you, Fenghua. What? Why did Heliangia lose? Was it not just a single instance of flames melting ice? Surely she could have prevailed. Indeed, that must have been mere luck. Do not surrender, continue the match, my bets. Alas, what now? I wagered all my possessions on Heliangia's victory. This will leave me destitute. The black mist in the air dissipated moments later. Heliangia observed this and offered a resigned smile. My greatest fear has always been dark elements. I initially thought you would not employ them, yet that individual unexpectedly assisted you. Fenghua frowned, pondering why Heliangia was so knowledgeable about Yunjingfeng. Her expression twisted in confusion. Her gaze at Heliangia tinged with suspicion. Heliangia, frightened, cupped her face with her hands, exclaiming, oh dear. I can tell you are undoubtedly jealous enough to want to eliminate me. I must flee with a gust of wind element. She took off. What could this child possibly be up to? Was her expression truly that menacing? And you in the beast space questioned, what exactly did you do? Was that truly Yunjing Feng's doing? I merely suggested to him that you were suspicious of his relationship with Hyliangia and encouraged him to clarify his stance. And you replied. Fenghua found herself utterly speechless. That child? As the top contender in the selection tournament, Fenghua received the perfect quality 5th grade healing elixir and immediately retreated to the dark beast space to present it to Anyu. The competition between the nations of Anji and Desai was set to commence in half a month's time. With participants arriving at the Magic Academy in 10 days, Fenghua entered a period of seclusion for cultivation. On the first day, she absorbed a light crystal left by Guangyue. Initially stable in her mid-8th level Lord state, the light element surged within her, elevating her to the 9th level, with a significant portion still remaining in the crystal. After the recent advancement, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, yet she pressed on toward her next upgrade. The light elements within the crystal continued to be consumed, and Fenghua's strength reached the pinnacle of the 9th level Lord. However, the brilliance of the light crystal faded entirely. The 3rd grade crystal could only elevate her from mid-8th level to the pinnacle of 9th level. Disappointed, Fenghua gazed at the now dull crystal in her hand. Transitioning from 9th level Lord to Great Lord was no simple feat, Guangyue's voice echoed. Considering your match with Hyliangia, her water element should have surpassed the 1st level Great Lord for 2 months, reaching a stable mid-level. While her wind element likely stabilized after 1 month, however, her earth element has only just broken through within the last 3 days. Thus, it was no surprise that your earth element could so easily dismantle her replication of you. Fenghua nodded, acknowledging that freshly broken elemental powers were inherently unstable. For instance, although she had augmented all her existing elemental attributes to the pinnacle of the 9th level Lord through the power of the elemental crystal, her magical resilience during casting was likely inferior to her previous mid-8th level Lord state. Without proper consolidation, even when facing stable mages of 3 levels lower, her spells could be easily overthrown. Guangyue nodded, noting that only 1 3rd grade light crystal remained. Once the youth mage competition concluded, she could utilize the final crystal. Fenghua, when will you approach Yunjing Feng to inquire about his relationship with Hyliangia? And you curiously inquired. Fenghua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What does that concern me? And you within the dark beast space, chuckled mischievously. Fenghua blushed, retorting, I'm simply going out to find someone to practice with. Are you seeking Yunjing Feng for practice? And you asked. No, I'm looking for Xiaoya. Fenghua clarified, her cheeks reddening as she exited her dormitory. You dare not confront Yunjing Feng, so you opt for someone else. Fenghua felt herself nearing the brink of exasperation. Anyu's mind was far too prone to misinterpretation. The dormitory arrangements were random, and Hyliangia's quarters lay outside this area. Upon stepping out, many girls cast glances at her, prompting a sense of shyness as she approached one to inquire. Excuse me, do you know where Hyliangia's dormitory is? The building behind, room 521, thank you. Ascending to the 5th floor of the adjacent building, Fenghua found it unusually quiet. She tiptoed to the door of room 521, only to discover the door was ajar. Confused, she knocked gently and called, Xiaoya, I'm coming in. The moment the door swung open, Fenghua immediately regretted her decision, for inside the dormitory were not just Hyliangia, but also Yunjing Feng, the very person she least wished to encounter there. Have you been advancing a tad too swiftly? And you, still aware of the situation outside, swallowed hard and remarked, I told you their relationship was certainly not ordinary. Fenghua, you must clarify this matter. Fenghua stood there, dumbfounded. Indeed, she too sensed that something was amiss between the two. But how could she inquire? She was merely a student once taught by Yunjing Jifeng. That it is incorrect. He does not even acknowledge himself as her student. Hyliangia is aware of the matter concerning the duality of light and darkness, yet she remains oblivious to the fact that this alone is sufficient proof that Hyliangia holds a distinct place in his heart. Fenghua hesitated momentarily, still yearning to flee. She wished not to remain for even a moment longer. Yun Qingfeng would arrive at Hyliangia's dormitory, and it was likely that he would enter through the main entrance. Perhaps utilizing the dark elements to obscure his form. However, his visit to her dormitory would not be through the front door. Come in. I happen to have something to discuss with you, Hyliangia said with a smile as she pulled her inside. You two can chat, I shall take my leave, Yun Qingfeng remarked. Just as she arrived, this fellow was already preparing to depart. After Yun Qingfeng left, Hyliangia urged her to sit down, saying the competition is merely half a month away. The school intends for us to follow the order of ranking for the matches. You will be the last to take the stage. Furthermore, we must refrain from revealing our abilities before the competition, especially once the representatives from the other 2 nations arrive. Fenghua, As she listened, Feng Hua's mind began to wander. These matters were of no concern to her at present. Before the competition begins, we must play the part of fragile maidens. Can you not conceal your power level at all times? What about you? Feng Hua inquired. Helianya replied, just now Yun Qingfeng provided me with a stone to hide my strength. Yet again it was Yun Qingfeng. Seizing the opportunity, Helianya scrutinized Feng Hua's expression, noticing its stiffness and displayed a triumphant smile, saying, I knew it. You two indeed have something going on. That guy even claimed otherwise. You are far easier to probe. Huh? Probing? Are you testing me? Feng Hua looked at her. Indeed, oh right, I haven't told you that I have nothing to do with him. It was merely that he saved me once when I encountered difficulties upon my arrival here. It was then that I learned of his duality, and he discovered that I possess 3 elemental affinities. Feng Hua nodded, feeling her spirits lift considerably. So, what brings you here to seek me? Helianya asked. I have advanced in rank, hence I came to practice with you, Feng Hua replied with a smile, unaware that her statement left Helianya utterly petrified. What did you just say? You advanced? Hey! Do you think advancing is akin to eating candy? You actually advanced again? Which attribute did you elevate? Helianya inquired with an awkward smile. All of them, Feng Hua replied innocently. Helianya felt as though she might spew blood. This girl was undoubtedly doing it on purpose. And she wore such a naive expression, how terribly mischievous. Thus Helianya was dragged off to spar. 9 days later, teacher Luo from Kaya Magic Academy, accompanied by a dozen students, went to the city gate to welcome the representatives from Anji and Desai for the competition. The larger group was intended to confuse the opposing participants. The matches would conclude within a single day, signifying a swift resolution. Both Anji and Desai sent a considerable number of mages as well. At the city gate, the most powerful young mages from the 3 nations gathered together. The 3 teachers exchanged polite pleasantries. Feng Hua and Helianya stood beside teacher Luo. Typically, to obscure the identities of the participants, those remaining by the teachers would not be competing mages. However, this time, Kaya Magic Academy had divided into 2 groups. Feng Hua and Helianya stood beside teacher Luo, while the remaining 4 positioned themselves at the edges. Thus, when the time came for the competition, the mages they encountered would be those standing beside them today, rendering them all the more unprepared. Feng Hua utilized concealment magic to mask all attributes save for her water affinity, while Helianya did the same with the stone given by Yun Qingfeng. Haha, Kaya Magic Academy truly is remarkable. These 2 young girls are already 9th level lords and 1st level grand lords at such a tender age. With limitless potential ahead, a teacher from Desai Magic Academy remarked jovially. He would never suspect that these 2 young ladies were the ones competing at 17 or 18. They were deemed too young by their teachers. Moreover, these 2 were water mages. What use would they be in the competition? They would merely be a hindrance. Teacher Luo continued with the pleasantries when suddenly, Hua Yunlian emerged from the grand carriage of the Magic Academy. Approaching teacher Luo and said, Teacher, we are ready. Upon seeing Hua Yunlian, the gazes of the teachers from Desai and Anji were drawn to her. A 9th level grand lord. Such a young 9th level grand lord. Among the 3 teachers present, all of whom were over 50, they were already considered highly talented, with teacher Luo being a 5th level overlord and the other 2 being at the peak of 4th level overlords. How could they not be astonished to encounter a girl of such tender age who was a 9th level grand lord? Moreover, a rare light magic user? This was, in fact, a strategy of Kaya Magic Academy. The 14-year-old light magic 9th level grand lord was indeed strikingly eye-catching. The fact that she was not a combatant was known only to the students of Kaya Magic Academy. In the eyes of these 2 teachers, she was a formidable 9th level grand lord. They both speculated that within Kaya Magic Academy's participants, this girl would undoubtedly prove significant. That was truly concerning, even before the competition began. Based on their strength levels, both of their schools were already at a disadvantage. Finding a mage under 25 who could surpass a 9th level grand lord was no easy feat even if such individuals existed. Facing a light magic user with such formidable self-repair capabilities, the light mage would only need to possess a modicum of offensive magic to achieve a swift victory. No, a plan must be devised. This light magic user must absolutely not be allowed to participate in the competition. As the exchange competition commenced, 3 grand carriages filled with people arrived at the entrance of Kaya Magic Academy. Once everyone disembarked, they followed teacher Luo inside. The guests from the foreign magic academies were naturally accommodated in superior dormitories. After assigning all rooms, the representatives from Anji and Desai did not remain in their dormitories to rest but instead roamed about, observing Kaya Magic Academy. While it appeared they were merely sightseeing, their true intentions were shrouded in mystery. It was uncertain whether they sought to gather intelligence. The competition among the three nations' mages bore a certain significance. Previously, after participating in competitions, they would often send several powerful students to partake in various activities for cultivation. For instance, seeking treasures in places of trials held considerable value. Teacher, what about that girl who appeared earlier? The light magic 9th level Grand Lord? Should we be cautious of her? A woman of approximately 20 from Desai Magic Academy inquired of her teacher. The older teacher nodded and replied, rest assured, she will not be participating in the competition. 9th level Grand Lords and 1st level Grand Lords were already exceedingly rare. However, if they were water mages, there was no need for special vigilance. Yet that if that light magic 9th level Grand Lord could be courted, it would be advantageous to bring her over. If not, Desai could not permit such a highly gifted genius to emerge within the territory of Kaya Empire on the morning of the competition day. Before dawn had fully arrived, Hua Yunlian made her way to the residence of the mages from Desai Magic Academy to inform everyone and guide them to the competition venue. The young girl, at such a tender age, had already achieved the status of a 9th level Grand Lord in light magic, a feat not easily accomplished. The leading teacher from Desai, surnamed Zhu, looked upon Hua Yunlian with a face full of affection. Were Hua Yunlian truly the sort of Navi girl who had never seen the world, she might have been easily deceived. Yet, Hua Yunlian revealed a faint, composed smile saying, thank you for your kind words. Teacher Zhu, the mages from your esteemed school are equally impressive. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhu beamed with joy, saying, little girl, I previously observed that apart from you, it seems only one other girl from Kaya Magic Academy is a 1st level Grand Lord in water magic. You must be aware that the combat prowess of water mages is rather weak. However, we have a remarkably strong 1st level Grand Lord on our side. If you join us and secure victory, we can offer you a spot in this united trial of the three nations. Unbeknownst to them, Hua Yunlian had already guided several from Desai Magic Academy to the designated position for participants on the competition platform. As Kaya hosted the event, their mages naturally arrived, and Anji had also arrived early. Hua Yunlian stated, thank you for your kind offer, Teacher Zhu, but I do not intend to leave here. Excuse me. Teacher Zhu's face darkened instantly. How ungrateful. After Hua Yunlian approached Fenghua, she said, it seems there is a 1st level Grand Lord with formidable combat abilities on the Desai side. You and Xiaoya should be cautious. The only ones capable of defeating a 1st level Grand Lord were likely only the two of them. But there was concern that unforeseen circumstances might arise. Teachers, let us amend the rules before the competition begins, Teacher Zhu suggested with a smile. Teacher Luo inquired, what modification does Teacher Zhu propose? Initially, we had intended for 5 mages from each school to compete. However, let us change it to 6 this time. The 3 teachers deliberated for quite some time, ultimately agreeing to Teacher Zhu's proposal. The matches would be determined by drawing lots. The first match would see Kaya facing Anji. The top mage from Anji Academy, an 8th level Grand Lord of Wind, would take the stage, while Kaya's representative would be the fire magic 9th level Grand Lord, Qini Feng. Speaking of Qini Feng, Fenghua seemed to recall a bit about him. He was a scion of the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families of Kaya. However, she could not quite remember whether he was a legitimate or illegitimate child, nor his character. Qini Feng's prowess is quite commendable. He has attained the rank of a level 9 Grand Commander for some time now at the age of 24. He is nearing graduation. His mastery of fire magic is exceptional, allowing him to effortlessly defeat the Wind Mage. Anji's second mage, a level 9 Lightning Grand Commander, faced Qini Feng in a battle that culminated in a stalemate, with both combatants sustaining significant injuries. Once Qini Feng stepped down, he was first treated for his external wounds by a level 9 Water Grand Commander, followed by an adjustment of his mental energy by Hua Yunlian. Next, a duel unfolded between Kaya's level 9 Lightning Grand Commander, Shangguan Liangxi, and Anji's level 9 Fire Grand Commander. Though both were of the same rank, Shangguan Liangxi was younger, yet his adeptness at magic compelled Fenghua to acknowledge his formidable skills. However, it was noted that Shangguan Liangxi was notorious as the infamous spendthrift of the Shangguan family, being the elder brother of Shangguan Qingyue. The 4th mage of Anji Magic Academy, a level 9 Earth Grand Commander, was unexpectedly defeated by Shangguan Qingyue, leaving Anji Magic Academy's reputation in tatters. Anji's 5th mage, a peak level 9 Fire Grand Commander, typically proficiently wielded his magic elements due to his awareness of his inability to advance for the time being. He bested Shangguan Liangxi but ultimately succumbed to Lian Feng. Subsequently, Lian Feng triumphed over Anji's 6th peak level 9 Fire Grand Commander. Lianya beamed with pride at Lian Feng's victory, for he was indeed a product of her rigorous training. His strength was remarkable. and ordinary level 9 Grand Commanders were no match for him. After NG Academy suffered a defeat, the next match pitted NG against Desai. The mages who had previously competed had all received treatment for their injuries, and those not suffering from mental exhaustion had fully recovered. The competitions commenced early in the morning and were nearing the midday meal. The first mage from Desai was a level 9 Fire Grand Commander, whose attacking prowess was formidable. Remarkably, he had won 2 previous matches and had drawn in the third. During the lunch break, the competition paused momentarily as everyone enjoyed their meals. A few mages from NG Academy felt a profound sense of shame after suffering 2 consecutive defeats, leaving them feeling utterly embarrassed. Following the digestion period, the match between Kaya and Desai resumed. The initial contender for Kaya was once again Qin Yifeng. However, to everyone's surprise, the opponent from Desai was not any of the previously competing mages but a peak level 9 Earth Grand Commander. While fire mages are known for their aggressive offensive capabilities, Earth mages possess equally formidable defensive strength, and in this encounter, Qin Yifeng's flames were extinguished upon contact with the Earth mage's elemental earth. The Earth mage adeptly ensnared Qin Yifeng with earth elements, tightly binding him, and subsequently enveloped his entire body in earth, not merely trapping him but suffocating him. That if this persisted, Qin Yifeng would surely perish from asphyxiation. Despite his relentless attempts to counter with fire magic, he found himself utterly incapable of casting any spells. That in this instance, we concede defeat. Teacher Luo observed the scene with narrowed eyes, clearly disapproving of such a method of competition. Indeed, such youthful mages contests, although held among various nations, had historically not led to life-threatening circumstances. This is unacceptable, Teacher Luo. The participants are students, and it would be inappropriate for us as instructors to interfere, remarked Teacher Zhu with a smug smile, glancing mischievously at Hua Yunlian. What do you think, little girl? I believe that competition should not endanger lives. For this match we withdraw, Hua Yunlian responded calmly. Teacher Zhu's words implied that a withdrawal could only be enacted if the mage in question declared it. Or, you cannot participate in this match. As soon as Zhu's words left his lips, Hua Feiyun exclaimed, how despicable! It was merely a ruse. Teacher Zhu chuckled, convinced he had deduced correctly that Hua Yunlian was surely Kaya's trump card. Hua Yunlian feigned a conflicted demeanor, glancing at the encased Qin Yifeng and then at Teacher Luo, who reluctantly nodded with great difficulty. She finally stated, very well, I will not participate in this match. Teacher Zhu's eyes lit up as he signaled the Earth Mage on the competition stage. In an instant the Earth magic dissipated, and a pale-faced Qin Yifeng crashed to the ground. Instantly, individuals rushed to carry him away for treatment by Hua Yunlian, Fenghua and He Lianya, who had been observing all this. Silently applauded Hua Yunlian's impressive acting skills. Even Teacher Zhu, a seasoned individual who had seen much in his lifetime, had been completely taken in. Hua Yunlian was not a competitor but had always been a key logistical support figure. Fenghua and He Lianya maintained a low profile in the corner, focusing on minimizing their presence. Next in line was Shangguan Liangxi, who employed lightning magic against the Earth Mage but gained no advantage. Fortunately, he recognized the futility and promptly conceded, exiting the competition grounds safely. After leaving, Shangguan Liangxi approached Hua Yunlian, awkwardly scratching his head and apologizing, I'm sorry. Not at all, Hua Yunlian replied as she treated his wounds. Shangguan Liangxi was a familiar face to her. Having been present when she first arrived at the Magic Academy, he was known for his reckless practice battles, often leaving him battered and bruised. He took pride in exhausting his family's wealth, leaving the head of the Shangguan family exasperated with such a wayward son. Fenghua noticed Shangguan Liangxi's immediate approach to Hua Yunlian and understood that they must have shared a prior acquaintance. The injuries Shangguan Liangxi sustained were mostly superficial, easily managed by a level 9 Water Grand Commander. Ha ha ha. My Desai mages truly are formidable, Teacher Zhu chuckled triumphantly. For every 2 of Kaya's mages, Desai's can match 1. Proving their strength is not to be underestimated, Hua Feiyun exchanged glances with Lian Feng, who then rose and took to the competition stage. The Earth Mage, upon seeing another relatively young mage, presumed he must be inexperienced in combat despite his high rank. This misjudgment sealed the Earth Mage's unfortunate fate. Lian Feng, a mage cultivated by He Lianya, was at the pinnacle of level 9 Grand Commanders, poised to ascend to level 1 Lord at the right moment. The Earth Mage attempted to ensnare Lian Feng with a familiar tactic, only to be met with a fierce gale that swept away his earth elements. The Earth Mage had clearly underestimated his opponent, who was equally at the pinnacle of their abilities. The formidable force of the wind element could easily disperse the earth elements. Lian Feng concentrated a vast expanse of wind elements, launching a powerful strike at the Earth Mage's body. The Earth Mage spat blood. Teacher Zhu scoffed, realizing that the earth mage had exhausted his mental energy. Had it not been for the significant energy drain from the previous 2 matches, Lian Feng would not have been able to prevail so effortlessly. The second mage from Desai, a young woman appearing to be in her 20s, was a mid-level fire lord. Lian Feng frowned. Her advancement to mid-level indicated the stability of her elemental control. It seemed to say Magic Academy harbored hidden talents. In the previous match against Nji, they had not deployed such formidable opponents. It appeared they were intent on misleading Kaya's judgment, as the mages competing in the first match were not the same as those in the second. As the match commenced, Lian Feng's wind elements were constantly suppressed. Although wind could distort the shape of flames, with inferior power and mental energy compared to his opponent, and given the stability of the opposing mage's elemental magic, Lian Feng was destined to lose this match. He cast a glance at Hua Feiyun, who seemed anxious on the sidelines, thinking that the young man likely stood no chance either. Thus, they would merely expend this woman's mental energy. Lian Feng opted for a delaying strategy, which the female mage quickly recognized, dismissing him with a cold laugh as her fire elements surged, encircling Lian Feng. The flames penetrated his wind elemental shield, directly scorching his skin. This female mage was doomed. Hua Feiyun abruptly stood, his gaze fiercely fixed on the female mage, consumed with the desire to rush forth and eliminate her. As Hua Yunlian treated Lian Feng, Hua Feiyun had already departed his position. As he prepared to ascend the competition stage, his eyes met He Lianya's. Filled with determination, he was aware that He Lianya's intention was merely to gesture casually and forfeit. Yet, this was only the second magician from Desai. To think she had already attained the rank of a level 1 lord, as one speculates that the further one progresses, the stronger the opponents become. Standing upon the arena, Hua Feiyun made a decision akin to Lian Feng's. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow this woman to gain an advantage, especially since she had harmed his dear brother. Having learned from Lian Feng's misfortune, Hua Feiyun recognized the malevolence of this fire magician and diligently honed his defensive magic. However, he still found himself outmatched by this fire magician. After a prolonged struggle, he ultimately succumbed, but fortunately, he did not suffer injuries as severe as Lian Feng's. As he observed that only 2 magicians remained on the Kaya side, while Desai boasted 5, Teacher Zhu wore a smug smile. Confident that this year's victory belonged to Desai, the level 9 Light Lord had already pledged not to participate, leaving no one to stand in their way. Teacher Luo, who will be the next magician from Kaya? Teacher Zhu inquired with a self-satisfied grin. In his mind, what had originally been a 5-on-5 competition had abruptly transformed into 6 against 5, leaving Kaya short of a magician who would need to be hastily recruited. And with the trump card of the level 9 Light Lord opting out, the last 2. Would they not be left with no choice? Teacher Luo, a wise man in his 50s, immediately discerned Teacher Zhu's underlying thoughts. He glanced nervously at the magician seated on the Kaya side, feigning nonchalance as he asked, aside from Xiao Lian, do any of you who have not yet participated wish to step forward? Silence fell upon the Kaya side. Witnessing this scene, Teacher Zhu erupted into hearty laughter, feeling assured that victory was already in his grasp. Either Kaya would forfeit, or they would be compelled to send forth 2 random magicians. Teacher, I will go. He Lianya finally rose, feigning a gallant demeanor to at her. Teacher Zhu raised an eyebrow, noting that she was a level 1 water lord. Her rank was commendable, and water was indeed effective against fire. But defeating 1 magician was far from sufficient when 4 remained. How could a single water magician possibly secure victory for Kaya? The moment He Lianya stepped onto the stage, the fire magician from Desai revealed a sinister smile. Remarking on the girl's pleasant appearance, He Lianya remained silent, and as the referee declared the match's commencement, the fire magician's flames surged violently towards her. She cared not whether this little girl outranked her in power. If He Lianya had the audacity to ascend the arena, she must be prepared for the consequences of having her face scorched. With a malevolent grin, the fire magician advanced, yet in the next moment, her laughter was abruptly silenced. A torrent of water erupted instantaneously towards her, extinguishing the already manifested flames with a cacophony of sound, while the water splashed directly onto her body. The frigid liquid, upon contact, penetrated her skin and began to flow inward. Not every fire magician possesses a tome of great magic that enables them to harmonize with both water and fire. Typically, when a fire magician encounters water, they experience discomfort, and once the water element enters their body, it triggers a fierce internal conflict between the stored fire and the invading water. The fire magician let out a pained scream as He Lianya halted her watery assault. Gazing down from above as the magician writhed in agony on the ground, she had scorched Lian Feng's skin, and now she would ensure that the water element inflicted a lifetime of suffering upon her. Once the water element entered the fire magician's body, unless a light or dark elemental master of a higher rank could be found to expel it using light, or consume it with darkness, she would be left in torment. However, light and dark magicians of such caliber are exceedingly rare. Even if one were found, how many would truly be above the rank of a master? This magician was destined for ruin. Take her down! What an embarrassment! Teacher Zhu cast a disdainful glance at the female magician, fully aware that she had become little more than a liability. Such ineptitude would not be tolerated in Desai. Once they departed from the Kaya Magic Academy, they would simply discard her somewhere. Observing Hyliania on the stage, Teacher Zhu was astonished by the girl's ruthlessness. The third magician from Desai, also a level 1 Fire Lord, stood no chance against Hyliania, who had shown a measure of restraint by refraining from driving the water element into her opponent. Having triumphed over 3 magicians, Hyliania had solely employed water magic thus far, revealing no other abilities. The Kaya Magic Academy truly produces remarkable talents. However, our institution also boasts a Lord-level lightning magician, Teacher Zhu remarked, casting a knowing glance at a man nearby. The man ascended the arena. A level 2 lightning lord. Although his strength paled in comparison to Hyliania's, it was common knowledge that water conducts electricity. Thus, should Hyliania employ water magic, the lightning magician would spell her doom. Yet, Teacher Zhu's confidence was misplaced. As he had entirely overlooked Hyliania's other magical attributes, the moment the lightning magician entered the fray, he believed victory would be effortlessly within reach. Upon the referee's signal to begin, the lightning magician unleashed his spells towards Hyliania. As Teacher Zhu anticipated, Hyliania could do little but evade. A water magician facing a lightning one is truly a pitiful sight. Teacher Luo, you should prepare your next magician. Who will it be? They must not be water. However, before Teacher Zhu could finish his boastful proclamation, the newly arrived lightning magician emitted a blood-curdling scream. Mirror replication, what a troublesome ability! Teacher Zhu gasped in shock, witnessing the lightning magician's body ensnared by the earth element. The earthy tendrils constricted tightly, seemingly intent on cleaving the lightning magician in two. The anguish etched upon the magician's face was palpable. He attempted to retaliate with lightning magic, but the minuscule lightning elements merely dissipated into Hyliania's earth, proving utterly ineffective. This was a complete waste of energy. How could this be? Teacher Zhu stared in disbelief, as incredulity surged within him. This girl, is she a dual-element magician? She had been concealing her power all along. In his understanding, dual-element magicians, despite their unique constitution, were not destined for longevity. They required simultaneous training in 2 magical elements, which hindered their growth compared to those who focused solely on one element and advanced rapidly. A dual-element magician prioritizing one element would find little distinction from a single-element magician, as the neglected element's power would be negligible. Gazing at Hyliania on the arena, Teacher Zhu's expression darkened. The earth element she had conjured appeared to have reached the rank of a level 1 lord as well as a level 1 dual-element lord. Such terrifying talent. And yet, she was merely a child. Xianbing, it is your turn to not let me down. Teacher Zhu turned his gaze to a man shrouded in black robes in the corner. The man slowly approached the stage. As Xianbing neared the arena, Hyliania felt an ominous surge of energy. This must be the formidable level 1 lord from the Desai Magic Academy. Upon the referee's declaration of the match's commencement, Xianbing remained still, while Hyliania merely employed a slight amount of earth magic to probe his defenses. The moment the earth element approached Xianbing's body, a wave of black mist obstructed it, causing the earth to vanish in an instant. A dark element magician. Hyliania's eyes widened in realization. Was he a level 1 Dark Lord? Had Windhua not invoked the dark element to evoke painful memories from her childhood, the position of first place in the selection might have remained elusive. When competing against Windhua, she had only faced a mid-level level 8 dark magician while having chosen to forfeit. Now she faced an opponent of equal rank. Teacher Zhu chuckled, stating, Xianbing is our Desai Magic Academy's ace. He is only 19 this year and already a level 1 Dark Lord. After this declaration, Teacher Zhu turned to Hyliania, saying, little girl, while your strength as a level 1 dual-element lord is indeed commendable, regardless of your mental fortitude, when faced with Xianbing, your magic will be devoured. Hyliania narrowed her eyes, contemplating that Windhua was also a dark magician. Should she take action, the dark magic's devouring aspect would hold little significance, especially considering that Windhua was a light magician, the archenemy of darkness. However, Windhua's power was still limited to the pinnacle of level 9. Would she be able to contend against someone already a level 1 lord like Xianbing? With these thoughts in mind, Hyliania suddenly made the same decision as the previous two, to delay. A vast array of water elements coalesced around Hyliania and Yu Xianbing, forming a gigantic circle. The water surged upward with remarkable speed, and in an instant, a tremendous influx of wind element energy was introduced, conjuring a circular mirror. This scene caught Teacher Zhu's attention, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. If his aging eyes were not deceiving him, that was indeed the wind element. A fusion of water and wind elements resulting in the creation of ice. The mirror formed from ice reflected the mages seated around the competition platform with crystalline clarity. Feng Hua, upon seeing so many figures within the mirror, was nearly jolted from her seat in terror. Surely, this individual was not contemplating Dati that moment. A surge of earth element energy rapidly emerged, as individuals stepped forth from the mirror. Among those present, aside from the 3 school teachers and Huayun Lian, who possessed a higher level of power than her, only Yu Xianbing shared the same level of prowess, rendering her unable to replicate him. Moreover, Feng Hua, not wishing to reveal her own strength, refrained from any replication. Aside from this, the female fire mage, who had been rendered unconscious and was now sidelined, had also been replicated. If she could not defeat one, then she would summon several to bolster her strength, allowing them to exhaust Yu Xuanbing's mental fortitude. Feng Hua gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, while Hyliania's face had grown somewhat pale. The mental strain of replicating so many individuals at once was indeed colossal. Under Hyliania's command, the replicated figures advanced toward Yu Xianbing. Attempting to devour them with dark elements proved futile, as the wind mages swiftly retreated while the earth mages utilized their powers to shield themselves. Complemented by the water mages specializing in healing, who continuously employed water magic to mend their comrades, this cycle would persist, and unless his dark elements could entirely envelop the replicas produced by Hyliania, he could merely consume the magic they cast. Was this woman attempting to prolong the confrontation? No amount of delay would serve him, given that the 9th level light element lord could not participate and the teachers were likewise barred from the fray. He was certain of victory today. As he watched another wave of replicated figures charge towards him, Yu Xianbing frowned. Mirror replication. Truly troublesome. It was no wonder she was the daughter of that individual. Capable of summoning so many at once, however, this was where it would come to an end. Such beings were far too valuable to allow to persist. A terrifyingly dense black mist enveloped the replicated figures. As elements themselves, the replicas were exceedingly easy targets for the dark elements. Yet, the replicas moved under Hyliania's command, tirelessly casting spells to stave off the dark element's consumption. Enraged at this sight, Yu Xianbing unleashed his true power. Summoning a multitude of dark elements that thickened around the replicas. In mere seconds, the replicas began to vanish. Hyliania furrowed her brow, realizing that she could only delay for a brief moment. His mental strength had hardly been depleted. Yu Xuanbing's gaze fixed on Hyliania, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth beneath his dark cloak. The lingering dark elements in the air surged toward Hyliania's form. In that instant, Feng Hua's eyes widened, and Huafeiyu nearly charged onto the competition platform. Yet, it was too late. In a fleeting moment, the dark element had reached Hyliania's side. Overwhelmed from the excessive use of magic to replicate so many beings, Hyliania's mental fortitude faltered, and she failed to erect a wind element barrier for her protection, allowing the dark element to easily approach. A faint black mist seeping into her skin. Xiaoya, Huafeiyu shouted. Disbelief etched across his face as he witnessed the dark element invading Hyliania's body. Her complexion, already pale from the exertion, grew even more ghastly. She sensed the 3 elements within her being pursued by the encroaching dark element. Filled with palpable fear, Yu Xianbing chuckled coldly, gathering more dark elements in his palm and launching them toward Hyliania's position with a forceful strike. The moment the dark elements collided with her body, her feet left the ground, and she was propelled directly off the competition platform. Huafeiyu rushed to her side, helping her to her feet, only to discover a black mist forming upon her face. Feng Hua and Huayun Lian hurried over, and upon seeing the signs of dark element corruption within her, Huayun Lian quickly infused her own light element into Hyliania's body, striving to counteract the dark element. Hyliania gritted her teeth in agony, looking at Feng Hua and warning, "Be careful." Feng Hua, witnessing her distorted features, felt an indescribable shock within her heart. It was indeed merely a matter of buying time. Why did her fear of the dark element, which had been evident even during the selection trials when she was merely an 8th level lord, manifest so strongly today against a 1st level dark lord, resulting in her expending the energy of that individual? The invasion of dark elements was a nightmare for anyone other than dark element mages. Should the elements within her be consumed, All her training would necessitate a complete restart. Teacher Luo, observing Helianya's dire condition, felt a surge of panic. This was a genius student from Kaya Magic Academy, and such an outcome would be a tremendous loss. What could be done? Suddenly, a thought struck Teacher Luo and his eyes brightened. He turned to Hua Feiyun, who was cradling Helianya, and urged Hua quickly. Take Xiaoya to the principal's office to find Teacher Yun. If the elements stored within her body were devoured by the dark elements, and everything had to start anew, even Helianya would require an extensive period to regain her strength. Huayun Lian, hearing this, asserted, I will isolate her from the dark elements. I should be able to manage her condition until you locate Teacher Yun. Hua Feiyun nodded, then turned to Feng Hua, insisting, You must win. You must triumph in the competition. Feng Hua was about to affirm her commitment when Helianya revealed a faint smile, a chilling object appearing at her fingertips and being pressed into Feng Hua's hand. Much like the ice flower she had sculpted in the Demon Night Forest, she murmured, Do your best as Huayun Lian enveloped the water, wind, and earth elements within Helianya with light elements to shield them from the dark elements. Hua Feiyun sprinted toward the principal's office with all haste, cradling Helianya in his arms. Such an outcome was not without merit. Kaya had eliminated one of our Desai mages, and now Desai would reciprocate by eliminating one from Kaya. Teacher Zhu chuckled, amusement dancing in his eyes. Nonsense. How can your 20-year-old Lord-level mage compare to a 14-year-old Tri-Element Lord? A furious 9th-level Water Lord from Kaya shouted. Helianya herself possessed water elements, and when emergencies arose within the school, she occasionally assisted in the absence of others, as water mages were scarce. Witnessing her current predicament, the water mages naturally felt disgruntled. Teacher Zhu narrowed his eyes, then broke into a smile. Indeed, a 14-year-old Tri-Element first-level Lord. Thank goodness she has been eliminated. Otherwise, having such a talent in Kaya would be quite something. At this moment, Teacher Zhu did not consider the existence of a powerful dual-element master within Kaya. With Huayun Lian's light elements providing protection, Helianya would face little risk if Hua Feiyun could deliver her to the principal's office in time. All right. Teacher Luo, you still need one more mage to compete. Who will you send? Remember that 9th-level light element lord cannot participate. Teacher Zhu laughed triumphantly, believing that among the young mages present, none except Huayun Lian could defeat Yu Xianbing. Teacher Luo turned to Feng Hua. Noticing her gaze fixed upon him, and nodded, Feng Hua began her slow walk toward the competition platform, seeing that the individual stepping onto the stage was a water mage of even lower rank than the previous Lord-level competitor. Teacher Zhu erupted into laughter. Is there truly no one left at Kaya Magic Academy? A Tri-Element first-level Lord cannot contend with our Desai mage, and yet you send forth an even weaker one. This little girl is even less formidable than the last. Teacher Zhu, please refrain from making premature judgments before the competition concludes. Teacher Luo interjected, his expression grim. First, Helianya was grievously injured, and now Feng Hua was being belittled. These were the two most outstanding mages at Kaya Magic Academy. Since you are so confident, shall we place a bet? Teacher Zhu inquired with a sinister grin. Pray tell, Teacher Luo replied. Teacher Zhu's smile turned sly. If Desai wins, you must surrender that 9th-level light element girl to our Desai Magic Academy. Teacher Luo frowned. The fate of students is not for a teacher like me to decide. She is not a dual element but a tri-element. Teacher Zhu cackled, glancing at Huayun Lian. Little girl, would you care to join me in this wager? The mages seated nearby frowned, finding his audacity excessive. The bet had shifted from a contest with Teacher Luo to a personal challenge against Huayun Lian. An outsider from another school was being exceedingly arrogant. May I inquire what wager you might have with me, Teacher Zhu? Huayun Lian asked. Our Desai Magic Academy is affluent. Whatever the little girl desires. She need only speak, Teacher Zhu boasted with pride. After pondering for a moment, Huayun Lian replied, I wish for 5 level 3 dark crystals. Dark crystals? Teacher Zhu raised an eyebrow, questioning why a light mage would seek dark crystals. Could it be that she is? This thought jolted Teacher Zhu. He speculated that this little girl was a dual-element mage, possessing not only light but also dark magic. However, shouldn't a being who harbored both light and dark within them perish at birth? Teacher Zhu furrowed his brow, finding it rather incredulous. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed plausible that a 14-year-old level 9 light mage could indeed exist, thus making the coexistence of light and dark possible. Moreover, a 14-year-old level 9 light mage was certainly worth exchanging for 5 elemental crystals. Very well, little girl, let us wager on this. Teacher Zhu consented, convinced that a level 9 water mage could never defeat a level 1 dark mage. Victory for Desai Magic Academy was assured. Upon hearing the wager between Huayun Lian and Teacher Zhu, Feng Hua took a deep breath. She could not afford to lose, not for Helena nor for Hua Yunlian. She had her own strategies against a level 1 dark mage. As the referee announced the commencement of the match, Yu Xianbing aimed for a swift resolution. Being a water mage and 1 tier below him, victory was guaranteed. Yu Xianbing confidently unleashed dark magic, expansive dark elements surging forth towards Feng Hua in that moment. Feng Hua conjured a barrier of water elements. Feudal water magic vanishes upon contact with dark elements. Teacher Zhu laughed with assurance. Yet, the next second, as he witnessed the dark elements surrounding Feng Hua dissipating, his eyes widened in shock. How could this be possible? Yu Xianbing seemed equally unprepared for this, his surprise evident. Feng Hua, gazing at Yu Xianbing, realized she had reached the pinnacle of level 9, with only a threshold separating her from level 1 dark mage status. Even if her duality of light and dark was revealed now, it would matter little. She had summoned Dark Moon at the start of the match to conceal herself, ready to absorb any dark elements Yu Xianbing deployed, thereby replenishing her own dark energy. Now that Dark Moon had consumed a perfect quality level 5 restoration elixir, if she could absorb the dark elements, her chances of victory would significantly increase. Even if Yu Xianbing had hidden trump cards, she still had Light Moon. Determined, Feng Hua ignited the fire element in her hands, the flames coalescing and hurtling towards Yu Xianbing. Upon seeing the flames, Yu Xianbing momentarily froze, then hastily attempted to devour the fire with dark elements, only to find his dark energy simultaneously condensing and dissipating as the flames approached. He had no choice but to amplify his mental energy to command the dark elements, beginning to consume Feng Hua's fire. Feng Hua remained unfazed as the flames were swallowed. With Dark Moon assisting in absorbing Yu Xianbing's manifested dark elements, not only was it beneficial for Dark Moon's injuries, but it also drained a considerable amount of Yu Xianbing's mental energy. Why did such rare talents all emerge from Kaya Magic Academy? Engaged in battle with Feng Hua, Yu Xianbing found it increasingly arduous to consolidate dark elements. He could not comprehend why his dark energy was dissipating, but he was certain that the girl before him was peculiar. Even though he struggled to manipulate dark elements as effortlessly as before, the fact remained that he was a level 1 dark mage. Despite this little girl possibly being a dual element mage, dark elements had previously pervaded the air. Surely some must have touched her, so why did she show no reaction? As Yu Xianbing pondered this, he suddenly felt the temperature around him plummet. This was strange. How could water magic produce such cold? Yet, the next moment, a shocking phenomenon occurred. Massive ice blocks formed around him, encasing him entirely. This was ice magic, a fusion of water and wind. This little girl can wield it too. So she is not merely dual elemental but tri-elemental. Teacher Zhu stared in awe at this spectacle, feeling as though the world had become truly fantastical. Such a fearsome occurrence was unfolding right before his eyes. Why Yu Xianbing, astonished, remained cloaked in his dark robe, rendering his expression invisible to Feng Hua. Though he was astonished by the ice binding him, he regarded it with disdain. Even dual element magic would be devoured by his dark energy. He unleashed a torrent of dark elements, attempting to rapidly consume the surrounding ice blocks, but this time an odd occurrence transpired. Previously, while using dark magic, he had sensed that his dark elements were vanishing as they manifested, as though something was seizing them after he condensed them. This sensation was now more pronounced. Feng Hua, grinning at Yu Xianbing trapped in ice, understood why he hesitated. It was because he felt something was amiss while controlling the dark elements, and the reason for this irregularity. She had secretly instructed Dark Moon to position herself near Yu Xianbing, ensnaring both of them in ice, thus preventing Yu Xianbing's dark elements from easily dispersing. Yield, little girl. Is it possible you exhausted too much mental energy battling that tri-element level 1 mage earlier? Yu Xianbing mused. Though he believed that was unlikely as he had only exerted a little. Finally, he managed to melt the ice using dark elements. Although it required significantly more mental energy than before, it was not particularly taxing for a level 1 mage. As the ice vanished, Yu Xianbing surged towards Feng Hua, wielding a blade of dark energy. Dark Moon, alarmed by this scene, realized she could not absorb a dark element blade held by him. Ha ha ha, Xianbing is a genius adept in both magic and martial arts. Teacher Zhu chuckled with pride, oblivious to the incredulous expressions of the Kaya mages, who regarded him as a fool. A genius adept in both magic and martial arts? Proud? Elated? Kaya Magic Academy had a comparable talent, standing right on the duel stage. Not only was this individual adept in both magic and martial arts, but she was also a multi-element mage, achieving level 9 at such a tender age. Who truly exemplified genius? To claim such a title in the presence of Feng Hua, a metamorphic prodigy, was undoubtedly delusional. As Yu Xianbing charged towards Feng Hua, she augmented her wind elements, leaping into the air and executing a flip. As she inverted, her wind elements descended upon him with force. Wind magic poses no threat to dark mages. Rather, the danger lies in the potential for a blow to the head, rendering one foolish. Teacher Zhu anxiously rose, only to see Yu Xianbing swiftly counter this maneuver. Launching the dark energy blade at Feng Hua, he anticipated that the dark energy blade would strike Feng Hua fiercely. Securing victory, however, the next second, a fierce gust arose, causing the dark energy blade to sway erratically, consuming some wind elements it encountered yet also being thwarted from reaching Feng Hua, with graceful feet firmly planted on the ground. Feng Hua pivoted, and the fire element in her hand swiftly materialized into flames, forcefully hurled towards Yu Xianbing in a hurry. Yu Xianbing summoned the dark element to devour the fire element. Yet this display of magic inadvertently granted the opportunity for the dark moon to absorb the dark element. The dark moon felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, reveling in the fortune of being able to consume dark elements alongside Feng Hua. How perceptive she was! She had certainly chosen the right person. Yu Xianbing gritted his teeth in frustration. He had just realized that when his dark element transformed into a blade in his hand, it did not dissipate. However, employing a warrior's combat style, although he had trained in it, was not his forte. Furthermore, Feng Hua possessed multiple elements, and her wind element enhanced her speed and agility, making it exceedingly difficult to engage her in close combat. Teacher Zhu sat below, growing increasingly anxious. What was this boy doing? Why was his use of dark elements so sluggish? He should not have exhausted too much mental energy during the previous battle. His mental energy should still be in a sufficient state, shouldn't it? This match was crucial for that 14-year-old level 9 light mage to transfer from Kaya Magic Academy to Desai Magic Academy. If he lost, not only would that exceptionally gifted girl, who might possess both light and dark attributes, fail to gain anything, but he would also have to forfeit 5 level 3 dark crystals. Elemental crystals were already scarce, and light and dark elemental crystals were even rarer. Moreover, needing to part with 5 level 3s meant he would be left with only 1. As Yu Xianbing gazed at Feng Hua, he suddenly closed his eyes, sensing clusters of dark elements in the air around him. He intended to use this move to eliminate the girl. In an instant, the surrounding dark elements materialized, spreading extensively around Feng Hua and Yu Xianbing. Below, Teacher Zhu burst into laughter. Haha! Surrender, little girl. Entering the dark element will leave you in the same dire situation as that girl just now. However, the next moment, the smile on his face froze. The girl was already a dark mage. Originally, she should have collapsed in agony upon the dark element entering her body, yet she stood there unperturbed. Why did the dark element have no effect? Teacher Zhu, observing Feng Hua's calm demeanor, began to sense something was amiss. This was impossible. How could she stand there so effortlessly upon the dark element entering her body? Because she was already a dark mage. Huayun Lian, witnessing Teacher Zhu's reaction, kindly offered an explanation, eagerly awaiting the teacher's embarrassment, wanting to poach her. Did such a person even qualify? What? Feng Hua was a dark mage. The mages from the various academies observing the match began to murmur among themselves. Those present had come to mislead the mages from the other 2 academies before the competition, naturally comprising level 9 leaders from various departments. The mages had initially regarded her as a genius during the earlier individual ranking matches upon discovering her dual mastery of magic and martial arts, when they learned she was a 4-element mage during the recent individual selection matches. They deemed her a transformation phenomenon. Now, with the addition of a dark element to her already 4-element mastery, she had become an exceedingly rare dark mage. This was truly a transformation phenomenon among transformation phenomena. Upon realizing that Feng Hua had not collapsed in pain from the dark element entering her body, Yu Xianbing had already deduced this incredible truth. This girl was a dark mage. This meant she had been evading his magic because she wished to conceal her identity as a dark mage. Otherwise, why would the mages from Kaya be unaware of her identity? Water and fire dual attributes, plus being a dark mage. That made 5 elemental attributes. This was utterly terrifying. Where did such an anomaly come from? Yu Xianbing felt a sense of unease, and then he recalled that his dark element had dissipated just earlier. Could it be because of her? If Feng Hua were aware of his current thoughts, she would certainly feel wronged. She had not tampered with his dark element, although she had her contracted magical beast secretly absorb his dark element. This exemplified that with a clever contractor, there exists a clever contracted beast. However, this time, Feng Hua did not evade. Instead, she condensed a blade of dark element and engaged Yu Xianbing in combat using a warrior style combined with the dark element blade. Astonishingly, she was also a warrior. Teacher Zhu watched in amazement earlier. When Fenghua had dodged, he had discerned that she had employed wind element enhancement. Thus, he believed her agility in the air was solely due to her use of wind elements, not realizing she was in fact a warrior. Observing her skills, she appeared to be of a much higher level than Yu Xianbing. During the battle, Yu Xianbing also became aware of this. Anger simmered within him. His dark magic level surpassed Fenghua's, yet whenever he used dark magic, the dark elements dissipated. Although he could consolidate dark elements into a blade for attack without them vanishing, his warrior level was still inferior to that of this young girl. This anomaly was simply too anomalous at such a tender age. Possessing 5 attributes at level 9 was impressive enough, yet she was also a warrior of such high caliber. His warrior level was that of a level 1 lord, while this little girl was likely at level 2 or 3 lord. This could not continue. If it did, he was at risk of losing the match. Yu Xianbing gritted his teeth. Even in the continent where he had previously lived, he had never lost a match against someone his age or younger. If it were not for that individual intending to kill her, he would have remained oblivious. In this central continent, where the number of mages was limited and their talents not particularly high, how could there exist such a terrifying anomaly? Such an anomaly, if it were to enter his continent, would surely be a top-tier genius. Suddenly, Yu Xianbing halted his movements, standing quietly as a terrifying aura of darkness emanated from him. Fenghua felt an ominous premonition, sensing that something strange was about to emerge. Fenghua, this guy has a contracted magical beast. The hidden dark moon watched Yu Xianbing sternly, and moreover it was stronger than my current power. Stronger than the dark moon's current power. Fenghua's brow involuntarily twitched. The dark moon's strength had previously recovered to that of an early level 6 lord. Now, having absorbed so much of Yu Xianbing's dark element, it was likely at mid-level, if not at peak status, that if it surpassed the dark moon, it would be a formidable opponent. Did this mean would she have to summon Guangyue? Fenghua felt somewhat reluctant. Exposing only the dark element was far preferable to revealing the dual light and dark attributes. After all, light and dark elements were inherently rare. The simultaneous presence of these two conflicting and rare elements within one person would undoubtedly attract significant attention, although she was already drawing considerable attention. The powerful aura of darkness erupted in an instant, a mass of pitch-black mist suddenly materializing. Fenghua looked over, only to find she could not gauge the strength of that magical beast. It was not only above level 6 lord but also above level 9 lord. It was likely another great lord. Guangyue's voice resonated at this moment, stating it was a level 1 great lord, and in peak condition. The dark moon could sense the presence of this dark magical beast before it emerged precisely because it was of the dark attribute, while Guangyue could only discern it after the beast's appearance. A peak dark level 1 great lord. The dark moon cautiously approached the magical beast but found it shrouded in black mist, obscuring its form. She pouted and absorbed all the black mist enveloping it, revealing its original form as a warhorse. Yu Xianbing assumed Fenghua had manipulated the dark elements around his magical beast, causing them to dissipate, and he sneered, "Een attack!" The black warhorse immediately charged towards Fenghua, who merely stood her ground, waiting until it was mere steps away before pointing her palm at it. Yu Xianbing scoffed, confident that it was futile. His Een was a dark level 1 great lord, and a dark level 9 lord stood no chance. His confidence had not lasted a few seconds before it was shattered by the beam of light that emerged in Fenghua's hand. The rare dual light and dark attributes. The dark warhorse seemed taken aback by the sudden appearance of light elements in Fenghua's hand, charging forward without pause. Yet before it could collide with Fenghua, the light element in her hand was fully condensed, and a white beam surged violently towards the dark warhorse. Although the warhorse's strength ranked as a level 1 great lord, Fenghua was merely a level 9 lord. However, within the dark element, whether mage or beast, contact with light elements inflicted terrible torment. This was far more terrifying than the conflict between water and fire. Thus, Yun Qingfeng had stated that Fenghua could reveal her water and fire dual attributes but should not expose her light and dark dual attributes. How could this be possible? Teacher Zhu's eyes widened in shock, utterly dumbfounded. The dual light and dark attributes, he had believed that the rare dual light and dark attributes belonged solely to Huayun Lian. But if Fenghua possessed them that would mean Kaya Magic Academy had 2 light and dark dual attribute mages. Teacher Zhu is indeed not mistaken. There are indeed 2 magic users embodying both light and darkness at Kaya Magic Academy. However, the other is not Huayun Lian but rather Yun Qingfeng. The mages within Kaya Magic Academy were equally astonished by the emergence of yet another light mage. Could it be that when they next find themselves in a desperate situation, a thunder mage will appear as well? The moment the dark warhorse made contact with the light magic, it let out a pained cry and retreated to Yu Xuanbing's side. Fenghua's identity as a dark mage had already taken them by surprise. The revelation that she was also a light mage filled them with dread. She embodies both light and darkness, rendering her light elements extraordinarily potent against them. They could only retaliate with dark elements. Yet since she too is a dark mage, their dark magic proved ineffective against her. It is well known that when absorbing conflicting elemental properties from crystals within one's own body, there must be a significant disparity in their levels. The simultaneous presence of dual elements, such as Fenghua's water and fire or light and dark, transcends the notion of a special constitution. It is better described as a metamorphic constitution. Aside from this term, nothing else could adequately capture her essence. Yu Xuanbing thought to himself regarding his magical beast. We are 2 against 1, which still affords us a considerable chance of victory. Now that we are aware of her identity as a light mage, we must evade her attacks. Even if we cannot deliver a fatal blow, we must force her out of the competition arena. In the next moment, Yu Xuanbing and Yan flanked her, executing a 2-on-1 maneuver that positioned Fenghua in the center. How unfair! A 2-on-1. A mage from Kaya Magic Academy voiced their discontent. Teacher Zhu snorted dismissively and proclaimed, "It is entirely permissible for a mage to utilize their magical beast. After all, the magical beast is a vital aspect of a mage's combat prowess." This marked Fenghua's first contest against a mage accompanied by a magical beast. The only place in the central continent possessing magical beasts is the Magic Night Forest, where even on the periphery, one might encounter some commanding-level magical beasts or occasionally entire herds. Capturing a magical beast to leave the Magic Night Forest is only feasible through an immediate contract. Otherwise, magical beasts that enter the forest will rapidly diminish in strength over a short period, ultimately becoming worthless. To contract a magical beast, a mage's mental strength must exceed that of the beast. Typically, magical beasts of the same level possess greater mental strength than humans, unless the human is a dual-element mage or an exceptionally strong metamorphic being. For mages wishing to contract beasts within the Magic Night Forest, they must either remain overnight to encounter a beast for immediate contracting or stay within the forest, disregarding danger, until a satisfactory beast appears. The former approach is a waste of contract opportunities, as once a mage contracts a beast, they cannot contract another unless the first beast dies, due to insufficient mental strength. The latter option carries too great a risk and is seldom pursued. Thus, despite the large number of students at the Magic Academy, very few possess magical beasts. The Academy's admission criteria state that students must be under 15 years of age, while beast tamers can tame magical beasts for contracting. The prerequisite is that the contracting mage must enter the Magic Night Forest alongside the tamer, who must tame the beast on the spot before handing it over for contracting. The taming process can take anywhere from 1 to 10 days, depending on the beast level, making it a rarely utilized option. It is precisely for this reason that Teacher Zhu from Desai feels so triumphant. Although he is unaware of the origins of Yu Xuanbing's dark magical beast, as long as it aids Desai in achieving victory, nothing else matters. Even if this Kaya mage is a multi-element mage, what of it? Ultimately, they are merely a level 9 lord, in a 2-on-1 scenario. As long as Yu Xuanbing and his beast exercise caution and avoid being struck by light elements, victory will surely belong to Desai. Yu Xuanbing and his magical beast charged towards Fenghua, who conjured a light element barrier with both hands. She directed small orbs of light magic towards Yu Xuanbing and his beast. Anticipating their swift movements, Yu Xuanbing and the dark magical beast quickly adjusted their positions. Aware that her light elements likely could not match their speed, Fenghua augmented the light elements within her barrier. Concurrently, Yu Xuanbing and his dark magical beast unleashed their dark elements towards Fenghua. Yin was aware that absorbing dark elements from both sides simultaneously would likely slow his speed, so he focused solely on absorbing the dark elements from the dark magical beast, as its dark magic was considerably denser than that of Yu Xuanbing. The dark warhorse sensed its dark elements dissipating and suddenly recognized something amiss. There were 2 entities on the contest stage. No, wait, not entities but a dark magical beast, and another light element. The dark warhorse was taken aback by this realization. And as it did, its speed in condensing dark elements slowed slightly. When it attempted to alert its master, Fenghua had already gathered her light elements into small orbs, swiftly launching them towards Yu Xuanbing, seemingly targeting him directly. Yu Xuanbing sneered, thinking that regardless of whether she could hit him, even if she did, It would only result in injury, not death. No. It wasn't like that. Yan's eyes widened in alarm as he sought to warn his master, only to see a massive orb of light energy hurtling towards him from behind. The energy level seemed to be a level 1 light lord. This was clearly a deliberate act of deception. Even as Yu Xianbing and the dark warhorse stood at her sides, Feng Hua had summoned Guang Yue and concealed her presence with Yan's dark elements. Being an entity that embodies both light and dark, she could safely interact with dark elements without consequence. At that moment, Guang Yue had positioned itself behind Yu Xianbing. Seizing the opportunity while Yu Xianbing attacked Feng Hua, it could launch a tremendous surprise strike from behind. As a dark mage, Yu Xianbing was sensitive to light elements, but he lacked the acute sensitivity of a true light mage. With Feng Hua already present as a light mage on the contest stage, he could not detect the presence of another. The innate acuity of humans pales in comparison to that of magical beasts. Thus, just as he approached Feng Hua, he relaxed his guard, exposing a critical vulnerability. He likely never anticipated that Feng Hua had already contracted a magical beast at such a young age in the central continent, when the enormous orb of light struck Yu Xuanbing's back. He felt a searing pain akin to being torn apart. In that moment, his legs weakened, and he stumbled to the ground with a gasp. He coughed up blood. If Feng Hua's light elements as a level 9 light lord merely caused injuries akin to those inflicted by the dark warhorse earlier, then this strike from Guang Yue, a peak level 1 light lord, was sufficient to leave him on the brink of death. Yu Xianbing struggled to turn his head and glance behind him, only to see Guang Yue revealed after the dark elements were withdrawn. He then thought to himself, Yan, kill her. How dare she inflict such severe injuries upon him? He would not let this girl escape. The dark warhorse let out a cry, fully aware that victory was no longer attainable. Yet it had to heed its master's command. It swiftly condensed dark elements, aiming to strike Feng Hua from behind. All present could not help but widen their eyes at this unfolding scene. Just as everyone believed Feng Hua was doomed, Yan suddenly dispelled the concealment of the dark elements, appearing behind Feng Hua to intercept all of Yan's attacks. At this moment, Yan was a level 6 lord, and although her speed in absorbing dark elements was not as swift as that of Yan, who was a level 1 dark lord, she absorbed a portion while using the remainder to block the incoming attack. Meanwhile, Guang Yue, upon witnessing Yan condensing dark elements, transformed its light elements into a white curved blade. Poised against Yu Xuanbing's throat. Upon seeing this, Yan quickly halted its dark elemental assault. Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Yan gazed at his fallen master, who, despite his incessant internal monologue about wanting to kill this human, found himself unable to act, for his master's life hung in the balance at the hands of the light magical beast. Before he could slay Feng Hua, Yan would need to hold off for a moment. Otherwise, Yu Xianbing would perish before Feng Hua would concede. Yan declared as a level 1 dark lord. He was already capable of speech, while Yu Xuanbing's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his magical beast, which slowly approached and nuzzled its nose against his face. Teacher Luo, observing the now visible Guang Yue and Yan, couldn't help but recall a tale that had circulated in the academy. Hua Yunlian had contracted 2 identical light magical beasts, one dressed in a white gown and the other in black. Teacher Luo turned to Hua Yunlian and asked, Xiao Lian, shouldn't those be your magical beasts? Though one used dark magic, which seemed inconsistent with the rumors, the sheer coincidence of having 2 identical beasts, one black and one white, was remarkable. Hua Yunlian looked innocently at Teacher Luo and replied, when did I ever say they were my contracted magical beasts? Indeed, she never explicitly declared that Guang Yue and An Yue were her contracted magical beasts. However, each time the mages from the Magic Academy gazed at her with envy, exclaiming how fortunate she was to possess magical beasts, she refrained from denying it. Moreover, Guang Yue frequently accompanied Huayanlian in the light department, while An Yue's presence in the dark department was merely interpreted as Huayanlian wanting her to attend the dark magic courses to enhance her knowledge. It appears that Huayanlian had long been aware that those were Feng Hua's magical beasts and intentionally concealed this fact. You knew all along that this little creature was a fusion of light and darkness? Teacher Luo looked at her in astonishment. Huayanlian innocently nodded and asked in surprise, did you not know? Pfft. How could we possibly know? The academy had always claimed that Feng Hua was a 4-element mage. How could she not be aware of which 4 elements they were referring to? This was clearly a deliberate act of ignorance. Feng Hua silently gave Huayanlian a thumbs up in her heart, and soon after she, along with Guang Yue and An Yue, descended from the competition stage. Huayanlian stood up, approached Teacher Zhu, and extended her fair hand. Teacher Zhu, do you remember our wager? Teacher Zhu's face turned a shade of iron gray with anger. You knew all along that she was a fusion of light and darkness. And you also knew she had 2 magical beasts. One of which is a pinnacle-level light-type overlord. This is far more explosive than a 2-on-1 scenario. 3 against 2 is the reality. Huanlian nodded. Teacher Zhu retrieved 5 third-level dark crystals from his spatial ring and handed them to Huanlian. Saying fiercely, "You will regret this." Huanlian accepted the 5 crystals, turned, and handed them to Fenghua. Winking at her and glancing at Iniat, it was then that Fenghua realized Huanlian intended for Anyue to absorb the dark crystals. "Thank you." An excited Anyue began to absorb the dark crystals, and soon her strength would be restored. She would regain her status as a pinnacle-level overlord, just like Guangyue. Guangyue snorted coldly. "Just wait. Those 5 dark crystals are surely more than enough. The surplus will elevate Fenghua to the level of a pinnacle overlord. Then we shall see if you can surpass me." An uneasy Anyue pondered. "Oh right, the planar suppression in the central continent is formidable. Once my true power level rises, Guangyue will merely be at the pinnacle, which means I will be too. Fenghua, you must cultivate to the overlord level swiftly. Let us venture to the elemental continent together. I do not wish to always be at the pinnacle. It is quite stifling." Guangyue silently agreed, expressing that she had experienced this feeling of frustration herself, especially while she was striving to ascend to greater heights. While Anyue was merely regaining her strength. Escaping from a wedding to reach the overlord level is no easy feat. Fenghua felt a sense of helplessness. She mused that at this rate, without elemental crystals in the near future, it would take at least 2 years to reach the overlord level. Once Anyue absorbed the dark elements, what remained for her would likely elevate her to the pinnacle of a first-level overlord or the initial stage of a second-level overlord. Beyond the overlord level from 1st to 6th, 2 third-level crystals would likely raise her 3 levels. Starting from 7th level, it was estimated that 1 third-level crystal would only elevate her by 1 level. Following the conclusion of the young mage exchange, the 3 teachers began to discuss the subsequent projects. It was ultimately decided that they would enter the Trial Tower of the Desai Empire. The Trial Tower of the Desai Empire is a place that rivals the Night Forest of the Kaya Empire in rapidly enhancing one's strength. Additionally, it is known for the appearance of rare treasures. If the Kaya Empire emerges victorious, they may send 10 participants. Desai can send 8, while Anji can only send 5. This evening, the Kaya Magic Academy will host a celebratory banquet and past young mage exchanges. Regardless of which school triumphed, the hosting magic school would hold such a banquet. Since Kaya had achieved victory this time, the celebratory banquet would naturally be grand. Meanwhile, the news of Fenghua being a fusion of light and darkness, along with Guangyue and Anyue being her magical beasts, spread rapidly. The speed at which this information circulated was astonishing. By the time the banquet officially commenced, it was already common knowledge throughout the academy. In the principal's office, Hiliania, who had just awakened, finally felt relieved upon hearing the news of Fenghua's victory. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale. "Xiaoya, are you all right?" The principal approached her, noticing that she had sat up, and sighed. "You really are something. Since you already know that girl is a fusion of light and darkness, why delay any further? If it weren't for Xiao Lian's presence with the dark element in you, even if Xiao Tu rushed over at top speed, all your training would be in vain. Teacher, you do not understand." Hiliania displayed a faint smile, though it is quite peculiar. "I always feel a strange sensation when I see her. Moreover, I believe in her. She undoubtedly possesses the ability to save him. I shall await her ascent to the status of a revered one and her journey to the spatial continent. Doesn't Teacher Yun also have the ability to manipulate the flow of time? Why not give it a try? Why must you choose that girl?" The principal remained dissatisfied with Hiliania's actions. Within the entire Magic Academy, perhaps he was the only one aware of Hiliania's true identity and the events unfolding around her. For Hiliania was his most cherished disciple. Although Hiliania's talent far surpassed that of Fenghua, the principal had been her teacher for over 3 years, and in his heart, Hiliania was of utmost importance. "Actually, there is something I have not shared with you." Hiliania began. "The manipulation of time can only be utilized by even powerful light mages before they are completely sealed. Once the absolute freezing spell takes effect, no light mage can perceive the external light elements, let alone utilize the minuscule light elements stored within them to break the spell. Even attempting to use the manipulation of time from the outside would be futile. That day I told Fenghua that if she could not escape, Yun Qingfeng could break the spell. In truth, I deceived her." "Why deceive her?" the principal inquired. Hiliania fell silent, not uttering a word. Why deceive Fenghua? The reason was rather simple. She merely did not want Fenghua to resent her. That was her first and only female friend in this life and the last. That evening, the celebratory banquet at the Magic Academy commenced. The principal delivered a few simple opening remarks, after which all the students joyfully began to revel. Fenghua, as the standout figure of this competition, was easily recognized by many, yet few dared to approach her. The revelry continued late into the night, and as many students began to retire to their dormitories, Fenghua suddenly noticed Yu Xianbing, whose injuries had nearly healed, sneaking away in the midst of the crowded banquet. This Desai mage attempting to conceal himself with dark elements only appeared more suspicious. However, as a student of the Kaya Empire, Fenghua was different. After using dark elements to mask her presence, she stealthily followed him. Eager to uncover his intentions, she observed Yu Xianbing arriving at the edge of the academy's rear mountain, retrieving a small crystal from his spatial ring. Curious words flowed from his lips as the crystal suddenly projected an image of a mysterious figure clad in black robes. How did the task go? The man inquired. Why Yu Xianbing bowed his head and replied, I have already located the young master of Shuiwei. Are you certain you have not mistaken the person? Upon hearing this, Fenghua furrowed her brows slightly. Was he referring to Hilianya, the daughter of the Shuiwei revered one? Who was that? A revered one? Hilianya was the daughter of a revered one. Fenghua was in turmoil when the man's voice resonated again. Yes, I have already come to know your target. Once you enter the trial tower, give her one last chance. If she declines, show no mercy. But your excellency, that is the young master's fiancée. Yu Xuanbing's voice trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Fenghua felt her worldview shatter. Hilianya had escaped from a wedding? She had left home to escape marriage when she was just 10 years old. Yes, I understand. Your excellency, there is one more thing. During this visit to the Kaya Magic Academy, I encountered a 6th-element 9th-level overlord. She should be under 15 years old and has contracted both light and dark magical beasts. I did not see her employ lightning magic, so I am unsure if she is a lightning mage. This individual is also an alchemist, a 6th-element 9th-level overlord, a fusion of light and darkness, as well as water and fire. The man's voice reflected mild surprise. A multi-element mage is not particularly alarming. In the elemental continent, where elemental crystals are abundant, multi-element mages are everywhere. However, a fusion of light and darkness, along with water and fire, all at the 9th-level overlord status, indicates that she is not merely a wealthy expert built from elemental crystals. Due to the conflicting properties, it is impossible to absorb the same level of elemental crystals. Indeed, furthermore, she possesses ice magic akin to that of a certain individual, which likely indicates a close relationship. Why Yu Xianbing added, for now, let us not concern ourselves with that 6th-element 9th-level overlord. Focus on eliminating that woman. As Fenghua realized their conversation was drawing to a close, she promptly concealed herself with dark elements and departed from the scene. After the recent communication, the individuals entering the trial tower have been determined. Kaya's leading instructor is Yun Qingfeng, followed by the top 6 students from the selection competition, along with 2 9th-tier leaders from the water department. The departure for the trial tower is scheduled for 3 days later. During this time, Yu absorbed the dark elements from the dark crystal, subsequently restoring its strength to the peak of the 1st-level Grand Lord. There remains one complete dark crystal and one that has absorbed half of its energy. With the remaining crystal, Fenghua began to draw upon its internal dark elements. Upon fully absorbing the half of the dark crystal, Fenghua advanced to the early stage of a 1st-level Grand Lord. While both Guangyu and Yu's inherent strength also rose by 1 level, upon entering the Grand Lord rank, a sense of expanded vision enveloped them, significantly increasing their field of view. Today marks the day of their journey into the trial tower for the trials. The trial tower of the Desai Empire is centrally located within the empire. There are dedicated teleportation arrays connecting Kaya, Desai and Anji, allowing for the transport of many individuals. Teacher Zhu had long been prepared. All participants destined for the trial tower stepped into the teleportation array. Subsequently, Teacher Zhu tore open the scroll, and the group vanished within the array. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the main city of the Desai Magic Academy. Gazing at the trial tower in the distance, anticipation bubbled within them. This tower, renowned for its abundance of medicinal herbs, may not offer the same level of practical training as the Monster Night Forest due to the scarcity of magical beasts, yet the rarity of the herbs excited everyone. The trial tower in Desai is not a closed environment. However, the chance for ordinary individuals to access it remains slim. Solo mages or warriors must possess the strength of a Grand Lord, while teams must include at least one Grand Lord level powerhouse, with the rest needing to be at least commander level. Although the magical beasts in the trial tower are not as numerous as those in the Monster Night Forest, the strength of a magical beast is not determined solely by its numbers. The trial tower boasts a height of 8 levels with increasing terror as one ascends. Each level corresponds to a specific elemental attribute. From the bottom to the top, they are water, earth, wind, fire, lightning, light, dark, and unknown. After passing the strength assessment at the bottom level, the group ventured into the tower together. Upon entering the water element level, Feng Hua's first impression was the significant humidity. The air was saturated with water elements, constituting half of the atmosphere. Among the remaining 6 elements, she could sense 5, each at half their usual amount, with the exception of the lightning element, which eluded her perception. This environment undoubtedly serves as the best assistance for water mages. Teacher Zhu informed them that they would spend 1 day on each level. He noted that the danger index of the first level, the water element level, is relatively low. This level is abundant with commonly found herbs. Though these herbs, while common, are not overly plentiful, the herbs within the trial tower are regulated. Only water mages may touch the herbs in the water element level, and any other mages attempting to do so would face peril. Upon finishing this statement, Teacher Zhu cast an odd glance at Feng Hua. This little girl could potentially touch herbs from 6 different levels. It remains uncertain whether she truly lacks the lightning element or is merely concealing it. Unaware of Teacher Zhu's thoughts, Feng Hua glanced around, discreetly searching her spatial bracelet for any body-nourishing elixirs. Eventually, she discovered a qi supplement pill within the catalog of premium elixirs. Being a fundamental restorative herb, it was relatively easy to find, though a considerable quantity was required. After a lengthy search, Feng Hua finally gathered the necessary items. The fire element here is somewhat scarce, yet it is still feasible to refine a first-tier elixir. Upon collecting the herbs, Feng Hua winked at Yun Qingfeng, who understood her intentions. He nodded, signaling that she could step away temporarily. The other 9 mages from Kaya Academy participating in the trials were aware of Feng Hua's desire to occasionally leave the small team during the training. However, the mages from Desai and Anji were oblivious to this. Teacher Zhu observed Feng Hua departing alone, silently cursing that this little girl should encounter some trouble. Otherwise, such a talent in Kaya would indeed pose a danger. Since the competition 3 days prior, Lianya's complexion remained poor. Despite Yun Qingfeng having forcibly expelled the dark elements from her body, she sat quietly, beginning to absorb the water elements in the air. Yu Xianbing, who had been attentively watching her, stood in a discreet location, observing this scene. A day later, everyone was to proceed to the next level as they approached the entrance to the second level. Lianya concluded her meditation and stood up. Just as she stood, Feng Hua approached and grasped her hand, seemingly slipping something round into her palm. Confused, she looked at Feng Hua, pondering whether this girl had taken a liking to gifting small flowers. But no, that was a flower made of ice magic. The temperature was entirely different. Feng Hua leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "This is a qi supplement pill. Consume it before your training shortly." Lianya was taken aback. This girl is a potion maker? Given her abilities, could she be a third-tier alchemist? Oh my! This world is exceedingly unfair. The individual before her was truly formidable. She felt as if she, a mere anomaly, had encountered Feng Hua, an even more extraordinary anomaly, rendering her somewhat normal. Should she feel pleased about this? Upon arriving at the second level, the earth element level, Lianya discreetly swallowed the qi supplement pill and began her training. This time, Feng Hua did not seek herbs but instead entered a meditative state alongside her. Over the following days, she trained in both the wind element and fire element levels, but upon reaching the lightning element level, she felt the scarcity of these elements acutely. The other elements were exceedingly few. With so many mages gathered here, including those of light and dark attributes, competing for elemental resources became inevitable. Teacher Zhu had been observing Feng Hua from the shadows, growing increasingly suspicious as she refrained from training in the lightning element level. Even though this level possessed a higher concentration of lightning elements, other elements were still present. It seemed that this little girl was not training due to a lack of lightning element, but rather was concealing her capability. For Feng Hua, a mage already exhibiting 6 elemental attributes, transitioning from 6 elements to all elements would not raise any eyebrows. After all, she had already become quite the anomaly, and any further transformation would be inconsequential. Feng Hua surveyed her surroundings. The herbs here were exclusively accessible to lightning mages, rendering them off-limits to her. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she contemplated quietly waiting for time to pass, anticipating the ascent to the next level the following day. However, at that moment, an enormous magical beast seemed to be approaching. With each step, the sound grew louder, and the ground began to tremble slightly, instilling a sense of dread. Shangguan Liangxi, who had just entered a meditative state, became irate. After finally reaching the lightning element level, where the concentration of lightning elements was so rich, training here for a day equated to 5 days of training outside. To encounter a magical beast at such a moment would be a significant waste of precious training time. Why did it have to be in the lightning element level? Such poor luck. Although Shangguan Liangxi was internally distressed, he nonetheless entered a state of alert that as the footsteps grew increasingly thunderous, the ground shook with greater intensity. And eventually, a colossal figure emerged before them. The group fell into a defensive stance as the beast drew nearer. They were collectively astonished, for none could discern its strength. What manner of enormous beast was this? Being present in the lightning element level, it must be a lightning-type magical beast. Just how high must its level be for it to be entirely undetectable? At last, the enormous figure stood 20 meters away from them. Its massive white body bore purple lightning symbols, and its pitch-black eyes now conveyed an innocent expression. Observing the group with evident curiosity about who they were. The magical beasts within the trial tower are relatively scarce, so encountering one at this moment is exceedingly rare. How could they come across a magical beast with an undetectable power level? Could it be that a top-tier magical beast from the lightning element level had emerged? The creature before them, a gigantic dog? It looked so adorable. And you couldn't help but exclaimed, "Don't you think this creature's size is a bit excessive?" Guang Yu inquired with some exasperation. Feng Hua also felt that the size of the dog was indeed excessive. While it appeared quite cute, its enormous stature was truly suddenly. The massive magical beast swiftly shrank in size. The group stared wide-eyed, wondering if it was about to transform into a human to greet them. Magical beasts in the trial tower truly interact so closely with humans. As it turned out, they had overthought the situation. The enormous dog did not transform into a human but merely reduced its size to that of a typical dog. The pristine white body had significantly diminished the size of the thunder symbols. Gazing innocently at the group of people, wagging its small tail as it approached, it began to sniff the individuals, starting from the most powerful to those of gradually lesser strength. The first it approached was Yun Qingfeng. The little dog sniffed for a moment, seemingly delighted, and then playfully barked twice. It then went to teacher Zhu, sniffed briefly, and with a look of disdain, kicked at Zhu's foot with its front hoof. Next, it wandered over to teacher Desai, sniffed and then moved on. Subsequently, it reached Huayun Lian, sniffed her, and appeared to encounter something joyful, barking cutely before heading towards Yu Xianbing. However, it stopped just a few steps away, displaying a fearsome expression towards Yu Xianbing. It then approached Helianya, sniffed again and did nothing else, moving towards Fenghua. When it reached Fenghua, it sniffed, not like with the others, but circled around her a few times, then barked 3 times while showing a cute expression. Just as Fenghua bent down to pick it up, the little creature left again, heading towards the next group of magicians. Some were greeted with a bark, while others were ignored altogether and left. Fenghua noticed that it displayed its cuteness only towards light and thunder magicians, showing disdain for Yu Xianbing, who only possessed dark attributes. It seemed to favor individuals like herself and Yun Qingfeng, who embodied both light and dark. The other elemental magicians were merely sniffed at before the creature moved on. What was this little one doing? Sniffing their attributes? No, suddenly Fenghua's expression shifted. Her concealment magic was still active. How could this little creature discern her strength level? It could even detect her attributes. And both the light and dark energies of Yun Qingfeng, as well as her own strength level, were concealed. How could this little being sense them? Fenghua, it must be a mutated beast, embodying both thunder and light. If Yun Qingfeng couldn't sense its strength, then it must be above the level of a Zuanwang. Guang Yue remarked. Above the level of a Zuanwang means it is a rare Zun-level powerhouse from the central continent. Such an adorable little dog? A Zun-level powerhouse? Is this world not a tad too fantastical? After sniffing all the magicians, the dog actually passed by them all, its body gradually enlarging until it resumed its previous size, wagging its tail as it departed. Truly capricious. It sniffed all of you and then left. Clearly capable of speech yet deliberately silent. Anyue commented. Do you know what breed this creature is? Fenghua inquired. Never have I encountered such a beast, Guang Yue replied. The group was left bewildered by this creature, eventually relaxing again as Shangguan Liangxi entered a meditative state once more. After dwelling in the thunder element layer for a day, everyone set off towards the light element layer. Teacher Zhu felt somewhat perplexed. It had been 5 days and they had only encountered a single beast, which seemed a bit off. While there were few beasts in the trial tower, it shouldn't be to such an extent. Moreover, the beasts inside were generally of lower levels. There had never been reports of beasts above the overlord level. Could it be that beast came from outside? Teacher Zhu shook his head. No, such a possibility was exceedingly slim, too small to consider. Upon reaching the light element layer, Fenghua felt a significant improvement in her breathing. She sat down to meditate, rapidly absorbing the surrounding light elements. Half a day passed, and when she opened her eyes, she discovered that Helianya was no longer part of Kaya's group. When did that fellow start to enjoy leaving the team like her? Fenghua pondered, glancing over to Desai's side, only to find Yu Xianbing also absent. She stood up in a panic, her heart racing. It couldn't be that Yu Xianbing had. Where could they possibly be? Fenghua scanned her surroundings, seeing no sign of the two. Of course, if Yu Xianbing truly intended to target Helianya, he wouldn't choose a visible location. Fenghua approached Yun Qingfeng asking, "Little Ye is missing. Did you see where she went?" Yun Qingfeng opened his eyes and stood up saying, "I was meditating and didn't notice. She left the team?" Fenghua nodded with a frown. "Yu Xianbing is also gone. I'm a bit worried that let's split up and search. I will have Hu Feiyun and Lianfeng team up to look for them, but temporarily keep this matter from the others." After saying this, Yun Qingfeng moved towards Hu Feiyun and Lianfeng. Fenghua chose a direction to search for the missing individuals. "Lord Zuanhuang has asked me to inquire about a question." Why Yu Xianbing turned around and spoke. "Zuanhuang? You?" Helianya felt an unsettling premonition at this respectful address. "What question? Is it true that you, Water Moon Young Master, will marry our young master or not?" The moment the words Water Moon Young Master escaped Yu Xuanbing's lips, Helianya's expression shifted. "This fellow. Are you from the Qingtian Zuanshan faction?" Helianya clenched her fists and asked. Helianya fell silent. This person had summoned her here, likely intending to kill her if she refused. If she agreed, she would have to leave immediately, which meant that attempting to deceive him was impossible. Helianya gritted her teeth and said, "Has he emerged from the Absolute Ice Seal?" "Water Moon Young Master is quite the joker. How could a man sealed within the Absolute Ice emerge?" Yu Xianbing scoffed, adding, "Besides, did Water Moon Young Master forget whose fiancé you are?" Helianya retorted, "I haven't forgotten. You tell that fellow unless he emerges from the Absolute Ice, I will not marry him." Upon noticing that he used you, she understood that this person had confirmed her choice and intended to kill her. She immediately began to summon the surrounding elements. In an instant, the earth rose high, transforming into an image of Fenghua. Helianya had long been aware that Yu Xianbing was not a good person. Before following him, she had secretly observed Fenghua, and now had just the right opportunity to replicate her. While creating the illusion of Fenghua, she simultaneously commanded her contracted magical beasts, and both Guangyue and Anyue appeared. If it were any other magician being replicated, Yu Xianbing would not be afraid, but he feared the replication of Fenghua. Although the replicated Fenghua could not utilize both light and dark elements, she could summon her magical beasts, and conveniently, they were one of light and one of dark. Yu Xianbing feigned calmness, saying, "Water Moon Young Master's talent is indeed formidable, managing to revert to her original form after being plunged into the dark element, and even increasing the strength of all three attributes by a level." Helianya was taken aback by this revelation. "You also?" "Yes, that day teacher Zhu gave me the last dark crystal from his possession. After all, I was severely injured then, and it was thanks to that elemental crystal that I became a level 2 overlord, just like you now. Why Yu Xianbing continued, then turned to look at Guangyue and Anyue. "I just wonder if the magical beasts replicated by Water Moon Young Master can defeat me." Black mist swiftly coalesced, and Yu Xuanbing's dark warhorse appeared at that moment. This time, he did not shroud himself in dark elements but chose to reveal himself directly. Helianya glanced at her replicated Anyue, revealing a triumphant smile. Although the body of the replicated creature was formed from earth elements, and its abilities were indeed limited, this was not the case for magical beasts. She could discern the strength level of the creature she had replicated, and she sensed that the replicated Anyue was now a level 1 overlord. Even if Yu Xianbing had become a level 2 overlord. So what? This was the light element layer. Guangyue perceived a high concentration of light elements in the air around them, and with a gesture, light elements began to coalesce in his hands, launching an attack towards Yu Xianbing and his nightmare. As Yu Xianbing attempted to evade, the attack pursued him. Meanwhile, Anyue chose the nightmare as her opponent, and during the skirmish, Guangyue's light elemental sphere struck the nightmare, causing it to cry out in pain. Helianya observed this scene. Given her current mental capacity, this level of replication was neither too difficult nor too simple, considering Fenghua's strength was just a level below hers, and she had successfully replicated her 2 magical beasts. Which was no small feat. Why Yu Xianbing seemed to understand this as well, internally urging the nightmare to stall for time until Helianya's mental energy was depleted. At that moment, she would have no capacity to resist, and they could claim her life. As time ticked away, Helianya's complexion gradually paled. She bit her lip, realizing that if this continued, she would likely not hold out much longer. A swift resolution was essential. Guangyue deftly wielded the light elements surrounding Yu Xianbing and Yan, Within this already dense realm of light elements, she sensed an overwhelming abundance of light elements, coalescing at an accelerated pace and an instant. The light elements surged towards the bodies of Yu Xianbing and Yan with ferocity. The overwhelming force of the light elements struck their skin, inflicting upon them excruciating pain. However, Helianya was acutely aware that if she did not eliminate these two or render them incapable of fighting, once her mental energy was depleted, even if they exhausted their last reserves of strength, they would claim her life. With this in mind, the dark elements in Kongnua's hand were hurled violently towards them. Realizing the implications of this attack, Yu Xianbing hastily gathered dark elements to defend himself, yet at that moment, the dark moon arrived beside them, swiftly absorbing the dark elements he had conjured. The light elements ruthlessly assaulted Yu Xianbing and Yan, penetrating their skin and rapidly burrowing into their bodies. Inside, the light and dark elements clashed violently, prompting a pained cry from Yu Xianbing. This scene was witnessed by Fenghua and Yun Qingfeng, who had just arrived. Fenghua rushed to Helianya's side, noting her pallor, which was alarmingly ghastly, and began to channel light elements to restore her mental energy. Meanwhile, Yu Xianbing felt the dark elements within him struggling against the light elements. And the sight of their conflict, the very essence of his being, was racked with a torment akin to being torn asunder. He sensed that each encounter between the dark and light elements diminished his stored dark elements. If this continued, he would be rendered powerless. Observing Yu Xianbing and Yan's agonized expressions, Yun Qingfeng chose not to intervene. By the time Helianya's complexion had improved slightly, Yu Xianbing and Yan lay motionless on the ground. Fenghua could sense that Yu Xuanbing's power level was steadily declining, now reduced to that of a high mage. If this persisted, he would revert to the status of an ordinary person, surviving solely as a warrior. Forget about them, we must leave, she declared after the trio departed. Yu Xianbing painfully lifted his head, summoning a communication crystal ball, mustering every ounce of strength to utter a few words. Shortly thereafter, the black-robed man, with whom he had conversed days prior, reappeared. The young master of Shueiyue. Mirror duplication, perhaps has already reached the highest level, Your Excellency. I failed to defeat her. The highest level? She is merely a grand lord, how could she achieve such heights? Your Excellency does not believe, but no matter the rank of the elemental magic, it is impossible to attain the highest level at the grand lord stage. Generally, only those at the peak of the divine can reach the intermediate level. While the highest level is reserved for those who do not comprehend, yet the magic of the young master of Shueiyue increasingly approaches that of the Shueiyue deity. Thank you, Your Excellency. Teacher Zhu harbored reservations about Fenghua. If it were Fenghua, she possessed the capability to confront Yu Xianbing. Although he had initially harbored doubts when Yu Xianbing sought to take Helianya away, he had concluded that any genius mage from Kaya who fell was one less to contend with. Thus, even if Yu Xianbing intended to kill Helianya, he would not stand in his way. This matter is precisely what I wish to inquire about, Teacher Zhu, Yun Qingfeng stated. Why Yu Xianbing took our Kaya mage away, while we discovered an injured student. Yet, Yu Xuanbing's whereabouts remain unknown. Furthermore, there are traces of dark element attacks on our Kaya mages. Teacher Zhu glanced at Helianya, confirming the veracity of their claims. In truth, Helianya had not been harmed by Yu Xuanbing's dark elements during the earlier confrontation. Rather, Fenghua had deliberately staged minor injuries on the way, appearing genuine yet causing no actual harm to her body. That scoundrel Yu Xianbing. Hua Feiyan and Lianfeng hurried over to support Helianya, allowing her to lean against a tree trunk. Teacher Zhu scrutinized Helianya, noting that she indeed appeared as if she had just battled a formidable adversary. Her mental energy nearly depleted. Furthermore, it was indeed Yu Xianbing who had sought Helianya's company. Was it possible that he wished to take this young girl to a desolate place after inflicting severe injuries? How infuriating! Could he not find a more suitable location? No, the crux of the matter was Yu Xuanbing's current whereabouts. The group ventured into the realm of dark elements, where the density of dark elements was palpable. Teacher Zhu instructed, you all remain here. I shall search for Xianbing. After today we must depart. The 8th layer is not a place we can traverse. What terrifying creatures lurk within the 8th layer? Fenghua questioned. Perplexed, Teacher Zhu is already a sovereign-level powerhouse, yet he does not venture to the highest tier. Was it possible that there were rare treasures hidden there, thus preventing the mages of other nations from knowing? Teacher Zhu searched tirelessly for Yu Xianbing, yet he remained elusive. Meanwhile, Fenghua and her companions, seated and meditating, began to sense something amiss. The air around them appeared distorted, and their breathing became slightly labored. Was a wondrous magical beast about to manifest? Or was it a spatial distortion created by the trial tower itself? Fenghua felt discomfort in her body, as the elemental composition of the surrounding air was disrupted. Previously distinct clumps of dark elements had begun to intermingle with other scarce elements due to the air's distortion. The ground trembled faintly, and gradually, all elemental presence vanished from the surrounding atmosphere. Fenghua felt an unexpected loss of control over her body, finding herself suspended in mid-air. She had yet to attain sovereign status. Was she truly about to fly? This seemed improbable. Reality proved her fears unfounded, for upon glancing around, she discovered that everyone else was similarly airborne. "Oh no!" exclaimed a lightning mage from Desai. "This is a prelude to entering the 8th layer of the trial tower. We are about to be transported there. The 8th layer. We are not going there by choice but rather being taken against our will." Fenghua gasped in astonishment, realizing that their bodies were slowly progressing towards a singular direction. Closing her eyes, she endeavored to sense the elemental energies in the surrounding air, only to find that there was not a single trace. This was the 8th layer devoid of elements. At last, their bodies came to a halt. Gently descending to the ground, the so-called 8th layer of the trial tower was merely an expanse of endless barren terrain. They trudged forward. Yet after an extensive period, the scenery remained unchanged, as if they had merely been treading in place. What was this place? A water mage from Anji gazed around in trepidation. Anji's representation in the exchange competition had been dismal, and they were permitted only 5 participants for the trial tower. 4 of whom were previous competitors, with one being this water mage, serving in a support role. It was said that those who entered the 8th layer seldom returned alive. A mage from Desai explained. It is likely because there are virtually no magical elements here. Most who come to the trial tower are mages. Warriors rarely venture here. If we encounter any magical beasts, we could be in serious trouble. Is it impossible to use magic here? Hua Yunlian furrowed her brow, flipping her palm to reveal a minuscule orb of light element. Another mage from Desai elaborated. The magical elements available here are exceedingly scant. Unlike the previous competitions where we relied on 80% mental energy and 20% elemental power, here the magical elements are woefully inadequate. Fenghua conjured a tiny orb of water element in her hand, only to discover that it consumed a vastly greater amount of mental energy than before. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if the footsteps of some magical beast were approaching. This sensation felt reminiscent of. Kongyue furrowed her brow, recalling the earlier adorable creature. As the footsteps grew louder, the ground quaked more violently, and a massive white creature appeared before the group. The white creature blinked its eyes, and then an ancient voice resonated from all directions. "I am the mutated giant hound. Embodying light and thunder, seeking a master for a pact." Upon the utterance of this declaration, all light and thunder elemental mages were lifted into the air, while those lacking these attributes remained rooted to the ground. Unable to move, Helianya felt her feet ensnared, an unpleasant sensation washing over her. Wasn't the team leader from Kaya a fire element first-level sovereign? A mage from Anji noticed that Yun Qingfeng was also floating in mid-air. Astonished, when Yun Qingfeng had led the team, they had regarded him with disdain, believing the leader from Kaya to be the weakest link. Now, witnessing him suspended in the air, they realized he was yet another cunning individual. Masquerading as an underdog, the aged voice resonated once more. "To escape the 8th level alive, one among you must form a pact with me." Form a pact? Fenghua furrowed her brow. This individual's strength must surpass that of the Wang Zun. The disparity in spiritual power is monumental. How could this be possible? Just as she contemplated the daunting nature of this task, a surge of magical elements flooded the air, denser than in the previous layers. White elemental spheres enveloped their group in an instant, then swiftly charged towards their location. In this ethereal space, it seemed they had acquired the ability to fly. Fenghua rapidly condensed earth elements to shield against the incoming light elemental spheres. Among the mages here, aside from the light and thunder types, only she and Yun Qingfeng could wield other attributes. Hua Yunlian frowned. She was utterly incapable of combat, and this predicament was untenable. The enormous white dog, with its adorably wide eyes, gazed at their group. Upon witnessing Fenghua using earth elements to deflect its light elemental spheres, its expression brightened suddenly. Instantly, the surrounding thunder elements surged toward Fenghua. Startled, she wondered why only she was targeted. Wasn't this unfair? Hastily, she consumed a portion of the thunder elements with dark energy, while the remaining one she could only evade. After dodging the thunder elements, she noticed the remaining ones converging rapidly, forming barriers of dense purple lightning that enveloped everyone, rendering the mages obscured from view. The color was so thick that it completely concealed their silhouettes. What immense power was at play? Soon, the massive white dog vanished. Trapped within this purple tempest of thunder elements, Fenghua reached out curiously, touching the layer of lightning. only to find that the usually volatile thunder elements exhibited no sign of agitation, even as she made contact. Woof! Suddenly, a crisp bark echoed. Fenghua turned to see the now miniature dog, realizing in astonishment that her own body was rapidly shrinking, contracting with the adorable pup too. It was only when the dog appeared colossal once more that she stared at it in surprise. This creature could shrink others? The dog approached with a grin, licking Fenghua a few times with its tongue. Though now in a diminutive state, Fenghua found herself smaller than its tongue, and after being licked, she felt covered in the dog's saliva. Are you giving me a bath? Fenghua gazed at it, somewhat speechless. While it was undeniably cute, she was quite concerned about such intimate contact without knowing its gender. If it turned out to be male, surely that would be inappropriate. Would Yun, the handsome one, feel jealous? And Yu chuckled. No, because he knows Fenghua would never engage in beastly love, Guangyue stated calmly. Those two, Fenghua was incensed. They were teasing her. Her relationship with Yun Qingfeng was perfectly normal. Why did they have to suggest something so suggestive? What if someone overheard? Woof woof. The dog barked again, noticing Fenghua's distraction. I can't understand your language. Please speak. Fenghua replied helplessly with innocent eyes. The dog finally articulated. I wish for you to become my master. I am trapped within this trial tower. Fenghua retorted. You must sense my strength, right? There are two individuals outside far superior to me. Why not seek them out? Both Yun Qingfeng and Huayun Lian were of a higher rank than herself, and this creature should have sensed that. It responded. I can detect that you possess 6 attributes. And while your thunder element is yet to be developed, it is merely a matter of time. Fenghua's eyes sparkled at this revelation. You can truly sense that. Where is your home? She inquired. I in the land of abilities. Wow! A fellow townsfolk. And Yu's excited voice echoed in Fenghua's mind. This dog was from the same place as them. It made sense, as mutated magical beasts typically possess elevated talent and strength, with an 80% likelihood of being multi-attribute beasts, which were quite common in the land of abilities. Contemplating this, Fenghua found it an excellent idea and said, I am delighted that you wish to form a pact with me, but you must be a Wangzun level beast. And my spiritual power is insufficient. Am I to be bound by yet another beast? Pressing its right index finger to its brow 3 seconds later, a droplet of white water rolled down its finger and gradually made its way towards Fenghua, entering her body through her forehead. A white array materialized beneath Fenghua's feet in an instant, and a surge of light elemental energy erupted. Generally, when forming a pact with multi-attribute beasts, it is preferable to align with their primary attribute. Just as with Guangyue and Yu, their primary attributes being light and dark, while earth was an inherent attribute of their plant-based forms, known as an additional attribute. The small boy's fur was predominantly white, with only a few purple lightning symbols indicating that thunder was his auxiliary attribute, with light being his primary. When he signed a light attribute pact with Fenghua, as long as she surpassed a certain threshold in her light elemental level, he would reap substantial benefits. As for the auxiliary attribute, it would rise in tandem with the primary attribute's power. Had Fenghua already been a thunder mage, he would have opted for a light pact, as auxiliary attributes by regulation are suppressed beneath the primary attribute's strength. In this case, Fenghua's advancement in thunder would provide no advantage to him, as he would be hindered by the light attribute. The little boy smiled at Fenghua and said, My name is Xiao Lei. This time Fenghua was awake during the pact formation, realizing that the method of forming a contract with a magical beast bore no fundamental difference from that of a mage's pact with a beast. She needed to train diligently. She would strive to be the one to form a pact with the next beast. Xiao Lei, what is your specific strength level? Fenghua asked. Early stage level 2 Wangzun. Xiao Lei's tender voice replied. Indeed, he was a Wangzun. Although his power level was inferior to Guangyue and Yu's true forms, this child appeared quite young. Such talent was truly daunting. Fenghua was astonished, marveling at her good fortune in encountering this exceptionally gifted little one. Fenghua, I am so hungry. Xiao Lei looked at her with tearful eyes, his expression seemingly pleading for something to eat. So hungry? Fenghua was taken aback. Could a magical beast of such caliber actually feel hunger? Shouldn't they be impervious to such needs? Despite her confusion, Fenghua crouched down and retrieved a loaf of bread from her spatial bracelet, offering it to him. Xiao Lei stared at the bread, shook his head and said, I don't want to eat that. Then what do you want? Fenghua remarked, putting the bread away. I can take you to buy something. After we leave the trial tower, there will be plenty of food outside. I'll treat you to a feast. She could hardly resist those pitiful eyes. Her heart nearly melted. Xiao Lei gazed at Fenghua's face. His cheeks slightly flushed, lowering his head, appearing shy. His bashful demeanor puzzled Fenghua. Why would he be so shy over merely expressing a desire for food? I have money. You needn't worry about that. I've barely spent any of my 300,000 gold coins. Fenghua hastily explained, confident that the prices in the Desai Empire weren't exorbitant, and she would certainly be able to afford whatever Xiaolei desired. And you drink milk? Fenghua nearly choked in disbelief, feeling as though she might spew blood. What had this little one just mentioned? Apologies, she hadn't caught that. And you erupted in laughter, startled, while Guangyue simply stared blankly. Seeing Fenghua's lack of agreement, Xiaolei's eyes brimmed with tears. His pleading gaze rendering Fenghua quite awkward. Could she really say she was still under 14 and lacking the means to provide for him? Once we leave the trial tower, I'll find you some. I am sure it can be done. Fenghua stated earnestly, I don't like ordinary people's milk. I want the milk of a light mage or a thunder mage. Xiaolei said innocently, light mages and thunder mages are exceedingly rare. Why did this little one have such lofty demands? Guangyue. Fenghua silently called out in her mind, I have never given birth. Guangyue stated calmly. Fenghua felt as though she might faint from disbelief. Huayun Lian was only 14 and not yet 15, while Yun Qingfeng was 26, but he was a man. It seemed that all the thunder mages present were male. Who knows if there are any light or thunder mages outside the trial tower? Why don't you go find Yun and have a child with him? That would solve it. And you suggested. Fenghua's face instantly flushed, exclaiming, stop saying such nonsense. Subsequently, she turned to Xiaolei and said, Xiaolei, please lift the restrictions here first. Let us exit the trial tower, and I shall assist you in your search. Xiaolei nodded, then leapt into Fenghua's embrace, allowing her to hold him. In that instant, the barrier of thunder elements surrounding them unraveled, and all those floating in the air began to descend gently as their feet touched the ground. Everyone fixed their gaze intently on the Xiaolei cradled in Fenghua's arms. This child. Could it be that adorable little pup? You have formed a contract with it? A wizard from Desai furrowed his brow. This magical beast should be above the sovereign level. Previously, Teacher Zhu had quietly mentioned to him that he could not sense this beast's level. This month, Fenghua has actually contracted a magical beast that surpasses the sovereign level. How astonishing! Let us proceed outside. Fenghua disregarded him, choosing instead to take Xiaolei out in search of food. Upon exiting the trial tower, they spotted Teacher Zhu waiting outside. What on earth transpired just now? Teacher Zhu asked anxiously, having been unable to find Yu Xianbing, and suddenly being transported outside. The group that entered the trial tower consisted of the finest young wizards from Desai Magic Academy. If anything were to happen, it would signify a monumental loss for Desai. A wizard from Desai leaned closer to Teacher Zhu's ear and recounted the events that had just unfolded. After listening, Teacher Zhu regarded the Xiaolei in Fenghua's arms with apprehension. After a few moments, he revealed a friendly smile and said, since you have all arrived in my Desai Empire, I invite the wizards from Kaya and Anji to our Desai Palace. The Emperor is prepared to receive you. This old fox had evidently devised such a plan from the onset. Though Fenghua felt a sense of caution, she understood that she had no choice but to follow into the Desai Palace. Xiaolei, nestled in Fenghua's arms, pondered, when will I get to drink milk? Fenghua, at a loss for words, replied, just a moment. It is the palace after all. We should be able to find some. The Desai Palace was quite different from the Kaya Palace in Fenghua's memory. If the palace of the Kaya Empire epitomized understated luxury, then Desai's palace exuded an ostentatious display of wealth. The resplendent decoration seemed deliberately designed to flaunt the riches of Desai. Upon entering the Desai Palace, Fenghua and her companions were granted permission to stay in a room that had already been prepared for them, following an announcement by the attendants. Fenghua. Xiaolei gazed at Fenghua with tear-filled eyes. Fenghua felt conflicted and quickly summoned a little maid from the Desai Palace, asking, are there any milk nurses of the light or thunder element in the palace? The little maid, taken aback by Fenghua's question, responded, the milk nurse for the little princess is a level 1 thunder element grand magician. Upon hearing this level, Xiaolei frowned so low. He expressed his disdain. Fenghua, unfazed by the little one's complaints, inquired, can you take me to meet her? The little maid nodded. From the moment Fenghua entered, she had been instructed to carefully attend to the girl residing in that room due to her special identity, although the little princess's milk nurse was not someone ordinarily accessible. Considering Fenghua's uniqueness, the maid did not hesitate. Fenghua, carrying Xiaolei, followed the maid for quite some time until they reached the residence of the little princess's milk nurse. The milk nurse was currently tidying her room and, upon seeing the maid accompanying Fenghua, looked on with curiosity. You are. I want to drink milk. Before Fenghua could speak, Xiaolei turned to the milk nurse with a pitiful expression. although this milk nurse possessed low power. At that moment, he simply wished for milk and did not care about anything else. The milk nurse paused for a moment, then smiled. "You must be the guest who arrived at the palace today." As she spoke, she took Xiao Lei from Feng Hua's arms without hesitation and began to feed him. Feng Hua nodded, observing the scene with a sudden disdain for this little one, looking at Xiao Lei's appearance. He should be around 3 years old. How could he still be drinking milk? This is quite absurd. After Xiao Lei had his fill, feeling considerably more comfortable, he thanked the milk nurse, and only then did Feng Hua carry him away. Should I hire a milk nurse for him? Feng Hua felt somewhat helpless. Otherwise, after satisfying him this time, what would she do when this little rascal continued to demand milk next time? Xiao Lei blinked innocently and said, "Feng Hua, I want one with a higher level." How could a higher level magician become a milk nurse? You should be 3 years old, right? Aren't you ashamed to still drink milk? I have been in the trial tower since birth and have never had any. So I just wanted to try. Xiao Lei looked at Feng Hua innocently, expressing his dissatisfaction with the previous milk nurse's low level, claiming it was not enjoyable. Milk tastes the same. It has nothing to do with power levels. Feng Hua felt exasperated. However, at that moment, she also began to discern the reason for Xiao Lei's lack of dimensional suppression. Although he was a magical beast from the other world, he was born in the central continent, rendering the dimensional suppression ineffective against him. Is that true? Xiao Lei asked pitifully. Feng Hua nodded, affirming indeed. Xiao Lei lowered his head, pondering for a moment before declaring, "It's not enjoyable. I won't drink it anymore. I want to eat other food." In that instant, Feng Hua felt a wave of emotion. It turned out that it was so easy to dissuade this little one from drinking milk, thereby avoiding a significant hassle in the future. However, tonight, another trouble was about to arise. He is criticizing your figure. As night fell, a scene of merriment unfolded within the Desai Palace. Although Desai Magic Academy secured only second place in the exchange competition with the other two nations, they were at least not at the bottom. Moreover, the wizards from the other two magic academies had already been brought to the Desai Palace as planned. As the hosts, they naturally had to entertain them well and showcase the grandeur of Desai. Speaking of Desai's grandeur, it was essentially the extravagant demeanor of a wealthy individual. The palace banquet commenced in the evening, with both the emperor and empress making their appearance. The opulence of the surroundings was unparalleled, seemingly designed to inform them just how affluent the Desai treasury truly was. "This palace is truly garish." Helianya sat with some disdain, surrounded by gold upon gold. "If you have the capability, why not construct a palace with elemental crystals?" Build a palace with elemental crystals. Dear, the central continent is lacking in elemental crystals. That is simply impossible. Ha ha ha, welcome to the young wizards from Kaya and Anji at my Desai Palace. Consider today a family gathering and do not stand on ceremony. The Desai Emperor, a man nearing 40, was a strong sovereign-level individual. With commendable talent, he surveyed the wizards from Kaya and Anji, astonished within. Except for Feng Hua and Yun Qingfeng, who concealed their levels, the other wizards openly displayed their strengths. While the Desai Emperor assessed them, he noticed that although the wizards from Anji were decent, they fell short of Desai's caliber, which swelled his pride. However, upon looking at Kaya's side, he was taken aback. The reports had not been erroneous. There was indeed a level 9 light element Grand Lord. However, the rumored 3-element level 1 Grand Lord seemed to have advanced to a level 2 Grand Lord of 3 elements, a simultaneous elevation in 3 attributes. This was indeed a formidable individual. Following that, the Desai Emperor sought out Feng Hua, the magician whose strength remained undetectable. This was the one confirmed to possess 6 elements. With uncertainty regarding the thunder element? How peculiar. Why are there so many extraordinary individuals in Kaya? Presenting 3 at once. Should the Desai Emperor discover that there was yet another remarkable individual in Yun, he would likely be left speechless. The Emperor personally attempting to poach talent was a matter of prestige, yet it was perilous. Once the Emperor personally extended an invitation, the consequences of refusal were clear. Although Feng Hua did not fear anything, she was on their territory and would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the royal invitations were merely veiled attempts at alliances. She was not yet 14 and certainly did not wish for a fiancé at such an early age. After tonight, we shall be free to leave. Yun Qingfeng poured himself a glass of wine and remarked, Desai truly flaunts its wealth, as if afraid that others do not recognize its affluence. It seems they are quite welcoming of robbery. This is the palace, it is not so easy to be robbed. Feng Hua felt somewhat exasperated. Yun Qingfeng raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Robbery? That's easy enough. With dark element magic, a simple invisibility spell allows one to infiltrate If one intends to rob, simply flaunting oneself before the soldiers poses no issue. As the banquet progressed, the Desai Emperor unexpectedly descended from the main seat, approaching Yun Qingfeng directly, and courteously remarked, "You must be the team leader from Kaya. Quite young and a dual-element magician. Truly impressive." Previously, based on the latest updates, it was reported that the team leader from Kaya was a fire element level 1 Grandlord, possessing either light or thunder element attributes. However, the specific level of their strength remained unknown. Yet, since he had deliberately concealed one attribute's strength, it was likely that it surpassed the fire element, while his strength level might not be high. Considering he was a dual-element magician, coupled with Kaya's talented wizards, the Desai Emperor felt it prudent to treat him with a modicum of courtesy. Yun Qingfeng nodded, acknowledging the Desai Emperor's politeness. The cool demeanor displayed by Yun Qingfeng left the Desai Emperor feeling rather displeased. He thought to himself that he had personally descended to engage in conversation, yet this fellow was so aloof. How ungrateful! Yun Qingfeng paid little heed to such matters. In his eyes, the Emperor of Desai was neither as powerful nor as noble as himself, and thus there was no need for him to flatter this fellow. After the banquet concluded, the Emperor of Desai subtly hinted at whether Fenghua and her companions would consider visiting Desai, but Huayun Lian cleverly feigned ignorance and evaded the topic. "Huh? What do you mean by feigning ignorance?" Huayun Lian inquired with a puzzled expression. Fenghua was conflicted. This child had become quite adept at playing the fool. After changing into her nightgown behind the screen, she stepped out only to find Yun Qingfeng sitting calmly at the table, sipping tea. Had he been here all along? The previously dazed Fenghua was now fully alert. She had indeed been bathing. Hadn't she? How could he just waltz in like that? "Handsome sir, could you refrain from taking advantage of your esteemed status as a first-tier Dark King to silently invade a young lady's quarters? Especially during her bath?" Fenghua expressed her deep inner turmoil and sadness. Although there was a screen for modesty, the situation still felt quite peculiar. "Are you done bathing? I have something to discuss with you." Yun Qingfeng casually glanced at her, appraising her from head to toe, before fixing his gaze intently upon her face. "Fenghua, trust me." Dark Moon wickedly chimed in her mind. "Otherwise, if he were truly focused on you, having just emerged from your bath in your nightgown, he should be staring at your body, not your face." In an instant, Fenghua's face flushed crimson. That rascal Dark Moon. Always cracking such jokes. Doesn't he ever tire of it? What kind of jest is this now, mocking her physique? She was not even 14 yet. When she turned 17 or 18, things would be different. "Why don't you check Jipin Dinyao for any pills that could enhance one's size?" Dark Moon continued with his mischief, relishing in teasing Fenghua. "Is he feeling shy?" "No." Fenghua gritted her teeth. If such a thing existed, the alchemist would simply call it a beauty enhancer. Fenghua seated herself before Yun Qingfeng and asked, "What is it?" "Huh? Is that all?" Fenghua felt somewhat conflicted. She had anticipated something of greater significance. This seemed rather trivial. She was already aware of this matter. Had Yun Qingfeng come here to engage in idle chatter? "Trust me, he must be bored and thought of you, wanting to exchange a few words." Dark Moon chuckled internally, his light-hearted banter causing Fenghua's cheeks to redden further. "Why is your face so flushed?" Yun Qingfeng noticed her appearance and raised an eyebrow. "Did you perhaps drink too much?" He had long suspected the Emperor of Desai was no good. He should have intercepted all the wine when that old fellow approached. He had forgotten that this girl hardly drank at all. As Fenghua was about to shake her head, Yun Qingfeng walked over and lifted her effortlessly, heading toward the bed. Meanwhile, 3 beasts in the monster realm were utterly misinterpreting the situation. What is this about? Could it possibly lead to something inappropriate?" Dark Moon exclaimed with excitement. Though they were in the monster realm, they could still see what transpired outside. Dark Moon covered his eyes with his fingers, pretending to shield himself from view. As if to say he was blocking out everything above and below, leaving only a gap in the middle to sneak a peek. Guangyue gulped. "We mustn't look, it's indecent. Shouldn't we just close our eyes and not watch?" Xiao Lei felt his blood pressure rising. "Fenghua, is she about to have a baby with this handsome guy? And then would I get to drink milk?" On the verge of spitting blood, Fenghua's face, which had merely been slightly flushed, turned beet red upon hearing such comments from the 3 in her mind. She felt utterly humiliated to face Yun Qingfeng. She realized her face had reached a level of crimson. Fenghua truly could not bear to look at Yun Qingfeng. Her bashful demeanor made even the beasts in the monster realm, sensitive to her emotional fluctuations, sigh at her naivety. Yun Qingfeng laid her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Then said, "I'll fetch some sobering soup. Just wait a moment." So all he did was hold her to let her rest? Feng Hua felt she might just spit blood. What was the purpose of those three's teasing? And here she thought she might get to drink milk. Xiao Lei's disappointed voice echoed at that moment. Feng Hua's lips twitched in irritation. That little rascal, perhaps she was too innocent to handle it. Dark Moon pondered, realizing they would have to wait a few more years, considering she was still under 14. When Yun Qingfeng returned with the sobering soup, he found Feng Hua lying on the bed with a peculiar expression. Her face flushed. He quickly helped her sit up and fed her the soup. After finishing the sobering soup, Feng Hua asked, "Where will you go after school is out?" Feng Hua swallowed. No matter how daunting, she could withstand it. "I suspect you will be invited to the palace. Don't worry. No one can harm you." Yun Qingfeng narrowed his eyes, recalling the last time in the Demon Night Forest when he had seen this girl severely injured by that Eagle Queen, causing him to grip Feng Hua a bit tighter, completely unaware that he had enveloped her in a firm embrace. Feng Hua felt her mind nearly cease functioning. Had he truly wrapped her in such a tight embrace? All along, she had found Yun Qingfeng rather peculiar, treating her exceptionally well, and now holding her so closely made her, against her will, begin to entertain fanciful thoughts like Dark Moon, this S&T wishful thinking. Yun, the handsome guy, truly has feelings for you. Don't doubt me. Dark Moon shouted, sensing Feng Hua's discontent with his thoughts. He proclaimed himself a love expert before hastily retreating. Was he feeling shy just now? Feng Hua murmured softly. The next morning, following Yun Qingfeng's instructions, Feng Hua rose early. After freshening up, she made her way to the designated meeting spot. The Emperor of Desai feigned reluctance as he bid them farewell. Upon finally departing the resplendent palace, Feng Hua felt an immense sense of relief. Back in her dormitory, she promptly began absorbing elemental crystals. First, she absorbed the dark type, followed by the light type. After consuming both crystals, her strength plateaued at the pinnacle of a level 3 lord. Absorbing the elemental crystals took just a day and a night. In the remaining days, Feng Hua set aside a day to stay with Yun Qingfeng in the alchemy room of the Fire Academy to refine pills. While spending the rest of her time practicing with Helianya, Feng Hua was somewhat reluctant. The original owner of this body had been bullied by Yu Qincheng when she was unable to wield magic. Rumor had it that on the official day of vacation, students were bustling towards the gate. Standing at the school gate next to a grand carriage, Feng Hua gazed at Huayun Lian and Helianya inside, waved goodbye, and stepped into the carriage. After 3 months of vacation, they would see each other again. Huayun Lian clutched the pills in her hand tightly. These were given to her by Feng Hua. If successful, they might alter her current physique. Upon entering the carriage, Feng Hua spotted her cousin, Yu Qincheng, wearing a disgruntled expression. She had no desire to engage with this person, so after boarding the carriage, she fell silent. Closing her eyes as if to rest, Yu Qincheng, noticing her closed eyes, began to scrutinize her. Despite not having seen her for several months, this girl had become more beautiful. However, beauty was inconsequential. She had long known her cousin was attractive. Yet in this world where strength was paramount, looks were not the most important factor. Power and talent held greater significance. The more Yu Qincheng observed, the more jealousy brewed within her. This girl was already a level 9 lord of all 6 elements. Yet here she was, barely having entered level 7 as a fire mage. Although reaching such a level at her age was already a mark of genius, for Yu Qincheng, the title of the Moon family's little genius had now been usurped by this waste who had become more talented than herself. How could she accept such a reality? The center of this area was where the palace resided, and the surrounding regions housed the main residences of the Kaya family clans, with common folk residing further out. The carriage halted at the Yu family's entrance, and Feng Hua heard a voice call out, "Qincheng, come down and let your father have a look at you." Yu Qincheng excitedly opened her eyes, leaping from the carriage before Feng Hua could react, rushing towards the man. This behavior was deemed improper among the elite families. Although Yu Qincheng was the legitimate daughter, her father was ultimately a secondary son. And since Feng Hua was the eldest among this generation of Yu family women, she should have alighted first, allowing Yu Qincheng to follow. However, in the hearts of the Yu family, Feng Hua was still considered a 7-element spiritual root waste, while Yu Qincheng was seen as the family's little genius. Thus, despite some disapproval, this action was tacitly accepted. "Sister? Why aren't you coming out?" A perplexed voice rang out, causing Feng Hua to pause before exiting the carriage, where she spotted her father waiting at the door, along with her brother, Yu Zixuan. Ever since this brother was discovered to possess alchemical talents, he had begun studying alchemy. When Feng Hua attended the Magic Academy, he could only refine mid-quality first-grade pills, but now, upon seeing her brother's strength had reached the level of a Fire 2 lord, he should be able to refine second-grade pills as well. Another genius from the Yu family, As Yu Qingcheng fell into the embrace of Yu Yanshua, she seemed to have noticed the progress of Yu Zixuan. Although she could not detect it, it was precisely because she could not that she realized just how swiftly this fellow had grown. When she had departed, he had only just begun to successfully refine pills, and at that time, his strength was even inferior to hers. Yet now, he had surpassed her. Father, brother, Feng Hua called out with a smile. Then without a glance at Yu Qingcheng and her father, she directly entered the main house with them. Yu Yanshua was unconcerned. In his heart, Yu Fenghua remained a useless child, among the current generation of the Yu family. Aside from Yu Zixuan the alchemist, his daughter's talent was the strongest. Although he felt somewhat displeased that Yu Zixuan had snatched away the title of genius from the Yu family, at least his daughter was a waste. That balanced things out on the first day in the Yu family. The focus was on reminiscing. Fenghua had yet to inform her father and brother about her own matters. Instead, she told them about several friends she had met. After speaking, Fenghua inquired, "Father, do you know someone from the royal family named Yun Qingfeng?" Yun Qingfeng was confirmed to be a member of the royal family, but Fenghua still did not know his true identity. Yu Zhentian shook his head and replied, "I have not heard of such a person." Fenghua felt a twinge of disappointment. If even her father did not know, it would be difficult to find out. Could he be using a false name? Little Lei suggested, "That handsome fellow does not seem like someone who would want others to know his identity, so perhaps he is deliberately using a pseudonym?" It is also possible. The day after the holiday, a sensational piece of news suddenly spread throughout the capital of Kaya. The so-called useless seven-element spiritual root of the Yu family was a cultivation freak. At such a young age, he had already reached the 9th level of 6 elements. Furthermore, he had contracted 2 magical beasts. This news truly astonished many. What does it mean to have a 7-element spiritual root? It means one could not cultivate any magical attributes. Perhaps one could as a warrior. Moreover, at Fenghua's age, it would already be impressive for her to have one attribute reach the level of a grand mage. Yet they claim she was a 9th-level lord of 6 elements? How terrifying, and magical beasts are such rare creatures. Who would dare venture into the Demon Night Forest to contract one? However, although this was being discussed by most, few actually believed it. Yet, when Yu Yanshua learned of this news, he immediately summoned Yu Qingcheng to his study. Upon entering, Yu Qingcheng heard her father ask, "Qingcheng, is it true what they say outside? That little girl Fenghua is truly a 9th-level lord of 6 elements?" Speaking of this matter, Yu Qingcheng felt quite unhappy. A waste was actually stronger than she. However, despite her displeasure, she did not have the courage to lie to her father. "It's true. I have seen her use 6-element magic. And she even defeated that prodigy who has ranked first in the individual competition for 4 consecutive years at school. I also heard she has contracted light and dark magical beasts." Yu Yanshua was astonished. The rumors matched. It seemed they were indeed not mistaken. This is troublesome. Although the second prince had already annulled the engagement, with this revelation, given the second prince's character, he would surely seek out that little girl. Hearing this, Yu Qingcheng protested, "That won't happen. He clearly promised me that he would annul the engagement with Fenghua and marry me." Yu Yanshua shook his head helplessly. She was simply too young to understand. How many members of the royal family are simple folk? Just because your lady is a 7-element spiritual root waste. Everyone was filled with curiosity, and for a time, the Yu family became the focus of attention among the prominent families in the capital. Upon hearing such discussions about his sister, Yu Zixuan was also perplexed as to where these rumors originated. He did not know the truth of the rumors and did not wish to inquire. If they were true, that would be fine, but if they were false, asking Fenghua about such matters would only rub salt in her wounds. Yu Zixuan furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there any news about the cleansing marrow pill circulating in the capital?" The attendant beside Yu Zixuan replied, "Young master, we have been keeping a close eye on it, but the cleansing marrow pill is exceedingly rare. No one has put it up for auction." Yu Zixuan sighed in resignation. "What a pity that my strength is still insufficient. Otherwise, that even a lower quality cleansing marrow pill could lead to a significant transformation in Fenghua's physique." The attendant, seeing his young master in such a state, quickly suggested, "Perhaps the rumors outside are indeed true. By the way, young master, do you remember the lady's personal maid, Xiao Mei? I found out that she contracted a 9th-level magical beast, the Wind Wolf, half a month ago." A 9th-level magical beast? Yu Zixuan was somewhat puzzled. How could a 9th-level magical beast possibly appear in the capital? "I heard it was left behind by the young lady. She seems to have visited the Demon Night Forest before." "Young master, I believe the rumors outside are at least 10 parts true." Yu Zixuan was filled with doubt. Could his sister truly be that formidable? That evening, after Fenghua finished bathing, she was combing her hair while speaking to Amei, who was tidying her bed. "Amei, accompany me out tomorrow. We need to buy some things that I shall reward you for reaching the level of a first-level Grand Mage in such a short time. Ame had discerned Feng Hua's strength level upon their first meeting the day before and realized that Feng Hua's current power was undoubtedly above her own. She felt delighted that her young lady had finally shed the title of waste. Yet she also knew that Feng Hua did not possess much money. My lady, there's no need. I am quite well and lack for nothing, Ame replied. Feng Hua was taken aback, then smiled after spending 26,000 gold coins from the 300,000 she had from the previous auction of pills. She still had 40,000 left. The expenses within the Magic Academy were quite frugal, and over the past few months, she had not even spent 100 gold coins. Moreover, during this time, she had collected fees from the members of the previous potential class for the cleansing marrow pills, as well as the winnings from defeating Helian Ya and the rewards from Shangguan Liangxi. Together with Yun Qingfeng, they had split the spoils. Now she had nearly 350,000 gold coins, making her quite wealthy. Rest assured, your young lady is now quite affluent. Tomorrow we shall go out, and I will treat you to some delicious food, while also checking out some apothecaries for good herbs. Is my lady going to refine her own medicine or buy it for the eldest young master? Ame asked curiously. Feng Hua replied, I have not yet decided. I will see what herbs are available first. That night, Feng Hua went to bed early. The next day, after having lunch and resting for a while, she set out with Ame. Even at this time, although the sun was still quite bright, there were still many people on the streets. Feng Hua and Ame strolled along, buying 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. They entered several jewelry shops along the way, and upon seeing some beautiful pieces inside, Feng Hua purchased them to gift to Ame. After walking for quite some time, they finally arrived at the largest apothecary in the capital, the medicine hall. The medicine hall not only had doctors for general ailments but also many herbs needed for alchemy. As soon as Feng Hua and Ame entered, they attracted the attention of numerous onlookers. Given the current rumors circulating in the capital, most people were already aware of them. However, aside from a few members of prominent families, only the shopkeeper in the medicine hall recognized Feng Hua, as she had previously accompanied Yu Zixuan to purchase medicine here. Feeling the curious gazes upon her, Feng Hua could not help but wonder if there was something on her face. Ame leaned closer and whispered in her ear. Recently, there have been rumors saying that you are a 9th-level lord of 6 elements. They are probably suspicious. Feng Hua nodded and entered the apothecary with Ame. She selected a few herbs, instructing the shopkeeper to weigh out more of each. And after paying, she placed them directly into her spatial bracelet before leaving the medicine hall. Miss, shall we go to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion ahead for some refreshments? Ame suggested upon spotting the establishment. Feng Hua glanced over and nodded. According to the original owner's memories, the signature dishes at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were among her favorites. The moment the two entered, the shopkeeper immediately greeted them with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "The young lady of the Yu family has arrived. It has been quite some time since you last visited the Drunken Immortal Pavilion after going to the Magic Academy. Just in time. We have one last private room available." Feng Hua silently marveled at her good fortune. It was usually difficult to secure a table at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion during lunchtime or dinner, yet at this moment, a private room was conveniently available. She and Ame followed the shopkeeper upstairs. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, they heard a voice that sounded vaguely familiar. "Shopkeeper, I want a private room." As the shopkeeper heard this voice, his brows involuntarily twitched, and he thought to himself that it was bad news. He quickly looked at Feng Hua and said, "Young lady Yu, would you mind sitting in the main hall instead?" The shopkeeper's words had just left his mouth when Ame immediately expressed her displeasure. "Why should our young lady be seated in the main hall? Why should that be?" "Humph!" The voice from before rang out once more. Standing at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were 3 striking young women, all of whom appeared youthful yet possessed the prowess of 9th-level Grand Mages. Among these 3 women were those Feng Hua recognized: Qin Feng, the legitimate daughter of the Qin family; Shi Chui, the legitimate daughter of the Shi family; and Shi Kamei. The Qin and Shi families were also among the 4 great families of Kaya, and although they could not rival the Yu family, their strength was still formidable among the 4 prominent families. The most common occurrence is the mutual competition among them. As the offspring of this generation, they are acutely aware of what elegance and charm entail. In Feng Hua's impression, Yu Qingcheng is quite close to these few women, often joining forces to torment the original owner of this body. And these times, it is indeed rare to find someone like Yu Qingcheng who assists outsiders in bullying her own cousin. It is precisely because of her that these 3 women have come to realize that the former Feng Hua was undeniably a complete waste, utterly devoid of any abilities, even if the outside world now claims she is a 6th-level 9th-tier lord. Who would truly believe it? What sort of monstrosity is a 6th-level 9th-tier lord? For an ordinary dual attribute mage to achieve a 9th tier lord status with 2 attributes, it would take at least 40 years. Even those with superior talent would require a decade. To attain a 9th tier lord status with 6 attributes, how much time would that entail? Not to mention, she is a 7th root waste. My lady is not a waste. Mei, filled with indignation, stood resolutely before Fenghua. Fully aware that she could not match the strength of these 3, Mei let out a cold laugh and said, "Isn't your lady a waste? Everyone in the capital knows that your lady is a waste. Recently, there have been rumors claiming that you Fenghua is a 6th level 9th tier lord. Come, let me witness your strength, since you are indeed a 6th level 9th tier lord. Defeating the 3 of us should be a trivial matter, right?" Mei gritted her teeth. 1 against 3. She firmly believed that her lady was not a waste. Sending her a wind wolf after entering the magic night forest indicated that her lady was at least of the archmage level. Yet, could one person truly defeat 3 archmages? Little sister, don't jest. How could she possibly defeat all 3 of us? I heard she was rejected by the second prince a few months ago. Indeed. Who doesn't know that the second prince favors Yu Qingcheng of the Yu family? Anyone with eyes would choose the genius of the Yu family over this 7th root waste. Sure Mei's sister, chimed in with mockery. Qin Feng interjected, "Alright, you two, we are here to eat, Qin sister. Coming to the Zuixian Tower for a meal also demands a good position. Given our status, it is only appropriate that Yu Fenghua concedes a seat to us." Sure said with a smile. Then turned to the waiter, "We require a private room." The waiter found himself in a difficult position. These were all regular patrons, and their statuses were equally esteemed, thus he was reluctant to offend anyone. However, upon reflection, considering that there were 3 individuals on that side, all possessing considerable strength, he turned to Fenghua and said, "Miss Yu, might you endure a slight inconvenience in the hall? You know those 3 are not to be trifled with. If a scuffle were to break out, it would not bode well for you." Fenghua raised an eyebrow, appearing to be as weak as they claimed. Moreover, those 3 were so foolish. If she were indeed the former Yu Fenghua, wouldn't Yu Qingcheng have contacted them long ago to stir up trouble? Why were there only these 3? "Miss Yu, we merely desire a private room that if you allow it, we shall treat today as if nothing has occurred." Qin Feng said with a smile that Mei was incensed. This woman was utterly outrageous. Her words implied that her lady had offended them. Clearly, they were the ones encroaching upon her territory. Fenghua let out a cold laugh. "I arrived first, thus the private room should rightfully belong to me. Furthermore, in terms of status, my Yu family stands as the foremost among the 4 great families of Kaya. When have I ever needed to concede to the 3 of you? Do you think that merely befriending Yu Qingcheng grants you the audacity to look down upon me?" Qin Feng stared at her in bewilderment. This is Yu Fenghua? Shouldn't she be apologizing and hastily leaving instead of retorting? The onlookers in the hall were fixated on this spectacle, the legendary 7th root waste. Although rumor suggested she was now a 6th level 9th tier lord, at such a young age, even a single 9th tier lord was an anomaly. And 6? Who could possibly believe it? Sure, Mei scoffed, "You don't truly believe yourself to be a 6th level 9th tier lord, do you? Goodness, how pitiable. A 7th root waste, and yet you have lost your mind. Perhaps Yu Qingcheng was too harsh on you? Oh dear, what a pity. Even though your brother has entered the ranks of geniuses, having such a waste and fool for a sister would be truly lamentable." The surrounding spectators remained silent, hesitant to voice their thoughts. While they regarded Fenghua as a waste, she was still a favored daughter of a powerful family. She could be ridiculed and scorned by a similarly privileged genius, but not by those of lesser status. "Who told you that I am a 6th level 9th tier lord?" Fenghua inquired, fixing her gaze upon them. "Qin's sister. She herself has admitted she is not a 6th level 9th tier lord. If she is indeed a waste, then she has no right to contend with us for a private room. What if she is the legitimate daughter of the Yu family? If you were capable of practicing magic, we would not contend with you. But as a waste, you deserve to be robbed." Sure and Sure Mei flanked Qin Feng on either side, striding boldly forward, deliberately slowing their pace to let everyone witness their arrogant advance. As they passed by Fenghua, Qin Feng smiled and said, "My apologies, Miss Yu." However, as soon as she uttered those words, not only she but also the Sure sisters felt a terrifying surge of wind elements crashing towards them.